You give me a fever and make a believer out of me. I was just a dreamer, but dreams are now my reality. I feel it, I'm bleeding, I'm needing for all eternity. My soul is on fire, this burning desire's heavenly. Then you're moving closer, breath upon my shoulder. Boy, I wanna hold ya. Heart is beating double time, I can't wait to make you mine. I just wanna know ya. I tremble when you call my name, the feeling driving me insane. I just can't get you off my brain. You play me like a melody, the sweetest sound is symphony. It's slowly taking over me. I feel the bassline dripping down my spine. I feel it getting closer, don't want this to be over. And when the beat drops and my body rocks, I feel it getting closer. Whoa, I'm reading every sign, I'm losing track of time. I feel it getting closer, don't want this to be over. And when the beat drops and my body rocks, I feel it getting closer. Whoa, you reach me and teach me so easy, it's everything I need. Believing and needing this feeling is taking over me. I'm falling and calling, this warning is something I won't heed. Cry louder and louder, I found you, now you're all I can see. Then you're moving closer, breath upon my shoulder. Boy, I wanna hold ya. Heart is beating double time, I can't wait to make you mine. I just wanna know ya. I tremble when you call my name, the feeling driving me insane. I just can't get you off my brain. You play me like a melody, the sweetest sound is symphony. It's slowly taking over me. I feel the bassline dripping down my spine. I feel it getting closer, don't want this to be over. And when the beat drops and my body rocks, I feel it getting closer. Whoa, I'm reading every sign, I'm losing track of time. I feel it getting closer, don't want this to be over. And when the beat drops and my body rocks, I feel it getting closer. Whoa.
Wild electric running through my mind, daylight slipping away, yeah. Feel ready to release that sound, embrace this beautiful day. And I never knew I could feel like this. I'm alive with vibes so positive. So I smile easily, so I smile easily. Smile. So I smile. And I never knew I could feel like this. I'm alive with vibes so positive. So I smile easily. So I smile easily. Smile. Smile. So I and I never knew I could feel like this. And I never knew I could feel like this. And I never knew I could feel like this. I'm alive with vibes so positive. And I never knew I could feel like this. And I never knew I could feel like this. And I never knew I could feel like this.
It's the final opportunity, again, the final tournament before the World Championship, and we've still got 3 major regions to crown singles champions in, which means that it's going to be an exciting day. And then, of course, tomorrow we've got North America. But before that, how you feeling, Ajax?
I'm feeling good. You know, obviously sitting here in a different position compared to normal, covering for one Sparky who's not feeling so well. So I just want to give quick shout-outs, of course, to Sparky. Hope you're feeling good at home, man. We'll hope to see you again very soon.
I don't. I hope you get worse.
That is me being professional. I hope that you are currently just, like, crawling in your bed.
How's that
just
toilet feel?
That's what you get for eating that food. But anyways, so we got Autumn Championships, like you said, the final one before we get things going for BCX. A lot of people sending that that final push for a ranking for who are coming out for BCX, also just trying to get that last championship potentially under their belt for seasonals. And there's a lot of contenders who are going to be making a push towards that. And I you know, there's a couple names that even early on in the year, it's like, oh, wow, they've made some pretty big jumps. And there's definitely a few that I want to point out specifically. We're going to talk about the format, of course, before we get into all the people, before we break that down.
Before we get into the names and things like that, of course, we got to remind people of how today is going to work. It is, again, a singles day, which means that we're going to be kicking off with best of 5 double elimination. These players are all going to be competing for that $50,000 prize pool. And if that's really confusing, you're like, wow, words are weird. There's going to be a graphic that shows up. Wait, no, they were busy trying to line up this camera.
You are the graphic.
I locked that in so quick, they were not ready.
It was a perfect shot, too, because they got, like, Duke Pog out of that. It's just like...
but yeah, it's all about double elimination. Also, if you're watching over on twitch.tv, some nice things that you should know before we get into too much. Exclamation point bracket is always handy. There's that graphic that I was talking about, $50,000 prize pool, best of 5s. But, of course, you can type exclamation point bracket to see the bracket of today. And you can also check out the extensions, of course. There's the rewards extension and one other extension. Ajax, what's that other extension?
Yeah, some of you might have noticed yesterday during the bracket and while watching on stream that there is Odin's Journal, which you can use to go ahead and keep track of game stats for one, keep track of player stats, and also send in your own predictions. You could put up your top 3 predictions so we can have a now prediction leaderboard so we can keep track of the people who are like, yeah, I definitely called this, I definitely called that, and then you change it last second. That's us sometimes before things actually start. But you can't point it out because you don't have records. But now we have to. Now we have to commit.
I commit very early.
Yeah, you commit at like 3 a.m. the day before the rest of us even get a shot.
I'm usually the first person to lock in my predictions.
You're always the first person.
Yeah.
And when somebody else decides they're going to, you somehow like beat them by like 2 minutes beforehand. Yeah, Duke is always on it. But you could also go ahead and using that extension on the side of the stream, go to Odin's Journal so you can get yourself those so we could take a look at the leaderboard later to see who were the smart ones to pick that out throughout the day. And speaking of picking people out, of course, you have a lot of contenders, like we said, that are going to be making an attempt at the tournament today, who are going to be going to BCX, which you could go to bcx.live. Sign up now. Do not wait. If you've been waiting this long, the price is going to go up, of course, for hotels and all the trips. It's going to get more expensive, but it's going to be a great time. It's the first time we get to all come back together to one big land, have not only just a tournament, but artist alleys. You're going to be able to see everybody there. A lot of faces. It's been a little while for a lot of people. And, of course, just World Championships. Watching people put that trophy up in the air, showing that they're the best in the world. It's a different feeling that you don't want to miss.
I say it time and time again, but cheering alongside other people while watching good competition is always a great time. But on that note, it's time to find out who you should be cheering for today with the European region. Let's kick it off with none other than the current EU BCX champion, Swata.
Exactly. You cannot talk about BCX without bringing up Swata. This man was able to get that tournament run last time, but has had he's had consistency, but just outside of the top again. And a lot of that having to do with the rise of someone we'll be talking about later. But getting 3rd at Winners, 3rd at Almond, 2nd at Springs, but having a very uncharacteristic drop at 13th at Summers. It's not something we're used to seeing, only being on the podium most of the time. So going into this, I think that his consistency isn't going to let him fall here today. I think that he's going to be making sure that he has that final big push, for one, before BCX, especially as the reigning champ, but 2, because he's had too many good performances leading up to this beforehand that I don't think that we see another 13th happen.
Yeah, it's interesting about Swata specifically, and Sparky mentioned this last week in the double space, is that Swata will not be coming to Atlanta, Georgia for the World Championship this year. So in effect, this is kind of Swata's last real chance to show up this year. So to a degree, this is like his BCX. This is his final opportunity to show, you know what, I'm still one of the top dogs in the region. But kind of on that note of like falling off in Summer Championship, is this is a trend that we'll see. We're talking about this player and the next player is like the Bodvar mains. They've all kind of taken a hit. Hammer is not in the spot that it used to be, and you're seeing all the Bodvar mains kind of in this awkward spot right now.
I think most of them have kind of transitioned to Spear for the most part. We're seeing that with Java, of course, over on the North American side, and we're kind of seeing a little bit of that. But I think that going with things like Val and other very consistent, straightforward characters, not losing Sword has still been really strong. But like you said, not just with Swata in this position, but the follow-up person we're going to talk about next have been trying to find that new comfort zone to work for them. But that big #1 gold medal over there, like you said, Autumns, you don't want to go from winning BCX to falling far. You don't want to have that follow-up year saying, was that a fluke? Was that just a one-and-done deal? You can't even look at it that way either, because it's always been top 3 finishes. But still, you want to try and close it out strong before you go into the next year.
Absolutely, want that gold medal sandwich. But of course, we got to talk about the next person. We mentioned him a couple times. I think a lot of people who know the European region know this name. It's going to be none other than Simple.
Simple and clean is the biggest way we could possibly put this. I know that that's a pun we tend to use quite often, but it's as straightforward as you could get. Simple is the definition of consistency. However, this year, kind of the bridesmaid, never the bride. Whether it be 2nd or 9th, multiple times it went 2nd to 9th, just out of top 8 or just out of 1st. However, it had a really good run at Summers. So I feel like there's going to be a really good performance here again, because that was the recent peak of a 2nd place. But having also a really solid placing at Steel Series and BCX last year. So we're talking about Swata. The person who lost to Swata was Simple. So similar fashion, you started off the year so strong, you don't want to close out the year outside of that. But that's the on the graphic, we'll be seeing in a few. It's hard to look away from that. 11 second places. That's just that you always just there but never capitalizing, and I think that's why here at the end of the year he's going to do well.
Simple is such a fascinating player in terms of score lines, because like you said, always the bridesmaid, never the bride, and that's kind of just been true for him. Is like he's generally in contention for that top spot, whether it's Godly, whether it's Acno, whether it's Blue, he's competing. And then even like in the last World Championship where we were all together, he took 2nd place behind Sandstorm. So he's always in that 2nd place spot, and I want to see him get a gold medal. I don't think it's going to be here at Autumn Championship, but I think he has the best chance to do well out of the Europeans at BCX, just given how well he tends to do in these offline events. Even the mid-season invitational, he was the European who got the furthest.
Yeah, and that's like, again, another really good way to put Simple. When you look at him and you watch the performances, I feel like when he finally gets that dub, we're gonna see the greatest pop-off we've ever seen. That's the moments that you live for when you go to LANs, when you watch someone get that championship and you get the storm the stage, go cheer on somebody who finally got it. That has been looming, waiting for a while. It's not that he hasn't gotten them before. It's just that you want to see that big one again after having so many back-and-forth performances. But talking about midseason, of course, with EU representatives, there was another player who had an incredible run at midseason. We're talking about Machete.
Right. So was I wrong? Simple did the best in doubles, right? Someone's got a history check.
I think it was in doubles. Let me see here. So just I actually wrote it down. 9th place.
I said it,
so
and then I was like, wait, I think I was wrong.
It was 9th at midseason.
In singles.
In singles, yes.
Okay, but in doubles, I think you did pretty well. But either way, let's talk about Machete. Machete is another one of those Enigma players, because he falls under a lot of radars and then consistently top 3s. He does very well, and he's one of those players who, I have had to reframe my position on the European region and be like, yo, we should recognize that Machete is a strong 1v1er.
I actually am in a similar boat with that, because at the beginning of the year, Machete was somebody I always looked at. It's like, okay, that's a top 8 solid pick to make sure that he's going to make a run, but I never really was looking at the podium because of the way things were before. However, interesting thing of note, 5th at Springs into 4th at midseason as the last line of defense into 3rd at Summers. So it's been 1, 2, 3, all the way up each time. So does that mean he goes into second this time? Does that mean he gets first this time? It's been a consistent growth over these past 3 events, which is of late kind of hard to have happen in EU because of the, like you said, the rise of Godly, the change of pace that we've seen out of Acno. So things haven't been as set as in stone as we're used to seeing.
Yeah, there's definitely been a huge magnifying glass placed on like the top 2 spots, but Machete's been slipping under those radars and has definitely been improving. Those gold medals, he's of course earned them, but they've been it's been a bit since
it's been a little while.
Right? Like
yeah.
It's like those were a couple years ago. One thing that works really well for Machete is he's meta slave isn't exactly like the most polite term to say it, but he has a character pool where like whatever is popular right now, he can play and play really well.
We call that smart financial decisions.
Yeah.
That's what we call that out here, trying to make sure that you stay relevant and keeping up with the meta. Sometimes you just got to change things up, but he's always had really strong play, and I think Lance in a good spot right now, of course, always in a solid spot. But the follow-up off of that from Machete, going into the former holder of the throne, who had a very different placing at Summers, who has been trying to kind of almost re-find himself this year, which is very different from what we're used to seeing. Got to talk about Acno.
Yeah, Acno was the longest running European 2v2 champion alongside his teammate Blaze. He was doing amazing in 1v1s last year, and then kind of faltered in the World Championship. Definitely underperformed, and a lot of people were like, taken aback, but they're like, oh, you know what, maybe it's just one-off thing. And then this year, of course, like we mentioned, the rise of Godly. So Acno's been kind of in this awkward spot where he's like now consistently hitting that silver medal with all these different character picks, but he's still kind of having this problem where he's like not reaching the highs that he's so used to reaching.
Exactly. We're normally used to seeing him on that throne, but instead 3rd place at Springs, 4th at Summer Champs. That is not what we're used to seeing with Acno. There's basically, you'll never see a prediction graph in EU where somebody normally doesn't have Acno in at least 2nd or 1st place, waiting to see him rebound. And all those 1st places on that, those 11 gold medals, for good reason. Like you're saying, great performances. The dominant force, that was the 1-2 piece of Acno and Blaze at one point for 2v2s, which has also been shaken up of late. And now here, this year, very different story.
Yeah, has had a lot of trouble getting into those podium spots this year. Of course, still a historied player, one of the best in the region. It's just not landing for him right now in 1v1s.
Yeah. Now, that being said, still, though, being able to get 2 top 3 is still extremely difficult. Like, the fact that he's consistently making it there is one thing. But there is a name who has absolutely begun complete domination, complete control of EU, not dropping one single event this year. All 1st place.
I think he hasn't lost a set this year, from what I was told. He has straight up been winning. Yeah, so of course,
that's crazy.
He's winning the tournaments. He has only gotten gold medals this year, but he also has not been reset in grand finals. And so he has just been running through people. Absolutely dominant performance in summer championships and 1v1s. Hasn't had the same highs in 2v2s. But with the way that he is controlling the region, a lot of people are saying he is going to win BCX. Regardless of anything else, they're like, Godly is so stinking good, he's going to win it all.
Like we said, what's a king to a god? Formerly, the king was Acno, but right now, Godly taking complete control of EU, and I am kind of in that category of people where I'm thinking that Godly might be taking BCX. I mean, the story tells itself. Like you said, I didn't even realize he didn't drop a set. I just knew that he didn't drop a tournament, and we're talking all tournaments, not just the season. Those also took Omen, also took Steel Series. Everything has been Omen. Omen Oasis.
Oh, I was like, what is Almond?
Yeah, took the Almond Championships too.
I was like, these community tournaments got some weird names.
Well, actually, now I'm curious to see even if he's even dropped anything in community tournaments. Well, he's just been that untouchable force and doing it with multiple characters. Like, it's not just been like a one-trick pony type deal where he's just been, oh hey, Rayman's doing good. Oh hey, here's a Koji pickup. No, it's actually whatever he feels like. And when you have somebody who does that to you, who's impossible to edgeguard, who's impossible to knock out, in general, sometimes you feel like you have a lead. Oh hey, there's a 2-stock up, decent damage lead, and then you get knocked out in yellow because of his incredible edgeguard plays where he just pops off. And I think the biggest thing is his movement. That movement has carried him all 5 of those placements that he's had have been gold medals, Duke.
It's so drastic, and like I get it. The biggest number is 5, but like every tournament he has placed in, he's gotten into the top 32, and then has gotten into the top 8. And then has gotten into the gold medals. These 2 are zeros, and that's not because he's bad. It's because he's busy winning too much.
Yeah, literally, I mean, it's just only dubs. Like, that's it. That is a very difficult thing to shut down when somebody's playing that strong. And it gets to the point where you start questioning, is like, who's going to be one to take him out? I mean, we've had a couple times where a few of us have discussed, like, is this going to be the tournament Akno rebounds? Is this going to be the tournament where Akno takes it back? Is this going to be the one where Swata shows back up and has it? Nope.
Not yet.
Nope.
Not yet.
It's just not. It's not happening. Now, I think that a lot of people will have that strong performance going into BCX. People want to make sure that they're feeling comfortable going into it. Of course, I think Akno is going to rebound today, but it's just impossible to look away from Godly and not have that deadlock. I'm looking at that.
The clock has struck 0, so we got to get into the predictions now. Chat, we're going to give our predictions, but you can give your predictions. Ajax mentioned it earlier, of course, that if you're on twitch.tv/Brawlhalla, you can open up the extension. I believe it's called Odin's
Journal.
Or Odin's Journal, and then put in your predictions. It should be opening up soon. And then y'all, as a chat community, will be pit against us. And, of course, I think there's some like leaderboard system that's still a little bit in progress. And, of course, you also could tweet at us with that prediction. I think there's literally a button in the prediction system. #BHEsports on Twitter if you're confused, but it's time to get into predictions. I'm confusing. Do you want to go first, or do you want me to?
You set the tone first.
Okay.
You set the table.
My predictions for the European region. In third place, I'm going to keep it a stack. I kept it very simple. I think seeds were accurate. In third place, I put Machete again. I can't sleep on this 1v1 king. In second place, I put Akno. Again, I can't sleep on this 1v1 kinger who's been king longer. But in first place, it's the guy who literally, he is unlosable right now. He has straight up God status. It's the gold medalist Godly.
And I don't think that you going against, I think you following the grain of the seeds actually makes plenty of sense here today. I think it's an incredibly smart choice with the way people are performing. But I did go a little bit different. Just one, though. Just literally just one difference. In third place for me, I have Swata. I think that this is finally going to be that tournament. It's the final one for Swata going to this. But also, after the performances all year, not getting to that, like, repeating that success, I think that it's not going to happen again here. I think Swata's going to rebound and get up to third. That being said, the people who are going to stop Swata along the way, of course, second place goes to Akno. Even with Akno not getting, the top 3 finishes from in Summers, I still think that this is going to be the time where Akno follows up, gets second.
That prediction was so out of left field that it went into the middle of the field.
Yeah, no. There's no world where I'm putting Godly at third. Let's make that clear. I just noticed that. Yeah, of course, Swata in third place, then Akno in second, and of course, like you said, what's Kingdom of God? It's Godly in first. He hasn't dropped a single one. I don't think that's going to happen here again. I think Godly has a huge shot to win all of BCX. He's been that dominant force that has just been unstoppable right now.
Yeah, I mean, again, the competition today is, of course, going to be exciting. It's going to be interesting if Godly gets knocked down at all. But right now, my eyes are set on the World Championship, and I'm so much looking forward to seeing how Godly performs at the World Championship against everyone else, because we didn't get to see him in the midseason invitational. But one more reminder, you at home can see those, there's the predictions. Yo, if you're vote, we got Godly, Akno, Simple. Okay.
Okay.
There are a lot of Simple believers in chat.
Simple is somebody who I was, like, very hesitant on whether I wanted to put in third or not as well. But it's that second to ninth, and the last one was second. So it's like the trend has been kind of there, so it's hard for me to go in that route. But I don't disagree with chat for going that route.
I don't blame them. It's just, like you said, Simple's kind of like this weird thing where he could be playing out of his mind, or he could be struggling a little bit to get into the top 8. But we'll see who is the most accurate later on. But again, you can get your tickets and see it all live. BCX.live. Meet us in person. Watch Godly in person. It's going to be a great time. Any other things you want to say before we get into today?
Nope, not really. Best of luck to everybody for their, anybody who can't make it out to BCX. Best of luck to you in your final performances here in Autumn Championships. I hope to see a lot of great last runs. We saw that yesterday with SEA and OS, and I think that's going to continue here today.
Yep, it's going to be a fantastic weekend. We've, of course, kicking it off with Europe today, but we've got South America later and North America to tomorrow, and we have so much action. Again, the World Championship later in November. Stick around. We're going to go to a short little break, and when we come back, we'll be kicking off the Autumn Championship for the European region singles. You don't want to miss it.
Welcome to Brawlhalla.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to the EU Autumn Championship. I'm Taza. Ajax is coming straight from the pre-show to the desk to bring us into the beginning of this tournament here as we're getting into winners' quarters and beyond. Ajax, really excited to see how Europe is going to be shaping up in the last official tournament before BCX.
Bro, I'm like out of breath. I literally ran over from like the pre-show setup, bolted over here. It's like, oh, they're going already. And I'm super excited about it because we were just talking about that in pre-show. A lot of people who have had the back and forth year leading up to this moment, but it's autumns. It's the final trip before BCX. Or for some, it's that final tournament, which means you're going to put everything that you have on the table. There's going to be no like poor performances from people today, as we're seeing a bunch of the predictions going out right now. I like these ones right here that followed exactly mine. Shout outs to hey, that's Prey. Shout outs to everybody who is basically going off what I said, because that sounds like a great idea. We could all fall together. Also, if I'm wrong, so we go down together.
Yeah, I mean, I wasn't there to do the predictions, but I'm looking forward to a whole year godly sweep on the 1v1
I think that's
wins,
what's
right?
happening.
And some of the fun things that was looking at that board with the predictions is that there are players that are believing in Acno finally taking godly down here in 2022, but man, it would be such a phenomenal. I'm pretty sure it's a first occurrence in Brawl history to have that go through with EU. So that would be amazing to see Godly do that.
That's insane, like, to think about, because I remember at the beginning of the year when we were all looking at, the tournament runs, it's like, man, Godly, okay, showed up. This is kind of crazy. And, well, who's going to stop them after winners? And then it just never stopped. Well, we're going to take a look at the schedule for what we got coming up here to start off EU. We have one of the people I was looking at to take the whole thing, and of course I am also a Pavelski believer. However, it is his one time. We have to go against that, of course. We got Swata versus Pavelski to start things off, which I think is an incredible start. Then we got Sejaru, the Ninja 729. And then after that, a couple matches to be determined, because that will be moving into the next round of that, which a couple of them, I believe, actually might be determined off the matches we're going to see here right now.
I think the winner of the matchup before Heisen, I think Godly would be going up against Heisen if he wins that matchup against him. So that'll be fun to watch. But yeah, going into this, Swata versus Pavelski. Excited for this matchup. Pavelski has been a player that I believe has not been too affected by the changes over 2022. So interesting things is that Axe and Hammer, I feel like, are at their lowest performing points right now. They got a lot of balance adjustments, and now a lot of the players like Swata, who are doing really well on the weapon, have been looking towards other characters. But they've still been having a lot of success throughout the season. Yeah. So having this matchup going head-to-head, even though the PR is definitely in favor of Swata with that 3-10, I still expect this match to be very close.
Well, matchup experience is also, or at least matchup history, is also in favor of Swata by a 2-0 favor over Pavelski right now. But that being said, Pavelski is one of those people that you could have wins on him, and that might not even matter, because when you're off stage, Pavelski is a nightmare. If you have ever felt the need to avoid being placed onto Twitter highlight reels or YouTube content creation, But when you see Pavelski against you as an opponent, you should probably just, when you're off stage and you assume you might get that clip played on you, just go to the bottom. Because he's going out there to get it. And that's one of the scariest things about him is how excessively he pushes for those sometimes.
Conversely, if you have a 0-10 scoreline against Pavelski, I still think there's a chance Pavelski could lose. because of exactly what you just said, right?
Call it Pavelski moments. Somebody is going down off stage.
That's right.
Whether it is him or you is yet to be determined, but it's going to be an incredible one here. Swata, of course, being one of those people, like we said, switching up away from Bodvar, was one of the Bodvars that we looked at for a while, but being forced to change up a little bit, and when it comes to Pavelski, years, time over time, seeing Val, and I'm not surprised at all with Koji and Val to see things start off here on Demon Island.
Yeah, the only thing that I could that I expect Pavelski to do differently is if he brought it over to the Scythe, maybe on that Mordex. But opening up with the Val here, going up against Koji on Swata, Demon Island will be game number 1. And that down sig will catch Swata overreaching, and the dodge into the side light, getting so much extra damage after dodging that sider from Swata means that Pavelski takes the damage lead, and the ground pound keeps Swata in the air.
Yeah, Pavelski moments are already starting off, because you saw the way he pushed the advantage to try and keep that damage going was already in sweat beads, just trying to force Swata to not touch the ground. But right here, this is a great position as he catches Swata, slightly overextending. I don't even call that a bad play on Swata to go out there to try and get that dare. Pavelski saw through it, though. Like we said, you're off stage with him, you're likely to lose the stock.
Yeah, and the ground pounds from Pavelski so far were pretty interesting because he was using them in a way that he got the very edge of the ground pound, avoiding the sword recovery. Great D-like ground pound from Swata to even things up there. But we saw Pavelski use that spacing on the ground pound earlier on the left side of the stage when recovering, and then using it to secure the stock on the right. Now we are in an even stock scenario, and Swata with a sword. Nice dash jump, fast fall, nair. You got to pivot that correctly to be able to get the backswing. So, and he does it once again. Very hard to get that grounded, but Swata getting it so consistently.
He's doing very well on spacing and controlling center. That matters so much against someone like Pavelski because you force Pavelski to walk towards you, you keep that damage up. Just missing out on the jump, he had a good call on that D-light, but Pavelski looking through it, does not get that GC neutral light, and instead has been getting hit on a lot of whiffs. Just getting in space, Swata just spacing him out every time.
Oh, and look at that. Silent there. That's the second time Pavelski's got that. He's been so good at it. He's doing these dodges, waiting for Swata to go in. And even if he doesn't, he cancels it into the side light, scoops Swata up, and puts even more damage onto him. But Pavelski, still at a deficit, has to avoid getting caught by that D-light. And he does. Dashes in for the punish. Brings Swata off stage. And there's going to be a Pavelski side stick here. No! He waits. He dash jumps. And he delays the ground pound.
I like how he did that, too, because Swata went up to the corner, got wall touch, faded in, faded out. And he did that before, too, on the previous edge guard. So Pavelski's seeing a very similar pattern, saying, I get the feeling you're going to hover out there too long. Let me see if I can catch this, and he did.
Yeah, and I like that in both instances. Nice D-light recovery. Man, Swata, no matter how much Pavelski gets off of those offstage ground pounds, it's evened up with like single-digit numbers on damage taken on the way back. So keeping this really even. But yeah, Pavelski,
close as, you can kind of call between the two of them right now. That dare, however, put Pavelski in a very bad spot. Currently trying to find his way on. Luckily for him, Swata was a little bit too high, so he's able to sneak his way back on pretty free.
Yeah, that diagonal dodge actually got him to touch the wall, but still slide over the stage. Oh, the neutral signature trying to read a dodge upwards. Pavelski avoids it narrowly, but he's at a damage deficit once again. But the nair comes through, and that spot dodge doesn't lead to anything else but the side air.
Interesting fact, Koji GC neutral sigs off stage are like 0 for 5 for this weekend to start things off between SEA, OS, and now here in EU. So that actually needs to go up soon.
Oh, that is a low percent indeed. I mean, it's literally 0.
Batting average is 0. But when it hits, it's going to be like batting average of 2. But you got a home run, so you'll be all right. But that is a home run play right there. You're going to go ahead and catch him on the side light recovery and taking him out. Excuse me, side air recovery. But Pavelski was so on point with the gauntlets. I think that was actually the primary win condition for Pavelski throughout that match. The ground pound for one, but like you were saying
as you were saying, it happened in the replay, right? And so another interesting thing, you were talking about gauntlets. That's a 404 on the damage for gauntlets compared to the 90 on sword. So definitely the highlight there. There's the double side light into recovery. And an interesting note there is before we get into game 2, Pavelski had less damage on the win. Swata was constantly taking a damage lead over Pavelski on every single stock, but Pavelski was able to secure those stocks when he got those dodge reads, whether it be off stage with the ground pounds or on stage with the double side light. So let's see if Swata can avoid getting capitalized on by those options here, because from what I'm seeing, Swata is just winning neutral neutral against Pavelski more often. Pavelski's just getting those game-winning knockouts.
Like we said, off-stage gameplay is the name of the game for Pavelski. When you're off-stage with them, high likelihood you're not making it back, and that's exactly what happened in the first game. And already started things off here. Swata in a very similar position, had about 5 hits off of advantage to start it off, has barely given up much since. But when Pavelski gets in with the gauntlets, it's been a problem. Seems like Swata had a better answer, at least to start that time for the gauntlets.
Ooh, side light punished by Swata. Love the downer afterwards to bounce him up. The recovery doesn't hit, and Pavelski fights back. But no weapon switch so far means that I put the advantage in Swata's favor here. But let's see if Swata can secure this knockout. Every time he goes for that, Pavelski's been waiting for it. We've got Pavelski in deep in red. A D-Light recovery will definitely knock out, but that's like one of the main things Pavelski's looking for. Yep. He puts up the down light, Pavelski dashes in, gets the punish, and then what do you know? Pavelski's got the stock lead. That D-Light, came so close to catching Swata. It doesn't. Swata gets the recovery, great punish, and Swata takes the lead in game 2.
Was able to answer back, though. Like you said, he's been dipping around Swata, going for the knockout confirms. And that
happen again.
So, yeah, look, see, 3 times, but that time, Swata being careful about it, and Pavelski knowing, look, I went off stage for you twice, which means you're probably going to come on. Covering him with the sword neutral sig was really smart in that position instead after he saw those exclamation points go up.
I mean, the pressure is so high there for Swata because Swata's, I know that all of his attention is on avoiding getting ground pounded. And when you put that much attention to it, next thing you know, you're about to slip off the wall. Pavelski gets the neutral sig as he recovers high, and that conditioning off stage is already paying off as we're going into the second stock. Game 2, dead even game.
Extremely close right now. Like you said, dead even. These satellites are starting to connect very well for Pavelski. He's missing out on the nairs, but it doesn't matter. Gets about the D-Light recovery in the skies, though. That was like a Pavelski play, but off stage. Instead, it was up in the skies. Going really deep for that, but that was an amazing whip punish for Swata.
And Swata is just, this is where he's absolutely going to shine here because when he's got his opponent at 0, I feel like, well, it's almost guaranteed you're going to get him to red at this point. His ability to combo off of neutral wins is so fantastic on the bow. Look at that, neutral light sliding forward, tries to catch the landing with a down light. Pavelski dodges out of the way, and he gets caught by that neutral light. And but Pavelski slide charge pivots neutral signature. Great idea, Swata ready for it, and Swata trying to get Pavelski a taste of his own medicine again. Avoids it, but this 2-stock is almost inevitable at this point.
Yeah, we're pretty much sitting in that territory. Neutralize going to send him back off stage. Weapon toss down, covering him with the... Oh, no, he did just dip, but it didn't matter, though. You had to dip underneath. You cannot afford to get hit by the D-Light ground pound, and Pavelski could not sneak his way back towards the ledge. So that was an amazing answer back from Swata.
Yeah, the damage dealt very highly in favor of Swata this time, and what I liked about that downlight positioning that forced Pavelski's hand is that he pivoted it so that he slid towards the stage.
3, 2.
I'm looking at the graph here on the
with that D-Light recovery?
Well. That D-Light recovery was such a low amount that he got knocked out at compared to how long Pavelski held on to the stock for the first and the third
Considering
one.
this is Demon Island, I thought he would have needed another sword nair to take him off the top, but he had just enough oomph on that to be able to get the knockout. And Pavelski once again punished for one of those fully charged neutral signatures. Swata starts this game 3 with a solid lead. Let's see who takes the first stock, though, because every time this has happened, Pavelski's managed to fight back, but that's going to be Pavelski's stock. I mean, does he have the dodge? Oh, he does!
Wow.
Okay. I was so convinced that Swata was going to be able to finish that off, but a great nair from Pavelski proves me wrong.
I didn't think he was going to make it back to that point either. I thought the weapon toss was lined up like on point to just close it out there. But this, like you said, this is started off this way every time. Not going to be able to take it off just yet. But even so, Swata always puts on the damage first, controls the lead, and then can't find a knockout right away. And Pavelski claws his way back in, evening things up. So even if he does fall right here, he's trying to play around D-Light really well. He finally got caught, but he was doing all of the positioning he could to play around D-Light.
Yeah, that was basically watching a survival game right there. Unarmed, just dashing back and forth. Like,
Survivor Season 7, Pavelski on Demon Island.
Versus Swata with a blade, right? Here he is, though. Game 3, 2 stocks to 3. Oh, man. This is the first time Swata has taken the first stock and really run away with it. If he could get another hit in here, that'd be huge. Pavelski's trying to get the double side light recoveries. The double side light doesn't come out, but Swata recovers so high that Pavelski chases him down anyways. And that
minimize the damage compared to normal too, Kaza. Every time we've seen like once Swata gets advantage, it's usually like 6 hits. It's actually been kind of nuts. The now Sweat Beads gonna read the landing up, D-Light Stare.
He hasn't touched the ground. He has a dodge. Okay, that was close. That was terrifying. I know Pavelski was staying airborne for a very long time there. Side air. Swata did a good job babysitting off the side of the stage that time, but no dodges through. Nothing with the gauntlet so far, Ajax. They looked so good in game number 1, but no matter what weapon Pavelski's been on, Swata has been stuffing him out with the sword, and now with the bow picked up. Oh, this is a reversal.
That was exactly what Pavelski wanted. That was a Pavelski play, if we ever seen one that was lining up. D-Light side air is going to take it out, though. Swata he's playing so similar in style to Simple. Like, I'm not seeing him go for overextension. Swata has, we've always known how amazing his gameplay was with Hammer, but obviously with the changes, it's been a little bit different. I'm seeing similarities to that with the bow, but it's not leading to the same knockouts. However, Pavelski,
that's it.
Pavelski, that was the best thing you could have asked for to get yourself back in the game.
Use the gauntlets to dribble him right across the side of the stage. Use the weapon throw for the stuff recovery, and it's an even game, and he needed it because it was looking bad for Pavelski. But yeah, you got to be careful though. When you said that, Ajax, even though I agree with you, it's like the Swata Simple rivalry of them both being the both bars. I mean, you got like when you say that, I'm like, oh.
Yeah, well, I mean, hey, look, but both like they're not playing both.
I know,
now,
that's right.
So I'll go compare them until they start playing them again. But
back to this game though, Pavelski bringing it back really well, and that side light being avoided, but that 0 for 6.
0 for 7. 0 for 7.
I didn't miss one.
There was one that happened before. I was keeping track.
Okay, good.
So far, okay, 0 for 8.
We're going for double digits in this set. Oh, can Pavelski get the weapon throw? Swata didn't touch the ground until that last second against the D-Light Sider, and he's guarding Pavelski. Can he make it back? That diagonal dodge has been wonders for Pavelski on this stage. It's so hard to recover on Demon Island against a player like Swata. Pavelski, damage deficit, dribbles, but doesn't get hit with the D-Light.
That was so close to catching the GC D-Light recovery. That would have sent this to game number 4 with a 2-1 favor on Swata. Now things are still pretty close. Switching it up to the bow, trying to sneak his way through.
They're exchanging D-Lights and they just keep whipping.
It looks like Swata's like trying to read a jump on Pavelski. That's so neutral sync, just missed.
Pavelski was trying to get that jump on Swata, and they're both narrowly avoiding each other. And they're playing it so much like it's a best of 3. It's a best of 5, but I feel like this win decides. Is that
it? There it is. He's going to catch him off the top. Being in the air specifically allowed that. I think if it was on the ground, he might have just survived that D-Light recovery. It would have been just close to range. But look at the damage numbers. They're still heavily in favor of Swata, but Pavelski is so good at answering back. It was a big part of that came from that edge guard that he had before, like you said, with that dribble off the side of the stage to keep himself in. That is the scariest thing about fighting Pavelski. Your damage numbers don't matter. He still keeps himself in it.
It's pretty amusing that the games are getting closer and closer, but Swata's like incrementing 100 damage every single time. Pavelski's got him off stage, down 6, sure, can barely whiffs. But this is a good start for him so far. Nair, recovery, punished by Sair, but Swata hits him right off the side of the stage again, and both players now dodging around each other, looking for these neutral wins, and it's getting to the point, Ajax, where it feels like it's going to be one hit in exchange for one hit with how well these players are playing against each other.
You said it perfectly. They are playing Nooch right now. They are. There's a lot of whiffs on dares I'm seeing on Pavelski, but he's still trying to find that big combo starter, and Swata's playing just around it.
Oh, he got it! He gets that dash jump, ground pound. Swata can't make it back to the stage, and just like in game 1, which is the only one Pavelski's won so far, he manages to find that ground pound. He's doing these dash jump, slightly delayed sword ground pounds to be able to get him off the right side of the stage, and he has been finding those so well. Now he's in the lead, 3-2, goes in for those side lights, falls down with the neutral light, good positioning there to be able to get him off the right side, and now we're
0 for 9.
Okay,
0 for 9.
As long as we got the counter going.
Look, I mean, for Swata, it's 0 for 4, but for in general, it's like 0 for 9 right now.
We probably should be. We probably should say 0 for 4. Oh, the neutral sync is a spike, and he chase dodges down diagonally. Weapon throw into the pickup recovery. Side light, double side light doesn't hit it, but the nairs are missing from Swata, and the Pavelski's putting on so much pressure that Swata can't even take a stock.
Yeah, he's looking for it right now. Neutral is going to send him off stage. Weapon toss down. He's not able to control. Oh, he didn't get the touch. All right, well. That worked out for Swata because he wasn't able to get the straight-up knockout off of it, but Pavelski, I think he was expecting him maybe to go for a dare or something and just played too heavily around it.
Yeah, that Demon Island wall has caused so many stocks to fall. Pavelski, luckily, was on a fresh one when it happened, right? So D-Light recovery from Swata comes through, although this stock, which was fresh a few seconds ago, is already looking close to orange. Pavelski goes up for the sidelight, double sidelight, no recovery afterwards. Really going for that dodge read, and the pummel will send Swata flying. Don't know how damaged the sword is, but I have a feeling it's going to be sent out of Swata's hand soon if he doesn't switch. Nice dodge. D-Light recovery gets him towards the top, but that's not going to be enough force to get that knockout just yet, but that definitely will have it. Pavelski up 2-1.
Straight up recovery, just catching him on the jump. He's been really good at conditioning Swata into playing on those jumps. Most of his damage has been from air-to-air game, but finally, Pavelski's starting to get something started again with these gauntlets. He was kind of lackluster before, not getting able to find it. Again, I'm not even going to point it out at this point.
It's fun, though.
Okay, so 0 for 10. 0 for 10 for the weekend.
All right. At that point, we can just stop. All right, back to the match, because this is close to being to a Game 5 scenario. That's 2 end lights. Pavelski getting Swata on the way back, trying to get that wake-up attack and not letting him have it. Neutrals comes through. Pavelski's chase dodging him all the way out there. He wants to get this with that 2 stock. Dodges the weapon throw, tries to D-Light him through it, but the weapon goes over to Swata. It's going to take more than a D-Light recovery to bring this one back.
Yeah, well, that's going to be the first mark that he needed. Going to get that. He needs a very similar stock to what he's had to start off each game. He puts Pavelski in the red, borderline unchecked to start off rounds. He's not going to be able to do that here in game number 4 because Pavelski is going to make it so that we get a game number 5 already to start things off here.
And it's going to be Demon Island all the way through. Pavelski takes his first damage lead of the set.
Yep.
And that is really huge. Sword had a little bit more showcasing there, but as we were talking about since game 1, gauntlets are the name of the game. 354 damage there. We see that recovery towards the top. And all 5 games here played on Demon Island.
And out of the 4 signatures tossed, 50% connected. That is huge because that is you finding your KO marks. And that is also controlling Swata's jump game because that's a majority of what he's looking for, those sword neutral sticks, and they're finding their mark. So if he can replicate that here again, it might be Pavelski possibly taking it over Swata.
And this would be a pretty huge upset. I believe you said it was a 2-0 history for Swata.
Yeah, 2-0 in favor for Swata currently. And not to mention, Swata is, I believe, I want to say the 10th seed of the bracket compared to Swata being...
Oh, Pavelski's Pavelski's PR10 versus Swata's 3, and look at that. Gets that knockout. First strike goes over Pavelski. 2 more stocks, and Pavelski getting the winner's quarters over Swata here in the Autumn Championship. Sidelights through, has those gauntlets. He loves using that down stick on Demon Island. It hasn't been hitting Swata yet, but it's been forcing him to recover high. Be wary of that option, and that dash jump pivot. Sair catches Swata on the ground as Pavelski tries to take an even bigger damage lead. If he can do that, I mean, this is the best Pavelski's played all set. Usually when Pavelski takes a stock, Swata answers right back, and we're back to 2-2.
You know, normally, every event, I'm a Pavelski believer, and I have him in my top 3. And the one time I don't have him in my top 3, this is where he does. So apparently it was my fault. And
it's actually 7 for Swata.
Yeah, it's 0 for 7 on Swata. And that recovery almost making it that much closer to Pavelski taking it out. That will not be enough to take it off the top. But Swata needs to find an answer fast if he wants to keep himself in this. He's going to miss around that. Pavelski's doing really good at avoiding a lot of these GCD lights now, and he's going to avoid that.
Oh, yeah, that's the first down stick Swata's put out. Neutral light pummels Swata, and Swata didn't touch the ground. Okay, voids the sidelight, Nair catches him. He could get a neutral light off the top there. I mean, that's possible if Swata's able to snipe him, but the weapon throw comes down, does not hit him, so he doesn't get it back. And Pavelski catching the landings with the neutral lights over and over again. Is it going to be neutral stick? No need. Reads the spot dodge, gets that D-light recovery. Pavelski up 3 stocks to 1, Ajax.
Pavelski has completely shifted the entirety of the game. To start things off, everything was Swata having the dominant favor until Pavelski got his back in. Now Pavelski has been playing with the lead permanently. Fading away, controlling center. There's not really a lot of reason to engage with that because every one of those side airs, neutral lights and such at center, I'm not going to knock out. That will take it out though. He gets the D-light ground pound.
That was dangerous though. Swata put everything on the line there to go for that D-light ground pound, and I saw the Nair animation. I was like, oh no, Swata going down. Pavelski neutral light side lights, gets that damage lead. Ground pound, no. Down air, went for that instead, and the recovery catches it. Takes priority. But a side air, side light means that Swata takes even more damage, and while he's answering back, he still has 2 stocks through Pavelski to chew through. But the Nair hits, Swata's getting the wins without taking damage. Another Nair, that neutral stick. Okay, Okay, that's 9. So that's 10.
He individually has brought it for 0 for ton. So we'll be looking back at that possibly as something that might have cost him.
How amazing would it be? He needs to take this stock and then end the set with the first hit neutral sig of the weekend.
You know that's going to be it, right? You know that would be absolutely the play that happens. But that's going to be a very tall task to ask for right now as Pavelski is holding this lead, but he has himself in a bad position. Weapon is going to get picked up. Now he has access to
recovery would take it. Okay, Ajax is 1 stock to 1.
Tasa, we got a game.
I want that neutral sig to finish off the set for the 3-2, but Pavelski, it's so hard for me because let's just see how it plays out. Pavelski definitely had a huge lead here, but Swata gets 1 hit. 2 D-Light, down air, side air.
He's getting the strings lined up here, Tasa. Pavelski dodging past that. Pavelski just trying to play around it. He's holding center. I like the reset back to center stage, but the weapon toss now gives him a slight advantage.
Okay, Pavelski has the weapon starve here, and he's looking for these pickup recoveries, not even off the down, like the neutral sig whiff. Side air hit. Swata can only take 1 more of those, has to make it back to the stage. Pavelski spot dodges, and the fear of punishment makes Swata not even come close to the side of the stage as Pavelski secures game number 5, gets that win over Swata, and moves on to winner's quarters. What a set to start off the tournament, Ajax.
Last year's BCX champ finding himself in a bad position already in elimination. Going down at the start of top 32 is going to have a long way to crawl back up to get himself into a potential podium finish, which after what just happened with Pavelski, that is going to be a very difficult thing to deal with. That is some of the best play out of Pavelski we've seen in a bit. Like, we'll see it in moments, individual rounds, but it replicated its success through those last few games. And even though Swata made it very competitive at the end, it was looking pretty impossible to take him out.
Yeah, it was surprising to me because the way that the match was going, I was willing to say that, okay, game 1, Pavelski, you got that win, but Swata has a pretty good idea of how to play against you because the damage was solidly in his lead, and then games 2 and 3, that's how it developed. But something happened in game number 4. Pavelski figured something out. And maybe it wasn't even game number 4. Maybe it was game 3 with that dribble knockout that he did with the gauntlets that really gave him that momentum, and then Swata was never able to take it back. Whatever the case is, Pavelski's moving on through the winner's bracket, and Swata goes down to the elimination bracket. And Ajax, you're pointing at something.
I had to look over at the bracket because I was curious. I thought I saw this potential matchup happening earlier, and now it's Pavelski who not only stops that matchup, but also gets to potentially play the former Bodvar Slayers, because it was originally going to be Swata going into Simple, where the two of them were going to go at it post not playing Bodvar, and now it's going to be Pavelski taking on Swata. So is Pavelski going to knock out both of the former Bodvars?
Yeah, both Swata and Simple. I mean, Simple is a much tougher task for Pavelski, but it's definitely something that he has on the table. I mean, we have to see how that plays out, because so far, if you ask me, I wasn't really expecting Pavelski to take that set over Swata.
I would hope, because I'm a big fan of Pavelski, but like also at the same time, I didn't see that happening. So like, well,
we're moving forward to the bracket. What's the next matchup that we got
Welcome to
coming
Autumn Champs, everyone. This has kind of been actually a theme of the year. And the next match we got is Seijaru versus the Ninja 729.
Okay, great. So Ninja 729 still repping Cannon, unless he's playing Jala, in which case everybody's heard
him hovering over Sidra.
Yeah,
so
they've heard my theory a million times. If he doesn't have a cannon, he's got the fire extinguisher skin for the sword, so that it looks like a cannon.
That's true. You actually started that with me. I remember that.
I did. I was supposed to ask him at MSI, and it just completely slipped my mind. I was so busy there, but I will find out eventually. Ninja, if you're hearing this, confirm that or deny it.
I'm fairly certain that he still used that.
And then Seijaru, a player that really came out onto his own this year, doing well in the crew battle tournament of all things. And then ever since then, he's just been placing in these top 16s very consistently. I'm excited to see what he's playing here. I know in the past he's definitely focused a lot on the bow, playing characters like Koji, but I'm seeing currently a hover over the Diana to go up against the Ninja 729 Sidra, and that would be very exciting indeed, because as far as weapons go in Europe, Blasters is probably one of the lowest representations.
Yeah, and also, interestingly enough, you know, there's been a rise of Kaya of lately, but also I've seen more Dianas have been showing up of late, which kind of threw me for a loop, because I saw everybody kind of leading away from that. Some people picking up Barraza along the way after going for Blasters. A whole lot of cross. But Diana has been sneaking her way into it too, and I'm curious to see the interesting one.
To put Blasters down, I will say the cross pickup was for the gauntlets, and the Diana pickup is probably for the bow.
Yeah, you're right.
And it's just like, well, this is the weapon they happen to have. But we'll see how this plays out here, because we definitely can say Pavelski was picking Val for the gauntlets, but here, the Ninja 729 is a true Sidra main. So let's see how Seijaru's Diana shapes up on Apocalypse here against the Ninja 729. As he picks up the cannon and looks to get some strings started, but Seijaro's not letting him have it as that ground pound whiffs. Down air, double down air, doesn't hit, but Seijaro uses that dodge. Ground pound bounces him off the stage, and he's still sweating, and finally manages to stop the pressure.
Welcome to the world of Cannon. Every time you get hit, you feel like you might lose that stock, and that's pretty much what the Ninja does to you. The coverage at ledge is so scary to sneak by. It's going to mine its way back in. It's going to go ahead and get access to those blasters, and the GCD light is going to send him away, but good low recovery to avoid the side air.
Ooh, and he waited out that landing. That was so great. The patience from the Ninja 729 to wait out the entirety of the blaster's recovery, and then the falling afterwards so that the side light would hit, fall down, and then get that side air. Seijaru trying to even things up with a down sig there. That's
it's so scary. Like, it just that in and of itself forces you to go low, and you have to like respect that. But that recovery is gonna miss.
That I didn't think he could actually Sair that quickly after trying to get because he had no jumps left. The down air hits. He Sairs back to the stage. He's still comboing Seijaru. Gravity cancel down sig doesn't hit Seijaru on the D-light. Oh, he doesn't get the dashed up recovery. That would have been the knockup that he needed, and now the Ninja 729 is looking for even more extra credit.
The fear that you have to like deal with. Whoa, that's gonna close it out right there. Weapon Toss forced him to go low. He just went prior for a side air off stage, so you're scared of going high anyways. Then he weapon tosses up, you're forced to go low. Guaranteed lineup for the Ninja as long as he didn't miss that D-light.
Oh, and the gravity cancel neutral sig, the staple of Ninja 729's play, finally punished by Seijaru there. Gets the D-light, gets the recovery, takes him off the top right, but that is a huge lead to come back from here. We see Seijaru opening up the blasters, gets a nice X pivot nair, goes for a second one, and that one's punished. And Ninja 729, so good with these strings. He's doing these things with these side airs where when the string is no longer, like, when the combo's no longer true, he's side airing in a way where it's like, well, this could hit him, and if it doesn't hit him, I'm repositioned to start another one. Yep. And that's how he's been playing the weapon so far, and it's been fantastic to see.
Both of these players, staples of the top 32 range, of course, in EU. 17th for Seijaru and 13th at Summer. So both of them making a little way towards the top, but they kind of falling in a ways. But they also have huge plays. So I think even with the Ninja's game right now, with how well he's been controlling, I don't think I see Seijaru not bouncing back in the second game.
Yeah, hopefully that's the case, because so far, I mean, fighting the Ninja 729 in brackets is always a pretty tough thing. Oh, nice recovery there towards the end. I thought he was going to get the D-light recovery there. Neutral stick comes through, side air hits. Can he get this edge guard here to close out game number one? There it is. Grabs him with the crack and sends him off the right side of the stage. Yeah, so when it comes to in Brawlhalla, I feel like this is less of a case, but in a lot of different games with different character matchups, sometimes there's just a case where people could talk about, did I get a good bracket or a bad bracket? And by that I mean there are some matchups that you may be more ready for than others. And I think any time that a player on their bracket run runs into the Ninja 729, they go, crap. Because it's like, you don't really have a canon bracket. You have, well, is this canon guy in the way?
There's, the best way I could put it for fighting the Ninja is anti-air the minigame. Because you can't jump. You're like 14 signatures were thrown out, only 7% hit, but it doesn't matter because of those. You're staring at that neutral sig, that D sig, and you're like, I can't approach that because that's a giant cannonball. That is a giant like tentacle that I'm staring at. That's gonna rip me out of the skies, and I can't do anything about it. And then when you get hit finally by a side air in the air, you're potentially going to lose your stock. Yeah,
because Ninja 729 is going to carry you all the way off stage, sometimes back onto stage again before going off stage again for those knockouts. Down air dodge out of the way that time. Seijaru now switched over onto that Val. So bow tossed to the side. It's gauntlets and sword going into game number two. As we're over here on the small fortress of Lions, and those neutral sigs are coming through. And like you said, when it comes to the Ninja 729, signature accuracy is not a statistic worth mentioning because it's absolutely a mobility and a stage control playstyle coming out from the Ninja 729.
One thing I do like out of this Val swap is that A, for one, you get to actually box in closer without trying to outspace him. Two, using that right there, using that at the ledge whenever you see those GCD6 come out of the Ninja where he's trying to just hide, you can answer back by throwing one down at him. So that's going to make it not as easy as he tries to rip him off stage with the GC neutral sig. The Ninja is going to go ahead and get that wall touch, though, using that mobility.
Oh, and he avoids that down sig there. The neutral sig hits once again. He got that knockout in the final stock of the last game. Whoa! The neutral sig comes through. The neutral light covers underneath it. Seijaru had nowhere to go, and with wall slip coming so soon, he had to try to get back to the stage, and he gets knocked out to the right side of the stage, and that's going to be a lead.
so much space covered by that. No reason for the Ninja to ever have to ever extend off stage there either. He has complete stage control in that position. Up toss down, he's going to sneak his way back on, of course, getting himself back in. Sejaru is at D-Light recovery range to take out the Ninja, but the Ninja's playing really well around it right now.
Yeah, another cannon picked up. Nice sidelight, gets the down air. Sidelight, Sair, weapon throw, barely dodged. If not, that would have been the stock. The ground pound hits at Sejaru. Double ground pound and unarmed, could not make it back, and he was sweating that entire time through. The second ground pound was just to secure the knockout, but that was beautiful.
You said it before this second round started. When you see the Ninja in your bracket path, you go, oh crap. Because of plays like that. Covering the dodge right there. Again, he's getting cannon fired. He's almost catches him. Ground pound does finally make him pay for going off stage, but he has such a big hill to climb.
Yeah. Yeah, this cannon's doing wonders. And Sejaru, even with the complete switch up with the weapons and playstyle, while he had a really strong first stock, it's that second stock that the Ninja 729 really explodes on, because he just takes that stock, regardless of what damage that you're at, gets those knockouts off the bottom of the side of the stage, and now we're 2 stocks to 1 again with a huge lead.
Exactly. You're in orange. Oh yeah, that's knockout range. Absolutely. That's the scariest thing about fighting him. And Sejaru trying to find something to get going here, looking for side light, cannot find it, goes in back again with the sider, and none of these finding the mark. GCD light also missing. Everything for a combo starter for Sejaru is missing, and the Ninja is playing. It looks like he's playing with no fear at all.
Oh,
he's playing with no fear at all. Nothing is scaring
copy. Game 2 finish from game number 1, right? Gets him right above his head, grabs with the tentacle, sends him up the right side of the stage, doubles the damage. An average damage per engagement of 49. We were seeing numbers like 30 in the previous on stream. So Ninja 729 really taking those neutral wins to the end. And look at that. What an amazing finish there. The damage over time. Wait, I had no idea. So that's like a 0 to death, right?
Basically.
That's how that happened?
Pointing out, that was a big number you pointed out, by the way, with the 31 compared to 49 damage per engagement.
Yeah.
How do you get back into the game with something like that?
Yeah, you're taking twice as much damage every time you get hit. Yeah, that is just how it works. But this is one way. If you ground pound a ton.
Oh, God. Oh, God. Oh, God. Oh, no.
Sejaru. He had something really good at the start there, and now that's got to be soul crushing to be able to have that turned around on you, get the ground pound, nair towards the bottom of the stage, and not be able to touch it. On Miami Dome, you got that pillar underneath the stage. You can't cross over to the other side and hope to touch the wall. You either get back up or you go down, and Sejaru went down. But he's even things up. Well, sidelight nair, down air, weapon throw at the very edge here. No, he tries to slam to the stage instead.
I was ready to laugh comically as you said, even things up, and then he almost got knocked out by a cannon cider string.
And White, yeah. Oh, the anchor.
Oh,
he the double anchor
he might
here.
close it out right here. Down air.
Of course he goes for it. And Sejaru, in an effort to avoid it, just circles right back down to the bottom of the stage. It's been now 1 minute. And it's 3 stocks to 1.
The Ninja 729 has taken over the highlight stream portion of the dev stream by himself.
Yeah.
This has been a very dominant effort so far to start things off here. Sejaru cannot get an answer. Every time he's had him off stage, he has been paid for it with his own stock.
The down air was so great there. Sejaru does get the side air. Takes it to a 2-1 scoreline. But the Ninja 729 is just like, every time I feel like I've seen something new, and then I go, all right. Now we've seen everything from him. That's not the case. He's really just showing his cards as he needs to. And there's probably plenty more in store.
I think we could have had such a different story, too, if Sejaru actually got
the knockout
edge guard at the start.
Right, yeah.
That was what you needed to get back into it. And now we're looking at what is probably going to be a 3-0 in favor of the Ninja. Reading him going high, does not get the hit. But at this point, Sejaru has to play absolutely perfect, which he did get 3 in a row, but you have a lot of work to do.
Ooh, down light doesn't hit. Nair trying to catch him there on the bottom. Nice weapon throw. Neutral stick, that one just hits. Just trying to blast the jar off the right side of the stage. I mean, we're almost ready for that sword neutral stick, Ajax. I think you got to switch weapons here.
Yeah, like you said.
We haven't ended a game yet without it.
Every movie has been the same ending. You have to shut it down with that sword neutral stick at the end. Sejaru tried. Yeah.
It was so close. Ninja, no! It's too late now. You lose the game now. Oh, wait. Can he touch it? He does touch. The anchor comes through. Sejaru not ready to punish that. Makes it back to the stage. Oh, he's looking for it.
3, 2. I was so close to the countdown.
Okay. Listen, Ninja 729, do not bet the entire game on that neutral stick. It was fun for a while, but with 2 whiffs, it's just time for the deal of recovery.
We're going to see him get the cannon and instantly weapon toss it so he can get to the sword.
It is hilariously, as far as the stocks go, the closest game so far.
That's true, actually. Considering how things started off and how things have ended, gotten to this point, it has definitely been much closer. And if Seijaru can take advantage of the Ninja looking for like a big play, he can actually crawl his way back in, which he's slowly doing, and that has now come to a close because the Ninja has closed it out with a 3-0 victory here against Seijaru.
I mean, he was trying to think of a wackier way to end that stock. The splash damage of a landing cannon ground pound. Oh, we get that ground pound there.
He took 487.
We get the anchor here where he does actually, so you could slightly charge gravity cancel signatures here, and he takes that charge as far as he possibly can here. We're going to see in the replay. Yeah, you could even hear the charging sound, and because of that, Seijaru had to dodge so far to the left, he couldn't even make it back. That was an awesome edge guard. We're going to see this. It's the splash damage from the landing. He lands on the ground with the cannon ground pound. That's why he went in that weird direction, which is like, I've never seen a stock end like that, but hey, cannon.
We go down together here. But like you said, cannon players are so ridiculous to deal with because of the fact that you're always in fear of potentially losing your stock. There was multiple times where even in the white, you get hit by one-sider, it's like, all right, now, yay, I'm in a guessing game. And that's what the Ninja kind of put him in a majority of the time. The few times where Seijaru did have a good edge guard, it got reverse Taza, and it's really mentally difficult to rebound from when your previous game was 49 to 31 damage engagement, and then you had the lead, and you lost it off of your play because of the Ninja getting the reversal.
Yeah, that's tough, especially with how the matches have been going so far because they were all 2 stock to 1 leads in the first place. Ninja 729, great performance. Seijaru going down the elimination bracket, Ninja going into the winner's quarters side of things. And we're now ready to go through the winner's quarters finals, and we're starting with a really heavy match. It's Godly versus Heisen.
I am super looking forward to this one. Now, Heisen is one that we didn't bring up pre-show, of course, but always somebody you have to worry about. Now, that being said, it is against Godly, who the person is, that's who everybody must worry about right now. But Godly being on that undefeated streak, you get to the end of the year, and sometimes the pressure can affect people, and it makes you.
No,
let me try.
I know.
I'm trying.
You're going on a storyline here, and I'm just going to be like,
sometimes the pressure can affect people, and
listen.
it makes you, like, hey, I want to close out every tournament and finish things up.
All right.
But not Godly. That's where I was heading. That's where I was heading into. Because like we said before, Godly with 5 placements, all of them being gold medals every event, Winters, Ultimate Oasis, Steel Series, Springs, and Summers, and it's possibly going to happen here.
It's fun to shape up the results of both these competitors here because on one end, they both have the same amount of medals, right?
But same amount of money earned.
Heisen has like, what was that, 26 top 16s or whatever, and then Godly is like 5 across the board. If Godly entered the tournament, he won the tournament. I've never really seen anything like this in Brawlhalla before. It's really fun to be like completely, I can't even call it biased. I'm really just telling you guys the truth. I don't.
For the few believers in chat.
Yeah, what's that?
I appreciate you.
What was I didn't catch.
It was like 11%.
11% really high.
I don't know if that's what it said at the end.
You
that's
are
a lot
amazing
higher
at
than
Brawlhalla.
normal.
It's just when it comes to Godly streak, all right, you're fighting against prophecy at this point, all right? I'd love to see it be shattered here. And maybe we're on our way here. We've got Val versus Akuma here on Apocalypse, game number 1, sword v sword. And Godly is at a damage deficit here going into the beginning of this game, but that D-Light Sider puts him off the side of the stage, and Godly takes over control of center stage. No, they're still fighting for it.
I said one of the most difficult things about fighting Godly is that even when you get a lead, even when you get a stock lead, it somehow doesn't matter because he just has these insane capability of refusing to get hit when it comes to the end. So that lead must be built massively. You need a 2-stock lead on him just to fight for a potential round sometimes. But Heisen is definitely made it interesting to start, but Godly evened it back up.
Ooh, yeah, sidelines are coming through here, and Godly's looking for that first knockout, dodges back to avoid the recovery from Heisen. The pummel put him off stage. Nice weapon throw downwards, forces Heisen to recover high, and a D-Light recovery could do it there. One more pickup recovery from Heisen would be huge. And both players are looking for that one strong hit to take the lead, and that will do it. Heisen, no. Godly managing to survive 2 strong hits. Finally, Heisen gets the knockout there and takes the lead in game 1.
That side air, I felt that one. It's like, come on, like, please go down. And it finally went through, but it took 3 big hits just to finally find that mark for Heisen. Now, for Heisen, you have to build on this. You have to build on this as much as you possibly can. And luckily for him, he still doesn't fall there, so you get some more chance to get some more extra credit. Neutral Light should never mind.
This is like exactly what just happened on the right side of the stage, right? The recovery misses. It's like, oh, why did you go down neutral? neutral light. Oh, come on. Weapon throw, though, that time is what Godly does to secure that stock. And now it's 2-2 Ajax. So let's see how this plays out here. So far, Heisen, I've been feeling good about the pressure that he's been putting through, but like I still have like this like it's almost like this instinct in the back of my head that goes like, but Godly's on the screen.
Yeah. Well, I'm trying to, I'm holding out hope because I will say that Heisen has definitely looked very good to start. Going for the dare, he's going to miss out on it. Going to go ahead and avoid that as well. You do not want to get caught by that for Godly because once that jump resource is gone, he catches you with that DC. Congratulations. You're probably going to get edge guarded.
Down air. Nice job. Sidestick goes for the spike there. Godly's been putting up the shurikens. We've been seeing everybody that's been picking Val so far, having that be a staple in their edge guard play, where instead of going off the ground pound, if they're not low enough where that would knock out, they put up the down guard at the edge, trying to catch people slipping up the side of the stage.
Yeah.
Godly with the edge guard here. Could get it, but Heisen makes it back.
Aggressive dare, Sword neutral sync is not going to connect. D-Light recovery, still not enough. I mean, the Val, like, survivability bonus that seems to be happening here on Apocalypse, just refusing to get knocked out. But another one of those, especially off of that, I was just about to say, off of a GC D-Light, should take it, but Heisen just avoids it.
Oh, yeah, that survival bonus that you're talking about, which, by the way, isn't actually a thing in Brawlhalla, but it might as well be.
I'm saying in this round right now, they have both refused to get knocked out. So
and it took a D-Light recovery after, what was that, 4 recoveries where we both probably went, that should have knocked out, and to take him down, but that survivability coming through really huge here. And once again, Godly somehow holding on to this stock longer than we both feel like he should.
That red is deep barbecue sauce right now, and it took that long to get knocked out. Side is finally going to do it, though, and very even game. Heisen keeping it as close as possible right now.
Yeah, the only detriment, I guess, in Heisen's favor is that Godly did take the first stock in that last engagement, but it's been so close.
He has been able to take them first. That is the biggest thing. He's finishing his food before Heisen can, so Heisen's going to have to find a way to stop that this time. In a really bad spot right now, though.
Is that going to be it off the spike? He did touch. No, he didn't. Sweats off the bottom of the stage just like that. Dead even game the entire time. Godly takes it with a basically fresh stock.
Yep.
And it was off of that one well-placed side sig. I mean, I don't know if you've got the signature accuracy there ready to go, but I'm pretty sure as far as signatures Godly put out, that was maybe 1 of 2?
Yeah, that was, out of 11 thrown, which, granted, most of them were the Shuriken.
That's right.
Like, a lot of them were Shuriken.
There are some signatures where I don't go like, that whiffed, so that was bad.
Yeah, it's because it's a stage control thing. But 9% hit, but I think in terms of the sword, he also missed the sword neutral sync a couple times too.
Okay.
But all that matters is that you find
that
the one
side
you need.
Hits. Yep, there you go. And
to absolutely nobody's surprise whatsoever, it's Val's, so we're going to find our way over to Demon Island.
Yeah, this seems to be the place to fight when you got swords and gauntlets going up against each other. Man, what an interesting result to that game 1. Really neck and neck, and then it just became a total Godly show there off the edge of the side of the stage of that edge guard. And now we're going into game number 2 with the gauntlets coming through and Godly, while sweating, still comboing Heisen, and that neutral sig just barely avoided spiking him. Side sig just barely avoided taking him down, and Godly now really running away with it in game 2.
This is what we were saying before. You could start things off good against Godly, and then he finishes it out in a dominant fashion. And then it just starts to steamroll away from you because Godly has figured you out. Heisen looks so good.
Into the weapon throw. I thought he was going to combo it anyways. That would have been so sick. D-Light recovery. No survival bonus this time.
No, not anymore. It's disappeared. He did his best to try and play around that too. He went towards the weapon to try and bait Godly to think he would pick it up so he could go for the D-Light recovery to the left and then get away from him. And Godly instantly reacted to the shift over to the right with the GC D-Light. So Godly not being fooled by like the basic bait there. And it feels like it's getting more and more difficult for him to try and trick Godly out of disadvantage.
Oh, man, the neutral sig catches Godly, but it doesn't knock him out. Goes back to the stage. Will he weapon throw to cover his landing? No, he weapon throws forward, picks it back up. Fighting back and forth here. Heisen really keeping it close still. Wants that neutral sig. That gets the knockout. He knew from the last amount of knockout, he was like, okay, just a little bit more damage will do it. And he catches him. Godly now down 2-2. And this is a development that I wasn't so sure would happen, which was after that first stock, which I felt like was very Godly favored. Heisen cleans things up really well and puts Godly off the back foot on the right side of the stage as he's getting some more neutral wins in here.
Yeah, he's actually evened his damage completely. Trying to catch him himself. He actually didn't do that at all last game.
Yeah.
So I actually kind of like that.
Now all Vals have done it, right?
Yeah.
Oh, now they're just going to be exchanging shurikens here.
We're doing that in neutral now.
That is a first.
I mean, it's also just, it is a good approach check too, on occasion, just not too
because
much.
you get the fade away when you do the move. You're not dashing forward. You're actually propulsing yourself away from your opponent while putting out a threat. It's very useful, especially on the stage where there's no platforms to jump on so that you can approach your opponents from above. So, liking what I'm seeing here. Oh, Godly just barely slipped off stage to bait Heisen. Weapon throw forward. That could be an edge guard. Oh, Heisen recovers all the way high, uses the weapon throw to stop Godly from punishing him, and now it's even again.
It's actually crazy how all of this came from the fact that Heisen looked like he was slightly confused on how he was positioned on the left to try and get that maybe edge guard onto Godly. He still ends up walking away with it at the end with the recovery, but he took a lot of damage on what was advantageous for a second, and Godly almost took it away.
Oh, and there's that down tick in neutral that you were just talking about. That's the first one I think we've seen hit. Heisen gets that on the right side of the stage, gets some extra damage through. Godly looking for the knockout there with the neutral light recovery, gets him off the top, but Heisen did take the lead on that second stock.
I like what Godly did there. He jumped in place a few times to bait to Heisen. Hey, I'm out of resources. You can come punish me. Absolutely not. Drifted around it, baited him to go in with that side light to get that free recovery.
Yeah. Because when you're out of resources, I mean, that recovery is always there until you use it. You can exchange jumps for it, but yeah, that strong hit came through pretty well for Godly. And now that's that falling side air. He's getting more of these landings. D-light side air. Heisen off the side of the stage. We saw this before, Ajax. He's going to be careful. He makes it back. Heisen's been doing a good job adapting to the style that Godly edge guards with by doing these, like, he recovers high, but he diagonal throws his weapon. So the biggest concern is if Heisen gets off stage without a weapon. That's what Godly's looking to do right now.
I was actually just about to say, if I'm Heisen, I'm trying to take center stage control, and Godly realized very quick, oh, you're trying to force center stage, not just try to take it. He kept trying to jump over, caught him with nairs multiple times. Recovery is going to put him in a bad spot, though. Sneaks his way back down here, Taza.
Oh, he's got one less jump than he should. But the weapon, that recovery style is working so well for him. This sword's really damaged, but it doesn't matter. Godly just barely dodges the weapon throw. He's got wall slip activating. Heisen denying the weapons. It's a fresh sword, and the neutral sig takes it. Heisen, after a deficit at the beginning of game 2, brings out a win.
The GG at the end of the round 2, and that's, I mean, that's honestly, that's worth that one. Like, Heisen, he was close all of game 1 too.
Yeah.
It was just that last edge guard that came in from Godly. Heisen is making this as competitive as possible, playing perfect neutral with him. There's a couple times, of course, where Godly kind of read the overextensions jumping really quick. But look at the graphs.
We can watch the graph shift into, it's like what?
They're the same.
Yeah.
They're the same. They're almost exactly the same from stock 2 and 3.
But we get to watch. What's cool about that is that we get to watch the graphs overlap each other until they are literally even, until that Heisen just ekes out over the edge at the very end. I don't even think he technically did. I think he was at like 9 damage behind. But I mean, at that point, you're just splitting hairs. Though that side stick comes through, the dive kick stops Godly. It's a near 0 to death for Heisen in game number 3. Ajax.
What a
Heisen
way to start off game 3.
I'm trying to remember if I've seen Godly make a elimination bracket run. I don't.
No. I think Duke brought it up in pre-show, and I'm inclined to believe him because it's kind of hard to not believe it at this point. But he said that he hasn't even dropped a set this year.
Yeah.
I don't know for sure if that's completely accurate.
When I saw Heisen get the win, I was like, you know, that's rare to see Godly drop a game in sets, let alone drop his sets. So let's see how this plays out, because Heisen's not even at a number of damage where he even needs to be worried. Godly would have to get a side stick and then some change to be able to get this edge guard.
I think we've seen some game 5s, but usually like at the end. But Godly always shuts it down. And Heisen has been definitely looking very good. However, he's going to go ahead and get set packing on that first stock, not wasting any time to go ahead and get that even back up in the yellow. But, I mean, for Heisen, I'm feeling very comfortable in the fact that he might actually hold this lead the way he's playing so far.
Yeah, rare mishap from Godly. Neutralites the wrong way. Heisen punishes it. Goes over to the gauntlets. Dashes forward. Baits the Sair. Down sig doesn't catch Godly dodging in, but the Nair does. Side light goes through. Nice turnaround neutralite from Godly, trying to keep Heisen off stage, but Heisen just battles his way back in. So much more damage coming in on Godly. He repositions, goes back to that neutral, which Heisen's doing so well, and then Godly, while getting some damage through, I can't believe that Heisen was stacked on him and just didn't get that hit in.
Godly trying to get something center right there, missing on the D-lights, missing on the nairs, missing on the neutral lights. That's a lot of whiffs from Godly. So Heisen able to sneak away from all these starters. Heisen has him in good range. He's going for the sword neutral sig. Again, he's been catching him quite a few times where he's been jumping in there. I don't disagree with that, but he needs to be careful because you do not want to take a big whiff punish from Godly right now.
Yeah, Heisen has had Godly at this amount of damage this entire stock, whereas he's been slowly losing the lead as Godly's getting one-win hit here and there. There's that side air. Godly repositions, goes back to center. No dodge. That's a good punish. Neutral sig catches Heisen off guard. Downlights off the side of the stage. No, he D-lights the wrong way. and Heisen knocks him off stage. This could be Heisen taking it a 2-1 lead.
That's going to put him in that 2-1 lead right on cue. Godly can answer back pretty quickly, so Heisen's got to be careful about how he decides to approach, trying to get things started. Already pushed off stage, going to get access to the gauntlets. He's going to go for a neutral light.
Whoa.
No, tries to catch him, but the weapon toss lets him get in.
He has to figure something out about that. Heisen has been stuffing every single edge guard from Godly onto the stage by doing that diagonal weapon throw down. Godly gets hit by it, he makes it back to the stage, and then Heisen all of a sudden has a lot of the lead going through. And if he doesn't do that, Godly's at risk of going down to the elimination bracket. Recovery hits, evens things up. It is 1-1 on the sets. So even if Heisen wins this, he's got to win another one. But so far, this is looking great for Heisen.
The best thing you could ask for is 2-1 in favor over Godly. Heisen playing like he could do that. But Godly answering back right now, has stage control. Going to dodge in front. Going to take a neutral light into side light. Not too bad, but now Godly with stage control here, and it's looking like he's refusing to give it up. Heisen does walk his way back on, but once again, remember in the last game, Heisen kept trying to force center stage, and Godly got a lot of damage out of him because of it.
Yeah, and now we're in this situation where I think he's acknowledging that, and there was a little bit of a moment where both players were waiting for the other one to act, and then Godly went like, okay, if you're not coming towards me, I'll come towards you, gets a bunch of damage, and then a D-Light recovery would seal the deal here for Godly. There it is, right on cue, gets him off the top of the stage, and he brings it to a 2-1 lead with a 618 damage done to 373. I didn't quite register that that's how much more damage Godly was doing.
That's, again, another one where you could have fooled me with the damage meter. Like, I actually cannot believe I'm looking at 618 to 373.
Oh, yeah, that first little sliver was Godly losing that stock.
Yeah, that's right.
He got side six spiked at like 0.
That's right. Yeah, so that very first play of the game from Heisen made that as close as it did.
Yeah.
And you know, that second stock, both of them, again, very similar. You see the guide kind of, like the graph going up very close to each other, but it was at the end where Godly just like, all right,
he just stopped taking damage. Yeah, we can see it right there. Look at that. That's crazy. Yeah, so one stock Godly didn't have in the game, and then he just was like, oh, I got to make the next two count. And now Heisen on the back foot has been pushed onto Hattori for this match point, right? Because he's got to win 2 games in a row against Godly now to get into that winner's semifinal. Godly just has to win 1 to stop potentially a catastrophic situation of going down to the elimination bracket, something he doesn't do.
That's not a place that he knows at all. He doesn't believe in losing. That is not a thing he does. And Heisen, you know, speaking of popularity, Ryzen picks, of course, Spear. Everybody get picked up on the Spear.
Credits to South America for basically innovating that meta.
Let's go Fiend. That's... with the changes to Hammer and such, a lot of people kind of transitioned over to that more of late. And the weight, however, the defense on Hattori, not going to play you any favors in trying to survive against Godly's push. So you're going to have to find those big combo starters. Double dare, weapon toss down. Wait a minute, triple dare.
That's
and
it.
That you could have asked for a better situation for Heisen.
So Heisen, no stranger to playing Hattori, has locked in him plenty of times in his competitive career, but also something to highlight. You were mentioning stats. The thing that Hattori has over many other legends is that really high base movement speed. I'm talking that 8 movement speed, highest in the game currently. And you could even get into 9 if you wanted to, but there's not really much reason to. We saw Heisen going onto the left side of the stage, using that movement speed because it affects ground mobility and air mobility, makes it that much more lucrative to position in the air with those down airs. And the better that you are controlling your character in the air with that movement speed, the more dares like that you get off stage.
Exactly. It helps you at a disadvantage too, which is very necessary. Now, weapon toss actually helping at the last second because Godly played around the beginning of it, and he got hit by the late end of it. But, so that still worked out for Heisen.
Heisen's weapon throws have been so great on these recoveries, whether it's from beneath the stage or right diagonally above. Sidelight catches him into a D-Light side air, punishing Godly for going for that recovery, and Heisen forces all of his options. Godly does touch the wall, and wall slip starts. Let's see if this edge guard comes through. Heisen with no dodge. That means the D-Light ground pound. Godly. I was talking about that with you in the previous games, right? I feel like the only time Heisen can ever get edge guarded is if he gets in that unfortunate situation where a weapon isn't in his hands.
Pretty much, yeah. It was, I think it was 3 for 3 on the weapon toss in. Actually 4 because of the spear as well, letting him get back up. A Heisen putting himself in a position once again on last stock. It's always been last stock. It's never been dominant here up against Godly.
Oh, man. And Heisen, he's got to be careful. Godly slides all the way off stage to that sideline. Godly fighting unarmed against Heisen's sword. He chose to. The weapon was there the entire time, and Heisen's like, okay, cuts him through, gets another fresh sword. This time, sword picked up from Godly, but Godly took a bunch of damage there. Nair comes through. Nice landing on the neutral light, D-Light side air. Okay, Heisen now in red, and there's that defense differential we were talking about, Ajax. Side 6 spikes him, and just like that, that, Godly takes it 3-1 over Heisen in what was a pretty close set, all things considered.
Best thing about that side stick at the end, that's how he closed out game 1.
Yeah.
He held on to that for a long time. Got the first game closer, never went for it again, not one time after that, to let him feel comfortable on the ledge. Those weapon tosses always gone unpunished and such. At the very end, though, recognition of the fact that, you're going to feel kind of comfortable here. Maybe you go for a little weapon toss. You think you can sneak on the wall. Not today. And Godly takes 3-1 over Heisen to get himself that nice, comfortable cushion as the first qualifier on winner's side to top 8.
What a terrifying bracket demon at the face, though, with Heisen in the elimination bracket before top 8, right? And that's a thing that a lot of players are just going to... I feel like we're just going to be seeing in Europe until the code is cracked, which maybe it never will be, right? Is that... everybody is preparing for Godly. Godly is the player to beat. If you want to have any aspirations to win in Europe, you are preparing to fight against Godly and his gauntlets. That's just what. And so I feel like we're going to be seeing for every player that matches up against him, very specific anti-Godly strategies to be able to get through.
It almost feels like anime-esque the way that you described it. It's like, how do we crack the code to defeat God? Like, and honestly, that's kind of what it's been feeling. Like right now, nobody has figured it out yet, and so far that's continuing here. Like we said, going to get himself that winner's side position in top 8, the first qualifier to get there. But Heisen is going to be an absolute nightmare for everybody. Like you said, in the limbs, we're going to go ahead and take a look at the schedule upcoming for the remaining matches. Up next, I'm looking forward to this one. We mentioned this one before. We have Simple and Pavelski. That's going to be coming up next year. This was almost going to be Simple versus Swata, but Pavelski with the incredible play, of course, against Swata previously. And then to follow that up, the remaining qualifiers that are going to happen, of course, for top 8. You got Acno versus the Ninja 729 and Machete versus Blaze.
Okay, this winner's course is amazing.
I love this. This is really good.
All these matchups are really fantastic. I'm very excited for Pavelski versus Simple, just because I've always referred to. I mean, I still find that Simple and Swata tend to gravitate to the same characters with the same weapons, but have completely different playstyles.
Very, very different playstyles.
So I love watching bracket moments like this where we get to see the same player try to run through both of them and be like, okay, well, you fought this style of Val in this case. Now you're going to fight the exact opposite one and see if you can still win that and move forward while doing it. And the even cooler part about this particular storyline is that Pavelski's mirror matching them, right, with the same character. So really, we've got 3 different kinds of Val players going head to head to see who gets in the winner's side of top 8.
Yeah, whole lot of Val right now out of EU. I mean, Gauntlet's very strong right now. A lot of people gravitating towards that, and just the simplicity of what Val brings to the table.
And the complexity, right? Being able to have that side sig that has so many different properties, whether it's on stage, off stage, or against the wall. We've been seeing, heck, with the Godly game, Godly and Heisen both got side sig knockouts with spikes in the last game. So things like that are really useful as well. And if they keep going to Demon Island, well, of course they're going to get it. It's like this Val brain is like, I have advantage on this stage because of my side sig. And it's like, yeah, but your opponent is Val too.
Plus, Akuma's cool. So, like, I'm here to see it. Yeah. And but what we're going to be looking at, of course, is the stat lineup for this match. Lifetime score slightly, ever so slightly in favor of Simple, 13-3.
Pavelski broke that lifetime score against Swata just today. It was 2-0. Now it's 2-1. He could bring us to 13-4.
Yeah, it was with Bodvar most slightly before. Yeah, and like you said, going into this here, it is now the Ditto. Now, one of the things that you could be looking at, of course, when it comes to the 2 of these is that.
Look at that, 66%.
Pavelski believers in chat.
That is definitely not a lifetime stat vote. that is. Right, you don't look at that and be like, well, according to statistics, not us. It's almost 70% there for Pavelski. Here on Small Brawl Haven.
We're going to be boxing. Okay, we are throwing hands to start things off.
This is definitely encouraged by Simple here, because when we were seeing that Pavelski versus Swata matchup, there was no question it was Demon Island every time, no matter who won or lost the game. So we're going to change of scenery here over to Brawl Haven.
Which is curious to see, too, because I think of Simple when it comes to... Wow. That's what... That again. Pavelski moment. Pavelski moment.
Grab it again. It's Simple's turn. No, he gets him in air and he goes to the other side of the stage. It's not over, Ajax. Side stick comes through. He gravity cancels the down line, and I thought Pavelski was going to pivot that in air to bring him right back off stage so that the moment could continue, but no, we're back to neutral.
That was a fun way to start it off, because I was actually just about to lean into the fact that I feel like Simple is one of the testaments of defense in EU, very similar to what we see out of like Meg D in North America, but that's a big difference between him and Swata. That being said, to start things off here, I am seeing absolutely none of that. I'm seeing Simple throwing hands, which I think, like you said, leans into what he was watching against Swata. It's like, well, I'm going to prefer to box up close with you because I feel like all that room you had to reset was too good against Swata in that previous set.
Yeah. The advantage that I would give for Simple very clearly in this matchup is that I do believe in Simple's sword a lot more than Pavelski, and that slide charge neutral stick will catch him off the right side of the stage. But when those two weapons are going head-to-head, I feel like that's where Pavelski's going to struggle the most. So hopefully Pavelski can get a hold of these gauntlets here and even up the stocks, because Simple is pretty darn good at getting the earliest possible knockouts on this stage. I mean, we've seen it for years on the Bodvar. Pavelski goes for that ground pound there, and it does connect, but Simple makes it back and avoids the second ground pound from Pavelski and tacks on a bit more damage.
There's a 99% chance that he's going to ground pound pretty much every time you see him. You have to always be worried that he might go out there. Now Pavelski holding ground, though. He has him in D-Light recovery ranges here with Ball Haven. Actually, D-Light side air as well. So he's just jumping around him.
He jumps in, hits him with the downer, and goes like, take that. And then goes back and he's like, take that. And he just hits him once at a time. And Pavelski's just dash dancing. Pavelski, you've got to take that stock here. Neutral stick comes through. That's another dare. The ground pound we saw in the middle of the animation with the wake-up recovery from Pavelski was too quick. Another dare. Going again, Simple. Down air him.
I mean, like we said, Simple is so good at not engaging, getting his damage and going. Like you counted it down too under your breath, like 3, 2, what? Like he has got a lot. Actually, funny enough, a lot of his damage has actually come off of that exact interaction.
I mean,
and if it ain't broke, don't fix it.
Exactly.
Like keep doing.
Well, it's because you. I mean, when it comes to winning, right? If you were to be able to tell me. Okay, that's not the movie we're looking for. If I could just down air, never get punished, and then get a side air to get the game, why would I not play that way? Right? Pavelski has just been not doing anything about it. Recovery comes through. That neutral light almost punishes. Now Pavelski getting something started, but that side air will take Pavelski to the left side of the stage, and Simple is a whole stock ahead.
Yeah, Simple, a whole stock ahead. Most of that coming off of those stray hits, like you said before. But you can get those big combo strings, or if you're finding stray hits, it doesn't matter. As long as you are racking up that damage. Neutral lights, looking for a side light, and that is going to put him in a very precarious position. I like the very instant recovery. Like, look, if I'm going to take a hit, I'm taking it at least at stage, rather than you trying to go for another ground pound.
Ooh, side light comes through. It's so terrifying. Pavelski is choosing to dash dance on the corners of the stage, and I don't think that's working out too well for him. Simple's been holding center, and he's been mixing up the timings that he's been jumping through. And even though Pavelski gets him off stage, he's not getting the stock with the ground pounds that are hitting. And if you're not getting the stock with those ground pounds, it's just damage that may even be inferior to damage that you could be getting with some combos on stage. So we have to see Pavelski get the stock here. This could be huge. D-Light recovery comes through, and Simple gets the return hit. That D-Light does not hit, though, and Simple with another dare puts Pavelski in a deep orange, almost into red.
Yeah, Pavelski working for it right now, trying his best, but neutral lights can send him off. Simple just putting himself in a prime position to control him off stage, but he sneaks by.
You really waited
just it up. That was like one of the scariest positions you could be in and not avoid it, like not getting that wall touch.
Oh, nice, interesting. Pavelski takes it 1-1. But yeah, something that's simple that I think something he demonstrates whenever he's off stage is the discipline to not act until his opponent acts. And if he's like, well, if it ends up happening that we both like nice recovery, gets the JV2. But if it ends up happening where like we just saw there, where both players are jumping and dodging around each other and they both touch the stage, I think Simple's fine with that outcome because what he's waiting for is to react to the first thing that Pavelski does.
That was a very long game one, too. Like what felt like
for
a very
Brawlhaven?
For Brawlhaven for one, for two. They started off that round almost knocking each other out within seconds.
Yeah.
When they were off stage, so I figured that'd be a lot crazier than that, but.
And then what did you say about Simple being the best defensive player in the region? That came out to play. It was like the game started, he went, hold on, I didn't have my shoes on yet.
I got to tie them real quick. Like, let me back up.
So now we're finding ourselves in that, right, because Pavelski down the game, he gets the advantage on where he wants to take the stages to, but he also, seeing Simple lock in with that Akuma again, goes over to the Mordex. And we talked about this briefly in the last set about how if we saw Pavelski going to switch to anything, it would be for that Scythe with the gauntlets on that Mordex. And that's what he feels like he needs in this game number 2 because he may have felt like his match was made in that Valdito.
Yeah, I think that also for Pavelski at this point, it's like you realize that when you got your neutral wins before, I feel like the amount that he got out of them was minimized by Simple. So going to Mordex here, you're getting that more explosive gameplay. The gauntlets are already working fine. You're doing good. Sword got completely neutralized. So when you get your wins with Scythe, at least you're getting 3 to 4 pieces at a time and making it work.
And slightly gives credit to my argument that when it was sword versus sword, Simple just had the game figured out.
Yeah.
And we saw that, right? Like Pavelski's
You
on the
did
side of the
call
stage.
it would be Mordex too. If the Sword Ditto
Yeah.
was lost, then he would definitely go to sight. That was a pre-call.
Did he touch? He did. Okay, the Nair comes through, weapon throw, forces that through, and now we have the Scythe. So this is what I wanted to see with the difference here. Pavelski was getting damage over Simple every time they went off. Well, I stand corrected, but in the previous game, great first stock from Simple.
In games of the past, that was a correct statement.
Yes. I wanted to see if the Scythe was just going to be another thing where it's like, okay, get that Nair, get that down air, maybe get a stock a little bit earlier on, or at least get a lot of damage while Simple had to force his way back to the stage. But Simple falls down there with his side air, takes that stock, and continues to take the lead in game 2.
Look at this non-engagement gameplay, too, for Simple. It's like, I'm going to whiff punish only. I know that if I approach you, I'm getting hit by a silent recovery. I'm not trying to do that. So now I have walked you to the side of the stage, and he's racking up the damage passively. Not really. That's the first, extension play, and even then, Pavelski saw him going high.
3
He still
stairs.
missed.
Oh, I thought he was going to get it. Pavelski went for the gravity cancel down. Say, could get the stock here. That's great. All right. So Simple was doing great with the side airs on the way down. What he didn't expect Pavelski to do was, while sweating, gravity cancel down sig, fully charge it. and that caught him off guard. Gets the weapon throw, D-like ground pound. Pavelski evens up the stocks, but he's still pretty far behind.
And it's plays like that that allow you to reach this portion of the bracket. You have to be able to mix up your recovery as best as you can. And Simple is kind of capitalizing heavy as he gets another one right there. Side air won't be enough just yet, but he has him covered. Oh, the neutral stick doesn't connect fully. However, the recovery does connect afterwards in a very similar position to the last game, Taza. He's up a full stock, borderline untouched on it.
Yeah, and Pavelski hasn't really got anything to happen to the Scythe. I would be surprised if it was above 100 damage. Sidelight comes through, and this is where Pavelski's really got to make his name for himself here, right? Sidelight comes through, down air. All right, this could be huge. That's like almost set, definitely not it. Oh, Pavelski drops one hit in the string. Simple gets the recovery. Chase dodge comes through. He makes it to the stage first, and then what Pavelski's edge guard becomes is a Simple damage opportunity.
Yeah, and he's not falling for any of these plays off stage. So Pavelski trying to snatch him off for going out there, and he's just refusing to do it. I think we're seeing a lot of why that set count is 13-3 in favor of Simple. I think Simple just understands Pavelski's win condition. He does get caught. He's not going to lose his stock, but I think he just has a really big understanding of how Pavelski likes to play, and he's forcing him to play his game in center. But he does get the read on that dodge after going for it previously. Was so good.
That was like 3 reads, Ajax. That was crazy. Because the second sidelight didn't come out immediately, and he actually followed him with a jump before he hit that recovery.
Think back to stock 2. What happened? He went for him in the skies. He drifted away to the left.
You're right.
And he didn't get him on the recovery. I think Pavelski saw through the fact that Simple was going to take a similar route, but because he was on the left, he couldn't do anything. That being said, can't do anything else about game number 2 as Simple moves up 2-0.
Talk about a similar route there with that near JV2.
Almost exactly the same damage too. Very close.
Very similar in the lead. Almost all off the sword there from Simple. The gauntlet's only coming out when necessary. Really well played from him. What was the damage looking like on the Scythe there for Pavelski? 160.
160 and 174. So basically even on both counts, but the difference is the amount of damage that he took on them. There was never really a moment in time where he had dominant gameplay, and we're going to switch it up now to platform gameplay. Maybe he's just feeling like, look, at first I thought I could just out-neutral you and just with flat stage. That has not been the case, and now he has at least a few different routes to go around those down airs and such that Simple's been poking on him.
Yep, and here we go. Miami Dome. If it's time, Ajax, this is the moment to do it, right? That highlight reel that we're looking for from Pavelski. Simple with the gauntlets holding on the center stage, but this is the most platforms we've had in the set so far. I mean, so far with Brawlhaven and Demon Island, there has been none. So we've got those to play with, and Pavelski with the gravity cancel down like kicks Simple off stage. Double downer, gets the stuff recovery. That is the stock lead for Pavelski going into game number 3, and exactly what we were hoping for if we want to get closer to a game 5.
Exactly. Those are the plays we need to see out of Pavelski, the big edge guards, especially here switching up to the Mordex. You got to make that Scythe work. And now, very borrowed time lead as he almost gets caught drifting in on the recovery, trying to go immediately for that sword neutral sig to catch Pavelski going back up at him while he's on the platform, but did not bite.
And Simple gets that side light, using the platform so that he doesn't have the gravity cancel, gets the distance from the slide and the recovery off the top of the stage, evens up stocks like that, and Simple went down in orange to stuff recovery when Pavelski got him with that Scythe down air. It's not going to be as easy to take the second stock for, is it?
Oh,
is it?
Maybe. Okay. I had to hold my breath for a second. Like, it maybe. Ooh. Actually, get out of there. That is Pavelski's playground.
He's still got wall slip going through. Oh, Simple. A rare mistake from Simple going for that side stick so hastily. And Pavelski ready to capitalize, but not too much off of it. And Pavelski's off the side of the stage. He's kind of like, okay, this is that rare moment where I've got Simple wanting to go off stage. Come here. He's got the sight. He wants it again. He just needs one dodge read to be able to take that into a lead, but no. We go back to center stage, and this is where Simple thrives. That's
2 huge dubs for Simple on the fact that he avoided getting ripped off stage multiple times when he had the lead. The ground pound comes through. Pavelski doing his best. He does sneak in the wall touch. That was that. You have to have incredible mental fortitude to not go too early there.
He maximized the jump distance between every jump. Yep. Like you can jump sooner than the. I'm trying to think of how to word this, but what I said the first time was basically what happened. Right? He jumped, waited until he was as far up as possible, then jumped again to be able to make that recovery happen. And Pavelski now down 1-2, Ajax. I mean, as impressive as the recoveries have been, he has been constantly recovering.
What is the scariest thing about what we're looking at right now, too, is that this game started off with Pavelski having that incredible edge guard. Yeah. And we have found ourselves in the same exact position that the last 2 games have been in. Simple. Never mind. Not the same position.
Go with that ground pound. Oh, he goes with the dare and Simple dodging it. Doesn't touch the stage. And Pavelski with the down stick brings it back and has a chance to bring it to a game 4.
Is that a caster's blessing at that point coming in there? Because
depending on who you're rooting for.
Yeah, true. Simple was doing as best as he could to hold on to that big lead that he had again. And then Pavelski answered back with the moment that he needed to try and fight, keep himself in it. Misses out.
Recovery comes through. He doesn't hit it. Goes for the sideline instead, and that down air hits. Pavelski looking for another dare. He finds it. Gravity cancel sidelight doesn't catch Simple as he recovers too low, but the sidelight goes through and the gravity cancel down light. Can he get the nair? The dare. Recovery comes through and Simple has to touch the stage. It's been all Pavelski damage. Side stick goes through. No weapon means the Sair will hit him, but Simple with that extra bit of survivability on the Akuma. Pavelski still not letting up, but that neutral stick doesn't hit. Is that going to be an Ajax? He's got so many hits that will do it. Non-stop Pavelski action there, and that last hit gives him the damage lead by 2 points.
That was insane how he just missed multiple times. He went for the side sig a few times, decided to go for neutral sig, and committed to the bit. He's like, look, I'm just going to keep going at this point. Like, I have to find this big home run swing.
Look at the spike. And that is such a crazy spike of damage. Pavelski untouched since he started that stock, right? There was 2 neutral exchanges. You could see the bump there at the very end, and then it was all Pavelski until that neutral stick off the top that gets him that damage at the very end, and that's 368 damage on the site. He really found his home there, and I'm wondering if
funny enough, most of that damage came from the last stock. I think a big majority of that scythe damage coming in off of that final play. And most of those signatures, too, he kind of pretty much threw them all out at the end, but Simple just wasn't ready for it. And that was off of almost Simple in, once again, a similar position. He was up 2 stocks to 1, borderline undamaged, and then Pavelski had that amazing edge guard that got him back into the game.
Simple brought Pavelski down to all flat stages. The only one that wasn't flat was Small Fortress of Lions, and I was thinking that he would go there over Brawlhaven, because the platform seemed to have benefited him so much, but no, we're going back to Brawlhaven. This is where we started the set off of, and Pavelski chose this from the 3 stages remaining for game number 4. Here we go. The difference here being Pavelski's now fighting him with that Mordex, whereas before it opened up with Val versus Akuma.
Well, maybe with the fact that those edge guards that he was having on Miami Dome were just barely missing knockouts.
Yeah.
Those are gonna finish here on Small Brawlhaven.
You're right. Pavelski did have to get some miracle wins literally 4 times in a row. Oh, he ducks into the stage. Gets the grab pound. No. Dodges through it. Down tick came through. Pavelski sidelights through down air. Sidelight. No, he goes for the down tick instead, and Simple hits him with a recovery to the top of the stage.
Simple fighting back an actual monster right now. Pavelski is he's definitely woken up a bunch. Simple's game plan before of kind of shutting him down on approach is not as strong at the moment, but he just needs one side air. Gonna go for recovery, sending him to the skies. Nair's not gonna connect.
Unarmed, gets 1 nair. Pavelski has to wait for that weapon spawn. Is it going to be in his favor? It is, but he slide kicks instead, punches him away, picks up the scythe, and the neutral stick after the dash comes through. Falling Sair to the hip of the sideline, and that pivot neutral stick is Pavelski
like that
special.
a lot. He already had him down on resources, so you're forced to dodge in that position. Pavelski just missing it. That's going to send him off stage, though.
Weapon throw down, doesn't hit him. Gauntlet's picked up. I mean, down sig would be huge here, but he goes for the gravity cancel pivot down light instead. Doesn't get punished for it, and both players are looking for that first pickup that gets the knockout. Simple's like, I just got to hit recovery. Oh, it drops! Oh. It drops!
That's what we call a caster curse right there. That recovery not coming through. Neutralize going to send him off stage. It's not going to be enough. Going off stage with him. He's going to catch him. D-Light there. That's going to take him out.
Interesting.
Yeah.
that was really smart from Simple, because I think where he caught with the D-Light, the side air may have been too hard to hit.
It looked like he was above him too much.
Yeah. Well, anyways, Pavelski evens things up with the neutral sig there, and he's sticking to the scythe. This is what he's been really getting the upper hand with against Simple. Sword, though, is Simple's best weapon against Pavelski so far. Sidelight comes through, both players exchange one hit, and Pavelski's trying to get him off stage once again. Those sidelights have been good, and he's been great with the downlight afterwards when he gets to the hit. But he's got to get the hit.
Exactly. Got to find that hit in the first place. And this is where every second stock is where Simple becomes borderline, like, impossible to hit.
He tried it, but the sidelight knocked him too far off, so Simple dodged down underneath the stage and avoided the grasp of the D-Light. Pavelski that time chased the dodge like a guitar player there.
It kind of feels like it to that degree. He's going to miss out on the D-Light, though, taking 2-piece punish and just refresh the weapon right now. Simple is doing so well of just, once again, kind of forcing Pavelski to approach first, get a quick hit, and dip.
It's a funny match where I feel like Pavelski has been solidly in control of center stage. Oh, can he get the edge guard here? D-Light misses and the side air hits. But yeah, he's been in control of center stage, but Simple's getting all the damage, right? Like, it's like, all right, momentum's in Pavelski's favor, but he's the one getting hurt, and he's probably the one that's going to go down first. But no dodge means the nair side air. Good dribble from Pavelski.
What a huge punish on a GCD. Like, he's like, okay, here's a nair. Into 5 hits, and now we're at an even game.
Oh. And the side sig catches Pavelski jumping in place, went for the fastball. I don't know if Pavelski was in the middle of a move, but it didn't matter.
Yeah, that's actually one of the few times we've seen Simple go for something like that. My face couldn't handle what I just saw.
Simple pressing the heavy attack button?
What? It's been 90% neutral attacks, light attacks, but like, why not? Like, you hold on to that as like that clutch moment tactic at the end. However, Pavelski, I think he's just inside air territory at this point to take him out, and Simple's trying his best to play around it.
No dodge. Uses the recovery to get back to stage, but Simple's getting all these small hits. Weapon throw hits. Okay, Pavelski's brought back to 1-1. He is a stock away from Game 5. Simple, a stock away from match point, taking it 3-1.
We got a good game here right now, Taza.
Top 8. Pavelski starts the stock off, doesn't get the dare. That could have been huge. Another side light, goes with the dare again. That time still whiffs it, but Simple still getting hit with these side lights. Tries to turn things around with the down, gets punished. The neutral light and a nair comes through, but Pavelski doesn't jump, so he doesn't get the side air afterwards, and Simple gets the pummel.
Simple just looking to try and get back to a weapon right now. That sword, like we were saying before, has been the deal for him. D-Light side air is going to send him off stage. He's going to sneak right through. He tries to go for a side air, read on a jump, but Pavelski gets back down to the ground, and now he has it against Taza.
But the side air turnaround off of the whiff of the string, and Simple gets the knockout with the falling Sair and takes it 3-1 over Pavelski to advance in the Autumn Championship.
Not able to go back-to-back on the two Bodvar Kings themselves. Pavelski making that much better, though, as he switched over to the Mordex. Definitely a good play right there, though.
That side sig that baffled everyone.
That baffled me badly, because it's like he hasn't gone for that before, like, at all, leading up to that moment.
Death by 1,000 cuts for sure from Simple, and then it's kind of like, okay, you're there, D-Light recovery, or wherever have you. Simple takes that 3-1, and as far as that storyline we were weaving of Pavelski going up against Swata and then Simple, not here at the Autumn Championship, but Pavelski's not out of the bracket. Nope. He goes into the elimination side, and Simple is going to be moving on into winners as we get another visit from our European canon main, the Ninja 729, in the matchup that's coming up next.
I'm looking forward to this. It's going to be Acno versus the Ninja 729. Another winner's quarters match to qualify to get themselves into the winner's side of top 8, get themselves into winner semis. The winner of this will have to fight the winner of Machete Blaze on the opposite side of this. So that'd be fun to get to see Acno Blaze if that somehow happened. But the way Machete's been playing lately, not the easiest task either. But Acno, someone we've been looking back and forth at over this year going, what has happened? What is going on? Where's the differences here? And a legend that has been showing up more of late, he's going to be going to Kaya.
Right, and you talked about this a little bit earlier on in the day when it comes to bow characters that have been a lot more popular. Spear being something that all regions are now considering as a competitively viable option. Kaya is one of those rare picks where it's like the signature kit's unique enough that not a lot of players have picked it up, but there hasn't really been a time in Brawlhalla meta where bow and spear were both just as good to be picked up, right? So now Kaya is something that Akno has been really pushing forward and has been doing well with competitively. But like you said, compared to the past, which, I mean, when you were the most winningest player in EU, it's hard to live up to that, right? We have the gold medals there. 11 gold medals for Akno, 6 silvers, 2 bronze. I mean, Akno has just been doing amazing in Brawlhalla for as long as he's been playing. But he has been off of that Koji, looking for that answer, and Kaya is one of those.
A 9-3 lifetime score over the Ninja. 10-3 if you count a community tournament in that as well.
Yeah.
So he's got that figured out. And I was saying, the thing I described from the Ninja earlier is that it's an anti-jump minigame. Well, that kind of happens here with Kaya too, because you have to watch out for all of the slide cancel neutral sigs on bow. And Akno is also somebody you can't jump around too much, period. So I think that having something like the grounded gameplay from Spear is going to allow him to poke his way into the Ninja without having to like do a lot of aerial engagement.
Yeah, and a weakness of the Spear that actually becomes a strength in the Cannon matchup is the fact that D-Light hits people that are in the air. And that's like something that I feel like a lot of Spear players have trouble with the sword. You're usually catching that grounded neutral game. But here with that Pogo coming through, D-Light ground pound means Ninja 729 can't make it back as he just got caught off guard by that attack, and Akno solidly ahead. But yeah, a lot of the strengths that we were talking about the Ninja 729 had against Sword Gauntlets kind of melts away in the face of Kaya here, and the neutral signature connecting, and that gravity cancel D-Light almost tacking on even more damage.
I think we're looking at a really good matchup lineup here for Kaya's weapons against the Ninja as well, because whenever you get to a point, oh, if I'm not feeling too comfortable with outranging, not that it's even mattered so far, the Spear's still putting in that work, but you can switch to bow in this position. And then when the cannon shows up, he completely dominated the cannon off the start in that first stock, and it's kind of, well, it's not looking as similar now, but as we're seeing, he's not jumping in the air. That's a big whiff punish right there for the Ninja, but he doesn't get too much out of it.
Oh, the cannons are flying, Ajax. He's just, that was about 5 cannonballs in a row, and the neutral sig comes through, and he goes for the ground pound, and Akno reverses it with a Pogo ground pound. No, neutral light connects, sword picked up, goes for the side light, and the weapon throw dodged. Anchor could come down here, maybe pretty huge, but the side air instead comes through, and Akno, with no jumps to be seen.
You know, funny, I think he actually played around Anchor. Like, I think he was looking for Akno to see that.
Yeah.
You saw that large route that Akno went around the right, and the Ninja saw, oh, cool, you did think that was going to happen because you're a good player. Well, now I'm going to punish you for it with the side air.
It's like, joke's on you. I have sword, D-Light, side air, whatever. Yeah, the side air was great there, but I like that you caught that, because I was a little curious about where all his jumps went, but when you're avoiding the anchor, that's a pretty good.
Yeah, you're forced to go that far.
And that's just something that happens when you are caught off stage, high damage without a weapon. We were talking about that with Godly versus Heisen, and now we're seeing it here with the Ninja 729 versus Akno. 2 stocks to 1 though. Akno really solidly ahead, and that neutral light will tack on even more damage as he tries to get through with the side lane. The Ninja 729 actually takes him all the way off stage. Oh, gravity cancel downlight punished. Dare hits. Akno's down, and that's 1-1.
I was completely wrong on my guess that the bow would be pretty solid to try and outspace the Ninja sword. Well, the Ninja just completely dominated him that first stock. That was, I mean, that stock, he kind of was looking similar to his cannon play, and he's actually taken a small life lead.
Yeah, I like the landing down air from the Ninja 729. On cannon, you get the blast in the air, but on the ground, you blast the ground, splashes forward a little bit. One of the cannonballs actually connects. I feel like when that happens, even the Ninja 729 goes, come on, bro. That's not, like what? Those are there for, that's a positioning tool.
No, that was not, you weren't supposed to get hit by that. I wasn't ready to react to the follow-up. That's not how things are working here. I'd say he's one of the few players we don't look at that percentage afterwards, but Akno is going to get back to the bow.
Nice nair. Akno trying to get that neutral sig off the top. Oh, side light comes through. The thing is, though, is that, like, because it's Akno on bow, I thought Koji neutral sig would happen. He gets the side sig anyway that takes it off the top, and that is barely going to be a game 1.
Like we said, you got to watch out constantly for the range that Kaya has on that sig kit. It wasn't even just the bow either. Like, that's where I primarily see it get seen, as we say, that very dominant first stock that was played in. That damage, at one point, probably didn't lean into 555 to 510.
Yeah.
That crawled back so quickly on the second stock from the Ninja that got him back into that game. We're going to run it right back here to Apocalypse.
Yeah, Apocalypse is going to be here for game number 2. And I like how the Ninja 729 was playing there, and I did feel like Akno had to take back that game from the jaws of defeat. Like, it felt like Ninja 729 had figured something out. The first stock went over very early on to Akno because of like the pogo, into the weapon throw, and then the Ninja 729 really started coming online with the cannon. And we're seeing that going into game number 2 here as these sidelights are hitting. Now, there's an example of that anti-air that we were talking about from Akno, right? Cannon spends so much time airborne, D-Light that much easier to hit, and now both players are going back and forth with the damage, and that, put out the blender there with that slide charge down sig. Ninja 79 to dodge in place. Was a little afraid of what might happen afterwards.
I said slide charge. Actually, like 4 of the signatures are so good on slide charge for Kaya because of how much range it covers and how far she naturally moves with them anyways.
Yep.
It's so scary to play around as he tries to catch him right there. Not going to get caught by either one. Neutral sig and a side sig. Like he covered like full character range off of each one of those,
it's
but
so
Ninja didn't move.
To me that Kaya can ice skate in Apocalypse. that is something really. That has got to be some really cold ice to make that work. Acno takes that first stock there, and a large part off of the mobility that you were talking about, inherently built in Kaya's kit, but also with the addition of the slide charge. Sidelight comes through, chase dodges forward, and the Ninja 729 hits Acno with 1 strong stare, 2 strong stares, but they're going on opposite sides of the stage. He needs one on the same side, but the Zeus throw coming through. Is that going to be it? Oh, Sarah's up into the stage. We're getting a masterclass on how to hit your opponent with Sarah and not get the knockout.
It's every possible way that you can find a side air from Cannon and not get a knockout sub.
There was a
10 for 1.
Ninja 79 hit him with that neutral light and then waited. It was like, is this going to be enough? Acno really surviving here.
All right, there you go. Finally, the neutral to take it up. It was actually funny how he positioned himself. Like, come on, please get hit by this one on the left. And Acno kept like jumping around even after the exclamation point. Come on!
I was just surprised that sidelight neutral light connected at that much damage. That was interesting. Cannon picked up once again, and despite how long it took for Acno to go down that stock, Ninja 729 still fighting back pretty strong here with the Cannon. Good recovery until that neutral comes through. Acno is like, at the same time, while he's getting bamboozled by the recovery options from Cannon Sarah, he is then right afterwards just getting the Ninja 79 anyways when he tries to get back to the stage. And that neutral sig caught him twice.
Yep. Like we said, anti-jump minigame. This is normally the Ninja's win condition. And that's actually what seems to be so scary about this, because Acno's doing it better with a similar playstyle. And he has to be able to get around. That Nair's not going to cover that dodge, but he tries to poke his way in, and Acno instantly boxing with him right away.
Oh, both players really going back and forth here. Downlight side air puts him on the side of the stage. Anchor could come through. No, he dares him, but Acno on the side of the stage. And they both spot dodge, but Acno cancels his with the side light, gets that range. And the weapon throw, he went for the highlight on that D-light. Didn't quite hit it, but the idea was there. Side light, neutral sig. Oh, if he held the charge a little bit longer, that could have been such a huge hit.
Yeah, that was close to getting knockout potentially. D-Light recovery will get that big whiff punish right there. Damage has been done on this last stock. However, it must always bear being pointed out. There's a cannon on screen. Therefore, cannon is on screen.
And a side sig slides through, doesn't hit, puts in the neutral signature. The Ninja 729 now dodging in, which is nice because unless you let go of that signature right away, dodging is a pretty good answer to a lot of these Kaya signatures. But the neutral sig catches them in the air, and like you said, it's an anti-air and anti-jump minigame. With that 620 damage to 577. That's actually surprising to me. I thought that the Ninja 729 did so much damage on that first stock that he still would have had the lead, but no, Acno came out on top anyways.
It's just Acno, I think Acno is putting on a masterclass of how to deal with Cannon. But many people can get, everybody gets scared in these positions, but what instant reaction as soon as he saw that GC side, like, oh, congratulations, resources are burned, dodge is burned. That's a free punish right there.
Yeah, and now the Ninja 729 is on a Suri with the key sword. So he's got quite the loadout here. And I'm wondering if this is him just being like, okay, I've got this in the back pocket. I understand that my game plan is being stuffed out here by this Kaya legend. Let's see if he can avoid playing that air game, because guitars can really do whatever they feel like.
After what I watched Dot do yesterday, I'm here for it. There's been some really solid gameplay that I've been seeing out of Guitars, but Guitars just plays so heavily into the Ninja play in a similar fashion. Yeah. It's just faster cannon play, so without having to be as aerial.
The takeaway is that even though it's faster, your range is so much shorter. So we have to see if that comes to his advantage here as Acno puts out that neutral signature. And while the Ninja 729 has taken a huge lead for the Guitars, he has not taken the stock lead. And Acno could get that if that D-Light recovery took him out. But guess what? Kaya is actually a very tanky legend. Yeah. That's something that still surprises me every once in a while. But yeah, that defense stand, I think it's on 7, really high. And that recovery finally taking him off the top. And Ninja 729, all right, looking good on the Asuri so far.
Yeah, definitely a much better start here for the Asuri. Like we were saying, the trade-off being able to play grounded but still getting your combo game, I think is very big, because every time you tried to get those jumping starters, you just kept getting anti-aired for it. And although you're going to have to play around sidelines from Acno, like so, you still can find those big starters. That side air is going to send them off stage. He's keeping it going here, Taza. He's actually, like, it's definitely looking a lot better. And he dodges around that D-Light, which could have been a side air. That could have taken it out.
Yeah, Acno's not going to find the same downlights that he did against the Ninja 79 and Cannon because he's just got no reason to be staring or sidelighting that high in the sky. Sidesig, however, does pick up grounded, and it will send the Ninja 729 up the top right. But like you said, Ajax, he had a good thing going there on that last stock. Brought Acno into deep yellow. Now into orange with the double nair coming through. And game 3 is looking favorable for the Ninja 729.
Definitely looking solid right here. Gonna get punished, however, on that neutral dodge. And, oh, okay. All right. Actually, I'm not even surprised. That's Ninja. Yeah, like, he's, the thing is, you try to condition Acno to be scared to try to jump it. You went for two. He's gonna go for a third one, isn't he?
2, 3? That's a side sig, though.
Well, he still went for 3 sigs in a row.
Oh. He's been getting these high recoveries from the Ninja 729, and that doesn't seem to be character dependent. That's just a playstyle thing. And if the Ninja 729 is able to punish it or at least avoid it, Acno should go for it every single time. Because getting 2 of those in was huge. Gravity cancel downlight, though, that's an easy punish coming out from the Ninja 729. I wonder if Acno was reading a jump from the Ninja 729, and he did not give it to him.
I mean, you're saying it was a playstyle thing. I mean, you don't go up 10-3 for nothing, like, on someone. Now, granted, so far today, we've seen a couple people kind of play around that, but that's kind of what we saw from Simple a while ago. That being said, though, the Surrey strings starting to go off, getting a couple recoveries. That's going to knock him out, though.
Second one.
He's been so on point with catching these side six.
Yeah, the side six have been fantastic. Just getting the distance, sliding forward, catching him, bringing him to the side of the stage, and taking him off the top right. Gravity cancel side light, that's dodged out of the way. Sword picked up from the Ninja 729, but this lead's not as big as the last one that he had. But 2 more nairs, and it might as well be the same case. Falling side air, doing a great job with the sword. Falls up that recovery. Acno can't get start with the spear. I'm thinking he's got to switch over to that bow ASAP.
Yeah, I think it might be that time. The spear was working really well against Cannon. I think it doesn't have the same success so far here against the Asuri, which he's hovering around the idea he might switch. I think he's just trying to bait the Ninja to walk in forward.
There's a hit. That was the first hit that he got that stock on the spear with the down air. He's still hanging on to it. I think he gravity canceled that side light. That was wild. He like walked off stage and gravity cancel side lighted.
He's fully committed to it. Okay, weapon toss finally happens. I think, and now Ninja has him completely in favor. He's gonna catch him with it. No, he tried. I thought he was gonna go for recovery. I didn't expect that. But now Ninja has to deal with the bow again.
Oh, he goes to the ground pound. That would have just ended the game. I like that idea. Recovery comes through and the side air does not hit. Acno's not going to go for the side stick unless he knows it knocks out, and he knows that it does not knock out right now. Okay, well, I totally stand corrected. That would not have knocked out, and he got punished for it.
I think he's going to be looking for a slide cancel on neutral sig again, if he can get him. Oh, no.
All right.
Okay, well.
Go for 2.
Let's close it out. Let's do it again.
He's now switched. He's staying on the bow. Oh, no, I thought there was gravity cancel side stick. He gets him with the delay neutral signature, and the Ninja 729 barely takes game number 3 to bring it to a game 4.
He had to fight hard for that one, fought for his life indeed, and actually put on a good performance there with the Asuri, 646 compared to 533. The sword still having a lot of damage, but the cannon was so minimized on damage against Acno in the previous games that even when it did find some marks, it was always anti-aired. Those guitars allowing him to naturally play more grounded helped so much, because what were most of the situations, Saza, where he was losing stocks here, even here with the Asuri, it was on the over-excessive jumps.
Yeah.
And I think that every time he didn't do that, he was in a good spot.
And when it comes to at least in Brawlhalla, when I feel like a particular character's signatures are punishing you over and over again, best of 5s are the best environments to lose to those, because even if you go down 0-2, you can have that much time into the game where you go, all right, you could go into the game and just be like, okay, I've gotten used to this now, and moving forward, you could do a lot better with that. And now, sidelight comes through. Oh, the nair hits as well. Look at Acno go.
As they're trying to keep it going right now. Acno is dipping around a lot of these sidelights from the Ninja, just trying to find his way in. And going in again, and still no mark being found. He's going to be able to sneak his way back on, at least with the recovery. But let's see what he can do to try and keep things going. It's been a bit rough so far.
Ooh, look at that. There's the hits. Nice recovery.
All right, that's going to be the first stock loss right there for for Acno. He's gonna catch him in recovery and disguise as well. Just see if he keeps this going. Not sure what is going on with the Ninja's approach in this game compared to the last one. Acno doing a really good job playing around that sideline Nair. Is going to push it back off stage. Finding that Dare, double up, weapon toss down. He's going to be forced to have to get that wall touch, sneaking just through. He does get back on.
And the side air comes through. Can Acno get the Sair himself? No, he goes up for the side air, and Acno puts the down sig. Ninja 729 goes to the weapon throw forward, and the Nair hits. Weapon picked up. He went for the immediate pickup side sig, and Acno with no hesitation hits him. And hits him towards the top of the stage as the recovery comes through, and that side sig hits. Nice weapon throw forward. Neutral signature coming up from Acno, though. And he's been using those so well off stage, but now on stage is catching the Ninja 729. And man, Ajax, he's just running away with this game. Look at that sideline coming through. Oh, and he grab pounds with the dive kick. Is this going to be a 3-stock? It is. Acno destroys the Ninja 729 in game 4.
Absolute domination on that, and adjustment there from Acno in that last game. I think a majority of it was Acno figured out how to just control him on the ground this time. Before, in that last game, it's like, oh, okay, I kind of get that you're playing more grounded, but I'm not responding to it properly. In this game, like you said, in a game 5, yeah, not many options you could choose to make a correct decision against Acno long term. And as Acno takes it here and moves forward, getting himself that qualifier in winner's top 8.
Oh, I looked over to talk to you, but I saw the graph, and then I got distracted. that is
a nub.
That's fun. Well, I was more paying attention to the fact that
one
Acno's
giant
just like
graph of Acno there.
Yeah. Wow, Acno, what a game.
2 damage.
How do you do 2 damage with this? Is that side lights?
Because I didn't think it's got to be like a trade or something.
I didn't think that weapon throws get calculated for that. That's interesting. I don't actually know. Anyways, doesn't matter. We're moving on to our final winners quarters match, I believe, and that's going to be. Oh yeah. Look at that graph. Zoom in.
I was actually wondering. I was looking at the camera, like making its way over towards me too. It's like that.
It's
like freaked me out. It's like, what's going on? Yeah, that is insane. The amount of time that he was able to extend on that, the damage that he did at the end. The message was set. He was not going to be able to get another one after that. So Acno is going to be facing up against the final qualifier for winners that we have left. It could be his own teammate, Blaze, or it could be someone who has gone 5th place, 4th place, 3rd place in the last 3 events in a row, and that's Machete.
Oh, Machete's looking for that 2nd place, technically. And then the win at the World Championship.
And the win at BCX.
Yeah, that's what he's on his way to.
That would be quite the storyline.
So this is what's fun, is that behind you, Machete has that character locked in. That's Mako. So Mako, a legend that's been out for some time, and it's been a legend that I thought theoretically would fit a lot of players' palettes, and just hasn't really had the time to see it. I love that I see Machete locking this in for game number 1.
I'm not going to lie. When I saw it on the graph for pre-show, I thought that was like, I was like, is that an error?
There's no way that's an error, because there's no way it could be pulled from anything before, because we've never used the graphic before.
Yeah, it's not. That can't be true. Well, we're going to see it here. Now, a lot of history on both of these players. Like you said, Blaze, the constant 2v2 champ with Acno, getting plenty of earnings, but also plenty of times of his own, finding his way up here, but never getting past 3rd place. Machete, however, has been on that top of that podium, and an incredible performance at Mid-Season Invitational, being the highest placing EU rep there, trying to deal with the absolute monsters of South America when they showed up. We're going to see things start off here. Also,
dude, Machete's loadouts making him look like
I was saying, yo, he looks awesome.
This is and like, we have Blaze that's just
yo,
like
Drip Game is up. It's actually kind of on fire going on between both of these two. Start things off. Now something is, with all the increases to Greatsword, a lot of we were looking at promise from it, but we're seeing free promise coming already out of Machete's start.
All right, neutral comes through to stop Machete. Look at that, just cackling as he rides the waves there on that side signature. Hasn't got the stock just yet, but that falling there to recovery will be a quick early stock coming up from Machete, as it's been all off the back of the Greatsword. So interesting thing, when it comes to every region, there's a player that I feel like is like a legend specialist, where their play style is having a lot of characters that they are very good at, and Machete is that player here in Europe. But Greatsword is something that, since Jaehoon was released, I haven't really seen Machete play too much. So seeing him here over the Mako and doing so well is so fascinating. Let's see what Blaze is able to do to bring it back, because that side stick does connect. And something that I really didn't highlight is that, yes, that is Blaze on Orion, not on Bryn, despite it being an armored spear carrier.
We got completely thrown off by all the loadouts they had going on there. Now, I will say, like, look, I'm not good at guitars, so that's the reason why I didn't pick up this character. But watching Machete play with this loadout is actually it's making me want to play. It's making me want to switch over to this. But right now, Machete refusing Tasa to give up this first stock, playing around the spear D-Sig, playing around actually any attempts at knockouts from Blaze. And Blaze is going to need to find an answer to that quick. The Nair's going to get it back on. Not going for recovery, goes for weapon toss up instead. Just misses the recovery to find the knockout. Cider will finally do it, but he took so much damage beforehand.
Good punishes on the downstick there. The Mako downstick can be a little alarming depending on how you use it because it has that steerability and you can steer it backwards a little bit, but Machete was using it for full forward momentum and Blaze stuffed it out both times to take that stock. And now he's tacking on the damage of the lance, but the side sig surfs him all the way to the side of the stage. And I mean, we've gone from like ice to water, but it's still unusual about Apocalypse. Like,
it is. There should, if you look in the background, he should be swimming on lava, not water.
Hey, he's just doing his part to be able to pull out the fires. Okay, D-Light neutral signature.
Oh, what a play from Blaze, and he just misses out on catching him with the dare at the end there, just trying to keep that going. But that did get him at least back into the game.
Yes. And the neutral sig will actually completely get him back into the game there. Blaze really popping off on the spear, getting the knockouts with the lance, and now bringing it in to an even game on game number 1.
There is no passive play between these two. Well, actually, I think that was the longest that I've seen these two not interact. Yeah. Just there. Everybody, as soon as one hit comes in, they just keep it going.
Oh, we got to see that steerability there. Machete, because he didn't gravity cancel it, but he used it from the platform, he was able to, like, sort of steer the Typhoon there with that down signature. Down air, doesn't land with it, goes in for that downlight bridge, and can't get anything off of the great. But that side stick, so much success from it, and he knocks the weapon out of Blaze's hands. Let's see if he can get this knockout here with the recovery, maybe? No, he goes for a ground pound instead. We can see him looking for it, but that weapon throw forward means that Machete finds himself unarmed.
The amount of stage control that side stick has had on this stage has actually been kind of crazy. I feel like Blaze might move away from this, whether he wins or loses this round. It doesn't matter. But he does have an opportunity to get back in. Nair lines up. He's got him in the skies, and he tries to catch him on the landing when a sidelight misses out. Tries to go for the sider, and that's a big punish on the Nair. It's going to be Machete taking the first game.
Yeah, really solid game 1 from Machete. Liked what I saw from Blaze. Even though we're going to be getting these highlights for Machete, we had that crazy stock where he ended with the neutral sig spike, and then the last neutral sig take him off the top. But that 460 damage from Machete's greatsword means that that's definitely what he has prepared for today's tournament, and likely what he's preparing going into BCX, right? And we were talking about how he has literally a linear placement throughout the year of that 5-4-3. Getting in the top 2 would be huge for him, and I mean, as funny as it is to have numbers go down by 1, he would like the win, right?
Yeah,
he would like to just skip that second place and go to first.
He definitely would like to get that first place finish, but you have to go through the person who's only had first place finishes to do that throughout this year. But another important stat factor for Machete in that last one was 10-6 came out, 30% hit, most of those 30% being that side sig on greatsword. That covers so much space that you can't really afford to steer at when you're playing something like Lance. But Mako is going to push him off stage, but Tete having stage control still here. Tasa, he hasn't been hit yet. That was a 0 to knockout. Perfect stock.
That was such an awesome stock. He got on the platform, and then he, like, slide charge pivoted the down sig, got the edge of the tornado, and then came back onto the stage, repositioned for the Sair, got the spiking hitbox of the Qatar Sair to secure the 0 to death. Machete really showing an awesome show with the Katars after just doing 460 damage on Greatsword. Yeah. I'm loving this.
And even on the Greatsword, even if it doesn't get like the read off, he's still getting 2 pieces constantly. He's getting his damage in, and it's resetting over and over again. Of course, switching over here, Blaze has not been able to find any hits. It's been minimal at that. He's going to go ahead and get himself access to the spear. D-Light Cider is going to send him off stage. Does he close it out with the downer? No, tries to catch him. Cider, and he closes it out himself as soon as he saw the jump. Taza instantly reacting with that side stick, and he has a huge lead.
If you get caught by that side stick at the edge, I don't care what stage you're on. If it's like orange, you're probably going down. You are
It's a Tori too, so you're definitely going down.
The surf is taking you all the way. Oh, he dashes back and he gets the sidelight finisher. Side air, is that a 3-stock? Blaze can't even make it back, and Machete surfs up 3-stock. going into game number 2. I mean, and Blaze feels like he's searching. I liked the Orion in game number 1. It felt like he had a matchup against Machete, but the switch over to the Hattori just made Machete go on the guitar show. And we're getting that nair, touches, get the jumps back, and then he fades back around the weapon for the Sair. I didn't even catch that the first time. Shoutouts to production. Replays are sick. We're going into game.
True. Replays are sick.
That's awesome.
Actually, facts. And
that Machete was just... That was phenomenal.
Another fact, too, is the fact that Machete is up lifetime 10-6 in the set. So it's not like it's far off. You know, it's a 4-game win record, but Blaze has done it before. Right now, that consistent win record is looking like it's going to continue as Blaze finds his way over to the 3rd character within the set, going over to Ogrim, getting back on the Lance, and hopefully has an answer. But Machete's playing like he absolutely has none, and he's not going to let him get it as he tries to read that dodge. He had it covered with the Nair, too. Yeah,
the Blaze Olgrim's a classic pick coming out here. The Brand is the only thing that we haven't seen that I'm, like, kind of surprised by. And I think the Spear was doing the best for him in game number 1, but he opts for the Lance instead. Because both characters have the Axe. So Machete fighting against this. Game looking pretty good so far, and Blaze on the Axe has actually been keeping up with damage as that Cider comes through, and Blaze could take the first stock.
I think that's actually the biggest thing is that he hasn't. Oh, goodbye. Goodbye. We're going to ride you right off stage.
And it takes him like down while he's doing it, too.
The fact that you, like you said, it doesn't really matter what character you're playing. Being in the orange and getting hit by that, especially if you get dragged off like that, you're done. And the hit ratio for Machete so far has been huge. Actually, last game, it was 50% of them hit.
Ooh, that's crazy. Especially, and a lot of those were the down signal guitars that time.
True,
as well.
It was a mix-up.
Yeah, so Machete is just putting out even more damage with Mako's signature abilities. Down air, dodge out of the way. That downlight bridge dashed back out of Machete getting so much damage through, but a solid Sair from Blaze will take the stock. Blaze now in orange here on game 3.
And Blaze is going to go ahead and switch over to the Lance. I actually feel like he wanted to stay on Axe, like, mentally. But getting over here to the Lance, he's going to at least find a side air. He needs to find a way to make this Lance work to beat out the ground of the gameplay. He's been getting hit by a lot of these D-Light bridges, like you're saying before. And he's not been able to win neutral outright. That being said, it actually has been working so far up until that point. He tried too aggressively to get back down, and Machete just saw right through it.
Yeah, desynchronized off the top of the stage there. Those nairs were meaty, and now Blaze going forward with that downlight bridge, sidelight, downlight bridge, sidelight finisher. Side air forces the dodge through, falling Sair onto the ground, and he dodges out of that side stick and just barely whiffs the punish. But hey, as long as you're not getting hit by that move, that's good news for Machete. Blaze, on the other hand, really needs to finish off the stock, and Machete just keeps catching these landings, the sidelight openers.
He's seconds away from going from, actually, no, he's not even going to need it. He's not even going to need the side stick. He just needed to get him one time with the dare. Weapon toss down, shuts it down. And that is a 3-0 finish from Machete. That is, bar none, the most dominant game that we've seen so far amongst all of these matches that pop up here. And I look, after what I just saw, we talked about the uptrend of Machete's placings a couple times. That right there is someone who I could see making the podium.
Yes. Yes.
I think seeding might be playing perfectly here today.
This is the most. What am I trying to think of the word for this? Machete has played a lot of Legends in Bracket. This is the most where I've seen him like prepared with a specific legend, with specific legend strategies than I have in a long time.
Yep.
Like Machete, to me, is now a favorite for getting top 2 in this tournament. It's hard for me to say that I knew he was going to be beating Godly, but I would like to see how Godly is able to shape up against Mako, who is about as unusual as a legend matchup as the Ninja 729. But the benefit that Machete has over the Ninja 729 is that he just started playing Mako for the Autumn Championship, whereas Ninja's been on Canon since he started playing.
Sometimes people will, hold on to that tactic until BCX. Like, I feel like a lot of people have been holding on to their Ezio play until BCX. Well, pulling out the Mako here to try and prep it in Autumns.
And prove it.
It is proving. It's proving itself. We're seeing some dominant force gameplay coming up from Machete's Mako to start things off, and he is the last qualifier to get into top 8. We're going to take a look at everybody who made it to top 8 in a second. 3-1, 3-1, 3-1, 3-1 into a 3-0. And those 3-1s, most of them were actually pretty close games that just finished before what we could have gotten to a close game.
I would say that Godly Heisen was actually the closest out of all the ones that we watched today. Simple Pavelski. Pavelski had that really crazy game 3 where he got like the down sig and the scythe knockouts, and then there was the Acno matchup, right?
Yeah, game 4 just kind of disappeared.
And then he it was just destruction on that last game. But so really fun matchups all around. And that's everybody that's getting into winner side top 8.
Yeah, and of course, like we talked about, bcx.live.
Go
right there to that website right now. Do not miss out on BCX. It's going to be our first big LAN coming back to have everybody in all around the world to come out and compete for the World Championships. But it's not just that. You have the artist alleys. You have all of us out there that you get to meet in person. And the longer you wait, the more expensive those hotels get. So do not waste your time. Get yourself out there. It's going to be a great time. There's a lot of stuff to do in Atlanta and the area. And we will be seeing you, of course, in the beginning of November when that happens after Autumn's is done.
That's absolutely right, Ajax. I'm so excited for BCX. We're going to take a quick break, and then when we're back, we're going to be having more Autumn Championship right after this.
Live, in person, for the first time since 2020. Atlanta, Georgia, where players are born and champions are crowned. The community, back together again, live and in person. The Brawlhalla World Championship heads to Cobb Energy, Atlanta, Georgia, November 4 through 6. Players from all around the world will come together, competing for the largest fighting game prize pool in the world. Players from over 15 countries represented. Competitors, talent, crew, and community. It's more than just a tournament.
Ooh, it's not going away, bro. I'm in pain. Hold on. Woo, baby! That's what I'm talking about.
getting into the top 8 of things for this, of course, autumn championship with the European region. I'm Duke and joined by none other than TK. How you feeling?
Pretty good, man. I mean, we got a chance to watch a little bit of this action from the other room, and it was it's already pretty nice. But obviously, we're starting to wind down to the end of this tournament, which means the action's only going to get more high stakes, high intense. But just honestly, it's going to be some great matches all together. So, yeah.
Yeah, it's definitely going to get more intense. A lot of the predictions so far are looking good. Even chat's predictions from earlier on today are looking good. I think Ajax is the one who's struggling right now because his pick of Swata is on the lower side.
Well, hopefully, I don't know, does he have it in top 3, top 4, but, hey, it happens. Sometimes your pick goes down pretty early, and the next thing you know, he's the he's the dark horse. He's the underdog of the entire tournament. So, I mean, we'll have to see. Big shout outs to Ajax for holding down commentary, but no shout outs to his to
his predictions.
his predictions though.
But let's take a look at some of the matches we're going to be getting into today. We got Godly and Simple on deck, and then on the other side, Acno and Machete. Both of them fighting for their spot in the winner's final. On the lower side, still yet to be decided. That's over at twitch.tv/ProBrawlHalla.
I'm tripping now. I thought Godly was mostly a Petra player, or like. Was that a crossover? Am I tripping? Was he not on Ryu for a bit?
He's bounced around. It's generally been Gauntlets. He got that on lock, right? He had the Rayman when he started, had a cross for a little bit as well, and then I think he also had that Petra at some point.
Oh, okay. All right. Well, yeah, man. I mean, look, I'm going to be happy to see his Gauntlets anyway. I know that for sure that he is a godly Gauntlets player, as his name kind of signifies. But here on the other side of things, Simple. Obviously, I mean, tried and true veteran, known this guy since, like, honestly, my first BCX was, like, way back in the day, so I mean, he's really been holding it down for quite some time, and let's see if he can continue to keep that. I like to see that kind of veteran versus, like, new guard, like, battle, that clash that we normally get to see sometimes between them or just a lot of people in Brawlhalla in general.
Yeah, I mean, like, by raw numbers, Simple has more silver medals than Godly has competitive tournaments played. Because Godly has only played in 5 tournaments this year. He's gotten a gold medal at all of them, whereas Simple already has 11 silver medals.
Okay. Well, first of all, big shouts to Godly for winning everything he's entered. Right. Like, that's pretty cool. But, yeah, no, I mean, you're going to, again, it's the old guard versus, I guess the new guy I hear, the new kid on the block. But clearly, he's been doing a good job. PR number 1 right now, lifetime record of 3-0, and which means, I mean, he's favored to win this match for sure. But, hey, Simple, maybe the old dog can definitely still learn new tricks.
Yeah, I mean, he's been forced to make that switch up. Generally was on the Bodvar for a long time, and he's kind of been playing some other stuff. Right now, it's been the Val that's been looking really good for him. I love the viewer vote. Like, of course, Godly's dominating everything, but there's always that 13% who's like, maybe this will be that big payoff if I pick the other guy.
Those guys said today is the day. So, also, I need all the channel points I can get. So, honestly, man, when you have a bet like that, you bet 1,000 channel points. You either lose 1,000 or you gain like 100,000.
Yeah.
So it's like there's really
dude, I will take those underdog bets on those channel points for sure.
Yeah, man. So we will be getting to it relatively soon. Just gotta wait for Simple to pull back up. But we do have the Val out, as I see on the screen right now. The Godly will be playing some Val. So I mean, there's a lot of time left in this tournament. He may swap up a little bit and kind of get back to some other characters. I like Val a lot, but at the same time, the crossovers for the Street Fighter was they're just too good. So anytime I get
he
to
could
see
be on the Akuma.
That is true. That is true. Could definitely bring out the Akuma as well. So, well, we'll have to see. I mean, maybe he has a stream up. Maybe he'll hear me.
Yeah, maybe hey, Godly, try using some of those earnings to get some crossovers. You can bring out the Akuma. I think we saw his Dalsim as well when he was on the Rayman crossover.
True.
But like you said, kind of waiting on Simple to see what Simple wants to do because, I mean, like, do you really want to do a Val mirror match against the current GOAT of your region, or do you want to try something different and hope it's going to be that counter?
Yeah, I mean, it's interesting in this game, too, because I feel like mirror matches in this game, like in comparison to, I guess, like what Smash or whatever, because most of the characters, like your base kit is like genuinely the same outside of your sig. So at that point in time, it's just like, how well am I at avoiding my own signatures, but then just avoiding the standard gameplay of sword and gauntlets. So, I mean, definitely interested to see if he decides to go for that. I don't know if that's like a thing that people don't normally do, if they like see that they might be doing a ditto where they just pick their secondary in Brawlhalla, or people just kind of down to run it.
Yeah, I don't know. I think there's like definitely like both schools of thoughts. There's a lot of people who are like tried and true mains on picks, and they're like, this is my thing, I'm sticking with it. And looks like Simple's finally locked in to answer the question for us. He's going to be on the Akuma. So
he was listening to the stream. Yeah. Okay, thanks, thanks, Simple. Somebody was like, I'll get this crossover out here. So not really a mirror, but still a mirror. Seeing that that's just a crossover skin, but we'll see how this one goes down relatively soon. We have Apocalypse, Demon Island, and Small Brawl Haven, which is, I feel like Small Brawl Haven's been getting quite a bit of play lately in this new playlist. But
I think the Europeans today, especially the Vals, have been liking the Demon Island.
Yeah.
So that's kind of been like the pick, especially like when you have the double Val, we've been seeing a lot of that Demon Island.
So does the Val benefit from this?
I mean, the short wall, right? Like sword side to going over the corner, the edge guards that we're seeing, like Pavelski on that Val was also doing.
She also seems to have an easier time like pushing or like, you know, killing horizontally. So which in this case, if you do push someone very far out and they have to use the option, it does set up for that neutral sig over the edge a lot easier on these small walls. So definitely makes sense. Both these guys are going to benefit from the stage, obviously, because they're both playing the same character, but it all depends on who's going to utilize the stage and their characters can better. As we get in the beginning of this first game right now, Simple with a slight lead, looking for a hard read of an air dodge in right there, though.
Trying to catch with those ground pounds, pivoting them because you got more like forward horizontal movement when you go for those ground pounds, but golly, building this wall of sword air swings.
Ooh. He managed to get out of there super quickly, but yeah, nice. I mean, very nice, you know, Simple, well, I guess slow gameplay right here from Simple. That's one of the things that I feel like, you know, we always talk about the EU and their intense neutral and stuff, but I do say I like the way that I kind of got that off of Simple. Like, I feel like watching him play the most, the whole reason he started, just to see how he kind of plays the game or how he looks at it. Not really the type to rush, you know, his stocks will methodically kind of break down his opponent. Unfortunately, though, sometimes that can come back to bite him, seeing as he did lose the first stock while having a pretty solid advantage somewhere in this first stock.
Yeah, he's fantastic at like taking the space that opponents will give him, but will struggle to finish off those stocks. That's what we're seeing right now, right? Godly's sitting in the red, is still managing to get hits onto Simple.
Godly right there actually kind of slowed it down himself. Maybe a little uncharacteristic for Simple to think about, seeing the immediately expecting him to jump in, throw out his own side air, and got punished yet again with the same, or his side light got punished with two side air. So okay, doesn't manage to get that stock though. Doesn't take too much damage either. You know, just starting to hit that orange. So not the worst situation to be put in at the middle section of this game, but hopefully can get something back onto the board, get himself some more momentum.
He is starting to find that momentum as Godly was struggling to find some gauntlet hits on the second stock. Oh, N-Sig thrown out. Simple with a nice punish.
Ooh, okay, Simple looking for the read right there, expecting that panic option from, or Godly looking for a read, expecting a panic option from Simple, who does not give it up. Again, nice resilience here from Simple. Also kind of playing well from the corner as well. Doesn't get a lot of space now.
Oh, he's starting to get it, but the N-Sig launches Simple as far as possible. Simple still surviving. Downlight side air will finish off that stock.
Was there a change of the angle of that? I feel like that sent a lot more horizontally than I remember. That looks a little steeper than a 45-degree. I mean, maybe it's just been a long time since I've seen some Val. But either way, she is, well, Godly is cooking right now. Again, maximum amount of neutral sigs all hitting.
This is like classic EU right now. Is like, oh, we got a Val on the screen. Let me throw a bunch of N-Sigs out. And it's going to work out as Godly takes game number 1 with a barrage of N-Sigs.
Yeah, that was insane. I mean, literally, I feel like all the damage at the end was pretty much N-Sigs right there. 532 to 338, which also means that his sig, like, you know, accuracy has got to be relatively high. It's got to be at least over 50%, because, I mean, he hit so many of these. And at the edge, too, very scary. He just left.
He was like, all right.
All right, bro, you got it, man. I can't get past this wall. So does the SWAT decide to swap over to the Asuri? See what he can do with that instead. Going to bring out the Katars, which I don't think is a bad choice by any means. Still playing a pretty close-range weapon. Still keeps the sword in hand. And I do think the sword did most of Simple's damage. So hopefully Simple's able to make something happen here with the swap of characters. But Godly, again, I mean, if you saw the lifetime, does have Simple's number with the 3-0 right now.
Yeah, he's definitely beaten out Simple in competitive many times, but at the same time, you know what? It's Autumn Championship. This could be that final opportunity for Simple to overcome Godly. Nice gravity cancel sidelight, just taking some space away from Godly. Godly, though, more damage, not quite in KO percent. This is Small Brawl Haven, so downlight recovery might do it.
Wait. Okay, Simple yet again with a good lead and manages to clean that one up. Doesn't overextend, just kind of waits for the opportunity to come to him, and he manages to find that well-placed down light side air. Unfortunately, now well-placed one on him, and wow, at Godly going way out there, not even going to give you a chance to, kind of mix up your recovery. He's like, the minute you use that first recovery, I'm there for the punish, and indeed does punish it. Now, Simple's got to watch out again. I mean, Godly has been,
oh, snap. He was chasing. You saw how high in the sky they were, but Simple got away from that one.
Yeah, Godly, again, back down to the ground. I mean, yeah, Simple, lives to see another day. I don't think he would have lost his stock by any means, but it's just the scariness of Godly getting one opening and turning that into a stock. Wow, at that easy stuff, easy gameplay right here from Godly over Simple. Simple's going to have to come next to the table, something new, and it may not be these guitars or this Asuri.
Yeah, because Godly is just beating him out on all fronts. The offstage in particular really working out for Godly. Okay. Was really hoping for the dash in from Godly there.
Okay. Gotta get back to the stage. Manages to find it yet again. But okay, Godly. One time, I think this is the real issue right here for Simple, is that he literally can't hold stage positioning for too long. He's always getting pushed to the edge, and then when he is off the stage, Godly has just been capitalizing quite well with his edge guards.
Another edge guard opportunity. Godly patient here. Simple comes up, the N6 start.
Man. Will he hit another one? Okay, this time Simple actually striking, which might have been a little uncharacteristic. Godly probably expecting another dodge right there, but no, Simple actually going to strike out of disadvantage. But it may be too little, too late. Oh, wait a minute.
Okay, getting some hits in. But the end light, not quite enough.
Okay, as he gets a chance to touch the stage, but this time should be enough, yeah. Godly kind of holding that space quite well with that down sig, and then immediately jumping back in there with the neutral light. A down sig, man, for Val specifically, even that jump back to jump into a lot of safety while also kind of threatening that area. Man, just a solid game yet again from Godly. 513 to 393. Wow.
It's crazy because, two of those clips, right, were, sword KOs. One of them, the first one was an unarmed, but it started off with a sword setup. But his damage was predominantly put out from the gauntlets. So he's just getting that damage with the gauntlets and then switching over the sword to finish stocks.
Yeah. So, I don't know the full damage numbers for most things here. I know that, I know what good damage when I see it, but as far as damage per engagement, is 35, is that, a lot?
I think so. I think, 30 is, average, so going above that's good, and going under that is, struggling.
Okay. Makes sense. But, yeah, no, Godly sitting at a nice 35, meaning he's getting quite a bit of good hits here. Looking for the down sig on the sword. Probably expecting Simple to come up a little faster. But at the same time, Godly can kind of just throw out some things. I think he can, kind of finesse and see what else he can come up with in this matchup. Seeing that, again, does seem to have Simple's number. Simple has been struggling to figure out what to do here. He's back onto the Val. But he's already down 2-0.
That Asuri did not do much in the last one, and so far, Val's looking a lot better. The down sig connects, not enough to KO, though.
So yeah, definitely, I feel like the thing is Simple does seem to have good starts. It is just, how to closing that stock and then kind of expounding on that closed stock on his second and third. He always seems to do well on the first stock against Godly. Godly gets a crazy play, and it just feels like the momentum after that just shifts directly into Godly's favor. But we're still looking for some of these crazy plays. Simple, though. Okay. Wow. Okay, good run right there, actually, from Simple. Got quite a bit of damage. Now he's baiting out these neutral sigs.
Yeah, that was a fantastic string from Simple. And the weapon toss, keeping him alive. Stuttered Godly for a little bit. The side air will finish it off, but like you said, Simple's been really good at that initial stock, and this time he actually kind of built himself a lead.
Yeah, see what if he can actually hold it this time around. No weapon in hand. Does manage to pick one up. He takes a little damage for it, but still probably a worthwhile trade. Does have a weapon in hand now. Oh! Oh, my. All right, he managed to touch the wall. Godly going for another ground pound. You know what? I would have done the same thing. Now they're fighting off the side. Godly going to go ahead and retreat back to safety, grab himself a sword. He's back in the mix.
Yeah, Simple thinking these lucky stars that he was so little damaged, he was able to fight back. Avoids that side air from Godly, and potential here. He's got the corner.
Godly. Okay, now immediately swapping that over. That's one. Oh, okay. Again, Simple starting to oh, my God. The J. Oh, good stuff to Simple. Now getting himself a solid lead in the later half of this match. But I will say he's definitely striking a lot more, which I think is kind of throwing off the pace of what Godly thinks he's going to be doing. Simple normally a super defensive player, kind of doesn't take those chances. We've been taking a couple more chances here this time around in this third game. Still, though, very close game. Godly not allowing that lead to expand too much on him.
Yeah, he's made this one a little bit closer. Still a little bit in favor of Simple, and Simple with that spacing backs up, punishes Godly for the approach.
Oh, okay. Godly looking for it all right there, but already got, I guess, too much damage on the Simple, or hit him too low. Wasn't able to get that down there after.
Red light recovery, opportunity for Simple to get a stock. And Sig and Simple's on the board.
Simple said, I stole that one from your book. Because he has been definitely getting a reverse Insig quite a bit. Now Simple actually going to do it himself. And it does work out. Simple, though, this time around, looks like he's putting up the godly numbers. 550 with 395 taken. Very solid game right there from Simple. Good turnaround, good adjustments. Hopefully, yeah, that was definitely a top-worthy weapon toss.
He's like, yep, that happened. The slow-mo weapon toss from the other side of the map to KO. But that one was looking a lot better for Simple, of course, because he ended up closing out. But look at the general difference between the stocks. Like, they were pretty much even, just slightly delayed in timing. Like, the amount of damage it took to KO was relatively even.
I have to say, too, man, he went off of the sword and went more into the gauntlets, and that seemed to be very successful for him because, I mean, obviously, he wanted to keep the sword when he swapped over to the Asuri. And in the first game that he had, the gauntlets really didn't do that much damage, but it seems like he's kind of found his stride here on his gauntlets. I mean, a very large stride. He's taking big steps here to get into this game 5. Already a solid, solid lead here over Godly, but can he close the stock out before he takes too much damage?
He's practicing his long jump with those strides. Like, he is getting distance on each step. But Godly, over the sword now, he's got control. He's got the stage, he's got the ground pound, and he's got the first stock.
Man, that's really where Godly strikes. Where Simple will kind of whittle these stocks down. Godly can definitely find one opening and just turn that into a stock at yellow, at orange. Okay.
Punishes the wake up. That's a burned air dodge. Still getting back. The dare. And Simple can't touch. That's 2 stocks gone from Simple.
What an edge guard right there. I mean, just read on read right there. Every page, he's like, what just happened to me?
He alt-tabbed. That's how he clicked back in the game. I was like, wait, I got another stock. I got to finish this.
Oh, man. I was not expecting Godly to get all of that off of one straight hit near the edge. But again, his edge, if you heat map this spot, his edge guarding has been insane in comparison to his on-stage play. Not to say his on-stage play hasn't been good, because I think Simple, that's where he shines the most, because he hasn't really been edge guarding. But Godly is good at forcing Simple off the stage, or at least to the edge, to set things up like that. Hold on.
Okay, this air, man, the damage is still adding up. Trades are not in favor of Simple.
Hey, little bob and weave action does indeed get that neutral light, but Godly trying to finish this off in 3-stock fashion, and he might do it. There it is, the double recovery, and Godly absolutely running away with this set. So there will be no game 5. We're going to go ahead and close it out right here, right now.
That's that dominance that Godly is known for, the edge guard potential. He 3-stocked Simple in game number 4.
He 3-stocked him with 53 damage per. Well, honestly,
that's huge.
Yeah. Yeah, no, I mean, with the way that things were happening here, I mean, definitely kind of popped off on that one. What a last game for him.
That is definitely some nails in the coffin on that one. It's like anyone who had belief that Simple could make that comeback, you can watch that and you're like, maybe not.
Yeah, that was definitely not like a, red comeback possible. No, chat. There was no possibles here this time around with the way that Godly was playing. So good stuff to Godly, really showing, living up to his name one. I mean, because that was that was celestial on the reads right there. Dude, that second stock was absolute destruction.
And it really did come down to like that kind of meta that you mentioned, right? Is that Simple definitely a little bit stronger in the neutral game. The on-stage stuff is where Simple was starting to shine, but every single time it went off-stage, Godly was taking stocks. Godly was winning out. You were seeing him just kind of walk off and do a ground pound, and Godly was like, I didn't expect you to come down here. I'm supposed to be on stage.
Yeah, I mean, and the craziest part, too, that second edge guard, man, I mean, the way that he was, like, always this close to touching the wall, but then Godly was always right there to deny it. Like, I mean, if he'd be next to the wall, Godly would get a hit. He would be, like, down airing to the wall. Godly would hit him before he could hit the wall. And it was like, all right, bro, you are not allowed to touch this wall. But you know who's going to be able to tell us more about that last match? It's our boy Remy. Remy, let us know what happened.
Godly played it really simple, really well. Well, he didn't play it simple. Simple played it simple. Godly played it godly. A lot of edge guards. The casters already let you know all that offstage action. I'm going to break it down for you and explain to you how it happened in Godly's point of view, what went down, and how read-focused this offstage play really is. I'm going to start off on the first clip, and you can already kind of see where it's that kind of, okay, it's not just full-on punishes. It's not just that momentum-based drive forward. It's kind of that focus on read gameplay. It's that heavy focus on what are you going to do next and how am I going to punish that. And this clip right here shows that to its full extent. Going off of this, he does take a hit there, but then he gets 3 back, and it's this dodge in. It's this hard read, this hard commit, and you can already see he has it set up on that down light. He's going, all right, you have these options available to you. You have one jump left, you have one dodge left. Simple goes for the straightforward approach. He goes for the dodge through, tries to get to the wall touch. Godly has a lot of options for himself. He can go for the ground pound. He can go for a cover on this side. But he chooses to go straight forward and cover that dodge through he sees coming. And it feels like a lot of these edge guards are in this kind of scenario where it's like, okay, Godly knows something we don't. He knows that Simple wants to dodge in this direction. He knows that he wants to get off here, where it's the same thing here. He goes for that one side light. The dodge comes through, and he goes, okay, Simple, you can now go downward. You can go forward. Which way are you going to go? I'm going to predict right. I'm going to guess that you're going to go upwards, and I know you are. So I'm going to get that side air, and then it's stuff like this. It's this perfect punctuation. It's that period at the end of it where it's like, okay, you just touched the wall. You can stay on the wall, sure. But I, for some reason, know you're going to go off. I know you're going to push off that push-off column, and I'm going to punish it perfectly. You're going to lose that stock, and I'm going to continue on playing with that extensive lead right built for myself. Same thing, Godly off stage. He is not to be messed around with. You can see that punish there on the dodge. Lack of dodge means lack of stock if you're Godly. And all of a sudden, Simple doesn't have much to work with there. Just incredible read game, focused on punishes and making sure that stock completely disappears when he gets the chance. And yeah, Godly looking like it's going to be another one for him this weekend if he keeps it up. So back to the casters.
Godly is looking so incredibly good. He's sitting in the winner's final, a guaranteed top 3 finish now at this point. But we got to find out who he's going to be playing against. Is it going to be Acno or is it going to to be Machete?
Yeah, I mean, honestly, both of these players I am super huge fans of. Man, Acno's been around. I know the Acno Blaze era. Are they still teaming?
Yes.
Okay, well, never mind that. There's still an era that exists, so good stuff. And then Machete, yeah, on the other side of things, just, solid player all around. Ranked 4 and 2, so very, very close, power ranking between them. But that lifetime score is saying something different. 10 and 2. Machete at least showing that he can get the W. But man, it is well skewed into Acno's favor. Chat kind of feeling right down the middle though. Okay,
Chat's pretty mixed on this one, and I don't really blame him. If you watch the earlier set where Machete was playing this Mako, he was looking dominant. On the other side, lately, Acno's been looking kind of wishy-washy with this Kaya, but the Kaya bow was looking solid. He was hitting N6, he was hitting the side 6.
Right, man. So, I mean, is it the spear that's weighing him down, or is he just, has to get back into the rhythm altogether?
I think he's just got to get into the rhythm, but we'll see if he can, as right now Machete's getting hit after hit against Acno.
Ooh. Okay. Great sword is out. See what he can do with it already. Getting a couple 3 pieces, right, or 2 pieces here. Not getting a full 3-piece yet, but okay. Acno.
Ooh, dodges through it. Manages not to get KO'd. The N-Sig is a good turnaround opportunity, but Machete gets past it.
Man, I was actually wild for them to be fighting up there like that. You saw the sweat beats coming out from Acno saying he exhausted all of his options, just barely avoiding that. Not going to avoid it the second time, though. Relatively large hitbox for a guitar like in play SIG.
Yeah. And that 6's tricky, too, because you can kind of position yourself around. Like, you can slide forward or slide backwards with it.
So the neutral SIGs right here have definitely been coming out altogether from Acno. He does have to find out how to get the stocks. Oh, there it is. The neutral SIG does find it. Do not jump around me, he says. A little anti-air action coming in, and he's going to go swap back to the spear.
Maybe once this range advantage against Machete's guitars. Both of them picking and choosing when they want to throw out the attacks. Machete gets in, gets a nice 3-piece for it.
Oh, okay, still keeping that going. All right, does finally get hit, but Machete patrolling this ground right now. And as you say, Acno does have the range for sure, but he's swinging first. He's not even actually using that range to his advantage of like trying to whiff punish what Machete is doing. So Machete is actually getting whiff punishes for him jumping in, even though he should be the one whiff punishing himself.
Yeah, Machete has been getting a lot of damage. Good spot dodge again from Acno. He's got to find more hits as the down sig, again, covering that stacked option. Acno's been really spot dodging these sigs from Machete, and the down sig works well against that.
Yeah, I mean, it is a very long-lasting sig. As you can see, he actually spot dodged through the first part, but still getting hit and pushed over to the other side. Uh-oh. Swapping over to the greatsword. The damage is already done here on to Agno as well. And I mean, even though Kaya has some pretty high defense, like she's hurting. Almost getting that stock, though.
Yeah, I mean, the big thing is Machete is struggling to find that finishing blow. Finally, that falling side air from the greatsword is going to take off the stock from Agno, but a lot of time spent on it, and Agno was able to even up the damage a little bit.
Down sig action right there, trying to don't run into it, but okay, and it's going to be enough. Just barely looked like it was going to be enough, but it did get past that blast on these neutral sigs. Once again, from Agno on both weapons have definitely been very pivotal to his success as far as staying into this game. But Machete, definitely looking good here. Hasn't been able to get any of like the crazy long greatsword strings off of an air dodge read yet, but at the very least he's doing some decent damage with it.
No downlight approaches. Machete, you can see how he's kind of hovering high, expecting Agno to try to break that distance with the downlight.
Okay. Machete waiting for Agno to go ahead and come back in, but at the same time, I mean, like, no real danger here from Agno. As you see, he's willing to just take the wall. Does actually dodge in this time around. Sure, Machete looking for different options. So good stuff to Agno, kind of mixing up where he's going on these dodges.
Oh, he's getting hits, though. No weapon for Machete. Agno backs away a little bit, catches him with the side sig, and Agno takes game number 1.
Wow, at that. I mean, just, slow and steady gameplay to go ahead and get him through of that pressure. And when he saw the one good opening, he was able to take that he's like, he threw his weapon away. He's like, all right, fine. Now that you don't have that, I can be a little more aggressive. Kind of caught him looking with that gravity cancel side sig, and, well, won that game.
Yeah, and really, Agno's been swinging with the SIGs. All of his KOs in that game were SIGs. The bow end SIG, spear end SIG, and then that final one with the bow side SIG.
So here we are, moving over to a different stage here. Let's see what they can do. Platforms moved a little further to the side, so, it does kind of make getting back to the stage somewhat easier. At the same time, I've seen a lot of people getting stuck on those platforms, and being stuck on those platforms so far to the edge can be a little scary.
Yeah, it can be tricky, right? If Agno gets stuck on it, Machete's got a bunch of good dunking end SIGs. Doesn't even need them right now, though, because his greatsword's swinging.
Okay. Getting quite a bit. Off just the greatsword. Still looking for, just going to ride all the way out. Oh, no, not the double. Triple. He's gone.
The edge guards from Agno. 2 bow ground pounds and polishes it off with a downlight ground pound. Unarmed Agno going to get the lead.
What a way to go ahead and get that lead. I mean, just another person who's just taken one opportunity and ran with it. That's how you do it. I mean, I think that was a really good idea, too, for Machete to, kind of go all the way off the stage. But I don't think he was expecting Agno to actually go punish, in a situation where most people probably like, all right, I'm going to set up this edge guard. Agno's like, nah, I'm actually going to get off of this stage and get the real punish. And it worked out. Got the whole stock. Got a relatively good lead here. He is hurting, but he's also added up this damage. Okay, he is going to lose that stock to that recovery, though.
Yeah, and that greatsword side sig is interesting in that, you can hold it to go further, and you'll see a lot of people do that to try to get away from that punish opportunity. But Agno's like, well, you just put yourself off stage for me.
Yeah, I mean, and that's just, that seems to be, what he's really, good at right now, too. Because, yeah, as I said, I think a decent amount of people probably would have just stayed on stage and started trying to edge guard, but Agno going out there, getting real hard punishes right there. Nice, trying to catch him jumping out the corner, and he did with that neutral sig. It's looking a little rough for Machete right now.
Yeah, that ice skate, that slide forward from the end sig helps out Agno a lot. He's so good at using that movement inside of the sig.
Oh. Yeah, he's moving. Oh, okay. Nice little down air, neutral air combination. That is not, he has not been able to hit any of those so far, man. Agno refusing to ride the wave.
He's been good at avoiding it. He hasn't really gotten any good punishes on Machete for doing those side sigs, but still, Machete is not connecting.
Yeah, I think pretty much it's been just, down sig on the guitars that has been working for him. But, yeah, every time he's went for any of the other sigs, none of them are really hit.
Oh, but the end sigs from Agno are hitting.
Okay, let's get out of there. Nice, but still, I mean, he is hurting right now, already in the red. Does get away from the neutral sig. Luckily, but wow, man, missed his own punish and gets destroyed for it. 462 to 354. Yeah, this Kaya's Akno definitely has woke up.
We're seeing that initial edge guard. Ground pound beating out the recovery. Gets another one. And then he goes for the weapon toss and then down like ground pound.
Yeah, I mean, really good idea to at least avoid the weapon toss by trying to go under the stage. But now Akno was like, don't even worry about it. I know how to get this punished as well. So swapping off of the Mako to the Fate. Okay, so we're bringing a lot of force, a couple different weapons here within the Scythe and the Orb. I wonder which one he's favoring. Well, probably the Orb. I feel like the Orb is probably the easier one to like kind of cycle over to.
more likely, but Machete's kind of practiced on this Fate. I think his Scythe is the big thing that he was doing when he had it, and starting off with it for now at least.
All right. Well, yeah, definitely doing well. I mean, he's got some good damage here. He's also at the stage positioning, but immediately Akno going to get all that back. Let's see if Machete's Scythe or this combination just in general is going to help him out. Swaps over to the Orb. Keeping it simple right there. Side light, side air.
Side light, side air again. This time Machete's got stage control. Another side air. Akno running out of jumps, and the down air guarantees the KO.
Yeah, I mean, Akno really had nowhere to go. He might have been able to drift back to the stage if Machete was not there, but yeah. Try to go off the easy with it. Gets the toss back into the orbit. Yeah, Machete very smart with his weapon usage. Got a lot of damage with the Scythe, and then was like, okay, now it's easy kill options right here with the orb. Orb side air will eventually take you off, and kind of one of those moves that you can combo into and just kind of throw it out off the stage like he did. Oh man, hold on.
He is getting reads now on the Akno.
Machete does manage to get over. Akno not having any answers just yet for this Fate. Takes quite a bit of damage on that second stop before finally getting rid of it. The first one from Machete. Already sitting in like deep orange, almost red.
When he catches the landing. Dare, that was a recovery, and Akno's gone. Last stock here for Akno in game number 3.
Wow, I mean, what a turnaround, man. You just kind of expected, kind of wish this came out the first game because, yeah, the Akno, or the Mako, the first game was looking all right, but after that, Akno kind of figured it out. You can see the read was on the Mako by the beginning of the second game. I have to, get into a different book this time around if he's going to try to get these same reads onto Fate. I mean, very good start here for Machete, but he got nothing off that. Very good start, but might be a bad end right here. Didn't get a single hit onto Akno. Now we got an even game last stop.
Yeah, I mean, Akno put down Percy Jackson and switched over to Harry Potter. Like, he figured out the other book, and he is reading.
Okay, hold on now.
And
nice.
Double.
This is looking super rough right now for Machete. He can't even get a weapon right now. Doesn't jump in on that. Just gets out there immediately. Doesn't even try to get in the third option to hit. Does manage to get a weapon now, but it's a turnaround. You are out of there. Knew exactly where that dodge was coming and got the perfect punish. Get him out of here. That's going to be Akno moving forward.
That was 3 times that Akno got a downlight and gravity canceled afterwards, and 3 times where it connected, and 490 damage put out from Akno's spear. He was doing the work with the spear. The bow came out. I think he got like a bow end sig. That was really nice. But other than that, it was all about the spear for game number 4.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like that was kind of the tail of the entire the entire set. I mean, it was a lot of bow damage altogether. I mean, spear damage altogether. I think in some of those earlier games, he might have hit around 100 on the bow. But yeah, this time he said, this spear is going to do everything for me. And it did exactly that. It was a good start from Machete. So obviously a good swap. But yeah, no, Akno, once the book is read, I mean, he's guessing the ending like, 20 pages in, and he's correct. So.
He's not even putting his finger on the page and like scrolling to the end to be like, oh, that person dies. He's like, I just know.
So good stuff to Akno, taking that one in a 3-0 fashion. Machete, obviously it's still in it. Still in it. That was the winner's side of things. So I guess that means he's a winner's finals, right?
Yep. That means our winner's final is going to be Godly versus Akno, both of them a guaranteed top 3 finish, but we still have yet to figure out who's going to be in the bottom side of top 8. So we're going to take a short little break. While we're doing that break, this is your opportunity. Go over to twitch.tv/ProBrawlhalla, and you'll find out before we find out who's going into the top 8. So we'll see y'all over there, and we're going to take a short little break. And we are still in it at the Autumn Championship for the European region singles. We saw on the side there that there's some matches that are going to be happening in a little bit. I believe Coco and Spyrox is our next one.
All right, man. I think those are two names I'm not super familiar with right now. So, but that's the great thing about, like, you know, catching a lot of regions and just in general, like watching this high-level Brawlhalla is that, you know, someone will come up and I'll be like, oh, who was that? And they get their chance to make that first impression.
Yeah, one thing that's interesting about this specific matchup is I think there are 2v2 teammates that are now having to go against each other. If I'm not mistaken, they literally just won last weekend, and now they have to fight against each other. And it'll be likely not what you're... Oh, wait, no, there's Coco and Swata. No, okay. I'm so bad with names. Coco and Swata, they're not teammates. They're just people who fight each other.
All right, well, I do know Swata, and so does the chat, apparently, because this is
wow.
Wow, no oh my God.
It just got worse.
I don't think I've ever seen that.
You 1%ers, I believe, I see you.
Okay.
Right?
You know, I don't think I've ever seen that right there, man. 5% down. Oh, he's getting back up there. Okay, some Coco believers are showing up. But yeah, I mean, the Swata Hive is definitely here. 90% on the viewer vote. But Coco, you know, he's a 3v3 champion at the very least, so he's got a W somewhere in here. Wow, that.
Yeah, I mean, I don't blame a lot of people. Swata's definitely done better in singles. He's, of course, won a BCX, right? Like, he's definitely had a lot more highs. But on the other side, Coco's been kind of coming up in the world. He's been looking better, but that lifetime score definitely agrees with the community on this one.
Was that 30? Was that 36 on the level of that Negan? I think so.
I think
but
so.
Yeah, deciding to drop the Negan on, it was 30 or 26, but deciding to drop the Negan out here instead of what was on the screen, which was that Thor. So, you know, we'll see what he can do here with the great sword and sword combination against Koji. A very common character that you see quite a bit, well, in everyone's circuit, to be honest, you know. But, oh, okay, Coco's starting off pretty hot, though.
That was a pretty nice start going in downlight into the ground pound. Hasn't swapped over to the greatsword just yet. Generally, from the J-Yuns, I'm used to seeing them go for the greatsword for, like, the big damage build, and then sword's just that stock finisher.
Nice. Okay, little three-piece. I like that. Getting the extension of off the ground bounce. And I don't. Okay. Oh my, bro! Y'all are reading the our opponents today. It's like I know exactly how far you're leaving the stage, and I'm gonna be right there. Literally steps right up, just kind of meets his foot instead.
Yeah, taking a page out of Godly's book, just kind of falling over to the right side and is like, you're gonna step off the wall, and I'm gonna kick you in the head.
I mean, and Coco stepped so far off the wall too, and Swata still knew he was gonna go that wide out. It's like, actually, you're going well out here. See if Coco get something for himself. Does have a good bit of damage here on to Swata. Okay, the recovery like that. Yeah, Swata starting to see the wall slip. You know, had to get off that wall sooner than later, and yeah, good pickup right there from Coco.
Now he's onto the great sword. Gets a two-piece. Nice little jump there as well. Not going for that third piece, recognizing Swata's got the dodge up, and he's going to get out of it. Oh, caught the dodge. Ooh.
Damn, that's how you do it. I mean, caught a second option, too. Instead of going for like a full combo, or a full guaranteed combo, knew that he was going to try to jump out the corner and got himself a recovery as well for some extra damage.
Good avoidance of that slide charge N-Sig as well. Coco starting to swing here. This one's still pretty even, though. Going to get the KO. Oh. Who wanted extra damage on that one.
That's fine in any way, man. Yeah, I think that up air would have been some nice extra damage. Surprised he didn't just pull the trigger on the recovery, but does indeed still find himself the stock with that quick side air. Coco has the damage one more time, but no weapon in hand. Might be able to get it with the downlight recovery, but has to find it first. You see him looking for those downlights.
Okay. Catches him with a neutral light. That's not going to KO. Neither is the recovery. Needs a little bit more.
Okay. That recovery, though, is going to send a lot higher, almost, but luckily Swata under the stage. Not going to get hit off the top yet. Looking for some hard reads here.
Yeah, he is really struggling to finish off this stock. Going for a bunch of these heavies, right? Going for recoveries, going for N6. Still not hitting it, and Swata is taking full advantage of it.
That would have been such a nice combination if Swata was able to hit that, neutral sig off the ground bounce. Or it may not even matter right there. Yeah, Coco was reaching for the same thing. He was looking for that air dodge in from Swata so that he can blow it up with that neutral sig, but Swata not giving it to him at all.
Yeah, complete control coming out from Swata. Looked good with all of his weapons, including the unarmed for that first KO. But you're seeing sword clips, you're seeing bow clips, you're seeing Swata just do well against Coco.
Okay. There we go. Coco trying to move around real quick. Gotta make his presence known here, at least in this set. Like, he definitely had a good first stock, but yeah, just kind of fished on you know, getting that second stock off of Swata, which got Swata a bunch of damage, and also just a fresh 2 stock in that first game. So Swata now, though, you know, not allowing Coco to at least get any of that opening momentum that he got in the first game. Nice, though. Wait a minute, the turnaround. Oh, try to get cheeky with it.
Couldn't quite finish off that stock. That side air hit at such a great angle for Coco, but Swata's still surviving.
Yep. Swata trying to get himself, got it. Got the air dodge read too, so gets a full combo there.
Tatami Matt, not quite enough to KO. Over to the sword. No recovery. Going to go just for the nair. A little bit of a safer option there.
And Coco managed to get himself a weapon as well, fighting his way back in. Watch out. Yep, trying to zoom in, but Coco is going to avoid that and actually get to the first stock. Very good cleanup right there from Coco. Okay, try to get the weapon star going. That weapon took way too long. One to come down and the other one to actually spawn. So Swata does manage to get himself a bow back in hand. Okay. Coco actually, I mean, had the read there. Good looking option. Oh, can't actually re-pick up his weapon though. Oh, and yeah, you saw the wall slip coming too. Already had the 2, you know, exclamation marks. It was only a matter of time, man. And here on this small wall, it's even less time for you to really work with before the wall slip starts to set in.
Chain dodging coming out from Swata.
Ooh.
Putting up this damage a little.
Man, wait a minute. Coco looking good here in this second game. The sword, you know, playing more regular sword than great sword, and it's definitely working out for him. I'd say that his great sword has really been lacking. It just hasn't been able to get like some of the greater parts of the great sword, which those heavy dodge read, you know, punishes. But
yeah, he's been getting like 2 pieces, but not getting that extra dodge read for the big 3-piece dump. But he does get the side air. He's maintaining this very slight lead over Swata.
And Swata definitely can get back into this game, but I feel like this is his time to do it. I think he's been doing the best against the great sword when it comes to Coco, who immediately throws that away. Looks like he's going to try to get back onto the sword. That's been bringing him quite a bit of success here in the second game. Okay.
The nair. No attack thrown out. They were stacked up though.
A little shook right there. Obviously, you know, didn't want to get punished. Does indeed get the down light recovery, though. Pretty high up on the stage, all things considered, with no platforms. So doesn't manage to get that stock. And doesn't take a lot of damage either. No weapon in hand for Coco, who does manage to get a great score. Again, I think the sword right now is what really has been doing it for him. Does get the 3-piece right there. A lot of damage actually added up off that air dodge read.
Yeah, just needed that one read to work out for him, and he got so much damage. But he needs to get this stock off of Swata. Doesn't get the read this time.
Ooh. Swata with a little change of action right there. Super quick with it as well. Oh, doesn't even matter. Says, I'm not going to dodge. I'm turning back around. I'm going aggressive. Worked out. That recovery getting stuffed. Swata. Oh! Okay, I was going to say Swata definitely doing a good job of getting himself back in this game, kind of keeping momentum, but just one good swing right there from Coco is going to go ahead and end this thing. 591 to 592. Wow, that.
Very even game. A 1 damage difference. A lot of work put out from the great sword from Coco, but of course the sword also putting in some work, 229 damage. But man, finally he gets that read on the N-Sig. We saw in game 1, he kept doing dash N-Sig and was completely whiffing. That time he stood still and threw it out and caught Swata.
Man, what? I mean, yeah, that was just absolute beautiful gameplay right there from Swata, or from Coco, all things considered. I mean, I think both of them are actually playing quite well, but I was saying that, you know, it seemed like the greatsword wasn't doing that much work for Coco in the first game, and it seems like he has, you know, kind of gotten into stride with that one. Good read on at the end of that last game to get the neutral sig. But now he's on to the greatsword at the beginning of this one, taking quite a bit of damage on it.
Yeah, Swata is handling Coco. Coco's not even getting those neutral wins that lead to like a 2-piece. Might be in trouble here. Weapon toss. Oh, and he can't touch the wall. Goes to the outside, expecting to hit Swata for the chase dodge. And now Swata's got a big lead in game number 3.
Yeah, I mean, nothing really, really not a lot of damage on him. As you can see, he's just barely into the yellows. About to lap Coco here in percentage. Coco said not this time, not yet at least. Okay, put him into light orange, but still no. I mean, finally got a weapon in hand. We can make something happen. Swata, though, doing a good job now, spacing out some options here from Coco.
Swata using the weapon toss, just trying to guarantee a safe ground touch.
Oop. Oh, wow. The weapon toss, I mean, definitely robbed him of his recovery, and that was probably super scary. Okay. Okay.
If anything, that just helped him, but it looked really cool. He went really far for it, and the downlight recovery, Swata going to make that lead bigger.
I'm just going to say it was about the damage.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was a long slide charge. Got a lot of damage off that next hit that he hit. Actually does push him past the blast zone with the recovery. So Swata, man, making big plays here into the third game. Finally losing that first stock, but even already putting some damage here onto Coco's last.
You know, sometimes it's about sending a message.
Oh, yeah. Coco. Okay. Gonna get back to the stage. Does it yet again.
Man. Still sweat beating, and the N-Sig will take out Coco, top of the map. Swata definitely felt some kind of way after game number 2.
I mean, it covers so many options just in that last interaction, too. The down air first into the neutral air to cover, you know, the upward option. And then immediately, oh, you're jumping. I'm actually up there with you, too, with my neutral SIG. Very smart end right there from Swata. Now into game 4. Can he close out? Nothing but Demon Island right now between our competitors. I said it's not, you know, it's not the stage, it's just me.
Just got to play better. It makes sense. Greatsword likes a lot of runway. They like a long, flat platform. But on the other side, Swata, he's just been making it work. He does not care what map he's playing on.
Swata getting quite a bit of damage right there, or taking quite a bit of damage right there from Coco, but Coco not going for the, wow, 4 pieces.
He's getting more off of those initial openers. He is getting longer strings, but Swata charges up. What's the punish? Okay.
Nice.
And got the dodge read.
Almost getting the stock as well, man. Swata put himself in a real bad position with that dodge read back. Luckily, didn't take enough damage before then to actually get pushed past that blast zone, but definitely won't be able to eat another one of those 3-piece combinations.
Ooh, weapon toss, not going to connect. Over to the sword. Guaranteed KO options here if he gets a downlight.
Weapon toss right there. It's going to work out for Swata to create a little bit of space, but he is going to find that raw recovery. No down light needed. Immediately just takes that. Now Swata, I mean, definitely has the damage here on deck. I think he fully has him in KO percentages without a well-placed SIG, but okay. All right, wait a minute. Side air actually sending him pretty far out.
Ground pound
Nice.
will get the KO. Swata evens it up pretty quickly. Sticking with the bow, yeah.
Yeah, that bow's definitely been doing quite a bit for him. Not to say his sword has not, but I think the bow is the right choice. You know, he's kind of almost in the same boat as the greatsword. You know, you get one good air dodge read, and then yeah, you can get quite a bit of damage as a bow player as well.
You're seeing Swata try to push those advantages too, right? Like he'll just get a recovery, and usually there's not a lot you can do after it, but Swata's throwing out stuff. Gravity cancel N-Light, gravity cancel N-Sig.
Okay. Very close to actually getting that neutral air to hit, but yeah, Swata once again.
It's not this time.
That's his version of the Swanton Bomb right there, man. Just dropping off, looking for a clean neutral SIG. We'll get the damage at the very least. Actually, to be completely honest, his neutral SIGs have just been hitting. So, you know, he got the ender of the third game like that. Got a big damage in that third game as well from that slide charge one. Okay, got to get back to the stage, though. We got a pretty even game development as they both are very close. Oh, the weapon toss. And
nice.
That is going to secure the stock. Good stuff to Swata. Down light to the ground pound.
So good at forcing options, and then just at the top of it, once you have nothing left, gravity cancel, downlight, ground pound. Swata stealing away weapons. This is Coco's tournament stock here.
Swata. Okay. He is firing. He's like, do not be standing here. Nice. All right, does finally lose that stock. They've got some good damage here onto Coco, but See what Coco decides to stay with. Is going to keep the great sword going. No weapon on stage right here for Swata, but Brawlhalla Gods bless him super quickly as he kind of chases Coco down. Weapon spawns behind him, gets free access to it.
Praying for at least 2 dodge reads right now. Hoping that I'll catch him. Ooh, didn't get the dodge read, but he got a nice chunk of damage there.
Hey, Swata giving up 2 dodges back into the middle of the stage, man. Coco got to be looking out for that. Doesn't actually have a weapon in hand, though, so it may not matter to Tommy Matt to catch him on the jump. Uh-oh. Man, very luckily being able to get past. He was sweat beat it up, so he had no more options with Swata. Not reading the right direction of where he was going to go. Kind of not in position to get that full punish. Doesn't matter.
Insider. Yep, Swata going to close that one out. 3-1. Coco goes home with a 7th place finish at the Autumn Championship, and Swata continues on.
Yeah, 6'11", a 468, man. Quite a bit of damage right there being put on. Swata with a solid W right there. Not a crazy amount on engagement, so kind of a slower, developing game there in our 4th game, but definitely still gets the W, regardless of how much he may have not got off in each interaction. He probably just got a lot of interactions altogether.
Yeah. Was getting a lot of interactions, but you saw those kind of responses from Coco, getting a tap here and there. And in particular, like, again, it was the bow plays that worked really, really well for him, right? Putting out 337 damage in that last one on the bow. And that's, like, what we definitely were pointing out is, like, you get, like, downlight Nair, go for a gravity cancel, NSIG, just, like, forcing all this movement out of Coco.
Yeah, I mean, and that's the thing, too. I feel like Coco, as far as the greatsword goes, he didn't really get a crazy amount of, like, greatsword finesse. I mean, there was definitely some signs of greatness in there with the old, with a couple of those, like, good air dodge reads, a couple 5-hit combinations. But for the most part, I feel like he wasn't doing that as often as he probably would want on a greatsword. So that kind of held him down a little bit. And then on top of that, yeah, Swata at some point in time in those games just had very excellent reads onto him. So, not to say that. Oh, actually, I was going to say not to say that he can't do better, but yeah, actually, that is going to be the end of his.
He can't do better
tournament
today, at least.
Yeah, not this time around. But I think Remy might have some tips on what he could have done there, or at least tells you what Swata did so well in that match to go ahead and take that victory. Remy, take it away.
Thank you, TK. A lot of string-based weapons in that game. You got the bow on one side, you got the great sword on one side, so both these players are kind of looking for the same thing. They're trying to beat out that dodge and go for a heavy punish read there. And it looked like Swata got the better end of that. You saw he was the one who primarily had that bow in hand and was forcing a lot of options, like Duke mentioned, with that NSIG, with the side lights, a lot of stuff coming out here. And I'm going to show it to you just off this first clip alone, what it really means and what it really looks like to be playing for that heavy interaction with bow. It's a slight interaction, but this right here, the backtracking, the spacing, using that map to his advantage, knowing that, okay, Coco, he's going to be scared, he's going to be pushed off stage. He's going to have to come back in here after the side air, seeing that he's going to trace all the way forward like this, and he gets that extra 3-piece. It doesn't lead to a stock, but that is a lot of damage that you're going to want to play with, and that's kind of Bo's strongest point, right? You want to build that damage fast. You want to snap in. You want to get that 1-2-3 interaction, knock them away, and then reset, do the same thing with all that stage pressure you've now built for yourself. And he continues that on in multiple different interactions. This one starting off stage, they do find their way back on, and he uses the fact that he has no GC to actually go for another hit, and that leads to that slide charge NSIG. And I'm going to play from the beginning here, just show it to you again where the dodge goes missing and how the punish actually plays out. Yep, playing from right here, he catches his dodge off his GC downlight here, and after seeing that, he kind of hits the Sair, chases him down, follows up with the side light, gets the NSIG because of the fact that he was running low on options. He ended up far down. Just a little bit of nuance there for that punish, though. It goes really well for Swata the entire time. Same thing in this interaction, just a quick one. It doesn't lead to too much, but like I said, damage is Bo's best friend. You're going to be building a lot of it when you're getting these 3 hits in. Right here, the patience from Swata, you just see it. The dodge comes in. It's the same story. He hits the 1-2-3, and then he goes for the NSIG just to bait a little more option coverage out there. It doesn't end up working, but the idea is there, and it's in scenarios like this where we really see that shine. He goes for the 1-2, gets the Nair up, sends him up high, and it's what he does after that's going to be a little bit more impressive. You see the lack of jumps. You see the dodge up to avoid the pressure, and all of a sudden, you're in this area as Coco. You've got no options left. You've got no dodge left. You've got nowhere to go, really, and it's about how Swata wants to play this out. As soon as he catches that landing on the ground, it's one punish leading into that direction, right? He's going to follow it up with the downlight Nair, as you should on the bow play, and that's already 4 hits for free. He continues it going, though. Using that range, reads the dodge up, gets the Nair, and that's just a bunch of damage already added up. So Coco now in the orange, Swata still on that second stock. That's the kind of gameplay you want from your bow kit, and you're going to use that the dodge read, you're going to use the range, you're going to use the fast hitboxes to your advantage every single time. Swata did an excellent job of that, and he's going to be moving on. Casters are also going to be moving on with you guys to the next game.
And Swata is, of course, moving on, keeping the bow play alive. Unfortunately for Coco, he's done for the day, but we've still got more matches. The viewer vote's already going on. Pavelski versus Knees. You know, I thought there were more Pavelski believers out there. I'm not going to lie. I thought that was going to be more Pavelski favored.
Yeah, I mean, especially after his last few matches, too. I mean, it's been kind of looking good right now, but we'll have to see what he can do here against Knees. Knees, another Val player. I mean, Val's just a very popular pick right now, but why not? But here on the other side of things, I mean, even more popular pick is as far as the graphs and the percentages that I'm hearing around the office all the time. That boy Mordex is definitely popular as well. So let us see what we get. We got a double gauntlet match, but a sword and a scythe also in the building. Mordex coming through with that heat too, trying to send this Val packing quicker than usual, as he does take one off the decks to put it into the force. Let's see what Pavelski can do with that.
Looking at that lifetime score, tied 2 apiece, so this one will give the winner that advantage in lifetime score. Pavelski was looking really good earlier, particularly his gauntlet plays, but right now he's starting off with the scythe, and no attacks thrown out just yet. Was really waiting for Knees to throw out something.
They look like teammates too. They both got the kingdom on the tag right there, so you know. Sometimes just kind of what the bracket does to you, man. You have to play your teammate at some point in time if it's ones, but let us see what transpires here. If we start off with a small Brawlhaven, we've been seeing quite a bit of these Vals hitting these neutral sigs today on both sides. I mean, we saw Val Ditto, and both of them were actually getting it, but now Knees doing the same thing. Pavelski, very good hot start right there. Looking for Knees to come a little further down to get that neutral layer.
Over to the sides for the Ensig. Not quite enough, though. Side air doesn't connect. And Knees might be taking the first stock here. Yep, gravity cancel side light gives them the lead.
Very quick with it. No waste of time, not doing anything super fancy. Doesn't need the ground pound or the down light ground pound. He's just like, as long as you push away from the stage, you already have no options. It's pretty much over. So Pavelski now got to come back. There was a situation here where Pavelski, if he was just a little higher, might have actually had that stock with the neutral sig, but now you can't find a hit. Does finally find it, though, right there with the recovery. So he decides to stay with, is going to go ahead and stay with the scythe. Seems like I've seen a lot of people, well, I guess in the 2 matches I've seen scythe right now, they want the damage up with the scythe, and then they want to take the stock with whatever their other weapon is.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. Scythe, I mean, at the very least, it's early on in the set, so you want to get that like time on the scythe where you're figuring out how they like to dodge out of your openers.
Okay, out of there. Knees, nice with it. Man, that's really the Val special right there. Getting the hit and then, charge dashing into a neutral sig the other way. The reversal always seems to be catching people as they try to jump over you.
I mean, that's something that like Pavelski pioneered himself earlier on this year, was just going for Val Ensig after Val Ensig to the point where it's like basically the only move he used.
Well, I mean, it's kind of working on him now. I'm sure he's like, yes.
I remember this.
It's like it's still effective. Okay.
Ooh, so is ground pound as Knees takes game number 1 in convincing fashion.
At that, it's kind of crazy too, man. If you're somewhat of the pioneer of that gameplay, and it's now definitely starting to catch you off guard. 478 to 309, good damage per engagement as well. And I mean, even though it was mostly on that sword, you can still see he put some respectable damage here on the gauntlets as well. 259 to 193. Nothing to slouch at all. So good stuff. 2 Knees. Go ahead and take that first game. Pavelski looking a little lost right now.
Yeah, definitely struggled a little bit in that last one. And Knees, I mean, he's just been coming alive, getting some great damage build. His sword looking good, gauntlets looking good, and he's already getting more hits onto Pavelski.
Okay. That.
He backs away. Didn't want to push that advantage after hitting that down air.
Okay, he's got moving right now, Pavelski. Okay, also gets kind of 2-taps him real quick, but I was like, don't let that one hit you right there. A little charge on as well. Definitely would have taken that stock from where he was at, but Pavelski has to get back into this game. Barely doing such, though. Seems like you know, putting a little more damage into, or a little more points into the force isn't really going to help too much if you can't actually get the hit going for him, which seems to be the big issue. Knees not allowing himself to get caught up by any of these air dodge reads or long combos that the Scythe can do.
Yeah, I mean, Pavelski's he's just struggling.
Yeah.
It's so crazy. It looks nothing like Pavelski. I'm so used to him going for, like, reversals in those awkward situations, like a recovery at the top or going for a ground pound at the bottom, but he is just not finding anything.
Yeah, I mean, this is not the start that Pavelski definitely wants. I mean, finally, oh no, the reversal. All right, does manage to make it back, though. Lucky. I mean, that's one thing that's a scary weapon to get a reversal by, too. That side air sending at that 45-degree angle down.
Okay.
He doesn't do anything.
He's playing twos.
Oh, yeah, he was like, yo, someone else finish this for me, bro. There it is, though. Does at least get the down air to go ahead and take that stock under the stage, too. You know, it's going to be kind of guaranteed for him, but Pavelski has to get back into this game. I mean, he can definitely do it with probably like 2 air dodge reads to get him in the cover that he currently is, but doesn't matter, though. Man, Knee's really good at chasing him down and then pushing him even further down with that side air of the gauntlets.
And fantastic air spacing, staying just outside the range of Pavelski's Scythe, and then going in once he throws out the down air, once he's in recovery frames.
Oh, okay. He's going to get out of there. Thought he was going to try to drop that down air, but I think he saw his positioning, was like, I don't want to get scooped up for trying to go for it, so just leaves, goes back to the middle of the stage. Off the stage, hold on. Pavelski actually not air dodge or, you know, chase dodging back onto the stage there. Man, Knees had enough of Pavelski. Yeah, he said it's 2-2, but I mean it's going to be an easy way for y'all to see how I'll take it to 3-2 right now. 507 to 254, man, doing pretty much double damage than Pavelski here.
Man said we both might be in Kingdom Esports, but only one of us can be the king right now. And Pavelski going to be forced off of the Mordex over to the Val of his own to hopefully bring this back. He has to win 3 in a row, otherwise Knees is continuing on.
Wow, he decided to pick the same skin, and also the colors are very similar. Trying to throw him off by just visuals as well. Here we go. Knees and Pavelski going at it for a 3rd time. But this time, the first time that Pavelski brings out the Val himself. So another Val Ditto here in our block. Okay.
Quite a few Vals in the European region as a whole right now. Pavelski looking a little bit better. Oh, there's the N-Sig attempt, but Knees avoids it.
That would have been large too, man. As far up as he was, I feel like that would have taken for sure. However, though, does not seem to matter. Knees, you know, does take a little bit of damage here, but he is definitely still taking stocks relatively quickly and without, you know, waiting for these to take too long. I mean, Small Brawl Haven is definitely going to help out on that as well, but it's like soon as Pavelski hits red, he's already out of there.
And Pavelski is, I mean, Knees has been very efficient at finishing off these stocks of Pavelski. Like, Pavelski is not finding any stock extension. Both of them swinging. Pavelski finds a nice 2-piece, might be able to get this stock, but Knees with the GC sidelight puts the threat out.
And Knees holding that, says hold that little extra damage. Looks for it all as well as he goes off the stage for that ground pound, but Pavelski does get the 2-piece right there, down light into recovery. But
trying to decide, it's going to be the sword.
Yeah, it's like, didn't take too much damage either, too. You know, we're sitting in orange, but it's not a bad orange yet. It's not just to the deep orange. See if Pavelski can actually whittle his way back into this game. But Knees looking for that jump out, still though getting a punish with the ground pound.
Winning out in the weapon mirror, was winning with the gauntlets, now he's winning in the sword ditto. Just finding more hits against Pavelski, winning in neutral.
Wait a minute. Pavelski.
Oh, the down sig.
Clean right there. Now, normally, you know, seeing a lot of neutral sig there, but that down sig is going to cover a lot of space around the ground and sends Pavelski packing. He's already pretty much hurt, and that one does quite a bit of damage. Also, a pretty decent angle as far as KOing off the top. So
now it's tournament stock here for Pavelski. Nice double end light. Needs more N-Sig thrown out. Punished by Knees.
Good punish too right there from Knees. Trying to get max damage on it. I think he got a slight bit of charge into that side stick as well. Okay. out of there. Can't get much more, though. He's off the stage. And Pavelski actually giving up a lot of stage right there, all things considered. I think Knees probably had one more. Actually, what are we doing up here, though? The mix-up, I didn't know who actually got up there.
Yeah. It was all off-screen. Nobody knew who was below who, but Pavelski bet it all, and he got the stock, but he still needs to get through one more.
Yeah, he's hurting quite a bit. Tries to get a little extra damage there. Doesn't go for the down air follow-up, but he's doing a good job of avoiding Knees. I mean, I feel like he's kind of one hit away from imminent doom. Knees can find it. He's getting a weapon toss, but back onto the sword. See what he can do with this one. Pavelski, the gauntlet's looking good for him right now. Got himself all the way back into the game. Knees having a hard time landing. Wait, but the turnaround himself, just like the way Pavelski turned around at the top of the screen. Pavelski turns it, or Knees turns it around here at the bottom, just tricking up with the landing. Looking like he was going to go straight to the ground, and an immediate grab canceled, down light recovery, get him out of here. Yeah, they were both. I couldn't tell who got that hit.
Man, that was definitely a big gamble. But here's that final one where Knees halts his downward momentum, gravity cancel, down light recovery, catches Pavelski. Pavelski was trying to bring that one back, but Knees shuts it down. 3-0. He's staying alive. The Pavelski believers are they're upset.
Yeah, I mean, there was something that Pavelski was throwing out there too. You could see he started up some animation, but it got snuffed out by that down light, and then obviously the recovery's coming right back. So.
Shout out to Vondike. He was a Pavelski believer. I mean, he even put it in his prediction tweet. And Sparky was like, I wish people believed in me as much as Pavelski fans believed in him.
Yeah, Pavelski followers are fearless, man. You saw what it looked like at the bottom of that graph. But Knees said, actually, man, it doesn't matter what the graph says. It's about what I'm about to do right here, right now. Managed to take that W. So we'll be moving on into this bracket, and then we'll be moving on to our next part of our next match, which would be Simple versus Swata.
The battle of the Bodvars, or at least it used to be, where they both would play Bodvar, and generally it has trended in favor of Swata, especially in recent times. But considering both of them have swapped off of Bodvar, and Simple now over to the Val, Swata over to the Koji, this might be a little bit different. This might be not what the history books have stated.
Yeah, man. So while we're waiting for that, though, we can't talk about what's going on down here. That's BCX Live. If you guys have not already thought about coming to BCX, it might be that time. It should be a great time. We're all going to be there. Bunch of top players, bunch of top talent. Just, just a wonderful atmosphere and event. But before we get there, we're going to go ahead and tie up the rest of this Autumn Championships as we get through this next match. Lifetime of 10-3, but Swata is now currently PR'd over Simple. So maybe this 3 has come up recently.
Yeah. That's definitely a recent advantage. I think they ran into each other at the World Championship 2021, and then this year I think have run into each other a handful of times, and Swata's been looking good.
Okay. Right down the middle right now as far as the viewer vote. Nice to see. No one knows who's going to take it. A lot of simple enjoyers out here, though, for sure. I mean, he had some pretty high votes in that last game, or the last game we saw him play as well. So Swata, though, I mean, he's looking good. I mean, you saw what he did in that in the last match that he was in. Simple on the other side of things kind of had a rough winter side of things. Did have to swap over to I forgot what he played in the middle. But yeah, he did swap off his character for a quick second, then came right back to the Val.
Oh, that's right. He did swap. He swapped over to the Yasuri for a hot second.
There it is.
And then it was like, you know what? That also didn't work against Godly, so let me go back to the Val.
Yeah. So, but this time around, though, fresh opponent right here. Swata going to be playing against what probably he's used to playing against anyway. I think that's the issue when everyone is playing your characters, that like everyone gets a lot of matchup practice against it. So, the Val may be getting some W's here, but as far as how EU is, what I expect to see from what EU, I'm sure they all at least know the matchup.
Yeah, definitely no strangers to this matchup. It is interesting that Simple's not going with what most Vals do, which is put into the strength stance, try to go for that 5-5-6-6. Instead, he's going into the defense stance, so it's more of I believe a 4-4-7-7. Is that how that math worked out?
You know what? I'm gonna say I'm gonna agree with it. So you like he's a mathematician here. He's got it. So, but either way, I mean, he's going to keep those stats middle of the road. I think that's one of the greater things about why you see these characters like that, Val and Brandy. They have pretty middle of the road stats, so you really can't go wrong. If the power may not be like 7 or whatever before, it's still pretty good. Dex still being like that, and of course they are very fast on the ground and it got good defense. It's got to feel good for Val stats, all things considered. But you're on the other side of the thing, Koji. That's super high Dex, so he will be swinging quite quickly. Okay, boom.
There you're seeing it. The quick swings coming out from Swata. Doesn't get Simple over the corner, though. Both of them in the red. Going to get the first KO.
Okay, it's going to be Simple pushing him off the stage at the very least. Going deep.
Oh.
Oh, wait a minute. Yeah, he's not going to be able to make that back. Good stuff to Swata. Off the middle pillar bounce with the weapon toss to kind of push him a little further down, and then immediately sapping that next piece of that recovery with the down air. Almost finishing that off with the haymaker.
Nice, and the nair to get himself back up. That edge guard from Swata is something unique to this map and Small Fortress of Lions, right? That column in the middle is what made that so possible.
Okay, good stuff there, right, to Simple, and making sure that did not get too far away from him, though. He doesn't take too much damage here onto his, onto his second stock. See what he can do to get back into this game. Swata back onto what I feel like is definitely his best weapon so far, what we've been watching, during our time in this block. His bow has been looking good. Almost got the double dunk. Wait, doesn't even need the double dunk. It actually just scares him too far down, and then he can't actually touch the wall.
Just the mind games from Swata. The threat of the ground pound was enough to dissuade Simple from touching the wall. Now Swata has a big lead over Simple. He's going to try to get more, but Simple is untouched so far in this final stock.
Wow, at that, man. I mean, just what a way to do it, too, man. Like, when you can just scare somebody off a stock. Don't even have to get the final hit. So, Swata taking a little bit of damage here, but, I mean, they're pretty much going back and forth, which is not going to be a great trade here for Simple, as he needs to get this stock off with taking minimal damage. It may not even matter. What a snipe right there from Swata. Oh, do not ground pound me, he says.
Don't. I'm going to hit you into that middle pillar. At this point, I think Simple's at the very least going to ban out all the maps with the middle pillar because 2 of his 3 stocks were because of that middle column.
What a way to do it, too. I mean, and Swata just, really legless with the shot right there. Like, I know exactly where you're going. Boom. And then, don't jump. He air dodges right into that. Ends up getting destroyed. Yeah, there was really not much he could do after that. What a game right there from Swata. Taking that one in 2-stock fashion.
And we're going to Small Brawlhaven for game number 2. And like I said, no middle column on this one, so Simple might be able to go for those ground pounds with less risk.
I mean, yeah, that's one thing that he is going to have to watch out for, though. Maybe with no middle ground, flat, or I guess pillar, but we do have some very close blast zones, and I think Swata can kind of swap up his gameplay, looking for ground pounds or just early KOs off the bottom in general. Simple. Really no fear on these ground pounds, even though they've all been getting punished just like this. He does manage to make it to the other side, though. Like that, no panic on the recovery, but may want to kind of stop pulling the trigger on these ground pounds as much. Is going to lose that stock relatively early, not even taking that much damage. Swata looking good at the beginning of this.
He's getting ready for Halloween, right? Like, he's like getting ready to go into those haunted houses and act fearless, but so far it's not working out in his favor.
Yeah, the spooky, scary skeletons are definitely getting to him. The fearlessness is not really working out that well. You have someone who's able to punish you the way that Swata is. Okay. But still, going to pull the trigger. He is like, I'm going to hit one of these ground pounds, man. Being almost stubborn about it, which is weird because, again, from his first game, I felt like where Simple really shined was on stage. Yeah, now he's willing to put himself off stage, and that's just not working out for him.
He used to be notorious for not going off stage ever in an edge guard, as he would just stay on stage and then keep winning in neutral. But right now, he's throwing so many ground pounds, almost to a fault.
Yeah. Throwing caution to the wind, indeed. Is going to push himself off the stage here. The weapon toss not going to hit. Nice. Right there. And the weapon toss the weapon spawning right on top of him. Is going to lose that stock, though. So you can get a little weapon cycle right here going on from Simple.
Swata's so good about that. The optimal unarmed damage down like ground pound has done it twice.
Running out of options, but does manage to. Wow, the ground bounce and the weapon toss should be enough for the stock. Ooh. Oh, but I don't know if he actually meant to touch that wall that quickly. Could have been it right there with the easy ground pound, but nice.
Not quite enough, but the bow has so many arrows behind it, and it's the sword side air to finish off that stock of Simple.
Well, nice right there from Swata. It's like, you can't land on top of me, you can't land in front of me. Like, I'm going to cover it all right there first with the neutral sig, and then immediately popping off the neutral light. Going to hit at that, the angle a little further ahead of him. And now, Swata one more time with a solid lead here onto Simple. Okay, nice double down air here from Simple, but again, I feel like one thing Simple has definitely done, though, he's not being able to hold this stage advantage because he's continuously cornering himself as well. Simple, we have got to put that that ground pound button away, bro.
Wait, is it going to pay off? It does!
Okay, well,
it finally paid off.
I guess. I guess. All right, almost lost the stock himself, but managed to get that turnaround.
Mans took Econ 202 and finally passed the class.
Oh, yeah. I mean, it seems to be all right for him, though, as he has got it into a relatively okay game right now, but a lot of combinations happening here from Swata, now pushing him from that light orange to a nice red.
Downline recovery, not quite enough, though. This is definitely looking like Swata's game to lose, but Simple was so efficient at evening up that damage in the second stocks.
Ooh. Oh, man, I thought that was actually Simple that got that, but no, Swata catching Simple, jumping past him, and immediately cleans that one up with a down light into the recovery. Yeah, good stuff to Swata one more time in the air. I mean, they're only going to get like one replay here because they're rushing it back into this next game relatively quickly.
They are burning through those map bans. We're going back to Small Brawlhaven for game number 3, and Simple's hoping something different is going to happen.
Yeah, I mean, I think genuinely it's really got to be on him, though. You know, as we said, you know, not used to seeing him go off the stage this much. Seems kind of uncomfortable doing it, to be complete. No, not you. Oh, not you losing this stock here in yellow.
All right, avoids the Tatami Mat. Optimal unarmed damage punish.
Okay, wait a minute. Does manage to get back into onto the stage and now back into the mix as well. Got a lot of damage here on to Simple. Again, kind of stuck off the stage. Not the best place for him to be right now. Does manage to get back on the stage. Only taking one hit, and yeah, he's going to lose that stock again. I mean, Swata really good at controlling some space above him, you know, within the neutral light and whatever option is going to hit directly above him as well.
Yeah, he throws out so many arrows. Like, that's that high dex of Koji allowing him to throw out a bunch of attacks and just force the opponent to move around him. You saw, like, the way he was pieing the map with the end sig and then end light, just forcing him further right.
Okay, watch out. Got to get out of there. Does get back to the stage. Simple. Gonna box him up real quick.
Oh, he's sweat beating. That might be a stock. Yep. Simple, gonna even up that stock count. Didn't take too much damage for it too.
Yeah, I mean, it kind of gets to that one. Swata playing a little bit too much off stage against the gauntlets, which can definitely reverse you quite easily with just the neutral air. Or honestly, almost all the aerials are pretty solid for getting the reversal. But Swata gonna get over him, get the down air and the chase dodge back to the stage.
Yeah, I love that he hit that down air and went back to the stage instead of trying to chase for more dares or ground pounds. He's definitely trying to learn that lesson after game 2.
Yep. Okay, Simple. He's gonna make it back one more time. But Swata always got the angles covered. The amount of arrows he's able to shoot out. Again, high dex right there. Simple looking for an air dodge and doesn't get it, but it doesn't really matter too much. Not gonna get punished for it either.
Expected the jump out after that side light. Didn't catch him with the Sair.
Nice. Okay, back onto the stage. Getting a little aggressive with it from the edge. Almost enough.
The weapon.
Yeah. Man, that's rough too. Like when you just see it coming at you, you're like, I've already expended an option that's going to hit me, and like I just got to go ahead and take that hit. And well, Simple almost getting right back into this game though. That double recovery.
Almost finished off. This is Small Brawlhaven, but here comes the ground pounds from Swata. The Nair just going for damage. The turnaround ground pound from Simple, and suddenly this is looking doable.
I mean, super smart option for Simple too. I mean, that was just a quick one to throw out. Guess he knew that Swata was going to try to get under him, and yeah, just kind of turned that one around. I mean, already at high damage too. Swata definitely was not going to be able to live that, but can he get a game though? That's what Simple's looking for right now. Swata does have the percent lead, but Simple now with the stage advantage.
Trying to mix up the options after that side light. Not finding that extra hit, though. Still relatively even, taking up some space here. Is he going to ground pound? Goes for the dare. A little bit safer.
Okay. Simple. Okay, trying to get the toss up right there. Nobody home, though.
3 side lights, not finding any of them.
All right. A little further back yet again. Simple might be able to get himself a game here. We are hurting on both sides. Really depends on this next hit. Swata looking for his own recovery. Both of them Same option. Probably looking for right there. The downlight to the recovery. Doesn't get the first downlight, but does get down aired.
Exclamation points. Gets up before the third one.
Ooh, throwing the weapon away may not be the greatest option. Does manage to sneak that one, though. Ooh! Oh, doesn't
almost got it.
I like the idea, though, but he is going to get a game. Good stuff to Simple. Man, I feel like if that was any other option, if that was any other weapon in his hand, that was definitely going to be the end for Simple right there. But because of the unarmed recovery, not hitting hard enough, does live to see another day. And Swata, you know, I got to give it up to Simple right here. I mean, winning while doing less damage means he has some efficient stock somewhere in here. And he does get it to a game 4.
That's that one extra defense stat that Simple put into, kept him alive in that final moment, and gets himself on the board. We're still on the elimination side, so if Simple loses any of these games, he's done for the day.
Yeah, and he's going to keep it going to the same stage, too. I like this, you know, not blaming the stage at all. He's like, I can definitely get the W here. Did show that by getting the first one finally in that last game, but I had to figure something out. I feel like one thing we've definitely noticed, though, is Simple has decided to stay on stage a little more.
Oh,
not the reversal
turnaround
again. Oh, man, you see it in 2 different games. Love it.
And that's that's Swata going for the exact same option, right? He went for that chase dodge up nair, hoping Simple wasn't ready for it, but he moves to the side, gets underneath, turnaround recovery, and now Simple, but he was feeling too good. He did a sword ground pound off stage.
Yep. Like, what are you doing out there, brother? Not today is what Simple or what Swata says every time Simple decides to go for the ground pound. I thought he was off that. To be honest, like, you know, I think what happened is
he relapsed.
He hit one gauntlet ground pound and said they're back online. It's like, no, bro, please. So either way, I mean, as long as again, if Simple can stay on stage. And, you know, keep the fight on stage, I feel like he can definitely whittle his way into a game 5, but it's the off-stage actions where Swata is really, you know, capitalizing. Simple, though, does have a slight lead here.
Oh, the N-sig. Okay. Simple avoids it, but he's burning a lot of movement here. Still touches Swata. Goes for the outside ground pound, and they both get back safely.
Yeah, both of them, not going to waste any time. You saw the wall slip coming through. Swata does manage to touch the ground. Simple.
Couldn't get more there. Didn't know where he was going to dodge. Side sig whiffed, and that's a punish.
And weapon toss right there as well for Swata, but luckily another one spawns in time. Looking for the dodge in. The turnaround from Simple does get the dodge. Oh, but he goes under him, though, so he cannot get a ground pound. That was probably the time that I feel like I would have been okay with him throwing it out because the dodge already came out, so not too many ways this Swata could get around.
I mean, he went for the safer option there, going from below, but less likely to KO as well. Swata still playing this unarmed, and there's a nice jump dare from Simple. He needs to maintain this lead.
Same, yeah. Simple without the ground pound off stage is definitely a more effective, off stage player right there. Just kind of bait and switching him right there, and then getting that down air. But isn't going to live long enough on that stock to make a difference as far as a lead goes. So now, even game between our competitors as we are both on a fresh stock. Let's see who can go ahead and win this one stock runoff between Swata and Simple.
Clean sword play is what this one's going to come down to. Swata's got the corner, goes for it, but Simple hits him with a nair.
Simple. Okay.
Both disarmed.
Nice. That's going to be a weapon toss. Yeah, weapon kind of spawning directly on top of Swata in the middle of his neutral light. So it's going to be a weapon to him. Does decide to throw that away. Now we got a little sword battle going.
Back to the swords again. Falling dare for dare.
Oh, okay. Sair for Sair right there as well. Oh! With the weapon toss. Oh,
still gets
good
fast.
Stuff. Yeah, it kind of ducks under that right there. Swata going a little too high for the downlight.
Oh, but he didn't get the read off the sidelight there. Swata with the bow. Still has a chance. Downlight and light puts him off screen.
Scary situation for both competitors right here. That's going to be a neutral light. Not going to send him far at all. Okay, wow. With the recovery to get back to stage. So I am fearless. Doesn't decide to go off stage, though. Wants that weapon instead.
Going for some Sairs here. Fade away Sair. Oh, the weapon toss. Another one. Simple's running out of options. The downlight recovery, and Swata closes it out 3-1.
Wow, at that, man. The double weapon toss with the same weapon. Good stuff to Swata. Methodically taking that game at the end. 577 to 435, too, so a lot of damage here on the side. But somehow, again, another game where Simple just took more effective stocks to be able to get that into a last hit situation while being more than 100 damage under. That's crazy.
Yeah, Simple was playing so well, was trying to take that one out, but Swata's the one who closes out the set. And you can see, again, even split on the damage, 261 to 210. Like, he was putting in work on both weapons.
Yep. So, man, Simple and Swata. That one going to a Game 4, but a very close Game 4. Simple definitely could have got that to a Game 5. Is going to be out of there, though, at what I think it was like, was that 5th?
Yeah, I think we're in that
seventh,
fifth section, right?
Yeah.
So that's going to be a 5th place finish for for Simple. Definitely played really, really well, and I liked it when he was doing all the Val stuff. I don't know. I thought I was going to say something smarter, and then I couldn't figure out what I was going to say. I liked it when he played the game.
I like it when he was on stage. That's what I'll say. Like, I like when he was on stage. I like when he decided to stop dropping as many ground pounds because, yeah, in the first 2 games, those ground pounds were getting fully punished. He did get some off-stage play to work for him, though. It just happened to be in the way of, like, more bait and switch. You know, you saw down airs hitting, you saw ground pounds hitting when he was off stage and he kind of reversed it. But if he was the one to start it from on stage, usually that can go well for him. So moving on, though, we will be having another match for you pretty soon. It's going to be Mako and Val, which means it's going to be Majete and Knees stepping up to the Scream.
But before that, we're going over to Remy with some analysis on that.
Swata definitely looked like he was putting fear into his opponent's heart there. In a lot of those situations, he had gotten the better end of his opponent just by kind of taking away options gradually throughout the entire time. And you guys saw those were extended stocks, those were long interactions, but Swata kind of chipped away at him in brief moments of time. And I'm going to break that down for you here, starting from this first clip with this bow edge guard. This one was kind of interesting because Swata goes to that first ground pound and then kind of just conquers Hockey's Simple all the way down, says, you will just get rid of your own stock. I won't have to do anything else. You see him go for that extra ground pound, but it's actually not even relevant to him. You can see Simple gives up way too much presence there already. Sure, he could have fought back. He did have some options to work back with, but he chooses to fall down and stuff, go for the recovery. Doesn't want it to clash, doesn't want to end up even worse, and he goes just a bit too far, miscalculates his spacing. Stuff like that is going to cost you, but continuing on, now let's look at how Swata kind of forces that same thing, but this time with more oomph through it, with more action through it. So you can see the first ground pound come through here, and that's all fine and dandy because Simple chooses to come back up in direct fashion. Swata, he's going to throw his weapon there. He's going to cut off that one jump he has. It's not going to be the end of the world, but it's what he does after that's really impressive. He goes back up, chases the map instead of chasing Simple. Simple goes for the recovery thinking he's safe, and as soon as he goes back up with it, he's getting ground pounded once more. This time he opts to go to the other side, and it's not going to work out for him as Swata, he's already on that side. He's ready to go, and he keeps that pressure there. You can see Simple wastes a lot of options in the air here. He's going to end up with the spot dodge in midair, gets punished by the sword end light, and the chase forward is what's really impressive here. The patience, the cutthroatness of Swata's sword gameplay there. He catches him on that landing, on the edge, gets that down light stare, and finds himself with a stock lead for this game. It's kind of situations like that where it's like, all right, that weapon throw led to the second ground pound. You going across, he followed you, led to you wasting your dodge in the air, led to the end light, led to the chase forward. Just consecutive plays going back to back to back makes you think, okay, these stocks really aren't happening as long as they look. Same thing here, Swata this time with the bow, picks up one nair, and this is a really interesting play here because this end light, it looks like maybe it might hit Simple. Simple doesn't want to risk it. He doesn't want to take that hit at the top of the map there, get that end light sent over. So he actually goes for that curvature dodge, moving upwards to towards Swata rather than downwards, and this also costs him because that's where the bow likes to play. That bow, you know what moves it has. It has the end lights. It has the nairs. It wants to cover this vertical play area right above itself. So you dodging, ending up above the bow, that's not key. That's not what you're looking for. So you can see that dodge there. He picks up with the nair immediately, gets another stock, one quick interaction, forcing that dodge with the end light. Sure, he had other ways to go. He could have gone to the left. He could have gone down, but he chose the wrong one, and Swata took full punish of it. Continuing on here, we have another slight interaction where that side air, it's a falling side air, it's slow, but it's really good. It turns them around, pushes them across the map. But Swata giving up all that presence on the stage, can't have that. He goes for the weapon throw, and the first one connects, and it's really good. The second one is what's key here. It forces Simple back just a bit more for him to line himself up with what options he has left. He knows, all right, you have that gauntlet there. You're going to be coming at me horizontally. What am I going to do? I'm going to line myself perfectly, get that downlight, send it up to the recovery just because you're that damage, and it's going to look really well. Swata, he's been playing some excellent games today, using everything he has in his kit to his advantage, getting those dodge reads, those punishes, and it's continuing on all the way. deep into the top 8, and the casters are going to show you what's next.
All I'm saying is we're not going to gloss over the fact that Remy made a One Piece reference, all right? I'm just saying. We're not letting that one slide under the rug. I totally caught that one. But either way, Swata is now into the top 4 things. We still got to figure out who's going to be the 4th person in the top 4. Is it going to be Machete or is it going to be Knees? A pretty even split on what the community believes.
Yeah, I saw at the bottom of that too while Remy was going going ham on the analysis. We had some tips from Coach Sparky right there saying, telling Swata to stop going to Demon Island. You know, that's not the stage for Koji, who's trying to get off the top, which, you know what, understandable. That is a very high ceiling, so, maybe he's on to something. But obviously Swata's doing quite well, seeing that he is in the top 4 now, so let us see what we get here from Knees and Machete as they also try to whittle their way into the top 4. Here on to Small Brawl Haven.
Not too surprised to see these starting picks so far. Knees looking good on the Val and the ground pound. Keeping this edge guard going. Another dare and Machete's down.
Yeah, no wasted time, right? That was a deep ground pound too, though. So, I mean, very confident first stock there from Knees. Go ahead and take that from Machete. Knees, though, just kind of been looking good all together. Might be another W for the Val side of things. The Vals are definitely out here in EU this time around.
Yeah, the Vals are playing. Machete, though, the last great sword player in the bracket right now, trying to swing against Knees, but he is down a full stock already.
Okay.
Peace, not going to be enough. Recovery puts him off screen. Needs to finish the stock, though. Trying to deny weapons while he can. The side sig doesn't hit.
Man, just, okay. I mean, I'm just going to recover with every weapon that I get right there. Both of the great sword recoveries hitting. Does get the stock on the second one. He's, though, really can't get anything going for him right now. He's getting weapon starved quite effectively. Another one drops finally. The Brawler God's blessing him, dropping one right on his head. Is that going to be enough, though, for him to actually turn this into a stock? Okay. Nice.
Ensig catches grounded onto Machete. He's going to keep this lead.
That Ensig doing it all, man. And again, the reverse Ensig, as people most likely, you're running directly at them. They're going to want to try to get past you, get that center stage. So you expect them to dodge past, but even on the ground, they're still getting scooped up.
Machete trying to get some guitar strings going. And light into the recovery. Could finish this stock off. Interesting weapon toss there.
He scooped up. Scooped up again.
Ooh, that didn't hit.
He was close right there. That was a really good option for Reed. Knees looking for it all. Avoids the weapon toss as well, though. So both of these guys playing quite effectively around each other on off the stage. He's, though, got a lot of damage on him right now. Cannot survive. Oh, yeah. It's like cannot survive a lot right there. I like the kind of conditioning there from Machete. Throwing out the Sayer, making him jump over it, and then immediately turning that recovery around to get the stock.
When Machete, he's got stage control, he's got weapon control. This is his opportunity to even up the damage. Ooh, but a good dodge down and an immediate neutralite coming out from Knees.
Knees off the stage himself. Okay, somehow actually avoiding that very long poke right there from the greatsword. A little close range battle right here. Might be a little scary for Machete. Can make his way back to the stage, manages to do it. The recovery is going to hit. Oh, the double scoop, though.
Read him going to the left. 2 sidelights into the recovery. Knees takes game number 1. He started off so fantastically, and Machete was trying to bring that one back, but Knees maintained just enough of a lead.
Yeah, you can see it. I mean, it was definitely just enough. Only 50 damage really between them right there, 51 to be exact. But, yeah, got to give it up to Knees for closing that one out. I mean, very solid start at the beginning. Did not let that lead escape him either. See what if he can do it again. Right back to the same stage. Machete getting the weapon advantage first, but Knees not caring at all. I mean, just got all the way in there once I'm unarmed and now immediately picked up a sword, and he's been going ham with it ever since.
Keeping the stage control. Knees finally touches down onto the stage, goes for the end stick, but no punish from Machete.
Sliding past him. Wait a minute. Chase dodge up, trying to get some positioning here. Knees.
Ooh. Got 2. Doesn't hit the dare, though. Knees still living.
So I say, yeah, Knees is definitely on an option. Got hit all and didn't touch the ground when he got hit off of stage, actually. So already down one option, but either way, nice.
He got the recovery. Dodges pass, knees in the red. Ooh! Machete avoids it all, goes underneath the mat for the little bit of safety he can get, but the side air will give Knees that stock advantage.
He's already hurting, though, so, I mean, Machete definitely can get in here, find himself probably an unarmed hit for the stock, but Ives wants to get the weapon in hand.
Maybe a down sig?
Yep. That's exactly what I was thinking, man. Another down sig. I mean, he was doing quite well with it in a match before. There he is looking for it.
A little bit of a fake out there. You saw him, like, drift forward and then immediately backwards, trying to see if Knees will react to it.
Oh, Knees adding up some good damage here onto this for this lead at the very least. I mean, he's hurting. He can't lose that stock to a recovery, but that's going to be a weapon tossed right there. And he is still, there it is, the recovery. Finally gets the hit, but Machete already in the orange.
Yeah, Machete has been struggling to keep this one close. Like, he got the damage, and then Knees just built up a lead. This is the end sig again. Machete not able to punish.
It's like dancing
Down
around
air.
quite a bit.
This is a nice lead for Knees. Machete might be thinking about the swap over to the Fate for game number 3.
So, it's real interesting to see if he's actually going to be able to like turn this one around. Okay, wow. Bounced on him right there. I mean, a little custom combo from Knees.
Oh, and the end sig as well. Chasing up. Knees feeling real good right now. Still gets back to the wall. Sheesh.
Yeah, this is, I mean, absolute destruction right here from Knees. And Machete praying to the celestial gods. I need some help. Like, someone help me for sure, but
he's hoping for a miracle at this point.
Yeah, I mean, that's just Knees. I mean, really, even worse this time around. 517 to 299. I mean, a lot of that damage coming from the sword, but still respectable damage coming in from the gauntlets as well. Got to swap over to the Sidra. Okay, bringing the cannon out.
Okay, very interesting swap. He's got the sword, he's got the cannon. I'm trying to think of why he wants this. Because, like, it has no carryover to the Mako or the Fate. It's still like a Machete pick. It's not out of completely left field, but it's still just like, what is he thinking is going to help him here?
Yeah, because to me, I feel like when you go to the cannon, you're looking to say that, like, I have the reads and I'm going to be able to take a stock just off one. But I haven't really seen too much of the reads coming out from Machete right now, so we'll see if he can, or maybe he did figure something out in those first 2 games, and he's getting quite a bit of good hits right here with the cannon so far. Okay, there's a read. Yep. All right, hold on, man.
All right, he is answering the question of why he switched to the Sidra. Loving the cannon, already building up so much damage.
Yeah, I mean, I think he wanted specifically the cannon. He saw that sword, threw it away immediately, got the cannon cycled back in. Knees, though, finally get some damage himself. Looking for it all at the top.
I got that double down light. Trying to get some extra damage there. Ooh, turn around.
Yeah, weapon toss kind of necessary right there. Looking a little scary. He is going to be able to make that bag. Oh, no.
Okay.
Ooh.
I like that. Cut off the option there. Of course, lots of horizontal movement in the cannon kit, but Knees was like, all right, I'll just hit you with a ground pound as you go for that Sair.
Okay, 2-tapping right there real quick. Machete. Got to get back to the stage. Nice.
On that side air, not quite enough, though. The cannon.
Yeah, big shot. Yeah, big shot over his head right there. Machete once again trying his best to get back to the stage, but Manager Juice does have a good lead here on to Knees, though. He's definitely got to watch out for the reversals. Oh!
And that's a stock. Machete floated for so long. Knees caught him with the ground pound, and last stock here for Machete.
Machete, I mean, this has been absolutely no sword at all. Finally gets himself a sword. Takes that stock immediately. Yeah, he's going to go right back to the cannon. No waste of time. And I don't think the cannon's been fully figured out just yet, but yeah, I mean, he was putting himself in some pretty rough positions. And as I say that, it's starting to get hard punished right here for these side airs in, so maybe it has been figured out.
And he's definitely finding at least a couple of answers here as Machete is finding no hits on the last stock of Knees. Finally gets the end light, but nothing extra.
Nice. back onto the stage yet again. Knees. Oh, okay, the spacing. Knew exactly what was coming out there from Machete. Doesn't get the stock off of it, though. Machete now. Oh, okay, I needed to fight his way out of that. That was a little scary.
Light on the wake up. Machete's disarmed, and that is it. Knees closes it out 3-0 over Machete.
Ooh, I mean, and Machete, you know, definitely was heating up a little bit on the cannon, but was not enough to get him to another game. Knees looking dominant the entire set. I mean, very deep edge guards right there, multiple times with the ground pound. Got another ground pound right there to go ahead and desynchronize him one more time. Good stuff to Knees here in this third game. I mean, I got to say, again, Machete had a very solid start. You know, that first string or that first, you know, KO with the cannon definitely made it feel like that was the right swap, but just fortunately, Knees figured it out pretty quickly.
It's interesting because I saw on Twitter, I think it was Zyder who tweeted out, like, Knees is the one person he thinks who could take down Godly. And I was like, that seems out of left field, but I'm kind of starting to see why. Knees is looking really good today. And I don't know who knocked him into the elimination side of the bracket, but they should be sweating right now because Knees is hungry for them.
Yeah, no, Knees is, I mean, he's played 3-0 just like that. You know what I mean? I'm sure that if we've got to look back at the last 6 matches that we saw, but I'm sure that he's been playing well in quite a bit of them. I mean, a 3-0 is going to feel good at any point in time in the bracket, but especially good when you're this late into it.
So I think that gives us our top 4. We've got Godly and Akno on the top side. On the elimination side of things, we still see Knees and Swata in the top 4 of things.
Yeah, so, I mean, it's going to be a pretty solid top 4, all things considered. I mean, all 4 of these players, you know, world-class players have been in these situations before, but oh, hold up. Got a little tweet right here. EU Autumn Chance prediction. Number 1, Godly. Number 2, Swata. Number 3, Akno. Okay. That's definitely a possibility as what we have on lined up right now. But we'll have to see if that is what we get as the finals, if this guy's going to be correct after this small break. So don't go anywhere. We got more action on the other side of it. The Autumn Championships will be right back.
It's not going away, bro. I'm in pain. Hold on. Woo, baby! That's what I'm talking about.
Live in person for the first time since 2020. Atlanta, Georgia, where players are born and champions are crowned. The community, back together again, live and in person. The Brawlhalla World Championship heads to Cobb Energy, Atlanta, Georgia, November 4 through 6. Players from all around the world will come together, competing for the largest fighting game prize pool in the world. Players from over 15 countries represented. Competitors, talent, crew, and community. It's more than just a tournament.
What's up, Brawlhalla, and welcome back to the European Autumn Championship. I'm here with Steven, and Steven, we're about to be getting into top 4. The cream of the crop. The best part.
Yes.
Yeah, lucky for us, we get to come in at the best part
Why
here.
don't we start at the top 4? Now that you bring it up.
We should do the whole tournament
that
in
would
reverse.
make it go by a lot quicker. Just saying, next time.
For next time. We've got Godly and Acno in the winners final. They're the only 2 players left in this tournament who haven't lost a match yet. And no one is surprised. Well, maybe a couple people are surprised, but
yeah.
Godly and Acno, that's what the stats would say, right?
Right.
If you're a statistician, you're like, yep, Godly and Acno, the numbers, the math adds up. And, math is not for chumps. I know this now. I've learned this. And then on the lower side, in the elimination bracket, we've got Knees and Swata. Those are the only 2 players, aside from Godly and Acno, who are in this tournament at all, because we're in top 4.
Oh, look at the power ranks. 1, 2, 3, 18?
18?
What happened? There's so many people.
Yeah, Knees is one of these is not like the other. Knees is like an imposter out here in this.
Dude, if you love sports movies, okay, and you love an underdog story, you're all in on Knees right now.
Knees is
okay?
the one to be cheering for.
The rest of them were expected to be here. Knees, a little bit of a surprise. We'll be excited to see how that develops.
We'll see. We will find out.
Yeah.
Here. Now, well, soon, because first we've got Godly versus Acno. Now, Steven,
yeah,
what do you think's gonna happen? Godly versus Acno, they're both great. Acno, one of the longest tournament winning streaks in the history of Brawlhalla Esports.
Yep.
He's the king.
Look at all these numbers.
But then you got Godly. Look at the number that matters the most is the
lifetime
PR
score.
power ranking.
Oh no.
And their lifetime, their history is that Godly wins these.
That was
right?
more telling than the power ranking.
So for the first time, maybe the first time ever, Acno's the underdog.
Yes. Love to see that, though.
Let's see how that goes.
And I've been really enjoying this Kaya pick from Acno today. I mean, his bow has always been crazy. We're used to seeing him with the sword, but his spear has been popping off as well. Oh, and
what a hard read.
Yeah, in the
okay.
Goes for it again.
Yeah.
You might as well. The first one landed.
Now, you know what? Godly is rocking the same loadout that Acno used to play Val when he was winning all the tournaments back in 2020 with.
Oh, do you think? You think that's a slight at Acno, or you think it's just a cool skin?
No, I think it's a coincidence.
It's just a cool skin, maybe.
Okay,
dodges out of the downlight. That would have been it for his first stock, but he hangs on for a bit longer. In the red, though, Godly needs to make some ground back with this sword. Can he do it? Okay, slices away. No punish for the man. Just let him throw a mammoth out like
that. Yeah, mammoth might be a little.
Okay, Godly though had a good position there. Still has off the stage, gets him on the corner.
He's been getting a lot of. Oh my goodness! What? Slide kick recovery just to counter the neutral signature. That was beautiful.
My brain doesn't even tick fast enough to know that there was an option for him to have a turn in that moment there. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I completely understand.
I thought it was Godly's turn, and Acno's like, "Not my turn still." Somehow gets the first stock, but Godly can take the stock off Acno pretty, well, I don't want to say easily, but you can do one move.
It's never easy to knock out
one move could land
Acno,
and take the stock.
You've got a point. He's very close, and there it is. Okay. All right, stocks evened up. Tiny damage difference here that puts Acno technically in the lead. I am enjoying the Kaya pick as well, Steve. Oh, he got the full bit. He got the instead of my God, it was so early. Okay.
And
look, anybody else in that situation would have gone for the double downlight side air, but Acno had bigger plans.
Yeah, much bigger. He took the whole stock. Okay, Godly coming back.
That's a
pretty good. This final stock.
Early stock, dude. We're now 2 minutes into the match.
And that started off landing a side light with spear and converting side light into a zero to death basically on spear is.
It's
not easy.
It's not easy. That's
you do have to be in the top 4 of a tournament to maybe pull that off. Okay, Acno looking great in game 1. Godly still has an opportunity here, but it is fading fast with this final stock. Now disarmed, has to fight his way to the weapon spawn, locked down by Acno.
This is looking like GG, man. Wait a second. No, okay. Godly.
There's no way he makes it back. Okay. I was right. All
right. Is there a world? Does one of the parallel universes have any outcome where Godly wins this? There's a lot to come back from here. But it's not impossible for Godly, right? He's Godly. Hence the name.
Yeah, and this is also a best of 5
stat. That's it.
You know, not to say that we should be moving on to the next one, but we are now moving on to the next one.
We are moving on to the next one.
And quickly, at a quick pace at that. Look at this. Already in the map banning. We'll look at some clips here from the previous match, but that was...
God, love what we're doing with the overlays here. Major shout-outs to production. Look at this.
I didn't even remember. Oh, that I didn't even know he put a mammoth in the middle of that combo.
That was huge. Well, he caught the dodge,
right.
And so you know most spear players will do the double down light side air, right? Yeah,
exactly.
but so he put the instead of the second down light, he just did the mammoth, and then unbelievably chained that into a knockout. That was just huge. Now Godly's got a huge start on this one. Akno playing from behind. He's already in orange here. Godly's barely even been touched.
Okay.
No problem for
I don't know if I
Akno.
would say huge start, but it was
okay.
Good.
A relatively
has a lead. Can capitalize though. Is in a position where he can capitalize, but
it
can slip through your fingers.
He's in knockout range right now.
I'm just saying, it can slip through your fingers so quickly against a player like Akno,
you're totally right.
Who has big conversion capabilities. Ooh. Okay, almost there. That side air might be enough to do it. Weapon throw to try to confirm. Oh, in the down leg ground pound.
Pinpoint precision from Godly on that one.
That was Godly did every trick in the toolbook to confirm an edge guard, and it worked.
Yep.
You know?
Yeah.
You just throw the book at him.
And that's how you use a toolbook.
Exactly.
You throw it right at him.
If it's big enough, that's your best weapon.
Any tool is a weapon.
Oh, rounded version of the ground pound.
Akno's wake-ups, gravity cancel wake-ups out of hit stun have been just insane, and he gets another neutral signature read to tie up the stocks. Akno's keeping it close.
There are some signatures that charging them for the timing is the way to go, and he's so effective with the owl in doing that. It's not like for the more damage, it's for the exact timing that it will work.
Yeah. Super even now, and oh no, God, that's. Look how much Akno's getting from that air.
Oh! Out of the sniped out of the air like that. Now swapping over to the spear. One strong hit away from taking the second stock off Godly. Now armed up with the sword. Okay, had the advantage just positionally there for a second. Not able to capitalize. Okay, again though, ground pound.
Downsig has a little step back on it, and Akno actually fell off the side.
Oh, another owl? What the heck?
Woo, that's pretty early. This is a big lead for Akno.
I didn't think owls traveled in flocks like that. Is that, don't they, are there any, what are they called? Ornithologists? What are the bird people? Or it's something with an O. Who knows? This stock might be over before we know. Akno, take a lot of damage.
Chat for that one.
Take a lot of damage to the second stock.
Yeah.
Godly could tie this up.
Exactly. Yeah, Godly has barely taken any damage in this comeback here. Uh-oh. The edge guard, can he catch Akno? Ooh, totally read him. Okay. Akno did not touch the floor.
Yes.
And he jumped off the side because he knew it was over. He did not. He actually, Godly got, you know that sword downlight grazes the floor, and somehow he caught Akno with it before Akno touched the floor. I mean, the timing is impeccable for something like that. Akno knew it was over, so he just went off to the side. And here we are, down to the final stock here. Again, Akno's spear wake-ups, he's done that gravity cancel sidelight off the rip, off wake-up so many times it keeps working.
Yeah, and the last stock was a good way, Godly finally punishing these gravity cancels from Akno, because Akno's famous for using these in neutral and all kinds of crazy situations.
Just a gravity cancel removes your dodge for 3 whole seconds. That's an eternity for these pros. Oh, this could be Godly's game right here. He's looking for it. Akno off the side again, but he reset his jumps. Godly trying to close him out. That might be enough. Yes, he catches him up high. Godly was just like a wall that Akno could not get through. Ties up the set now, 1-1 in this best of 5. GG.
Okay, I like this. I like the way this is shaping up. You don't want to see a blowout in winners finals. I mean, sometimes you do, maybe, because it's just fun.
Yeah, depends on the type of fan you are.
But we love to see this. A close set.
Me and Steven, we're out here for the Game 5s. We live for Game 5s. You guys know us. You know we love a good Game 5.
Just give me the content so I can get through my dang day.
Godly. Godly's about to give you some content here. Wait a second. Akno's got something to say.
They're like playing skate. They're like, okay, let me do this trick. Now you try and do it. All right, game 3 is a close one. No clear leader after the first scuffles, trading back and forth pretty evenly. Owl coming out. This is. I mean, we gotta have a specific. Oh no! The combo actually stopped the combo in a weird way.
Yeah, I thought he was gonna add on to it with the weapon throw.
The
weapon throw interrupted his cool combo.
It's like when you're running and your body gets ahead of your feet and you fall. That's what happened. That's but that's only when you're trying your hardest, and that's what Acno does out here. Oh, and speaking of trying your hardest, oh my God, ground pound while sweating.
Yeah, he almost SD'd right there with that one.
Oh, as close as you can get with a weapon throw, confirming to the sideline, not able to get the owl to finish it. Now Godly has the advantage off in the corner. How does he do it? Gravity cancel, down line to the recovery.
Still not enough.
Okay,
Acno fires back. Okay.
Just barely.
Okay,
I didn't know if that was going
like,
to KO in the corner like that.
Yeah, it's an inefficient path to take on the knockback, but now Acno's got an opportunity here to push his damage lead, but not much of an opportunity, right? Because he is like one good hit away from being knocked out. But look at him, starving out Godly from getting any weapons. Snatch that one. No, Godly steals that one, but Acno's unafraid to fight unarmed. He can grab that weapon now. Nice. Look at all this damage! So much damage, completely unanswered. Acno's been one hit away, finally. Finally. Okay. Oh my goodness.
Dude, that call
Godly's got a lot to make up for now.
The side zig, he started that. That was such a hard read.
Yeah.
He started that pretty
early. A couple
early.
times now.
He knew that crazy quick jump down air into side zig was going to work. A true master. Okay, Acno still ahead in game 3 by quite a bit. This is a huge damage lead. He can capitalize quickly, take this stock, and run away with this. Can Godly get iced out? Yes, he can.
He got iced out.
Now it's down to his final stock. Okay. Acno, I mean, his bow has always been so deadly. And I think Kaya, I mean, her kit is built different. There's some moves that function differently than how you might expect other moves in the game to go.
Yeah, and Acno's making great use of it, like we've never seen before. This is incredible. A full stock behind. What is Godly gonna do?
He's over a lap behind now.
Yeah.
The damage is now in Acno's favor, and he's a stock up now with his spear, and we've seen him be so devastating with his spear. Okay, I like the way he's using the weapon throws. Just to set up opportunities for himself, but he threw maybe one too many times. Now he loses out.
All right.
Okay, quickly. Blessed with a spear again.
Yeah, Odin really was looking out for Acno on that one.
Oh, look at the movement, the way he was just following him. Got that side air. Okay, Godly, nice. Way to get back to the stage. Maybe has a chance to get this stock off of Acno. Can he do it here? No, they both cross each other's paths. No one collides, but that neutral sync lands. That's enough to do it.
All right, we're in the same situation again where Godly is just one hit away from being knocked out here.
He can play perfect.
But, yeah,
it's possible.
If he just plays perfect for
that's all he has to do.
long enough.
That's the last hit he could take of any kind, maybe. Okay, that's the last hit he could take of any kind. Pogos into the stage are good.
What? Okay, I've never seen Sword Sidelight block a spear ground pound before.
If that was intentional, that was like reaching into the Matrix Neo style. Okay, that might be. No, not enough the Nair. Not yet, but another one surely will.
Okay, yeah, even from the floor of the stage, that bow neutral is enough because of how damaged Godly was. That puts Acno up 2-1 in the set. He just needs one more for supreme victory. Holy cow, man. Acno played such a solid game there. And there wasn't like that. The first game when he got ahead by a stock, he really stole one. You know, he completely stole one. And then it totally makes sense that why he'd be ahead by a stock. But this was clean, man. Acno got ahead and he stayed ahead.
The slow-mo on the left, right.
Yeah.
That's so BM.
I love when we slow down the audio.
We can literally not. We've been trying for years to design an emote more salty than just spamming left and right on the keyboard, but
it can't be done.
Our scientists have come up with nothing. There's nothing saltier than that. Okay, no love lost getting here into game 4. This could be Acno walking right into grand finals if he wins it, but Godly has a chance to contest.
And Godly switched up his legend choice
You're
here.
Right.
He's
now,
going with Koji now.
This, I might be thinking, is because this is an Acno legend. I mean, not that he owns this legend, but there's a lot. You know what? A lot of people play Koji. I'm looking at Remy. I'm looking at Remy right now.
Yeah, Remy plays Koji.
They're all copying Remy. There, I'll say it.
Remy, someone had to say it.
Remy fans
confirmed.
Had to say it. Here we go. All right,
Koji.
we'll see. They have to be careful in this game 4 because it's everything for Godly. You want to make it into grand finals on the top side. He's got an opportunity here. He's got the damage advantage.
Oh!
No! Acno, sometimes you just run right towards the danger. Acno did that, and he pushed in close enough to get on stage for that ground pound and bounce him off the ground.
Yeah, that was a pixel away.
Yeah, it was.
1 pixel was the that surely would have knocked out if the ground pound could have hit over the ledge there.
Okay, this is just straight up archery. This is Katniss Everdeen. This is the Hunger Games. We love to see it. That's enough to do it. Take it to the first stock. Godly in a good position now in game 4. Probably the best position we've seen him in this set.
I get the feeling Godly saw what Acno was doing with the bow, and he was like, that would be nice.
Yeah.
That's cool.
You got to fight fire with fire and arrows with arrows.
Arrows with arrows.
And swords with swords and, you know, rockets with rockets.
And here, welcome to Brawlhalla. That ties up the stocks now completely even, damage and all.
Okay, yeah, nice weapon juggle to delay the weapon spawn for Godly. Still able to claim another bow. We saw him do some devastating damage on that first stock of Acno with this.
The set count is not even though, right? Acno just needs to win this one game, and that's a ticket to Grand Finals, guaranteed top 2 position in this tournament. This is a huge win.
Has every game we've only been on Demon Island. I mean, EU and Demon Island, that's just a match made in heaven, I guess.
Yeah, name a more
iconic duo.
Iconic
yeah,
duo,
that,
yeah.
I don't know. Okay, Godly. Acno on this second stock has now come back. I missed it somewhere in this game, but the story has changed. Acno is so close to maybe taking this game. What?
Okay.
Gravity cancel side signature from the corner? You madman!
That is seriously, and I'm trying to do the math right now, that might be the hardest side signature to land in the game.
1,000%.
Name a harder side signature to land than that. And he did it
1,000%.
off the wake up for the killing blow against Godly. I mean, everything is better. Everything must have been better if you landed it against Godly, you know?
Yeah, I think an easier to land side sig is really the thing that keeps Kaya from being like a bunch of people's main picks.
Yeah,
but Acno using it perfectly there, and now he's got the stock advantage.
Oh, there's a couple new Kaya mains after that one.
Yeah, that's how you use it, if you're wondering. Okay,
Godly
dodges the weapon throw.
For the knockout here, and he really needs it because he is very close to being sent to the elimination bracket.
Yes, he is. Okay. Okay, floorboard comes through. Not enough. On the opposite side of the stage, doesn't KO at that damage. But both of them throw their weapons away. Acno fights it out for the bow, goes for the owl once again. Tried and true. This time doesn't land, but
oh, Godly is so close. Okay.
He's got him. He's got him there.
He just needs to play perfectly for a full stock. If Godly gets hit the wrong way, he's going down to the elimination bracket. Let's see.
This is like you're playing chess, and you only have your king left.
You're just
and
moving,
you're like, okay,
just
no
moving your
mistakes.
king around.
I think I can take all your pieces with just my king. Godly actually maybe doing
so
it.
So far, so good.
So far, so good. He hasn't missed yet.
Oh
my gosh, what a run. No,
this
Cider
might be
can't
it.
close it out.
It.
Okay, makes it back to the stage. Acno favors going for the weapon spawn instead of edge guarding Godly. Maybe, I don't know. We'll see how it works out for him. Godly has a chance still somehow.
Perfect dodge. Oh, man, I was here for the comeback. But GG, we got to be excited about Acno going over Godly now. Remember, Acno was the underdog in this situation. I know that's weird. I know Acno's the best. He's never the underdog in this situation. No, his record against Godly before this game was 4-1. That's 4-1 in tournament matches.
Yeah.
That Godly had won 4 times against Acno's 1. And so now I guess the record's 4-2. Good job, Acno. We're proud of you.
Yeah,
that was a good one.
The record was the only thing that made me concerned, because you know some people just hard counter other people's play styles or legends they pick. But Acno with this Kaya pick, he's been so steadfast on this legend.
Oh, yeah.
And I'm a believer. I'm a big believer.
And I love seeing it just like that. The Kaya pick, there's a lot going on there. Let's find out more. I know someone who's got a little more insight for us. Let's head over to Revy and find out.
Not lie to you, I do have some insight for you guys. Acno doing Acno things to the maximum there. We're seeing a lot of GCs, a lot of wake-ups, but he seems to have found a new friend in the Kaya because he's mixing all of that Acno nonsense that we love so much with the Kaya signature kit, and I really want to show it to you here. We're going to start off with this first clip on Demon Island. Spoiler, all the clips are on Demon Island. But we have this first one here, and it is the basic spear read, that sidelight into sidelight that we love so much we've seen through the years, continuing on, but Photo made sure to point out for you guys, he goes for the NC here, and this turns into something beautiful because he goes for the NC instead of the double downlight to recover the double downlight Sair. He still has that extra jump left. He's going to get his dodge back in time, and he still has that recovery left. He didn't use as many options as he would have going for an extra downlight into jump Sair. He saves just that jump, and that carries over into this play here. You can see how fast he's able to ladder up into the sky to get in line with Godly. Godly thinking, he can't catch me up here. I'm Superman. He goes for the recovery at the top of the map. Well, you just sealed your own fate, buddy, because Acno calculates that, keeps that extra jump in hand, goes for the recovery, catches him in the skyline. You can't even see where he is at this point. makes it back down peacefully with a full stock lead. And that's the kind of plays that the signature kit of Kaya allows you to do. A lot of signatures come out in this game. Same here, GC downlight, we love that from Acto. It's what he loves to do. He likes to go for that wake up, that quick play. As soon as he sees Godly back on the ground though, what does he do? He breaks the neutral with the weapon throw, goes for the sidelight, and then it's the charge in and sig. It's what Kaya likes to do. It's what the setup for those sigs allow you to do. Another situation here, the down sig actually pushes Godly back a bit, makes him say, all right, what am I can't approach just yet. That wall is set up from that down sig, and it's what happens after. Acno uses that as an opportunity to push forward. He lines him up with the bow there and sends him into that angle, and you can already tell what's coming up next. N-sig. Mind blown, I know, right, guys? Boom, hits him with the N-sig, and then this is where it gets really impressive from Acno. He sets up himself for a big play here as he goes around, catches the dodge, goes for the side sig. It adds a lot of damage to this play. Sure, it doesn't lead to a KO, but damage is damage. You're going to take it where you can get it. Continuing on to this play here, Acno still doing what he loves to do. You can see even with the unarmed, he picks up the bow here. It goes for the quick down air, sets himself up this time for the side stick, and that is really a relevant piece of information here. If you're a Kaya main, you want to look out for stuff like this, because even though it is the same situation as we saw before, right, I'm going to rewind it for you guys here. He's going for that down air. He's going for that down air. He's trying to go for the bounce angle. This time, he doesn't go for the N-sig because Godly's smart. This is top 4. These people aren't playing for penny cash here. Godly knows that he's going to go for that same N-sig. This time, Godly chooses to go down. Acno switches up as well, goes for the side sig rather than the N-sig, and those angles are going to keep playing favors for Acno here. Goes for the side sig, gets that extra damage up. Damage is damage. We love it. And yeah, it just shows you Acno knows what he's doing with this sig kit, even situations like that where it's just a raw wake-up GC side sig. You got to love it. You got to love what Acno is doing here, and he's sitting comfortably with the top 2 spot right now. Send it back to the casters for the loser side.
Gotta love it. I do love it. I do love it. All right, our next match coming up here is Knees versus Swata, and we've got the viewer vote right here.
Oh.
Right here. And I'm very surprised to see that Swata does not have the majority here. Swata is the defending world champ right now, right? And Knees, what was Knees' power ranking?
18.
18?
Yeah.
18?
Well,
versus Swata, who is like the top of the tippity top. People have some serious faith in Knees, and that's understandable with his performance throughout this tournament. We're going to have to find out if it's really warranted.
All right, this is an elimination match. Whoever loses this, they are done in this tournament today. Okay, Knees. Okay, nice conversion off the weapon throw. I think honestly what happened with the chat poll is like the underdog story maybe took over. People just love to see it. It is
powerful, yeah. A good narrative really changes hearts.
Because I was one of Swata's first fans. That's all. I was there.
It's not long ago Swata was the underdog. Not long ago Swata was the underdog.
Yeah, and then he won a world championship, and now everybody has to respect him. And for good reason. Look at here. He's got quite a damage lead over Knees for this first stock.
Oh, Knees is one hit away from being knocked out, but he fought his way back. Doesn't matter because Swata finds the knockout anyway.
That was an amazing gravity cancel downlight into the neutral air to finish off the stock. Okay, Knees just kicking his way maybe to victory. A couple more kicks. Grabs the gauntlets instead. Now has a chance. Pushes off stage.
This could turn into a pretty big lead for Swata here.
Yeah, this is maybe running away from Knees. We can't close the stock quickly.
Oh, man, every little bit of damage means so much to Swata right now. And Knees is just looking for the knockout just to catch up in stocks before it gets too out of hand. It's already kind of out of hand here. That might be enough. No, he's going for the edge guard. Knees getting real aggressive for it, but Swata just manages to fight his way back. Nice, perfect dodge from Knees. Is he going to? What is he doing?
Okay. What? That was enough to scare him off?
All right.
Okay, that's no.
I didn't understand.
Yeah.
I didn't see as far ahead as
you
did.
were like, oh, what a bad maneuver to fully charge a neutral stick all the way till you get below the
He
level
knew
of the
something
screen.
I didn't. Yeah, he was.
And
that's why they're the pros.
He distracted Swata. He made him, misuse his options and didn't allow him to get back to the stage.
Yeah.
That's
great.
great.
Just like everybody in chat thought was going to happen.
That's the thing. A lot of these fights, they take place inside our minds, It's all psychology. Oh, my gosh. But that one took place in real life, and that was just a foot to the top of the head to claim that stock from Knees. And now one stock ahead, Swata has a great opportunity in game 1 to close it out.
Yeah, he's only in orange. This really gives him a lot of room to push a lead here, but Knees is catching up.
Oh, what? Okay, crossover
Nice.
like that. I like it. Goes for the down air. Swata able to cut through, but the second one
He's
lands.
about to tie it up.
Oh.
Swata, he reset his jumps, though. He's got another chance.
Okay, no
catches
chance.
it. And look at the stock count now. It's perfectly even. Really nicely done by Knees.
That's a good testament, though, to how you have to stay out there on your edge guard, because there was one small opportunity for Swata to get back, but Knees had the perfect response, and now we're down to an even game on the final stocks. Who's going to come away with it in game one? Okay, Knees threading some moves together with the gauntlets, but Swata responding in kind with the bow.
Man, both of these players' punish games are just insane. I mean, you really can't
What?
get away.
No, one more. One more. The triple side air on gauntlets is the dream.
It's
You can
pretty
land at
classic.
least 3. You can land more, but if you land at least 3, you've bodied your opponent.
At least
and
3.
the damage is
At
telling that
least
story.
3, like
Swata,
any more is necessary.
Any more is not
3.
necessary, but it is fun to do. Swata is now trailing behind in damage only by a little bit and caught up
It's
here.
anyone's game.
a
Oh, Knees
sword
could win
ditto
it with this
off
edge
the
guard
edge.
right now. Oh, Swata makes it back. Again, he's in the edge guard position. This is Knees' game to win right now. Ooh,
Okay, Swata's
he
got.
can still make it back. He sneaks in
What?
underneath.
I think
No!
is that it?
He touched the wall.
Oh, he did get the
my
touch?
Gosh.
I can't believe it. He's
How
made
is
it back.
Swata still alive?
His exclamation points were
He
racking
had
up
3.
there.
Yeah, he had 3 right there at the end when he got that last hit.
Okay, anyone's game at this point for
Uh-oh.
sure. Now with a reverse situation, Knees off on the edge, but Swata disarmed. Has to find his way to the weapon spawn, grabs the bow.
Oh my gosh, he survived that whiffed gravity cancel. No! Oh my!
You said no? You're like, not like this.
Not like that.
Oh my gosh. What way did you want it to go? It doesn't matter what you wanted.
You're right. You know what? You're right. It really just doesn't matter what we want.
Oh
Whew,
my gosh.
how did he? That was something
That was a close
else.
game. That was a close
It
game.
really- well,
Anything
yeah.
could have happened.
Down to the wire. It really came down to the last hit. So GG, but now Knees is up by 1 in the set count.
Okay, that gives you a bit of confidence, and that is working in his favor here in game 2. He's got all the damage so far. Swata finally fights his way into a weapon spawn, grabs the bow, and deals some damage back, and now we're playing from an even playing field.
And Swata makes the bow look really good. You know, not that bow doesn't look good.
Yeah.
But Swata's really, you know, I still see Swata as like the premier Bodvar of Europe.
I know, yeah.
And he's turned his back on his Bodvar kind, but he retains the sword, which is evident. We can I can see the sword. I remember what happened in 2021 with Swata.
What a done!
What a spot done.
You know, you play enough Brawlhalla, you can see that floorboard coming sometimes. And that's what happened there.
Nice.
And Knees comes away with the first stock. Now he doesn't have to win this from playing from behind. Now he's in the lead early on. Can he capitalize? Okay, but Swata grabs the sword back.
Swata's just looking for the knockout here. Knees is more than enough damage. That should do it. Okay, Swata brings it back. Barely any damage taken on him. It's pretty much totally even game here. Oh man, Swata just getting so much work done with the bow.
Yeah, his bow. Okay, the down air doesn't hit. Whoa, nice falling neutral air from Knees to keep that combo going. Deal some good damage there. This is close. Neutral sig lands. Went for the weapon throw to present an opportunity. No. Loses out. Knees now.
Oh, that
what
was
an
beautiful.
amazing. Yeah. Oh my gosh. Okay. Knees.
That was perfect.
Man, it's like, I feel like Swata is winning neutral more consistently, but Knees, when he gets a hold of you, it's for a while.
His damage per engagement must be off the charts on this one.
Oh, okay. I mean, if you're a coach, that's what you got to do right there.
Equalized once again. Knees and Swata, what a great matchup.
Okay, nice. Swaps over the bow, keeps the weapon out of Knees' hand. Again, the weapon starve coming through. Doesn't care which weapon he has as long as Knees doesn't have one.
Too. All right, Knees finally grabs some gauntlets here.
But okay,
great
I'm loving
punish by
Knees'
Swata.
gauntlets too, so I'm curious to see what he puts together here, and it's big.
Man, he was one hit away from a super awesome knockout.
Yeah, that ground pound might have been enough.
Look at the health. Both players in orange. It's really going to come down to the wire this game. Oh, man. The Gauntlet Sidelight, it's such a good example of, like, you must follow up. And a follow-up is tough on the Gauntlet Sidelight.
Yeah, in 2022.
Any follow-up is a read.
Yeah, exactly. Okay,
You're right, especially in 2022. In this metagame with these players who have, oh, knees again! Oh my gosh! He steals it away from Swata once again, down to the final stock, down to arguably the final hit. Both players were one good hit away from being knocked out there, but for the second time in a row, Knees comes out on top. That makes the set count 2-0 in Knees' favor, and that's an upset. I mean, by the numbers, that is a huge upset. Boom!
Ooh, the sound effect in slow-mo, too.
The sword sounds in slow-mo sound really cool. They sound like heavy iron getting banged around.
This is one of those sets, though, where you look at the set count and you're like, whoa, it's a blowout. But when you look at the actual games, you go, oh, this
it's as close as it can be.
It almost seems like it could be 2-0 in favor of Swata, just because it's been last stock red every single time. But here we are in Game 3. This decides it all, potentially, if Knees comes away with it. Swata changes character, needs to change something.
Whoa.
Now on to Hattori, but we're back on Demon Island. Can Swata get a win in this set?
I thought we'd see Bodvar if his back was against the wall, but Hattori
we were trying to summon it, weren't we? We were doing our best to manifest the Bodvar.
Yeah, I definitely was. I was
going to say, I thought we were all sick of seeing Bodvars in top 8, top 4, but
now
no.
I miss it. Now I'm nostalgic for it.
Now that it's not here, we miss it. Okay, well, this is Swata's potentially last chance to come back in this set. Throws the weapon away. Stocks are basically even, but Knees wins out the battle for that next weapon spawn.
Well, let's see Swata's spear, because I don't think I've ever seen it.
I mean,
pretty nice.
Okay.
Pretty good.
Well, I cannot believe what just happened after you said that. Let's see Swata's spear. Did he hear that? There's got to be a delay. He didn't hear that.
He couldn't have.
His spear completely popped off all the way into claiming the first stock. That was an incredible flurry of hits from Swata. Let's see if he can keep it going. He's got the advantage yet again. Oh my gosh, everything's landing. Perfect regrab on the weapon throw. You need to know the max range of your weapon throw regrabs. The down air. No, wait. Egg drop?
Nice.
I don't know.
Okay. Look at him
hanging
out underneath the platform to avoid the edge guards.
Oh my gosh.
Okay.
Whoa. I like what I'm seeing now. We got 3 stocks to 1 here in Game 3, and Swata has all but run away with this game completely.
And
Can Knees do anything to turn it around?
He's done it almost exclusively with the spear, too.
It was like you just fired him up,
proving all the haters
fired him up.
Wrong.
I don't know why you doubted the spear for even a second. Knees finally claims the first stock.
Did I doubt it? I mean, I was just
big
curious.
doubter. Big doubter energy from Foda in the beginning of this game. We all remember it. There's clips and everything. Okay, Knees doing his best to come back now. He's got to get some big unanswered damage. He does so for the first part of this second, or his last stock, actually. Whoa, second.
Yeah.
No way. That was gone a long time ago. Knees on his last leg in this game. And Swata, finally, you know, he was just doing anything he wanted for the longest time, and Knees finally disrupted it, so it's looking better.
Yeah, you gotta, still gotta be careful, right? Because it's not over. And
it's not over.
We know Knees can bring this back. You might think, oh, 2-stock lead, GG. Let's just wait for it to be over, but Knees is hunkering down for the finish.
Okay, needs this edge guard. That's enough, mate. You forced the dodge.
Yep.
You couldn't do anything else, and that's it for the second stock. And that huge lead that we once saw from Swat has now been eaten away at by Knees, and they're both on their final stocks.
Oh my gosh.
No way.
Knees is going to reverse 3-stock. He's going to reverse 3-stock.
There's no way after the beginning of this game that we see a win from Knees. I can't believe it. I'm not ready to yet. Nice dodge to the weapon throw there. Okay, big damage. Almost.
He's taking the lead.
What? He is taking the lead. What? How did this happen? Knees now
Swata
back in control.
Up like 2 stocks a second ago. And Swata, he can't even land a hit now. He's unlocked. He's Ultra Instinct.
No. What's going? Knees is out of control.
No way.
That's it. What?
Bravo. Oh my gosh.
How?
3-0.
Why?
Reverse 3-stock in the last round. Knees is incredible.
What?
What an upset.
Where?
Woo!
When? How did that happen? Seriously. How did that happen?
It all happened in 1 stock. All 3 of his knockouts happened on 1 stock. Knees just decided, I'm not going to get hit once. for the rest of this game, for the rest of the match. And power rank number 18 is victorious over power rank number 3. And if this music doesn't tell you the story of what happened, I don't know what else would. Besides Remy. Maybe Remy could.
I don't know. I don't know if anyone can discern what we just saw.
Dude, look at the graph. The graph tells you everything you need to know. Look at how long that last line goes, that last pink line. Man.
This is why I don't play the stock market. I'm looking at the graph and I'm like, I don't know when to invest.
Look,
I bought on the first stock. I bought Swata stock. I was all on Swata coin.
Right here.
Boom, 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 boom.
Swata coin.
Then at the end,
out to
Swata big pump and dump. And then it was like Knees coin. You need it. I was like, what the heck? How did that happen?
Look at this graph. This pink line. Yeah, boom, right there. That's Knees' stock, and then this is it. Not actually ever ending.
That was insane.
That's a lot. That's a long line. That's a long line.
That is
holy cow.
I've never a 3-0 set that was that close.
Yeah,
every single game.
Every game was really close, but that last game was a reverse 3 stock, dude.
I thought Swata was he was like out of control for the first 2 stocks. He was completely out of control.
That was awesome.
Then,
all right,
he's put him back into control.
Right. And then the elimination finals came up, and so that's where we're at right now. So Godly, who lost against Acno in the winner's final, went down to the elimination bracket, waiting for the winner of the previous round that we just watched, which we know now is Knees. Therefore, Knees versus Swata is what's coming up next. And
you mean Knees versus Godly?
That is what I meant.
I know it's confusing because it seems like they both won the set with how good they played, but somehow it was Knees that came away with it.
Yeah.
Power rank 18 going up against power rank number 1.
That's an upset, man.
Now, hey, listen.
That's huge.
Huge upset there. This could be an even huger upset.
Okay, well, if our viewer vote has anything to say about it, there is an upset that could potentially go. Now, people were on the Knees train in the last set. But
then all of a sudden,
they're not so confident about Knees going over Godly here.
And now all of a sudden they got realistic with their with themselves. But we'll see.
I mean, they were right on the last one, dude. 3-0.
I'm still a Knees believer. Put me down in the books. Let's go.
Oh, more people are starting to believe in Knees. The more attention we pay to this viewer vote here.
Exactly. Strong arm it back the other way, everybody.
Woo.
Let's do it.
All right. Elimination finals here. And Godly is playing Dusk? Question mark?
Yeah, we seen that today or ever. Or, I mean, Dusk is one of those picks where I feel like a lot of people talk about it and then nobody does it. What, the crazy Knees combo? Okay. Gravity cancel neutral sig? Why did he do that? All right, deal some good damage. Knees still playing with the confidence from last match. Love to see if he can carry that.
Godly must know that Knees is like.
Woo, look at him go!
He's high on the last match. Whoa! I don't think Knees thought he was going to land that one.
that happens sometimes. You land the opener, and you're like, nah. What? Oh my
Doesn't matter. He just got the knockout anyway.
All right, Knees is out of control right now, and this feels like such a different world we're living in. The skies are clear. The sun is shining. We're not on Demon Island anymore, and Knees is just shrekking through the best players in EU like it's nothing. How is this possible? Okay, that'll do it. Wow. Okay. What a perfect use of that signature to slap him away, tie up the game. Godly has yet to show us what he's got on this Dusk, really, but maybe on this second stock we'll see it. Man, a lot of spear in EU today, huh? What's up with this? This is cool to see.
What's up with this? The meta shifting in front of our eyes.
Yeah, love to see it. A lot of diverse legend picks here in ones.
Yeah, big time. It's especially the Kaya. See, we have Kaya in grand final. It's awesome.
Okay, Godly has made this second stock his own, and there he goes.
Okay,
takes it away.
After that first stock, I was like, uh-oh, Knees is the new superpower
we didn't get to. Yeah, Godly, you know, maybe he was cold. He was waiting for his turn in the ring, and now he's warmed up and ready to take game 1 potentially here if Knees can't stop him. Already on his final stock. And it's been all with his spirit. I don't even think I've seen really Godly touch the orb since the first stock.
I think you're right. Yeah, he has not used the orb once. And, well, now he just got disarmed.
Okay.
He's definitely going to pick up an orb next. What a dodge! He gets the slide kick, ground pound off of it, too. It's beautiful. And here comes Godly with the orb, using the neutral light to cover his signature whiff. Oh, it's all lining up so perfectly. How is Knees going to respond? He can't.
I don't know if there is. The spear now comes out. Going to take the last stock. No.
Okay, Knees has got a weapon now. This is the tide's changing.
Ooh, okay, what a beautiful read
That
on the
was
movement
nice. That was nice.
from Godly. Knees follows him
Top
down.
that side light. You see the things you got to do to combo off the gauntlet side light, you know?
Chase dodge all the way to the other side of the moon,
He
man.
had to
What the heck?
completely follow Godly. I mean, he was totally in control of that. Doesn't matter, though, because Godly, clean with an entire full stock remaining, takes the first game of this set, goes up 1-0 now in the set count. Man, and with Dusk, no one saw this coming.
I saw it coming. This is easy to predict.
Everybody but Steven. Everybody
No,
but
I
Steven.
don't-
And Remy. Remy already knew. Remy knows the outcome of this whole tournament. He's just polite enough not to tell anything.
Yeah, that is. He could spoil it, and yet he doesn't.
No, but he's cool like that. He's not ruining it for
Okay, we see a
everybody.
character swap from Knees. No stranger
This
to the
is-
Scythe. We've seen him play before.
This is a real final boss kind of pick from Knees. I think he was waiting for grand finals to bust this out, and now, but his hand has been forced.
Do you think people really do that? They're like, oh, this legend I have is such a clean pick I have, but
yeah, I think
I'm
so.
saving it?
For
Okay.
sure.
Okay, he has to go Super Saiyan 3 before.
At least.
When did
Super
Goku
Saiyan
have to
3.
do that? Who was he fighting the first time he went Super Saiyan 3? In
Whoa,
chat,
that's-
if you know,
little bit
you're a
of
nerd.
DBZ
Ha,
lore.
got him. Got him. Don't praise him. Don't praise him. They're a nerd. Ostracize them from the group. Okay, first stock yet to be claimed. But Godly positioned well. He's got more damage, only slightly though. Nice dodge from Knees. Can he turn that into a stock? Yes, he does on Brawlhaven.
I think on a lot of stages that wouldn't have knocked out, but on Brawlhaven, tiny little baby Brawlhaven we're on here, that'll knock out.
It was definitely assured. Okay. Fights his way to the weapon drop, picks up the orb. We saw some good stuff from his orb already in the last game.
Yeah.
Oh, nice avoidance of the recovery by Knees. Keeps his stock in play. Deals a little bit more damage.
I really do consider Knees a Scythe main because ever since his introduction into the Brawlhalla esports scene, I remember it like it was yesterday, 2018, DreamHack Summer. Knees is in there playing his Mordex. Mordex was like still kind of new at the time.
Yeah,
and everyone was like, who's this new EU Scythe player? And I think it was Daiku. Daiku teamed up with him.
Oh no!
He knew.
What? That was ridiculous to get that recovery so high up on the field. Claims a stock, and now a full stock ahead in game 2. What a change from game 1.
The final boss. It's the final boss pick.
You might have been right.
The only downside is that you lost the element of surprise on it now. Akno's watching this match like, okay, downloading.
I think it was Majin Buu. I think it was Majin Buu that Goku
I was going to say
had
Broly.
had to pull
but then
out
you
Super
called me a
Saiyan
nerd,
3.
so I didn't want to say it.
Yeah, that's just classic bullying. Works every time.
Beautiful dodge, man. He used the spot dodge, canceled out of it after dodging the attack. Godly with perfect execution there, but he is falling behind in damage, to say the least, man. It's starting to get out of hand.
Okay, that not enough to do it. Disarms Knees. The weapon throw
Wow,
dodged.
perfect dodge from Knees.
No way.
And he gets the weapon, and he maintains stage control, but Godly just bites his way back.
For a second,
yeah,
I thought Knees was
gonna
going
be tough for Godly.
I thought Knees was going to finish this game without even losing that second stock. But now with the slight opportunity, a small one, has to play pretty much perfectly from here on out. Godly has a chance. Opposite side of stage, the recovery's going to close it out. And now we got a tied set. 1-1. This is what we wanted to see. And this is what we were expecting after the powerful performance Knees has been putting on today. We don't look at the power rank anymore. He defines the power rank on the day. You know what I mean? And that's the great thing in this region we've seen, especially over this last year, is that the talent pool is so high that it really just comes down to the day of, you know? Like, who's going to have the edge on the day?
Yeah, totally. And that always makes esports more exciting, when you just know that victory is not guaranteed for anybody, and there's plenty more.
Look at this. Maybe a whole stock taken. No. Reverse.
Did he go too far? No, he's fine.
Okay,
He's fine.
yeah. We thought maybe he pushed it too far and God was going to punish him for it, but no. Coming away with huge damage off that combo, and it starts up yet again off the side of the stage. Knees really feeling himself. Godly coming out there contest with these pogos. Can he claim the stock? No. Knees fights his way back. Crazy gravity cancel option from the Scythe. Love to see it. Now again with these blasters. He had a couple options there, and he went for the signer. Doesn't get the KO.
I think he was too far away to land the recovery.
Yeah,
the recovery certainly would have knocked out, but Knees had the situational awareness to know that that wasn't going to land. At least get some damage off, even though it's not going to knock out.
Yeah, that's the interesting thing about your setup moves is the down light. Depending on the situation when you hit it, you have different options available to you. And
right, yeah, especially because of wait, this could turn into a knockout here. Oh man, that was. I think Godly,
I get
Godly
so
knows
hopeful.
how lucky he is to be alive, but
he's
maybe
actually
not that lucky.
You might be so right about this boss battle thing. I mean, I kind of wish we got to see Knees preserve this pick until Grand Finals, but now he's getting some practice in on it, and it's looking good. Grab the cancel side
He can't make it back. He
There's
can't
no
make
way.
it back.
Yeah, he knows. He tried, and then he's like, you know what? See you later. Okay, another.
All right,
but
maybe,
we've seen
maybe a reverse 3-stock for Godly.
I was
now.
gonna say
Yeah.
we've seen reverse 3 stocks happen.
In top 4.
In top 4 already, but unfortunately it was Knees that did it. So
right,
and he's the one
Give
in
him
the
a
power
taste of his
position
own
here.
medicine, Godly.
Yeah,
okay,
that
there's
would
one.
be
There's one.
exactly justice. That's what we need to
Justice.
see.
This would be justice.
All right, Knees. Oh, perfect. As soon as he grabs those
Yeah.
blasters, he's putting them to work here.
Godly was doing a lot to protect that weapon spawn, but he's made it through, and then the moment he grabbed it, got a whole bunch of damage out on the Godly as well. Now, Godly's winning the damage trades with Knees, but he doesn't have the stocks to avoid like going even with Knees. He needs to shut this stock down. And, that's exactly what I ordered.
Is that what you were talking about?
Yeah,
A
no, I
shutdown
ordered
like that?
breadsticks, and Godly brought out extra breadsticks. That's exact. That's
He
great.
just put up a wall of hitboxes there with the neutral sig into recovery and just shut down that entire stock from Knees. And now we got not quite an even game, but a position that could be worked back from by Godly.
Oh, yeah. I mean, we've gone from practically hopeless to totally possible now.
I mean, it would be incredible to see another reverse 3 stock in top 4.
Ooh.
But
Oh, man.
disarm.
Okay. All
Can he
right.
make it back to the stage with all the options on the field? Knees comes away with the scythe. Godly dealing some damage unarmed. Like to see it. Oh, just barely out of the range of that side signature. That might have been, I don't know, off on the edge like that. That could be devastating, but has to avoid this ground pound. Exclamation points coming out. Makes it back to stage.
It's possible for Godly here. He's brought it back enough. Now Knees is in red here because we're on such a small stage. It's possible that Godly can get this knockout here, but that's going to do it. Knees steals it away at the last second. Man, Godly was so close, but it just wasn't enough. Now, do you think Godly's going to switch his legend now? This dust thing it's a bit unusual, right? It's with his back against the wall.
Yeah.
And nothing else. Surely he's going to switch his legend. Yeah, you need something to fight this final boss here.
It feels like the way it always goes, right? You lose 2 in a row, and then you're like, all right, something
fine.
big needs to happen here.
All right.
And something big has.
And
we got
do
Petra.
have something big happening.
Yeah, Petra now tagged in. Keeps the orb, but trading out for gauntlets.
We know Godly's gauntlets are great. His gauntlets.
Okay, but against Knees' blasters, can they handle it? We'll see. Okay, wait, what is Knees? He looks like he's got some sort of like trick on the edge here, maybe? No? Nothing comes through, laying him down a lot of suppressive fire. With the amount of hits that Knees has landed, I'm surprised that the damage is as even as it is. I guess that's the high strength from Petra on some of these moves helps make up some ground there. Okay, weapon throw just stop him. Don't touch me. Get out of here. Okay, who's going to come away with this first stock?
In that last game against Knees, Godly was succeeding a lot more with the orb than he was with the spear. So,
and it looks like that's the weapons he's favoring here. Maybe the signatures from Petra are what he prefers. Okay. Oh, disarms Knees.
Yeah.
Not enough to claim the stock yet, but getting close.
wow,
What a
wow.
Just a slide
Knees
kick your way
definitely
in.
wasn't expecting that to land. That should do it. Okay, Godly takes the lead. A very small lead. As far as stock leads go, this is about as small as it could get. He's a breath away from being knocked out. Oh, and what? All right. A breath was a bit of an overstatement.
Okay, not that one, though. All right, and almost no, I mean, I think maybe Godly may have breathed on Knees in that last interaction.
Yeah, there was a breath.
But now Knees again back ahead. of this game, and if he wins this, he's going on to grand finals. That's what this is about right here. But Godly, big playoff on the side, maybe reversed by Knees. Who's gonna? Oh my gosh, I don't know who has the advantage off of the edge. So far, Knees' scythe has been looking very clean.
Oh, I think it really can go both ways, man. They're both so great off the edge, and
that's it.
Gauntlets.
Oh.
Gauntlets and Scythe, just both such powerful weapons off the side. They're both capable of a lot. But Godly takes the lead here, and he needs this. He's got to bring it to a Game 5 right now, or he's going to be knocked out of the tournament. Knees is determined. He could just he could just get to grands right now if he could take one more stock off of Gauntlet. Godly, man, second time.
Okay, there's the gauntlets you were looking for.
Yeah.
That was. Wait, did you see the ending of this tournament already? You're just like mixing up your predictions? I see. Okay, well, we're close. Even match on this final stop. But Godly needs this to tie up the set. It'd be our first Game 5 in top 4. We would love to see it, but Knees does not want that to happen. He wants to waltz right into grand finals, get another shot at the title.
I think Gauntly is a cool nickname for Godly.
Is it?
Gauntly. Because he's good at Gauntlet. Get it?
It's tough to say.
Gauntly.
Yeah.
Gauntly here.
It rolls right off the tongue. It flops. Oh my gosh, he's done
it! We're going to Game 5, ladies and gentlemen. We are going to Game 5. Oh, man.
Okay. This set is definitely living up to the hype. In Game 5, who's going to come away with it? Oh, every game on Brawlhaven, too.
This is, dude, I appreciate a small Brawlhaven match more than a Demon Island match, I think. This is cool.
Okay.
More
a weird false dichotomy just to make.
Sure.
Brawlhaven greater than Demon Island.
Yes, I'll say it. I don't care what kind of controversy that stirs up.
But you talked about Knees' Mordex earlier, and we're seeing it now, doing some work on this first stock of Godly.
This is the real final boss.
You're right,
yeah.
You're right.
You play through Pokemon and you think the Elite Four is the final boss, but then you gotta fight your rival at the end.
Yeah, what's his Gary?
That's really what it
what was his name?
Yeah. Old Gary.
Oh my gosh!
Huge read on that recovery. Chase dodge over to the side. Keep up with Godly. And that's a big lead for Knees here, man. Man, look at that. Look at that Autumn Championship scythe Knees is rocking. Pretty good looking scythe. I wonder where you can get one of those.
It does look good, especially this color swap. Oh my gosh, Godly just would not be denied this second stock.
That's exactly what he needed too, because he was pretty far behind on the stock. Yeah, now evening it up, that's huge.
He basically never got hit. Just got all the damage he needed, claimed that stock, and now back to an even game. In Game 5, this is exactly what we wanted.
Oh yeah, this is esports, man. This is what it's all about. Woo! What a dodge from Godly, avoiding certain death. They're both going for a bunch of knockout blows here. Oh, that should do it. Yeah, Godly takes the lead. Uh-oh. This is Knees' potentially his final stock of the tournament. He's got to get this right now. Knees in grand finals, that's news, man. That's the Knees news.
Yeah, I mean, Knees is he's been punching above his weight class this whole tournament in the top 8 here.
Yeah, now's not the time to slow down.
And he claims that stock.
Game 5, down to the last stock. Ladies and gentlemen, this is it. What's it going to be?
I like that. Given the option there, when he had the stage to himself, he decides to come over with the scythe. This is what he's betting on now.
Yeah, it makes sense to me, man. He's been the scythe master for a long time.
Looking for these downlights off of the edge. Get a conversion. Godly makes it through. Swaps off for the gauntlets now.
Oh, man, the damage is perfectly even here as this battle continues. The final stock of this set, no matter what, it is going to end right here. Oh, Godly's starting to take a lead. A few unanswered hits in a row. Knees now in red health on a stage as small as this. He's in knockout range. Whoa,
yeah, he goes
really
for it
committed
again.
to that ground pound there, but Godly managed to avoid it. Off the side. Oh no,
that was enough!
That's it! That is it! Oh my god, I didn't think that recovery was going to be enough. I know you're surprised by it.
I wasn't emotionally prepared for the game to end that abruptly.
Me either. Just like that, it's over. And Nee's incredible tournament run, defying the odds for so long, has now come to an end here as Godly defeats him in Game 5. Last hit. Look at their health. Oh, man. Woo!
Man, but what an amazing performance by Knees.
I know.
mean,
You've got to give Knees props, man.
Out in 3rd place there?
Yep.
Oh, my gosh. I
A
mean, power
huge
rank. I
third
mean,
place.
we're going to see a big bump in the power ranking next
Probably.
time.
Yep,
Yeah,
that makes sense. Woo, man. Knees. That was awesome. 3-2, Game 5. Can't ask for something better. Wow. All right. That was our elimination finals. There are only 2 players left in this entire tournament, and it's Acno versus Godly here. We saw it in the winners final before, where Acno pulled out ahead. Pretty big.
Yeah.
Pretty big. That one did not come down to Game 5 last stock, but there's still more about this last match that I need to dissect, like how and like why, and
yeah, we've got a lot of questions.
And we need some help. I feel like we need some help. But
well, who could help us?
Who could possibly help us through this? And is he ready to talk yet? Okay, he's ready. He's ready. Let's go talk.
Okay. All right. Sorry. It's just EU gameplay. It just makes you laugh. But yeah, all things considered, Godly really adapting throughout that set. Starting off early, you could see that Dusk pick was all in preparation for that Petra to come out at the end there, the Orb doing its due diligence throughout the entire time. And we're going to look at a little bit of those early plays that helped pioneer that kind of long forward read heavy gameplay we got to see at the end there. Starting it off, you can see the Spirit doing its work. It's a Dusk pick, so it's going to have some crazy movement and options there. The side stick comes out after the double pogo. Good option choice for Godly there, and it continues on into the next game. But what we really do want to see here is that Orb gameplay. You see that dare come through, and the punish is there. You see the side stick come out. It goes for the coverage with the end light, and you can see just how this map control plays out for him there. You can see the side light to punish the aggression from Knees, and Knees has to slow it down at this point. Knees also adapts throughout this set, going through multiple character swaps, and he played a really good mix of close and far cuts with the scythe, right? He was on top of Godly when he needed to be, but he was also playing that long-range game with the downers and the downlights when he also needed to be doing that. Godly ended up taking this one out with another side air, but it didn't stop him from showing us just how well-rounded his Orb had the potential to be. That's one of the Knees plays I was talking about, where you could just kind of see, all right, how far away do I need to be for this play to work out, and am I going to be that far at that time? You just see he gets this little cheeky side air, and then he gets the GC after to punish the side air coming through. Completely wastes all of Godly's options, puts him in that position where it's like, okay, you're not making it back down without help. Continuing on though, Godly with the Orb, like I said, he's really good at finding these options. You see the side light go into that recovery, and then it's the N-Sig that comes through. We didn't see a lot of N-Sigs or Sigs in general come up from the Petra pick, but we do know that he has those options available from his Dust pick. That gradual adaptation and stuff like that recovery, you could see carried on to that last game where he got that Petra recovery. Every little bit helps. Starting off with the Dust pick, keeping that Orb in hand, pulling up to the Petra with the gauntlets that we know he loves. You saw Photo calling them Gauntly. It's true. So when you bring all of that together into that next pick, that adaptation only helps you, and we're going to see how hard it helps him in the grand finals. And back to the casters.
Dude, our transition game is on point
We're really
today.
good at this.
We've
As
got,
a group, all of us, we are so good at this.
this is a well-oiled machine.
Welcome to Brawlhalla. So Gauntly, right? Yeah, everybody, round of applause, everybody. In the production room. Can I hear it? Yeah, all right. They're clapping,
Oh.
they're clapping.
Can the audience hear that?
That's good, that's good. All right, we're on to something here. Let's keep doing this esports thing, huh? Grand finals, baby. Check out the viewer count, the viewer vote. Godly. Big time. Even though they just watch Acno defeat Godly, the viewers still think
they're biased.
Godly's got what it takes to bring it back from the lower bracket.
They have an internal recency bias. They're like, we just watched Godly win. He can't be beaten. That's what they're thinking.
2 sets ago, we just saw Acno defeat Godly, but the viewers are still on Godly's side here, or should I say Godly. Anyway, here we are. Grand Finals, ladies and gentlemen. This is it. The final set of this tournament.
Dude.
Well, wait, it might not be the final set, right?
That's true.
Because of the bracket resets, and we'll tell you guys all about that later. If it gets close enough.
I mean, Acno is the last person in this tournament who has not lost a single set.
Yep.
And he's determined to keep it that way. And it's looking good for him in game 1 on Demon Island. He's got the big damage advantage so far.
He's starting off really strong here. Ooh, is that enough? No, because he was all the way on the other side of the platform.
Oh, okay. We've seen that exact kind of maneuver work out for him.
Yeah.
Coverage with the down signature.
Woo! Dude, man, Acno's looking really good.
His
movement
bow is like
so pristine.
His bow is like an impenetrable fortress. I don't even know how you try to enter in his defenses here. It's almost impossible. And there it is. The amount of damage racked up on that stock for a neutral light. Just a little flick of the wrist, and that's
rude.
it.
That's rude. That's a power display, I think.
Okay, we've seen Godly really hungry for these stocks as soon as he comes back, and he's been effective in getting them, but can Acno hold his position?
Acno seems to be using that aggression to his advantage here. He's letting him fall into his trap. Uh-oh.
Oh, nice. That weapon throw is actually the only thing that saved him.
Yeah, he had nothing else.
The side light Sayer would have been it for a stock, but the weapon throw saves him there. But wait, maybe not enough. Can he make it back? He has the dodge, down air to just put out.
Uh-oh.
Okay, whoa.
Okay, I think Godly knows how
He got a bite, and he
was.
tried to swallow the whole sandwich. That was insane. Makes it back, holds on to this first stock. Can he keep it going? Even a neutral light from Gauntlets in the center of the stage is almost enough to knock out Acno. He can't survive much longer. What's it going to be from Godly? Oh my gosh, he can't find an opening! These crazy dive kicks coming through. Tacks on a little bit more damage. Now stocks are evened up, but that lead is still carrying through for Acno into the second stock.
Oh man, Acno's getting pretty close to a knockout here on Godly. Godly falling so far behind. He's got to make up for it all on this stock right now without getting hit. Oh, that's a great, oh my goodness, what a huge combo. Oh, he hasn't gotten hit in so long.
Godly needs a big play off on the edge, maybe. No, not like this. I was saying that.
The ice landed for like a couple of frames. It was still out there, but the hitboxes are active for a few frames. So even though like the impact happened, Godly came up and still got hit by the spikes.
Yeah, it's tough I mean, this comes down to the stage, right? The momentum he had on the wall slid him up into the ice, but he's in another bad situation already. Potentially going to lose his last stock, as we're still talking about the second one. Can he turn this around? Okay, nice gravity canceled side light. Finishes it with a recovery. Has Acno in knockout range, but he really needs to get that stock. No, that was a nice down light. Try to start it off, but that's it for game 1.
Beautiful. You saw how he gravity canceled that one just above the floor, high enough so that he'd still catch people grounded, but in case Godly jumped, he'd catch that as well. It worked out perfectly.
Yeah, that is showing his skill with this legend, that he knows all these options, and he's doing them as fast as he can. You know, he jump, gravity cancel right here.
Perfect.
And he knows that this is like the perfect coverage for the situation he's put his opponent in.
And he's doing all that against the best opponent he could possibly have, right? Yeah.
The best #1 ranked player in Europe.
It is actually power rank #1 that he's landing these moves against.
But man, this would be an amazing chance for Acno to, like, his return to form.
What?
Here right before BCX. This would be incredible.
Yeah, this is big. As it relates to BCX, this is the last chance players have to affect their power ranking.
Now both these players, as 1 and 2 power ranking, they could have slept in today. Let's just say, as far as
I suppose they could have, yeah.
But that's not the way they play.
Except for the $100,000 at stake. Maybe
okay, you're right.
A little bit of motivation.
I didn't realize. I didn't think about the money. I just thought about the glory.
Sometimes, we get so into the esport that we forget there's money on the line sometimes.
All right, Acno yet again comes away with the first stock, but Godly in a better position here. He's closer to claiming this first stock with Acno than he was in the first game, but still, he's... Oh, he was unarmed. Now he has the advantage with the spear. Acno. Oh, no.
Whoa!
Acno, what?
Oh,
you
my
know,
goodness.
the risk reward there was if he lands a ground pound, he sets himself up for some nasty edge guard that could give him a 3-1 lead. But instead, he ground pounded into oblivion and didn't make it back to the
Was he
stage.
actually done? I feel like he could have still made it back to the wall. I'm not sure. It is Acno.
I think if he could, he would have.
Knew what he was doing.
That's what I'll say. I trust him. If he could have, he would have.
Yeah, it's Acno after all. He probably knew what he was doing.
Yeah, he couldn't. So we didn't. But now he's still in the lead here on the second stock. He's got Godly into the red now. One strong signature, even a side air close to the side. No, not enough to do it yet. The weapon throw follow-up just barely dive kicks his way to the bottom of the wall. Gets underneath that owl to come back to the stage. Acno locking down this weapon drop. Comes away with the spear. Ground pound to the ground.
Signature usage is great. You rarely see signature being used like this, especially in grand finals. You know, usually a signature is like too risky.
And you know what? That's the scary thing about seeing somebody come into this tournament and being so steadfast on their character pick. You're like, okay, he's been training up this Kaya pick. He's got all the options loaded into his head. That's an option you want to have loaded into your head.
That was such a perfect example of what you were saying just now.
Oh my gosh, it's just he's able to effortlessly maximize on his damage because he's got those signatures at the ready like this.
And they cover unique places that the bow kit does not usually cover.
Yeah, they're just outside like the close range of like the neutral air and all that.
And even more so, I don't know how many times Godly's fought a Kaya in a ranked match lately, but
oh my gosh! And this is the owl just to show off a little bit at the end.
Yeah, that was a celebration owl, which is traditional.
Oh my gosh! Okay, so okay, this is almost it maybe right here. We're 2-0.
Yeah. This
in grand finals.
It could be just one more game, and this tournament's over.
Acno on winner's side.
And up by 2.
And up by 2. Whoa! Okay, they can't see this yet, so I won't get too excited. But we'll look at some stats. We'll look at some numbers. I mean, what do you think? Back against the wall, you got to change something up, and it's a legend swap. And we're seeing Ezio.
Yep.
Coming out. I love this pick. This is one of my mains.
Yeah, let's see. Let's see this work, maybe.
Obviously, the newest legend in Brawlhalla, so we haven't seen very much play just in general, but in tournaments, especially in grand finals, this might be the first.
This is certainly the first.
Oh, boy. We got to make it look good, though, man. We got to have him do some work here.
You're really worried about Godly not doing well on MCO.
No. I'm not worried. I mean, we're putting a lot of respect on Kaya right now, which is... been needed for a long time anyways.
If Ezio loses, it was Kaya's fault, not Ezio.
But I'd love to see this legend change work out for Godly. He's got the sword. He's done some good damage.
You just know he's looking for the down sig, right? Like in all of Godly's movement, I'm like, where is he? How is he trying to calculate this down sig?
You'll start to see him salivating. It should be like an animation in the game when you get close to red and you see like I just want to.
Instead of sweat drops, it's saliva.
If Ezio is standing near the corner with sword, he's just drooling. That's the way I play. But it's not enough to save him against a player like Acno, still coming away ahead with that first stock. In Game 3, this could be it. No reset needed to decide the fate of this tournament if Acno keeps going just like he is.
Godly can bring it back. I've got faith. Chat certainly has faith.
Ooh, okay, there we go. Stops the bleed quickly there with the recovery. And now potentially back in this game. Okay, gets some good damage while Acno has to fight his way to that weapon spawn. Ooh, drops on the edge.
Okay.
If you're Godly, love to see it.
Right. Yeah, there's some conflicting emotions about that.
Controlling space for those weapon throws, using all the options. But Godly's still trailing behind in damage. Nice read on the jump to catch that in air.
Everybody wants a sword down sig, though.
We all want it.
Everyone's like, oh, this is it.
Oh, no. That would have been the time.
He's got another one.
Dash pivot. Neutral sig. Actually, we forgot about the neutral sig.
Here goes, dude. Acno super knows it's coming, and he's just making himself unavailable.
That can be sometimes a trouble when you're playing such a dunk-tastic character. People are so ready for the dunk, you know?
Oh, yeah.
You know this as a story main.
Yeah. After a while, everybody's
looking
suddenly
for it.
not coming up over the corner
Almost
anymore.
enough to turn it around. What?
No way! That
oh
was
my
so
gosh.
perfect.
I don't even want the Twitter post, the Reddit post about this one. It's going to be insane. The bird around the corner, they can fly. Okay. But speaking of flying,
Nice
Acno's
weapon
wings
throw.
have been clipped there.
Wait a second. This could be
Okay, Godly needs his final
Ezio's
stock.
first win in Grand Finals.
Let's see it.
Potentially.
He's on. You see him on the corner? You can see the salivation animation was almost playing. The closer you get to the corner, the more he's just drooling. I need to hit this down signature. Yeah, right here. Oh, okay. Goes to the neutral light. That's okay. That's okay. I got a little ahead of myself. I don't know.
That was the moment. That was the moment.
Just, I'm too much inside my own head right now.
It's too risky to use now. Oh my goodness.
Oh,
Acno might be
This could be
about
it.
to win this tournament. He's one good hit away from winning the tournament. Is this it? Is this the moment? Or will Godly fight back? Ooh, okay. Yep.
Punish.
We
Good.
take those.
No way! The dribble
GG! Acno wins! Acno is the European Summer Champion. Woo, man. 3-0 over Godly. Come on.
Autumn champion.
Acno, yep. He's the new #1 power rank. Oh, I can't believe that word. Man.
Wait, that looked clean. Never mind. No need to.
it was clean, but I mean, I was in the same headspace as Godly, like, oh, here comes a punish. Perfect opportunity to dash, jump, ground pound, and like, nope. Nope, it was actually a counter for that exact option. Like, Acno can just see into the future. Well, man, congratulations, Acno, on the huge Autumn Championship victory. Holy cow, man. With Kaya practically the whole way. Did he switch at all in the tournament? Maybe somewhere.
I'm not sure. In top 4.
Woo. Well, we know
these last two
we know
sets.
for sure in top 4 it was all
We know
Kaya
how
all
he
the
finished
way.
it, and that's all that matters, really.
Yeah. Shout outs to all the Kaya mains out there. You've been validated. This is it.
Yeah, this is a good pick. You can win
You were
You can win
right.
big tournaments
Yep.
with this pick.
Just keep practicing.
But I mean, the difference maker is Acno, and showing his
Seriously.
return to form
Right before BCX too.
Right before BCX.
It's perfect.
His kind of most troubled year in the region, just as far as, he wasn't ranked
It's hard
1,
to
which
compare his 2020, 2021 run to anything else.
Yeah.
Because it was as dominating as it could be.
It's unprecedented.
So after losing that, you think, oh, that's hard to bounce back from, right? You were the king at one point, and then this Godly guy comes in and starts shutting you down in these tournaments. It must have felt so sweet for Acno to come out on top in this one. And I'm here for it, man. That was awesome. And we're going to see how else this develops here, not just in Europe anymore, right? Because BCX, the World Championship's coming up, where there's going to be international competition. So how's Acno going to stand up against the likes of the best in North America, South America, Australia, Southeast Asia? Well, we'll find out in November, but there's still more Autumn Championship to come. So we're going to take a super quick break here, and we'll be right back with the South American Autumn Championship. Don't go anywhere. We'll see you soon.
takes us high and just for a night. We're in paradise. We're in paradise.
The European region has been upset. Godly, after his dominating performance this entire year, winning 5 gold medals, goes home with a silver at the Autumn Championship. We've still got more time for more history to be made, because up next we've got the South American region.
South America, that second region we like to do on these days, and it has been kind of a surprising region this year. They've been a lot of ups and downs with the region and a lot of winners. I'm pretty sure last week we just saw Fiend and ending up taking that W on the double side of the Autumn Championships with a surprising Queen Eye pick, and coming into it this week, I'm trying to see how they can do off that momentum of that win into the singles kind of market.
Yeah, South America as a whole has been this really fascinating thing where, like, for the long time, we talk about this a lot, is like this mentality of, like, it was always fun to watch but not considered competitive. Like, it was just like, oh, that's entertaining. But then they did well at the midseason, and now people are, like, respecting it, and they're like, oh, you're entertaining and you're capable and you're a real threat going into the World Championship. So it's going to be really interesting what happens. And again, like, a lot of the big names in South America are going to the World Championship, but not all of them. I think in particular Power Ranger is the one who will not be able to make it to the World Championship.
Right, and that is going to be a blow to the region. After all, I'm pretty sure Power Ranger and Wes are the ones that are teammates, right? So Wes not going to have his natural teammate there, but Fiend just finding out recently that he will have his teammate there and use. So that's going to be a really threatening team as well, seeing as how Fiend and Wes actually mixing together at MSI made it so far. Now that they have their actual teammate there, Fiend, he's going to be really inspired to do well, considering that throughout the years we've been seeing Fiend come through, and it's like, okay, I'm mixing in with what I can find. He's been with Pugsy, we've seen him with Crocky, a lot of different team combinations. Now he's got the real deal. He's bringing someone that he's used to, he's worked with, so it better really mean something this time. And like we saw last week, they did take the W home, so going into BCX, it should be really exciting. But it is ones today, so let's talk about the 1v1s and how that is matching up.
All right, so I'm going to go against what I normally do and go reversing. Instead, we're going to just go top down, and we'll just talk about some of these players. So, of course, we mentioned the #1 seed in the region, Power Ranger, currently the most dominant force in South America.
Him not showing up to BCX, like I said, blow the region. And past Power Ranger, he's been consistent throughout the entire time now. We've seen him get first on multiple occasions. That's how you get PR1. You got to keep winning. If you're not winning, your PR is going to go down. Power Ranger, he made sure he kept that consistency up to date. He's consistently placing in that high top 8 marks. We're never really seeing him outside of top 8, and that's another thing with South America. They're somewhat consistent within their own region. I know Fiend likes to dip out of top 8 sometimes. He'll make that trip back in, but Power Ranger, he's not like Fiend. He's always been there on that high mark, competing with the names like Wesley, the names like Kaina. So those are other names that we are going to be seeing in the bracket today. Kaina, he's now on off that Boulevard pick as well, I'm assuming, right? Because of that whole meta shift with the balance changes and whatnot. People are saying, all right, Hammer is not what it used to be. Kaina is one of those people, but he's also one of those people that were amazing at the Hammer. It really gave them that personality. And made you think, all right, this is what he brings to the table?
Kind of was definitely one of the more entertaining Hammer players out there. He definitely made a lot of people just like enjoy watching his gameplay. And it is kind of tragic that he's swapped off, but he has shown some really cool stuff. Like when Kaina was on, I think it was the Zol, right? Like the cannon stuff that he was doing was really, really fun to watch. He's definitely exciting to watch, but again, like we've been kind of seeing across almost all the regions, the ones who really stuck with Bodvar are starting to struggle right now with their legend picks.
Yeah, a lot of legends all over the place. Speaking of legend picks and different picks, Wes, usually on that Algrim, we saw him go head-to-head with Kostlix at MSI once again, bringing that back up. For that Algrim title, he ended up losing to Kostlix, but Algrim is his pick. It's his main focus. Coming into this last week, we saw him actually on that Rayman pick. It still has that axe we're used to seeing him with, but the gauntlets are a new pickup for him, right? So are we going to be seeing another legend swap here, or a shift here, really? Or is he going to go back to that Algrim that we're used to seeing? Either way, I have him high in my hopes for this tournament because Wes is another powerhouse player. He's always consistent in South America as well.
Yeah, Wes was like the first South American to really challenge Fiend for the title of like best in the region, and he kind of took on the mantle of being like the big Lance player, right? Like a lot of times there's this comparison of Wes to Kostlix. You talked about it at MSI, but also like Wes as the Orion. We've even seen him on the Vector. Like he's been mixing out all of these different Lance characters, but generally, like you said, it's that Olga.
Yeah, and that I'm pretty sure that's our top 3 PR, right? Wes,
Power, Kaina, Wes,
and Kaina coming at top 3 PR here. Like I said, meta shifts for all of them. This could be an interesting tournament, events, and it is going to be their last chance to prove themselves before that hashtag BCX.live. Make sure you go sign up, get your tickets, all that stuff ready. It's going to be their last chance to prove that notoriety that, all right, I'm the best in this region before you have to go test onward. I'm the best in the world, right?
Yeah.
So it's going to be really interesting for what they can pull out today. Who else do we have in the top 8?
So number 4 is kind of the interesting one out of the bunch. It's Yuz, the person who's coming in more recently this year, having that glow up, and again, playing alongside Fiend and doing well this year.
Okay. And I know Yuz likes the Orion. I've seen him on that pick. He did a lot of work with it. I've had the chance to analyze some of his games, some of his 2's games as well. And the signature usage, the kit usage, a lot of Lance in South America. They know that weapon. They love it. And same with the Spear. Fiend really is that proprietor of that pushing that Spear meta in South America. And Yuz being his teammate has picked up on a lot of what he likes to do, mixing with his own Orion gameplay. So Yuz being PR4, I'm not surprised there, especially off of that LAN win. I know Sparky likes to bring that up a lot. He had that local win in South America. And it kind of shows onto his online play, so he is another contender, especially now that he's going to BCX, for someone that could really have some strides here today.
Yep. And then in number 5, we mentioned him a couple times, none other than Fiend. Any other things you want to say about him?
I think it's all been said and done for Fiend. He's a legend. He has a lot of picks here. We're seeing the Queen Eye right behind us against Sack, and it does work, especially when it came down. I know it was 2v2s, but it did come down to those clutch situations in the 1v1 where Fiend still brought it through. He still did the work. So Fiend, another one who's going to be really scary to see today.
Yep. Okay. This is now the opportunity where I get to remind everyone who's on twitch.tv/Brawlhalla to open up Odin's Journal. That's that little button on the Twitch stream. And then you can start putting in your predictions on who you think the top 3 of today are going to be. Some pretty close predictions coming out from the general community for EU. We'll see how well y'all do in South America.
Yep, make sure you get your predictions out there. Is there like a channel point system or anything associated with the Odin's Journal?
No, you get to seem really cool when you get a bunch of points.
There's a leaderboard thing,
Yeah,
right?
there's a leaderboard.
That's what I was talking about. I was like, make sure you guys got to compete for the leaderboard because I saw Left Stick Down up there earlier, and I'm not letting him have that victory stance up there. So you guys make sure you get your predictions in, you get your points racked up, you hold rank 1 on the leaderboard. You tell them that your rank 1 is something that's to do with Brawl because it's not the actual rank. Trust me.
Definitely not the ladder, but at least your predictions. Rank 1 stream watcher, but. Let's get into our predictions. Remy, I kicked off EU, so do you want to kick off South America?
Yeah, for South America, I'm going to go from 1st to 3rd here. And I had the pleasure of making these last night after seeing what the seeds actually were looking like. And trust me, it's going to be a doozy for you guys. I have Wes going in 1st place there, followed up by Power Ranger in the 2nd place there. And I said Fiend, after those 1v1s I saw him do last week, was going to come through with the 3rd, whether he's on that Queen Eye, that Hattori, or that Wushang. I love his character pool. I think I can bring him up to that 3rd place. But the other 2, they've just looked so strong, so consistent throughout the games.
very solid picks all around. I had relatively similar picks. I think I went number 1 was Power Ranger, number 2 was Wes. I kind of just cheese it and go with seeds, but I skipped over kind of because, like I said, the Bodvars are not looking strong this time, and so I slipped in a Use as number 3 because I'm feeling Use right now. It'll be really interesting to see again Use kind of on that upward trajectory towards the tail end of the year. So seeing Use in the top 3 of today would be really cool to watch.
Yeah, I'm excited to see what happens. All predictions considered, we don't get anything for being right, so we just we just get the bragging rights out there. And
I don't even get to put it in Odin's journal. Like I can't be on the leaderboard.
They gotta give us our own little tablets out here so I can set up my predictions beforehand. I'm trying to be rank 1 too, man.
Yeah. Oh, do y'all manually slip us in? That's actually sick.
That's funny.
Wait, do y'all have the chat predictions though? Okay.
Yeah. All right. Well, we're gonna
Toast
take a look
is screaming in our ears.
We're gonna take a look at chat's predictions and who they think is gonna take this one. I can't see that, so Duke is going to read it out
so
for
they're
me.
just gonna agree with you. They said Fiend.
It's like yesterday all over again. My predictions are coming back up.
They're just like, whatever Remy says. He's just so smart. So it's Fiend, Wes, and Power.
We do a little flip on the Power and Wes. It's the seed 1 difference. It's the PR 1 difference. But it is still coming through with my top 3 matching up with the audience's top 3. So thank you, audience. I love you all very much.
I mean, you still get a point if your prediction gets into the top 3, but you get extra points depending on if you're super accurate.
If it's exact.
Yeah.
So you guys do want to go for the exact, meaning it's not too late to switch and match me, because I will be right.
You can, absolutely. But that is going to do it for the pre-show for the South American region for the Autumn Championships. And we don't even have to take that long of a break because the players are ready, the casters are ready. So I'm going to say just hold your horses, and we're going to get into it. Yeah.
It's about to get real exciting real soon. We got Ajax and TK coming up, right?
Yeah, I think
it's going to be the best of the best that Brawlhalla production has to offer. Well, second best, because I'm not.
Because he's over here.
Yeah, I'm going to be here. But second best Brawlhalla production has to offer.
Welcome to Brawlhalla.
Well, welcome back to the second best part of Brawlhalla. Because after you heard what Remy said, I mean, that's definitely facts, bro. I mean, like, that guy's doing it up over here. We're doing it up a little bit, not as much as him, though, but we'll be, we're going to go ahead and have a good time on this desk. Anyway, I'm TK Breezy, joining Ajax, and we got all your predictions back here to, kind of look at and laugh at you guys on what you think is going to happen here.
Yeah,
someone is correct, right? Someone is correct.
Somebody's correct up here. It's not Sparky's on here twice, so we need to move.
Oh, Lord.
We need to move that. Can we get rid of Sparky's entirely? Let's see. So we got Wes. Okay, that doesn't match mine. That one's close. That one doesn't match mine though. Wait, what we got there? Power Ranger. Kinda. Actually, that don't match mine either. So there's a lot of wrong choices up here so far. Everybody, look, don't listen to Remy. Okay, he's gonna be 0 for 3. That's all that matters. The B-list production is going to go ahead and walk away with the A game today. We're going to get that dub. But honestly, the way things are going, I mean, nothing makes sense anymore because we just watched it's still Acno, but like Acno taking out Godly, his first L he's taken all year.
Yep.
So you never know. Even though Power Ranger's been a dominant force, it could be another tournament where the number 1 seed doesn't take it overall.
Yeah, it was like Godly was 5 inter-tournaments, 5 golds, and now he's 6 inter-tournaments, 5 golds, and 1 silver. So, and not a bad track record at all, but when you're on a streak like that, you want to continue your streak. So we'll see what he can do at BCX. But before that, we will be playing. So, wow, we have a lot left to do right here, as you can see. Winners Finals, we at least have that. We got Power Ranger and Use, and then everything is to be determined because we got a lot of tournament left. Hey, you know, I mean, that's why it's kind of, well, your predictions aren't back there anymore, but that's the funny part about predictions, that there's a lot that can happen now when you have so much of the tournament left. I mean, some of you guys may be 100% right, Nostradamuses, or some of y'all may be so wrong it's just the crystal ball couldn't help you at all.
Yeah, I couldn't see the future. And the future actually changed a little bit for South America because of the fact that we have a bit of a different story here. EU kind of bodied each other is the best way I can put it. They flew through their matches to the point where usually at this point we'd have a couple matches ready to go in the winter semi portion of top 8, and then we start to move our way down. But we're actually going to get a couple of qualifiers that are leading into top 8 because it happened so quickly. We're going to get there, which a couple of them are looking at. We just saw, like you said, Power Ranger and Use already finding that winner side. We have Kaina versus Lores for winner side top 8 spot, and West versus News for the other side.
All right. Well, yeah, I mean, we got Kaina and Lores in the room right now, so we will be seeing that relatively soon. Yeah, I think it's just loser side of things they got to catch up. I think the EU is just playing fast now because they're tired of me telling them they play slow. So hey, bro, you know, if that's the type of you know, words that of encouragement that y'all need for change, then I'm glad to be the person that did it. All right, so
was it Bodvar the whole time? Like everybody, they just the world of Bodvar over there, and all of a sudden Bodvar's gone, and now you're like playing fast. What's up? Like, was that it?
Bodvar was solved, yeah, and then now they have to solve other characters, so they get to like experiment a little more. Okay, makes a lot of sense. Here on our side of things, though, we will have Volkov and Hattori going up against each other. Volkov on Kaina, or Kaina on Volkov, and then Lores coming through with the Hattori. So Volkov got a little shine too in that Castlevania trailer. So.
Yeah, look, actually Volkov looked like amazing in the was it the Brawlvania event? Like that was the Brawlvania event is actually pretty awesome.
Okay.
And seeing like the way he did, like he looks so much cooler. Like I want to play Volkov now after that.
Yeah.
But I'm definitely gonna play Alucard for sure whenever that crossover drops, which I believe is on the 18th next month.
I think it's 100% Simon for me because it's over Jala, so that's an easy one right there. And then I can trick all the Smash players. I'm like, yo, I'm maining Simon now. They're like, what? And they come in there. I'm like, I am still maining Simon. Like, it's not a lie. It's not a lie. So we'll see how that goes. But it's going to be a little bit from now. You know, I'd say October, like, what, 18th, I think? Something like that?
Yeah. 16th or 18th, somewhere around that range.
Yeah.
Well, we'll be getting into the beginning of top 12. A couple qualifiers to get themselves into the winner's side of top 8. We got Kaina versus Laura starting off on Demon Island. And it's not going to be the Volkov. He
okay, he swapped. Oh.
The universal sign of, hey, I got a quick connection thing, so they're going to go ahead and reset that as soon as the match started. But we'll wait for them to get that reset. It's actually kind of not going, like you said, with the Volkov. Instead, going here. I believe I see Asuri. Yeah,
Asuri,
go with the Asuri. Actually, a couple of Asuris so far this weekend.
Yeah, I mean, obviously this weekend has been full of Vals, but Asuri has kind of made
a lot of Val.
You know, a couple of appearances here. So it was like Koji as well. Koji's made a couple of appearances, but yeah, no, just a lot of Val all together. That character's popularity, you know, as far as at the top, is looking pretty up there. I know that everybody, you know, when you look at the stats, it's always like Mordex is way up there, but I mean, Val's got to be somewhere in that top 10 for sure, right?
I think Val's the most picked legend, like you said, throughout the entirety of the weekend. I think it's actually not even close. Gauntlets is still really strong, but the Asuris make some sense too because when you have a Gauntlet-dominated meta and you want to play something that's kind of fast as a counteractive tool to that, you got guitars too, while still having the sword. So if you don't want to lean into Val, lean into Asuri. Well, we're going to start things off here. Game number 1 this time, like you're saying, quite a few Kojis that showed up too. You saw Swata just a little while ago on one.
Yeah. So we'll have to see how they play over here. As you know, we are in a different region. Sometimes different regions have different flavors of play. Where back in the day used to be very neutral heavy in the European region. They've kind of swapped it up, but we've always known South America to be scrapping, and that's exactly what happened. Look at that, kind of gave Laura's no room to breathe. That man actually only got hit once, and he is keeping that right back up, kind of looking like I'm definitely taking the first place if you keep this type of momentum up.
And beatdown's kind of unfortunately been the theme of Loris versus Kaina because he does have a 4-0 perfect match record history against them so far. So Loris got a lot to figure out, starting things off here to get some answers going. But it's not looking too hot so far. Trying to find his way back down, and it is not... it's been a bit rough. Also, I was wrong. That looked like Koji. That was not Koji.
No, that is
Hattori.
Yeah. No, that's definitely a Koji-looking skin, though. I will give that up. But
I got juked like a week ago as well, thinking that Yumiko was like like brand or something on his skin that look very similar. So it's a couple of these skins look very similar. However, the very similar story is that Kaina is dominating this lead right now, and Loris has not fought an answer.
Yeah, Loris is he's definitely struggling to get any type of momentum going. Finally gets a down light to recovery. He synchronized that first stock, but it is going to take a little bit. I mean, for him to get back in here with the level of of momentum that kind of has, maybe he's able to slow it down just a little bit now that he's caused a little break because of taking that stock. But yeah, kind of straight up moving on him right now. Now he's got the sword in hand, though. I think he's probably going to try to get back to those gauntlets relatively soon.
Yeah, get it over to it as quick as possible. The guitars have been like putting in so much work, and it's actually showing, Kaina not really letting the Vodvar loss affect him at all. He had a consistent second seed of the tournament, of course, getting second back at Summers. Hasn't missed a beat. However, actually, somehow we're at an even game. You're able to answer that last stock, but Laura is waking up here big time on the last stock here, TK.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, really didn't take too many hits here either. I think he was just in like a neutral yellow, but now, heading over to the orange real quick. Has to get back on the stage. Has managed to do such. Oh, yeah, big whiff right there on the neutral light. That's going to be a nice punish here from Kaina. Definitely can finish his game off, but currently is not on the right side of the stage to do such. He's trying to cross through, but Laura's not letting it happen right now. Chased him all the way to the top. Oh, that was a good attempt to try to scrap him, but I think this could potentially be it.
Wait a minute. That was like 3 reads in a row into that D-Light punish. Laura's has brought it all the way back. Laura's going to get the side air, sending him deep off stage. Is he going to be able to find another dare?
Ooh.
No, yeah, he's not playing around with that.
Yeah.
That, however, is going to end it. Loris was so far behind. It doesn't matter, though. He's still out of stock to play with, and he brings it all the way back.
Absolutely insane right there. Comeback from Loris, because, I mean, yeah, those first 2 stocks were absolute decimation from Kaina, and he was like, it is fine. It's fine. Like, that's just a story. Like, it's never over till it's over.
Just looking at the graph here, like that very first stock disappeared so quick, and then kind of shifted, got a quick stock there on the second one, and then all of a sudden, Loris just didn't get hit for such a long stretch. And when the damage did get put on, it was not good for Kaina. Like, you see that high peak up there on the top of that graph. Loris shut it down, and that was mostly off of just a few good reads. You could have fooled me if you told me that it was going to be 611 to 562 the way that started, but amazing job.
Yeah, with the way, straight up, man, I thought we were going to be in the second game immediately, but Loris was like, nah, man, I'm actually going to go ahead and just make this one back. So, really crazy comeback just all together, because the whole thing is that, the way that Kaina was playing, I feel like if he never took that first stock, that was going to be an instant 3 stock. I think that, slowed him down a little bit. Even if it's only just a little bit of time, it's like, I don't know, about 5 or 6 seconds for you to come back from stock loss. Apparently, that was enough to cool him down.
That's what he needed. The combo game really lit up after a good point, too. Like, the Spear started to get some work done. Not even just on that last stock, just in general, the way that he was able to actually find the openings where the entirety of the first game, Qatars, they happen. Like, you get double dared. All right, I just got to put that one in my back pocket. That's not the easiest thing to rebound from, though, when somebody's got a 4-0 win record on you.
Yeah.
And Loris said, nope, not today.
Not today at all, man. But that's the thing, too. Is like, as you say, the Qatars, man, like, if the momentum is there, you were getting overwhelmed. But if you can slow that down, then you're doing a better job. He actually had kind of on his sword for a little bit too. But, I was expecting kind of to want to try to stay into the gauntlets or into the Qatars as long as possible. And now...
getting back to the second game here.
This is rough.
Yeah, minor difficulty, but we are back into it. And, this is kind of exactly how the last game went, where Loris didn't actually start playing until the final stock. So we just skipped over the beginning phase of that.
Yeah, we'll see how the comeback happens this time around. He's way further behind than last time, though, and I don't think we're going to be able to get that comeback. So, yeah, second game going to go to Kaina pretty handily. At least we got the stats right here. Wow. Yeah, didn't get to see all of it, but just looking at the stats in itself, that man definitely bodied him on that second game.
222, and just looking at this, 0 knockout essentially happened for the first stock. And then on the second stock here, borderline the same thing. It actually didn't start taking damage at all until the third stock when we loaded in, and that was not enough time. So kind of finishing his food that time, not letting that same thing replicate. And this is actually, I think, only the second time all weekend that we've made a trip over to Lions.
Yeah, man. the old Casa de Leones right here, but like it's just taking a little bit for them to actually get. I don't know. Everyone loves Demon Island now, so we're never going to see this. Well, I mean, like I love this stage. It's obviously a beautiful stage, and it also has a pretty cool layout. But you know, for the most part, I think people are like that. The amount of space that you have on Demon Island, plus how easy it is to edge guard because a small wall. Kinda once again with the hot start. How does he do it? Like the first 2 stocks are like claimed. They're always you are always gonna play a 3 stock to 1 stock game.
Yo, market value is looking so good for Kaina. He gets like 4 to 5 piece strings as if he's in the lab. Loris just cannot guess correctly on when he tries to spot dodge because he just keeps seeing through it. There was 2 times in that string where Kaina just stood there, watched, said, "Oh, you pressed it? Like, it's so hard to rebound from that type of play as Kaina's about to put another huge lead on him, TK.
I think genuinely, too, like, this character, Asuri, leads into that type of, like, destruction-type gameplay because, like, you know, especially with the way that, you know, the guitars work. If you get one good read, you're probably getting a lot of damage. And then both her neutral sigs are very scary to deal with. You either get scooped up and dragged down, or you just get straight spiked down by the neutral sig of the sword. Again, kind of working on the freshest 3-stock I've seen in quite some time. Man's not even in orange yet. He was barely in yellow until a second ago, but can he do it?
Kind of.
What did he do to you? What did Loris say to you, bro? Like,
Loris kicked your cat? What happened?
And he took that personally for sure.
My God, this is the spirit of Dot returned from what we're seeing yesterday. We saw really good performances from Dot, but kind of seeing right through that. That one is going to find the mark after going 2 straight. Wasn't expecting the second one, but still a huge...
Oh.
You got it.
I mean, I don't know if that was like one of those like my connection or you know what, man.
I think it was like I got my one.
Yeah.
Just go ahead, close it out. 523 to 183. That was domination, to say the least, from a lot of what was going on. We'll see what happens here, of course. Whether you know whatever happened at the end, of course, we'll find out later. But Loris going down in dramatic fashion, and we're actually going to see Loris. Okay, that's what it was taking a second on. Loris was hovering over the idea of switching a character, and we're going to see the mirror match.
Yeah.
Not too often we see this Ditto, actually. Actually, I can't remember the last time we saw this Ditto once.
Yeah, I was about to say, I don't think I see this Ditto too often. It's another one of those characters I feel like I see enough in pro play, but not enough to be like, oh, this is a common Ditto. It's always like a Asuri versus someone else because there's probably like 3 or 4 of them. But right now, Loris says, you know what, that Asuri character is looking kind of fun. Let me try it. I don't know if you're going to have that the sauce like kind of right now, though. But they're both on sword, so at least you get to avoid you know, the Qatar onslaught that he's been putting on right now. It's Loris' time to see if he can do it.
Well, I mean, it's already starting off way better. He's actually got a momentary damage lead. It's kind of continuing right now. Happiest person in the building, Foda, definitely looking at the Ditto. Very happy about what's going on. Qatar's putting in work, and it's definitely looking better. I think that you want to keep kind of off those Qatars as long as possible.
Okay. All right, managed to get the Qatars now. We got a Qatar battle. Who is going to be the better side of this? It has to be Kaina, knowing exactly where you're going to go for 4 reads in a row. Wow at that.
Like, what do you do? Like, what do you even do at that point? You get hit by side air, neutralites, and just, you're like, okay, I guess I'll guess going low this time. Nope, you get hit by dare. Kaina is just seeing through Loris' defensive options so well that it gets to the point where you just feel like you can't even press one.
Yeah, I mean, this is looking, once again, another game where Kaina's looking, you know, pretty dominant here at the beginning. Loris might be stops the bleed a little earlier than usual. Normally he's down to his last stock, but this time Kaina actually does drop it before Loris is in a respectable damage area. I do still think that he can find this kill if he ends up like bringing him off the side, but he at least won't get a raw one.
Yeah, I mean, at least the Qatar Ditto has been actually working out pretty well for Loris compared to trying to get the sword going.
Yeah.
So and that's it's kind of like if I do get a neutral win, let me get maximum damage. Like that's the best thing I have going. But it is a way more competitive game right now as Loris has, like you said, 2 stocks piece. Usually at this point, he's facing 2 stocks down. So this is still a doable game even after getting knocked out by that recovery. It's way closer compared to before.
Yeah, but now, you know, no weapons in hand right here for Loris. And Kaina's already on his, you know, his pride and joy. Wait a minute, Loris. You know, he's starting to get a few things started here with his own Qatars, but has to get back onto the stage. Yeah, that wall slip not doing him any favors. Kaina Man, he is always scrapping, always hitting the button. Yep, caught Laura's looking twice. Laura's just swinging, and now look how much damage he's taking.
Oh, my God.
Just leave. Just leave, bro.
Just exit. And he waited out there. They waited out there for Sweatbeads to bait him. He was up a stock. He knew he would try to go pull the trigger and kind of shuts it down, stops Laura's from getting anything else done, and takes it there 3-1. Wow. Which was funny at the end is how you had just pointed out how, like, kind of just constant scrapping, not doing it, like, just constantly in your face. And then he just stood still 2 times in a row. Let Laura swing first and then punish him.
Yo, I don't even think he was, like, I feel like he just gave up. That was rough, man. I mean, like, I understand that the Katara's off a reek and get a lot of combos, but that was super extended.
Come here. Hey, come here.
He thought he was going to get a free one right here. Nope. What a catch right there from Kaina. Not going to get scooped up by the neutral sig, and then even if he didn't like lose that stock right there, he was going to go down there for that ground pound. And I'm sure he would have gave his whole stock away just to get that ground pound. So, wow.
The
really
damage
that guy.
number that kind of flew at me. It wasn't even like the damage differences. It was 52 damage per engagement. That is so.
That's a lot.
I need y'all to think about that. 52 damage per engagement. That's essentially 1/3 of a stock every single time you hit somebody. Like, and it's happening constantly with how often, like, kind of was right next to Loris.
Yeah.
So you lose neutral twice. You are now at knockout percentages. That is not easy to rebound from. So I am really liking what we're seeing out of Kaina Zasuri after having to move away from Bodvar. Maybe we needed this the whole time.
Yeah, after seeing that, I'm very interested to see how everybody else plays against that, because that is, it's one of those things where, like, the obvious answer would be like, oh yeah, just outspace him. But I don't think you can even do that, because it's not him just running at you. It's the fact that even his punish game was insane. So you whiff once, and he's still getting that same level of dominance that if he was just running at you. So, it's a lot that you have to deal with. A lot of people have to deal with trying to take on Kaina, but we'll have to see about that later as we get to the other side of things. We're going to have Wes and News stepping up to each other. Or NZ, is that News?
Yeah, it's Wes and News. Now, one thing, I do think that Wes, amongst the character cast who have an opportunity to try and box out Zuri, this is the proprietor of Lance. So that's a lot of keep away game right there. That should help. Also, something that's going to help out. I know I talked about a couple of pretty large margins and set counts between history. TK, this is a 15-1 lifetime record in favor of Wes over News. So, with that being said, and we're going to see. Oh, well, Scarlet's actually going to come out. That surprises me a lot. Where do you think the game plan is going to be going in here to try and space out the Lance Mirror? Because this is something we see pretty often in South America. Besides the Spear gameplay that was pioneered by Fiend, of course, you got some work to do, and Hammer at that, which we don't see pretty much any of anymore.
I think that he should play mostly Hammer. You know what I mean? Because it's so far gone. I feel like people probably forgot the matchup. You know what I mean? Just get yourself a surprise Hammer game for the first part, and then that's after they start to get used to it. That's when you start bringing out that Lance more. As far as the Ditto goes, it really is just who. I feel like it's almost like who punishes the swing better.
Yeah, I was about to say that TK Wes did not forget the Hammer matchup, and then News hit him 3 times, and he evened it back up. So never mind. Yeah, stay on the Hammer. Hammer actually looking kind of nice right now. Stop Sayers gonna set him off. Weapon toss. That was a good dodge, but actually, okay, never mind. News actually didn't hit him for like the first 30 seconds, and still took that back. Very similar to what happened with start of the other game, except after that, Loris couldn't replicate that.
It's almost like the Hammer's not actually that bad. Interesting. Anyway, well, he's got a good start right here. Let's see if News can actually capitalize on that. Won't be able to capitalize for too long, though. Gravity cancel side sig, I think, is going to be able to take that one. Now, he held the Hammer the entirety of that first stock, which means, it's going to be Lance on Lance action. That's going to be a little scary as well, man. Miss the ground pound as a Lance. I feel like if you miss it, the other one's going to get one for free every time.
Yeah, you're taking Sidelight in there almost every other time, too, if you try to rush too early. My goodness, though. Wes going crazy off of 4-piece. Reads after reads after reads into another side air. Going to go off there and just – that was domination. Domination from what we just saw in that stock to get him to lead.
Well, yeah. Well, here we go. Back to the pride and joy of this game right now. The hammer. That's really because that Lance did nothing for him. So I mean, West obviously, in this region, as you said, there is quite a bit of Lance play. So most people probably know exactly how to deal with it. But Lance versus Lance in the Ditto. I mean, whoever is going to be better at dealing with, on the defensive side is going to do better in that Ditto. That's exactly what happened. West put him off the stage one time and did not allow that man to come back.
I'll try to go for a Nair setup. He did not find it. Trying to get him again, but West is just spacing him out just far enough, and that's exactly what you need to do. That was quite the anti-air, though, and News going to answer right back. I'm surprised News... I mean, actually, no, maybe not. Here on last stock, when you're trying to just get quick damage, satellite nair, satellite side air, just get your damage in real fast. However, going to get sent back off stage once again. West has been winning out pretty heavily on the Lance Ditto so far.
Yeah, I mean, I think he's probably been hit like twice so far as when News has his Lance in his hand and he has his Lance as well. And not being able to hit any of these nairs, West just, being in the right spot the whole time, sneaking right in between the entirety of that circular hitbox. So, and what a W right there. I mean, West definitely popped off on Lance on Lance. I surprising to see how well News' hammer did in comparison to his Lance, but it's kind of weird to be like, yeah, man, you should stay on hammer in this current day and age.
You said you said the pride and joy of this match in the year 2022 was hammer. That was pretty interesting, whether it be pre or posters. And we're going to still see hammer continue. Actually, you were completely right on that. 35 damage done on that Lance. Most of the time when the Lance was out was when both were out. Yeah. Yeah, your face said it all, man. Like, chat couldn't see it. It was like,
Yeah, no, that's go ahead. GG's on that one. So, sometimes the Lance, sometimes the Ditto just not for you. Sometimes you're not in the mindset to be dealing with that. Now we're bringing back Old Faithful, literally from last season, basically. Bodvar back in the mix, hoping to see if we can do something here. Now, the hammer for News did pop off, so I understand why he's willing to, kind of double down on it. Hopefully that the sword play is just as nice if he ends up getting stuck on that. But, yeah, I mean, I'm kind of surprised he even wanted to swap, but I guess it's just, because the Lance did absolutely nothing for him.
I think that's mostly what it is. It's like, look, I'm going to stick with the hammer, but I need something that's not this. However,
No, not the self-pass. Not the self-pass. The future sight.
You throw the ball and you're in the end zone. It's like, wait, what happened? Why did he spike his own ball? He just passed. Don't worry about it.
Absolutely wild, right? Yeah, that man was definitely the Flash. Okay, threw the ball and caught it all in one. But good stuff to West. Finding that little combination. Now onto the spear. Didn't actually get to see a lot of the spear in the last game, but
it wasn't necessary.
Yeah, definitely was not necessary.
Well, we got to see it. We got to see it, TK. All right, so
you said 15-1, right? That's what you said?
Yeah, 15-1.
Okay. No, this is definitely some 15-1 gameplay right here. I like this is. I don't know what is going on in South America where we're this late in the bracket and we're still seeing absolute domination type matches like this.
It's one of those things where it's like West is one of the best, if not the best, Lance player in the world. Got a contender for it for sure. But then there's also the fact that he's just also one of the pinnacles of who you always will have in your predictions for South America. It's not usually that far off from picking Power Ranger, West, kinda, or Fiend, using on occasion. But this is why.
Yeah. News is looking relatively lost right now. I mean, cannot get it. Look at that. Wow. At the same read. Do not jump. Do not stay on the ground. I have it all covered. I know where you want to be, and I'm going to be there too. 452 to 169. Were you even playing today?
At 50 damage per engagement again. Mind you, this isn't Katars, so Katars kind of link it to each other constantly on multiple reads. This was off of both the Spear and the Lance. Now, Lance very similar in that aspect, but you occasionally could get a whiff punish on a Lance. Nope. 452 to 169. Both of the weapons were sub 100 damage because he couldn't hit him at all. Look at how long it took for West to take damage, or to take any damage on that whole bottom. It was like, oh, you poked me once. All right, cool. We're gonna do this again. Oh, you poked me again. All right, we're gonna do this again. Look at that. That's insane.
He didn't hit 100 on anything, man. That's a kind of a hard feat to do here in this game. I mean, that's his damage is not hitting right now. But I mean, I think it's just how well West is playing versus News. And again, as you said, 15-1. These guys, he obviously has a storied history against them, and it is just not. I think that story is not changing. Okay, we know the ending to this book.
Yeah, receive So you got one more final shot at it. Okay, that's a lie. Well, you still have one more shot at it. We're going to switch over to Bryn because that's smart decisions, to be honest.
Yep.
I think if you were going to try and get a similar game plan to what you did with Hammer, where you're trying to trade off to get damage only off of like 3 hits to put you in the red, Axe is a smart
right there.
move.
Yep. I mean, also, again, Bryn, very easy character to understand. Everything that all of her SIGs do exactly what you think they're supposed to do. And also just a, pretty solid set of weapons. Spear, I feel like, has never really been bad. It may have not always been great, but definitely was never really bad. And Axe has always been in a good spot pretty much, too.
Yep.
So no reason not to go for it. Middle-of-the-road stats. Does go a little harder into the defense, which probably going to need it because, Wes is all over you right now.
Go to Sir Roland or something to get max defense. Actually, I'm surprised that wasn't even an option because,
True.
like, you had
well, no, because it's Lance Sword, and you're not.
Oh, right, the Lance did nothing before. That's
Yeah,
right.
yeah.
But we're learning it wasn't the Lance at all. That's not really the problem here.
Yeah, that's fair, too. I mean, like, I think Wes was really just surprised that someone's actually using Hammer in 2022, and then after that, he was like, all right, anyway, back to
I'll say, all right,
regularly scheduled
actually
program.
doesn't matter that much to me right now. Let me play this like I was supposed to. Look at the way Wes's tracking of news has been really difficult. Like, I'm not even trying to constantly be on Wes's side here and the way things are going, but when you are hovering along every single defensive route somebody takes 4 times in a row, you start to panic. It's like, how are you always reading where I'm going? Like that.
Wes,
I get TK, help.
I think genuinely, too, and you have to think about the wall and the space that the Lance will cover off 3 different options is insane. They will all kill. So, you go under me, I'm going to down air. You're next to me, I side air. And if you go over me, I'm just going to recover. And it doesn't matter how long I charge it. It's going to hit the same. So it's rough. Okay, he does actually get that stock, though. Good stuff to news. Not taking too much damage here.
Yeah,
Bryn might be it.
It's actually a big punish on that reverse hitter recovery to an overextension from Wes, but Wes has kind of been getting away with it for so long. Also something that's just kind of rocking my brain right now as I look back at this and news falls again. You're constantly going to Demon Island against Lance. That didn't really register in my brain before, but this is not exactly the safest place to fight Lance players on. This is where they will bring you all the time as Wes is continuing this lead up 2-1. Actually, up 2 stocks to 1 at the moment. And once again, same exact read setup. Almost got him again with the jump sider that was about to close the game out.
Okay, yeah, I mean, this is another situation where news, okay, he's got a chance. Oh, man, that actually getting snuffed out. Like the idea of going for the ground pound, but it may not matter. Riding out on him real quick before he enters this game, potentially. Looked for it all.
It was close to it, but he's still on for all time. Shuts it down right there. West takes it 3-0, continuing that set count history, moving up 16-1. Sometimes you just have a Racket Demon, and sometimes that Racket Demon makes things very difficult for you. Now, I always refer to that as like a necessary evil, because the only way you're ever going to learn how to level up is getting through somebody who could do that.
Yeah.
That being said, the amount of times I'm looking at another stat here, South America just has such a gap between like the top 4 to 5-ish area, and then after that, everybody's like, what do I do?
Yeah.
Like, what do I do to get through that?
That's a funny, like, how you get those tier lists where it's like 2 things, small gap, 3 things, big gap. This one is just like 4 things, big gap, and we got to figure out how to close that gap. Because, I mean, you can definitely tell the gap right there just off seeing the gameplay alone. Wes absolutely slapping news. I mean, like, news really just by the second game just looks, all right, man, you got it, bro. Like,
yeah, GG's.
Shake my hand.
I actually don't know what's going to work here. Well, what we do know is the schedule leading into Winter Semis, because that has now determined the other side of Winter Semis. We were talking about it before, Power Ranger versus Use. I mean, just look at that. There's the top 4 right there. We were talking about it. It's hard to break that category around here in South America. Power Ranger versus Use, seed 1 and 4, that is always a determined matchup, and seed 2 and 3, other half of the determined matchups that would happen in winter side of semis. So they're going to get there. Fiend is now currently in losers by the hands of Power Ranger, going down 3-0 to get to that point.
Okay.
So we'll probably see Fiend climbing his way back through, always one of the biggest threats. And there's a couple other people, but I have no idea how some of them are going to handle if they get one of them knocked out into the elimination side of bracket here in Winter Semis, especially if we see like Power Ranger or West go down there right now after what we just saw.
Yeah, no, I mean, it's looking pretty scary for anybody. If anybody in losers right now, because, I mean, the climb to get at least the top 4 is filled with a bunch of people who are normally in top 4, so that's going to be kind of rough for you. But here we are, Power Ranger on the Ezio. Love to see it. Liking to see the fact that, people are picking this up. Ajax has been saying that y'all been trying to hide the tech.
I've been, definitely believing people are hiding the tech free BCX. But Tiger pulled it out once. Only didn't really do too much. And then we saw Godly pull it out towards the end there. Couldn't close it out. But Power Ranger, however, has been using this all day and 3-0ing people all day. So Power Ranger might be the one who's in the mark. Difference is, though, Power Ranger won't be at BCX, so this is the time for him to bring out this tech.
Yeah, he's allowed to show a little tech here. This might be one of his last few events of the year, so why not? Perfect time to do it. One of Ezio's first events as being, legal to use, so that's got to feel great for him as well. But here playing against a character, again, that we see a lot of, it's going to be that Brynn, but how will she deal with Ezio right now? I mean, not a pretty even game between them, all things considered. Power Ranger a little more hurt, but now does have stage advantage. Yeah,
very similar to kind of what we were expecting out of the Brynn pick from the last game. You get a couple straight hits, and you just get back in the game off of Axe. But now that the Axe is gone, you now have to deal with ledge trapping for Power Ranger with the sword. Was able to walk actually right over to the spear because Power Ranger miscued a D-Light, which he actually just barely missed.
Okay, hold up. I get back into easy pickup right there. Side light, side air. Trying to pick up another weapon, though, and actually gets hard punished for that right there. Yeah, man, kind of tunnel vision into it and used I know you want that weapon. I'm just going to attack right where it is. Definitely worked out. Got the W, or got the stock right here. Let's see if he can hold this one for a bit. Oh, watch that. Okay, good duck of the weapon toss.
He has dipped underneath that weapon toss almost every time. I think Power Rangers trying to condition him later to be able to get a free D-Light ground pound out of that setup. It's like you're always going low. I'm going to get a free edge guard out of that. But here on Small Brawl Haven, this is actually pretty close overall. Power Ranger, we talked about the big set differences, TK. This one is 14-3 in favor of Power Ranger. But difference is that Use is one of those people we look at who's always at the top. Also known pretty well for that Vector. Which I don't think we're going to see show up here in this matchup at the moment, but I think if the Brynn fails, we'll probably see the switch.
No, that's fair. I mean, I think there's, again, in situations like this, especially at 3 out of 5, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. I think only time I'll really like seeing people, if they do decide to swap in the second game, and then if it doesn't work, then go back to whatever they tried the first time. But we'll, we'll have to see if that even matters right now, as we still have a pretty even game developing between us. Power Ranger is going to be able to get back to the stage. Hasn't really been able to get any SIGs going for himself. I think he's thrown out one so far, but may not need it. Some sigless gameplay doesn't mean that you aren't playing well. It just means you're playing safe.
They cover a good amount of vertical range, too, so I think he's trying to hold on to that for that late gameplay. Like, you've been jumping from ledge often. Ooh! Okay, all right. Questions, all right? Power Ranger, you have thrown the orb at him every single time in that spot, and you didn't see that coming.
Nice.
Never mind, you answered back. That's I'm covering it low because he's covered high every other time. Condition him low, making me sound silly as soon as he decided to close it out the following stock.
Well, I mean, but you did say that that's what he was going to go for, and it looks like exactly that. He threw 2 orbs high, and then he was like, all right, you're probably expecting this third one to go high. I'm actually throwing it straight at you. Definitely finds the mark and gets that stock. And so now, keeping it even as they can go. I mean, Power Ranger now, though, starting to take quite a bit of hits. And this is, oh, man. A double recovery maybe, but decided to turn around and get that neutral air instead. May not actually have had anything for the double recovery, though, but he does find the neutral sig. Is that going to be enough? Oh, no, he lets him touch the wall for free. Okay.
Here they come now, too. Also, that one has very minimal amount of time that it's active. That's an easy way to bait someone to try and approach you quickly. D-Light recovery's not going to be enough yet, but now he's off stage, DK.
Oh, okay. Everybody's going for everything, and that was a huge bet on both sides, I feel. First with the recovery, but the fact that he went for the ground pound, put him in a bad position, had to touch the wall again. And, Hughes was right there to go ahead and hit it with the pogo.
That was incredibly close between both players. 4-6 ended up getting thrown out on, stock 3 from Power Ranger. Kind of pulled it out at the last second. Weapon toss catching him, jumping high, and then instantly answered back with his own weapon toss to cover him low before. But I think you're very accurate with the fact that, Power Ranger had to go off stage. That was a huge risk. It was a huge gamble when he had stage control already, and Use was able to capitalize.
Yeah, I mean, got to give it up to Use right there. Got the easy option, knew exactly where Power Ranger wanted to go. He could have tried to stall out just a little bit, maybe hit the wall a little later, but he hit the wall early, and so Use hit him quickly too. So let us see, if Power Ranger can actually kind of make headway of this match the second time around. Very close match between our competitors, so no reason to swap or anything like that. Just got to be the person to get the last stock and the last hit first.
And I was just checking back too. That is only the second individual game that Power Ranger gave up so far on Ezio. He dropped one game 2-1 against Juniror earlier, but that's it. He hasn't dropped any other games yet, so that's huge on Yuz being able to answer back. Recovery's not going to be enough off the top yet, but he has weapon advantage. That I am so surprised missed. I feel like he had the dodge red, but pulled the trigger just a little bit too early.
All right, man, another straight toss right there from the orb as well. Going to go ahead and take that stock. But yeah, no, a little surprised that didn't hit either. Seemed like he was right inside of it. Probably had just 1 or 2 extra frames of invincibility to get through the whole thing, but... Oh. Okay, yeah, recovery for recovery. Trying to get as much as he could off of that ground pound, but unfortunately put himself in a bad position. Easy pickup right there for Yuz. Yeah,
Witt dipped out of that, realizing he didn't really have like a good advantage push, and Power Ranger trying so aggressively to go whip punish that actually worked out in favor for Yuz. This has actually been extremely close so far between these two, which is super impressive on Yuz's part because, like we said, round favor is definitely in Power Rangers' overall history. But Yuz is not letting him really hold big leads. I really like the spacing he's been doing around Power Ranger so far, especially primarily on the spear.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's the good part, though. I mean, about the spear in general is always going to have that good range to really work with. It may not be like Lance with how mobile it is, but it definitely still is a very long range one. You know, pokes like that, you got side air as well. Downlight also kind of boosting you into the skies, catching jumps and stuff like that. But either way, we are going to see Power Ranger kind of pull ahead this time around. A little hurt, not crazy hurt. Yeah. But Yuz does need to get a weapon in his hand, does find that axe. Hopefully he can make something happen.
I think Power Rangers kind of accepted that most of your damage over the past stock has been weapon tosses or neutral lights. So it's like, I get poked, but we just reset neutral. And that's been working way more in favor. That being said, he's getting boxed around a little bit. This is basically side air ranges if he can catch him overextending off the side.
Trying to slice him up. Oh, there it is. Side sig, though, says immediately. As I said, those 6 do exactly what she's expecting to do. What is that going to do? Cover a bunch of space in front of her. And, yeah, quick with it.
That was a good answer, too. As soon as he got the weapon, right on cue. But Power Ranger has now separated Yuz from the weapon, which is exactly what he needed. And Power Ranger holding this ledge right now, waiting for the dodge. Saw the dodge, did nothing about it, but is now spacing around well, trying to catch him slipping. Like you said, that one's very quick. It has very minimal end lag, and he has not gotten hit this whole stock.
Yeah, I mean, it feels very Jala-esque with her down sig as well. You know, you kind of throw it. You can throw it out as much as you want because it does not have that much lag, and he's doing the same thing. Has not been punished once, and it's a very quick move too. So it seems like it covers a decent amount of space as well. Power Ranger going to take that one pretty commandingly for 546 to 390. Wow.
Yeah, that one looked way better, especially after that last stock where he just didn't get hit at all. Finally found the answer to Yuz, and we're just staying comfortably here on Small World Haven the whole time.
Why not, man? Why not? I mean, Small World Haven definitely doing everybody favors here. I think both of them have got their success of getting semi-early kills here, but.
I mean, it kind of plays into exactly what you said at the very beginning of South America. They scrap. They've been up in their faces the whole time as he almost catches an orb recovery. I was kind of freaked me out for a second, but he wasn't high enough just yet. But Power Rangers' advantage has been really good. That being said, 2 neutralized coming in from Yuz, looking to find that side air, does not find the mark, instantly going back in, but now gives up stage control after missing that nair.
Okay, he's back onto stage real quick though, but not able to get anything started for himself. Actually kind of put himself off stage. Very scary for Power Ranger, which, oh man, I was like a little more damage. That could have been it. Yuz marking him, but doesn't actually decide to swing at all. Okay, I mean, Yuz is just getting a bunch of reads, but like
he's not pulling the trigger on it. Yeah, like he sees where he's going, but then he's like, all right, you got it. I just want to make sure that you were getting back safely. And then leads to another side stick coming in. Weapon toss down to seal the deal. So Power Ranger will usually take more damage to start, and then he gets the knockout first.
Yeah, and I mean, this time around, though, he does it again. He's got a lot of damage on him to use. Just cannot find that last hit. Not pulling trigger in situations where he could have. That side air definitely would have connected, but still didn't want to do it. Look for the downlight instead.
Trying to sneak his way in right now. Gonna go ahead and smack him away. One toss down. Looking for the reverse hit, but still nothing on the mark. And that's that will finally do it. Took a while to get it. He was hovering right over, baited the idea he'd go for the weapon pickup because he's gone for it every other time.
Yep.
Finally closed that out.
All right, so Yuz, I mean, it took him a little bit. Didn't take too much damage either, though. He is playing a little more cautious right now as far as how he has been playing throughout this set. Tries to go for it all at the top. Wouldn't have taken the stock, but definitely would have sent the message that I got those reads.
Yeah,
Nice.
rare uncautious play. Like right as you were putting it out, it's like, all right, I'm gonna try and push advantage harder. At least he didn't really get punished for it. Use has control, but like we said, most of the damage that he puts on the Power Ranger has been minimal. Like it's been 1 to 2 straight hits and then the reset. Whereas Power Ranger, once he hits you, is getting 4 pieces at a time in stage control, and then loses his stock. Finally catches him not paying attention enough at ledge though, because he's always there. He usually throws out something quick to bait him to come on. And you said, no, not this time.
And I think it's probably the first time I've actually seen him use neutral stick, too. So what a good way to use it. Wait, Power Ranger having to fight his way back to the stage, manages to do such, but he's got a good little lead developing for him. He is hurting. I think a side air near the side would do it. The recovery, surprisingly, not enough here, but will do it the second time with the pickup of the down light. Not a lot of damage here put onto Power Ranger, which is great for him, seeing if he can get this type of comeback. Does get a punish for the weapon grab, but didn't get a weapon starve, though. Nice, way off the stage. Wait.
Ooh. Oh, got the reverse hit recovery. That was a perfect stock from Hughes, and that gives you the rubber game. You needed to have a game up advantage on the #1 seed. That I cannot wait for us to go back to that. Every other time, Hughes is usually backed off on those reads. We said it before. It's like, why aren't you capitalizing? You see it. And then he finally does at the end and was able to seal a dominant last stock against Power Ranger.
He puts his reads in the memory bank, man. Those are backlog reads right there. So he finally gets back to him a little later. Definitely worked out for him, though. Was able to take a stock pretty perfectly there on the left side. Nothing but good reads and good options to cover Power Ranger trying to get back. So now, Hughes, 1 game away from getting in to winners finals here.
To see if he can repeat that same success as last game. Like I said, it was a dominant last stock. Very similar, actually, to Game 2, where Power Ranger had the same thing. Last stock went from a completely even game the whole time to Power Ranger dominating. So they're kind of shifting seats in that. It's always close up until the final one, and then see who takes the wheel. Sidelight Sider is going to send them off, though. And he's holding a momentary lead. Not a big one, but a momentary lead.
Yeah, I mean, definitely something that could get sapped away from with 2 to 3, or honestly just 1 really good read exchange if he's able to get downlight recovery. But it may not matter if Power Ranger, is going to go around. Very scary to try to deal with. Nice, good 6 across the stage. But try to deal with that ground pound of the spear because it covers so much space, especially on this map too.
Yep, and this is a very similar situation like every other time. Hughes gets a life lead, Power Ranger takes the first stock. Happens again. He has to find a way to stop that. Even though he's up in the count right now, you need to stop that, hopefully, to try and avoid that game number 5.
Okay, getting the damage doesn't seem to be an issue for Hughes at all. It's just kind of finding that stock. He does manage to find it pretty quickly without taking any damage here. So that's got to feel great for him to keep himself back to this game, potentially finish this set out right here, right now. But Power Ranger's going to obviously have something to say about that.
Guys, give me a whiff punish right there. That keeps him off stage. Looking for, that doesn't actually commit to anything. Most of the time in that position, he's gone for a nair to try and cover him. But weapon toss into immediate switch off side light has actually lined up so many times. There's just been usually not much that happens followed after that. The D lights have been on point though. Good dodge to get away from that nair.
Okay. Big damage right there. Power Ranger just trying to kind of whittle his way around this here spear, but it has not been working out for him at all. Oh my, that stock was stolen. Thievery.
That was rare overextension. I don't even know if I want to call that overextension. He doesn't push advantage like that often, so that seems like a good play to try and go for. Luckily, he minimized it as quick as he did because Power Ranger had no business getting that recovery with Orb up there, but he was able to take it.
Wow, I mean, the Assassin class and Thief class are usually pretty similar in most games, and that's exactly what he said. Yeah, I mean, I'm going to spec into both.
We all signed the same creed.
Yeah.
It seems like Hughes is doing the same thing. Finally pulling out, I like that because Hughes is actually dodged in that same spot off of neutral light at least 2 other times throughout the set. They're trying to pull that out, but not going to fall for it there.
And can he actually close that out? I mean, that was a big gift to him to get used to that last stock before he did, even though I think he did have more damage. And it looks like he is kind of running with it. But okay.
That's similar to when Hughes went for that ground pound before and Power Ranger tried to quickly get back in with his own, and he lost the game on that play last time. So let's see if it can happen again here as Power Ranger facing what could be a trip to the elimination side of bracket. Hughes sends the #1 seed of the tournament down, handing him his first loss that he has had so far playing Ezio throughout this tournament.
Yeah, I mean, you could see that he got a little wide-eyed right at the end. He saw the potential for a spike for the finisher, and he took it and, well, I mean, just end up losing the game off of that one. You can see the quick turnaround there from Hughes, putting Power Ranger in 2 losers. Also putting another number on the board for him as far as W's go. A lot of damage here from that spear, and that's exactly what you saw him on, but he did finish the game off with an axe, so got to give it up to him right there. Yeah, that spear play was, I mean, it was immaculate. I mean, I think that was the one thing that was kind of really holding Power Ranger down. You can definitely see near the end of the last game how little he wanted to swing toward it to avoid being whiff punished.
I'm actually glad we finally got, like all of those stats multiple times where people had huge loss differentials, and we finally see someone take it out, because now I can finally get to say this. Everybody is beatable at some point. You just got to keep it together and find the way. Now, different character pick this time around. Doesn't matter, though. Still got the dub. That being said, though, I also had to find the unfortunate truth that my predictions are already cooked, because now Power Ranger is in the left-sided bracket. So that leaderboard not looking so good for me, but make sure you check on where you are at if you didn't already sign up on Orange Journal on the extension, so we could see yours be better than mine, because I've been doing terrible today. I was close in the EU, and then everything fell apart at the last second, but that's not going to happen here. We instead have seeds 2 and 3. PRs 2 and 3, if I remember correctly as well. Kaina versus Wes. Very slight, only slight favor in Kaina, 10-7. But this is a matchup I could see going either way. That slight win ratio doesn't really change too much for me.
Yeah, I think 10-7 is definitely one that's like, it's much more doable than when you see these 15-1s and stuff that we've been seeing right now. But yeah, Kaina and West gonna be heading up against each other. I think the safe bet would probably be on kind of just off how dominant that last game that kind of did play. However, we still have a little bit of time before we decide to see how that goes. West obviously going to be played his match just as well.
Yeah,
I think Kaina's was just more explosive of how quick it was and how quickly he was able to rack up damage. Plus, it's the guitars.
That was a combo showcase.
It feels like when you get read by the guitars, that is like half of your stock right there.
Yeah, that was, if you were ever looking for fun, flashy combo highlight reel, just watch that game. Everything was shown on how you could get the maximum amount of damage. I think it was like, what did we say before? It was like 52 damage per engagement.
Yeah,
I think at one point off the guitars. That's nuts.
Yeah,
so,
I mean, I think I was talking to Duke about that. I was like, what is like the kind of standard? And he was like, yeah, around 30 is about standard. So for him to do almost double that off of each interaction, that's a lot of damage.
Yeah, that is very hard to mentally rebound from. But luckily for Wes, you have plenty of options to keep them away. We did say this before. Asuri's rushdown game is going to be really ridiculous. Wes did the same thing in his last game. He was averaging 50 damage per engagement with that lance. And a lot of history, of course, between these two. And that is a lot in favor, of course, of Wes getting the W's overall.
Yeah.
But more recently, Kaina's performances have been so strong. But Kaina forced the switch off. Like we said before, it looks like he hasn't missed a beat switching over to the Sasuri, having to dip away from the Bodvar.
Right. I mean, I don't know what was going on with that. It's almost like, once the Bodvar got nerfed and he had to pick up another weapon, I'm sure his eyes were just open. He was like, wait, I could have been playing the guitars the whole time? So, yeah, it's it's a great day to be a guitar player, and it's a great day for kind of to be playing against Wes. Now, Wes, again, we were talking about how range will deal with the guitars, and you have 2 ranged weapons.
Yep.
It's just how good can you actually keep the guitars out. We have to find out who's going to jock for the first one. You saw Wes try to get a little antsy and see if he can catch a jump there. But first weapon actually going to be a sword here for Kaina.
This whole start here on Apocalypse 2 just shows you, like, the whole game plan is whoever wins neutral once gets that 50, then we reset. Like, that's you get one hit, and usually you're going to be off stage. That actually didn't happen there, but Wes now sticking just to sidelight nairs. I like it. Don't try to go too crazy, because if you put yourself intentionally off stage, you're taking a guitar dare. So, smart idea not to go for that. It's kind of switches over to the sword now.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's kind of definitely will not be able to get a weapon if Wes continues to start. I think that's probably what Wes's idea was. I thought he was going to just keep swapping weapons to make sure that kind of couldn't swap out of his. Kind of will finally get the guitars here. So guitars versus the spear. Nothing wrong with Wes's spear. I think he did most of his work on the lance, though. But yeah, that spear definitely had a couple of shining moments in the last match that we saw. Hey, right back over to the. Actually, doesn't seem like Wes has or kind of has a favorite right now.
Yeah, doesn't really not really preferring either or. I mean, he's covering space, but I think right now you're going for consistent damage, and he's going to get consistently knocked out by that. His hit ratio on that was so good in the last match. Continues here into this one.
Yeah, that was the thing too. You're talking about covering space, and then immediately drop that side stick, which covers like almost 3/4 of this map in itself. And so yeah, I mean, if Kaina was on the floor in front of him, did not spot dodge, did not jump over it, he was going to be gone, and that's exactly what happened. Kaina though does have the damage here onto Wes, just has to find a way to get that stock off. The bounce doesn't do it, though, of the side air. However, the second side air will do it from a different weapon.
I think one of the most impressive things that happened at MSI when Wes and Fiend showed up was how good they are at pushing advantage, and we see that play out between all these players here. I can't imagine what the world would be like for everyone else if Kaina and Power Ranger were also there, because the advantage pushers we're seeing right now. Wes did it to everybody before, and Kaina is now doing it to Wes. That means that everybody else is going to get cooked the first time they see them too.
Yeah, and I mean, this is, again, another situation. Oh my, what a turnaround there. I don't know if he's going to be able to finish it off. Went for the down air instead of the ground pound. The angle then changing out where he was going to go, maybe expecting Wes to kind of stall back, but Wes was in sweat beads. He had no other option but to hold forward and just hope for the best. And now Kaina, though, still, he's going to try to get the stock off regardless of not being able to get it a little earlier.
Orion just refusing to get knocked out. All right, well, he saw through that one. Like every other time, yeah, he was spacing him out too. So Wes getting a little bit aggressive to try and go for hopefully to open him up. But Kaina just was really solid holding his ground. That being said, very borrowed time right now on the stock, which is going to disappear immediately.
Okay. Yeah, that was, what a good way to keep this game even, but I have to say, man, Kaina, definitely could have taken this game. Kind of ran away with a little bit of a lead had he found that stock a little earlier. But now, pretty even game developing between Kaina and Wes. Nobody really getting a damage advantage just yet. Kind of now starting to kind of pull away here.
They're getting a couple nairs, catching when it's landing. Wes has been trying to he's not trying to like vie for center stage. He's just trying to get like the sides so he can get a big combo started. You can see it. Like he's looking to hopefully get that one side light, get the reads going, and carry Kaina all the way off stage. Or for that matter, actually maybe hope he goes off, but that ground pound's gonna miss. That puts him off, and Kaina continuing this lead very well so far.
Yeah, and there's no reason for him to change up either. I think he's kind of slowed down slightly, but I think that's just kind of the way that you have to play. Wow, at that, what a swing!
No,
get off
me. Well, get on out of here too. Go on, get. That was another great recovery coming in from Kaina. It's like the sword isn't even like weak at all. 383, but the knockout potential that he always has with the Katars is nuts. And another almost 50 per engagement, 45 damage per engagement is so much to deal with. It's not. That's a whole. It actually is 10 on average above Wes. 35 compared to 45. Even how close that was, I think most of that came from the end there. Look how minimal Kaina got hit on that last stock. It was just completely flat line.
Yeah, that's the way you do it. And as I said, he had one little situation where he was starting to get hit, and it looked like it could have been a little dangerous, but he swung out that situation with that neutral air, and then immediately turned that into a stock right after. So I know he's feeling good. Moving forward, do think that he slowed it down in the situation where he needed to, especially when Wes was starting to catch a little momentum. He slowed down. He's like, wait, let me get my good punish here instead of just kind of running in. And now, here we are, second game, Demon Island, doing it again. Wes taking mad damage right there.
I was going to say stage advantage to Wes being here on Demon Island, and I still, hypothetically, on paper, that makes sense until I watch Kaina do that again. Kaina is like, all right, well, now you have no platforms to hide on. That's cute. Now I can combo you even more with multiple dare reads, and it's continuing.
Yeah, and the thing is, too, I feel like with the way that Asuri is normally killing horizontally or down. So, he's got a lot to work with. He can end up finding these. Oh, okay. Look like he's going to have to go up here, but unfortunately, Demon Island having that super high ceiling sometimes makes it a little harder for people who have to depend on those recoveries for the stock. Does find it there, though. Doesn't really even take that much damage.
I like what he did, too. He stayed right in center, controlled center stage. Said, all right, look, all the combo game is nice. Now I know you have to get something started, so once I see you go for a whiff on a side air, free recovery punish. If I do take a side air, I'm at ledge at best. So that was really smart on Kaina.
Okay, man, Wes actually not going to be able. Okay, nice. Doesn't actually. We're looking for the dodge out. Does get it, but doesn't go the right direction. Okay, Wes kind of reaching. There is a lot of range covered on those SIGs, but this is a larger stage, and if Kaina's that far away, he must be expecting him trying to run in on him. But Kaina again even though it looks like he's playing super aggressive, has been more on the punish game. Yeah,
that Spirit desync was so good at like covering if somebody's trying to hover around you, but once you start going like deep in, you go for the big play, like right there, you heard the startup, you try to go for it again. That means that you're feeling lost, and Kaina is going to see that as like, oh, hey, this is my cue to just let you swing first.
Oh, wow, that's option right there for Kaina to go for the ground pound. But yeah, he is, still, you can swing first. That's fine because I'm always going to have the right punish. Look at that, jumping over there, getting the gravity cancel D-light into the recovery. And now Kaina you know, kind of looking like his game before this, where he's up. He's got 2 stocks before he loses 1. Always working on a potential 3 stock here. This time against West, though, which is kind of crazy. He definitely could have kept that up if he decided to just swing that neutral air, but opts to go back to the ground.
You know, it's one thing that we saw this gameplay out of the previous match with a pretty, like, big record.
Yeah.
And this one's only a small record difference between the two, but the fact that we're seeing a very similar thing again, we're kind of, it's going to finally get hit by the Spear D-Sig that covers a lot. He was right next to him, makes sense. In the scramble, it's like, okay, if you press a button, I probably win here. He's still facing a 2-stock full fresh deficit to what is a borrowed, like, getting very damaged here on his last one.
Yeah, I mean, I think the craziest part is just, you know, kind of, you wouldn't expect this is to be the gameplay, as you said, you know, between their record. Because their lifetime record actually set 3-3, but it doesn't look like that with the way they're kind of playing.
Yeah, this one had community tournaments involved as well.
Yeah.
So, like you said, in official brackets, 3-3.
Yeah.
So even, not trying to break that set count difference. Something that kind of is doing so well is how well he's playing grounded. Like, he starts off the game hot, gets big combo strings with Katars, always resets to the ground. But right here again, just waits it out, waits for that. And what did we say before? With punish gameplay. He knows that Wes always wants to swing first. That was revealed when Wes went for 2 SIGs in a row after not doing any. That means you're starting to reach, like you said, and that means I can stay grounded because I know for a fact you're going to go airborne and I get my free punishes.
Okay, we actually got a swap here too as well, man. Coming away from the Orion to Orion's Arch Nemesis Artemis. Pretty interesting to see, you know, the swap right here. Also, sick lore, but
True.
But yeah, no, it's going to go ahead and swap
Team
over
Orion.
to Artemis.
Well, so I guess this point it's like, I need more reward off advantage because the Scythe was, excuse me, not the Scythe. The Scythe is the swap over between that and the Spear. And the Spear was working so well game 1.
Yeah.
After game 1, it started to shift away. He kept getting whiff punished repeatedly. So I guess going with this here guarantees when he gets at least a hit, he's going to get a good reward out of it. That being said, that actually hasn't happened so far.
Yeah, I mean, he is literally another situation where, you know, you're actually playing this weapon where normally when you start off with the Scythe, you want to, you know, get a couple 2 and 3 hits and stuff like that, start reading people's air dodgers, start conditioning them. Hasn't been able to get anything crazy started for him, though. The damage looking way better here on the side of kind of 2 West. Also, yeah, I actually don't know whose team I'm on between Orion and Artemis. I think I like Artemis just because I love when people start to spam me on 6 because it's funny.
I like Spear D-Sig, and I'm also a big fan of the Battle Pass skin.
True.
It's actually incredibly good looking, so that's kind of the winner for me. But Artemis here, like you said before, you still have access to your Lance, which is what we've known West for years. But trying to switch things up a little bit with that side, it hasn't done too much, but I do like the changes of pace that seem to be coming here from this stage, from this character pick so far.
Yeah. So yeah, I mean, unfortunately, I don't think the Scythe did a crazy. I mean, weirdly enough, you know, the damage that the Scythe did was enough, but it was like the way that that West got that damage wasn't like normal Scythe damage, you know, output. It's not like a bunch of strings. It was just a couple stray hits here and there. Speaking of strings, though, does find that. What a pickup from West.
OD. That was so scary to even go for because just before that, West burned his dodge, saying he got punished for it on another read. What does kinda do at that point? Oh, okay, I'm gonna go push advantage. And then he GCD lights and says, haha, nope. Like, that is so scary to even attempt to do when you're getting pushed like that.
And then come with me with the recovery as well. That recovery is
come with me if you want to live. Lies.
Yeah. That recovery is sitting pretty horizontal too. So there we go. Shots out one more time.
Wait a minute. Actually, this is starting to work. The sideline coming through. Is going to get him before he gets the wall touch. It's got to be like the first lead we've seen West hold in a little bit of time now.
Yeah, I mean, and again, you know, it hasn't even really been off the SIG hit that much. I mean, he did hit that side 6 some good stuff, but mostly he's just playing better on the Lance right now, or at least kind of like mixing kind of up, kind of can definitely still make this a game for him and take this 3-0, but you know, he's going to have to get this stock off right now. He does have the damage at the very least. It is not going to be enough off of that recovery. He is going to swap over here to the Guitars, though.
Yeah, kind of just missing after he burned that dodge. He wanted that side air. It's not going to connect, though. It doesn't matter. Gets the recovery off. Going to go ahead and close it out. But one of the things that is interesting, I feel like West kind of almost amped up in his gameplay a bit after he got that reversal stock, which those moments actually will fire you up sometimes.
Oh, yeah. For sure. I mean, like, that's a momentum shifter right there. So, and it looked like that's was working, but it seems like the momentum might actually be shifting back to the way of kind of another situation where West is going to have to keep kind of out. Does manage to do such with the little 2-piece right there, down light into the neutral light. Uh-oh.
Oh,
that's a dodge.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, he almost had it, too. Tried to catch him on the nair on the way down and tried to catch him aggressively landing there, but it's not going to matter. Sweat beads on, though. This is opportunity for big punishes, and he got it.
Okay, yeah, that was nice. I mean, you know, he managed to get a lot of his resources back, but still, hold on, man. Might be able to finish this off. Does get the dodge straight up, right past. Oh! Neutral sig, not going to be enough.
Not going to be enough here on Apocalypse. Just not going to land directly in front. Decided to hover at the idea of going to the platform. That's 2 in a row, though. West has he pretty much just needs one good side air off of Kaina, and he can take it out. It's not going to be enough just yet, though. Goes out there to try and go get him. Does he go for the ground pound? No, weapon tossed down instead, TK.
Okay, yeah, I mean, and that's, unfortunate because I feel like he definitely needed that lance to probably win. He could still do it here on the scythe. Throws that one away, too, though.
Said, I do not need that. I'm going to get right back to the lance, and he's going to find it, and he gets it to game number 4. That, he needed that. Like, I mean, obviously he was about to get knocked out into elimination, but he needed that moment overall. There's that play we saw before, just prior to that. Got that GCD light to get the reversal after he burned his dodge, where kind of wasn't expecting that. And then afterwards, it started to claw its way back. And like, I think you were very right on the fact that the scythe wasn't necessarily the answer, but the few times that it did get hits, it felt much better than what we were seeing out of the spear prior.
Oh, for sure. Yeah, that spear, I feel like it wasn't getting anything done for him. So, yeah, good swap over here to the scythe. I will say that I think right near the end of that game, he kind of conditioned to look for the side sig because he was just kind of throwing him out. Kind of actually did get a couple punishes, but you could see the range where kind of was playing was like right over where it show up so he can jump back in. And then, yeah, just wasn't expecting the side light, apparently. So, good stuff to West. Great patience to go ahead and get that game over. Kind of going to take it back to Small Brawl Haven.
That's actually a really good thing that you pointed out just now too, because the entirety of how kind of won the other games was with punishes, and he kept reading them perfectly on it. But that time, West finally tripped him up. Can he repeat that? However, is the big thing, because you got me once. Can you fool me twice?
Yeah, that was actually a super scary situation too. Kind of almost, potentially could have lost that stock relatively early. Had that ground pound into whatever follow-up he needed to hit. It's pretty far away from the stage as well. Oh, okay, getting a couple reads here from West as well. West might have activated just a little bit.
Edge, maybe. I mean, kind of tried starting off the game with the speedrun on stock, looking for that GCD light recovery in the skies, and he hasn't really backed off, which I think is actually kind of playing against him all of a sudden. You're going to get the side air. It's not going to be enough. Weapon toss forces him to go low. He can't really do much about that, so he gets back on, but he gets the read again. Does not commit to recovery, though. I don't think he was he believed in it enough, and he whiffs on that one. Rare miss.
All right, rare miss indeed, but man, look at the damn. Okay, yeah, I was like, someone's got to lose this stock sooner than later. My man was in the deep red, and yeah, went a little ham for it, a little over extension right there is going to allow Kaina to get that stock, but he does at least have some good damage onto Kaina, and we are on Small Brawl Haven. So, you know, we should be seeing these stocks drop a little quicker. Just has to find that hit. He can't find any space yet. I
really like the way that Kaina is playing this right now. Everything about what you have is a borrowed stock, so you might as well get one hit, get out. One hit, get out, because that was going to find a mark. A side air was eventually going to find a mark. Something was going to knock you out, but at least you were able to get like 5 straight hits in there.
Yeah, for sure, for sure. I mean, like, you could definitely just see the way that he has been able to play around that. Surprisingly, he actually got hit by that one, but I think there was a little bit of a mix there where West actually threw out a neutral sig, so now he's probably like, well, let me not stay too far into the air. I don't want to get hit by that either. And West was able to, get that nice side sig to actually hit.
West in a relatively uncomfortable spot, though. Go for a recovery to try and make Kaina pay for pushing a bit too far. But Kaina constantly spacing around. That being said, he rips him off stage. It's now his turn.
Okay, cannot get him back off the stage, though. Saw him looking for another neutral layer. Now he's off the stage himself, kind of holding him over here to the edge. Again, the whiff punishing has been mostly kind of playing so close to you where you feel like you need to swing at him, but then he's like, actually, Jukes, instant transmission, I'm over here.
That is so good. His tempo shifts are so good. You go from being so aggressive to slowing it down, and that's hard to adapt to even at this level.
I mean, truly, and it's the way that he's slowing it down, too, because it's not like I'm on the other side of the stage now. He's just not swinging until you swing. And
he's
like,
right there with you still. It's just, all right, but now I'm not the one pressing buttons. You're the one pressing buttons, assuming I was going to jump.
Uh-oh.
Oh, he finally catches one of those neutral lights off the side. He's been looking for that repeatedly, and look how much he got. He got like 5 hits out of just getting that one. That's why he's been looking for it so much.
He refreshes the weapon, too, so that just in case he gets hit, he doesn't have to drop it. Does grab himself another set of guitars, and this game is looking all but done. West can't close it out right here. No, actually expected maybe a dodge in, but no, kind of going to strike and hits. The recovery is going to take that last stock and the set right here for Kaina.
Kind of going ahead, moving forward into a guaranteed top 3 finish, which is not a sentence that is unfamiliar to kind of whatsoever. Like we said, PR number 2 over there, just behind Power Ranger, which Power Ranger is currently finding himself in the elimination side due to that W on Yuzu. Let's take a look, of course, at some of the matches we got upcoming besides that. Actually, I'm just trying to pull up the set history right now for Kaina. I can't get it to load up. Actually, I don't even want Kaina. We got Fiend coming up in a minute. So Fiend Ventankilo. Let me get this. So most of these matches, like we said before, have been pretty large in difference of wins. Well, that continues. Looking at the upcoming matches here, you got Fiend, Ventankilo, and Lores and Ray Zeiger on your lowest side of top 8. Those are the beginning. First round of elimination top 8 TK. But same situation as usual. 5-0 in favor overall, including community tournaments. I got to make sure I specify that. From Fiend over Ventankilo. Fiend has so much matchup experience against Lance because that's all you see in South America.
Yeah.
Unfortunately for Ventankilo, he's the one that he's got a complete answer on right now.
Right. Okay. So yeah, no, because he's going in with the Ogrim. I feel like for a while we actually saw a lot of Ogrim here for a bit.
A lot of 2s primarily.
Yeah.
A whole lot of Macho Man showing up in South America. But we're gonna go ahead and listen to Remy really quick on exactly why this switch off from Bodvar to this series has been working so well for Kaina.
Kind of coming off of that Bodvar pick onto the Asuri pick is going to be a big switch up for them, but they still kept that read-heavy gameplay, and Hammer is a weapon where people really think of those heavy hits and those quick swings, but kind of played it differently. They focused more on getting those dodge reads, those turnovers into the Russian Mafia, into the big string of hits together with that high damage. Now he's on the guitars. It's different, but it's a bit of the same thing. It's taking what you already memorized and bringing it onto a new weapon, but that's not what we're going to focus on too hard today. Just a little bit of history for you guys. On our clips here today, we're going to be talking about how Kaina likes to play that disadvantage state, because that disadvantage state is played very differently, especially in the whole South American region. They like to go for a lot of wake-ups. They like to go for a lot of reaction-based plays, and just this clip alone should show you what kind of player Kaina is. If you're getting pressured off stage like this and your idea of making it back is a GC downstig in the middle of the sky, just off stage like that, then you're a different breed of player. It doesn't get the KO, but it gives you an idea of what I'm going to be talking about today. That kind of wake-up reaction-based play. So you're coming at me, all right, JK, I'm coming back at you. Continuing on, we have a clip here that is very interesting. You can see West gets the 1-2 hits there. The 3 goes for the 4th one, and instead of just kind of eating it or anything like that, kind of wakes up with the sword neutral there. Not on the ground yet, just gets a quick nair, plays it off of it, and now that West is disarmed off of that wake up, it's a very big power play for Kaina with the unarmed West already in the red. Goes for the quick 1-2. You can see West wastes the dodge right there, and it is the downlight recovery that sends them off to the top. Situations like this are where Kaina seem to have thrived a lot. You coming at them, and it's like, okay, you're coming at me. Actually, I'm coming at you. Same thing. In this situation right here, you can see Kaina is getting beat up quite a bit here. Gets the nair turned on them, and it's like, all right, that common approach off stage of that scythe recovery. They turn you back, and they're going, okay, I'm going to spike you to the side with my recovery. West goes for it, kind of sees it coming, lets them go for it, and it's that kind of lineup where it's like, okay, you messed up. You're the one that's actually at fault here. I'm going to hit you with my recovery from underneath, and this could be very dangerous because if you're in this world and West doesn't throw out this recovery, you recovery backwards. Now you're getting further away from stage. Now you're in a dangerous position, but kind of he's playing off reactions. He waits it out. He goes for the proper option. It's going to be a quick KO right there and turn around for that stock, getting another lead for them. Another one there. You can see it right quick. It's a quick little thing, but the side light goes into the side air. It's not a true combo, so he gets away for free. This isn't as much as a disadvantage, but it is going to be a punish that comes through. And then right here is what's interesting. After this side air, West going for that hard edge guard, you're thinking, what is kind of going to do? It's not fear at all. It's not that slow motion gameplay at all. It's not waiting. Right back at you, claps back with a recovery, takes the game themselves. It's that quick decision making, that reaction based gameplay that gets kind of ahead on these stocks, and what led to that kind of set take right there with the 3-1 over the opponent. So good job on Kaina, and the casters will show you what's next.
Like we said before, man, heavy with punish gameplay. And the fact that that wasn't even just on stage. Most of what we saw was a lot of on-stage gameplay, but that recognition with how well he played, anytime there was an overextension from Wes, kind of was always there. That's hard to rebound from overall, TK.
I mean, it's just crazy to see how kind of is able to play like that because, yeah, I mean, like, just from like looking at it, you know, from the untrained eye, it just looks like he's playing mad aggressive, but like he is swapping within that aggression. It's like I'm aggressively swinging or I'm aggressively with punishing, one or the other. So as we move forward, though, we are going to have Fiend stepping up against Vim Tranquilo. It's going to be a pretty good one. I see the Queen Eye is out, and he goes in the speeds. Queen Eye, you know, need all the help she can get on the speed category. That's only going to get her up to 4, but Queen Eye, even with only, what's that, 7 now? Queen Eye still never die.
Yeah, Queen Nai has actually been used a lot more by Fiend in recent events. That was always the Hattori for a good while. Some Wushang started to show up for a little bit there, but he's really kind of found his home with this. This is a character that was pulled out at Mid-Season Invitational. All our eyes were open because of how ridiculous he is with catching you with Queen Nai's signature kit and her refusal to get knocked out in some situations. So I think that's going to help a bit here. Like we said, if there's something that you don't want to see on the opposite side of you is Fiend fighting a Lance player. But he's going to start things off here with the axe, and he's already gotten him straight to the red.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like this is probably his best bet is for him to actually, you know, play as much axe as possible. Because, again, yeah, I think, well, probably should still try it just to see, you know. But for the most part, it should be, like, just kind of assume that a lot of the people down here probably know how to play against Lance, seeing that it was so popular.
Wow.
But wow, at that, are you landing on me? First of all, you killed Queen Nai in like, record time. I got a little charge on it. She was definitely not living that. There was not even a chance. Good stuff to Vim starting off this game pretty solid.
Insane reads back to back to back, and then calling him out heavily when he tried to go for that was such a huge punish for Ventaquilo. So you got to keep that going here. That being said, Queen Knight answering back pretty solidly so far. Going to go ahead and dodge past that. Trying to catch him. Like we said before, a lot of signatures are going to be come out from Fiend with this character. But he's going to have to find a different answer. He's going to sneak by with that wall touch, though, and actually walk away with the stock.
Oh,
never mind.
The wall touch. Yeah, I mean, it looked like they should have been able to walk away with the stock with the wall touch 2 times. Okay, man. Wow, what that punish? You don't normally get to see a lot of Queen Knights 6 get punished like that because they're so long range. This time, though, is going to find it nice. It's going to be able to clean that one up. But, yeah, this Queen Knight is definitely hurting. Yeah, it's got a lot of room to work with here. No spear pretty much at all from Fiend, which is not characteristic to what we're used to seeing. The Qatar's coming through, but we've seen, like, you know, as we've been seeing, the Qatars have been putting in a lot of work. Pretty committed to it, but the Qatars have not been winning out on this Axe matchup so far. Not at all. I mean, I think that's the thing, too, what you're talking about. You know, as long as, if he can make this Axe as beneficial as possible, you might not even have to worry about the, you know, we're worried about how well y'all play against Lance. Because, yeah, the Axe is doing it up right now. He is taking quite a bit of damage, and Queen Nai might start, start that fortress-type gameplay. She's definitely in yellow, so it's going to be a bit until he actually is starting to threaten the stock, but Vim is threatened.
Yeah, and that recovery's not going to be enough yet, but this has been actually very minimal amount of damage that Fiend has taken on this stock. That side is going to send him all the way out. Is he going to be able to sneak his way back on? Just tries to...
I think it was a messed up slide charge.
I definitely think that was meant to be side cancel too. Yeah. That was nowhere near to be found. He still found the knockout immediately after though, which is really good considering how they started.
And so yeah, I mean, again, as I said, you know, we're an even game as far as stocks, and the fact that, you know, Queen Nai is going to take a little bit to knock out. He's on to the Lance. Does not mean that Lance unusable. Just oh my God, what a way to steal that game, Vim Tranquilo. It's out of here.
Okay. All right. Well, the Lance was always still going to get the job done. He just never needed it. The Axe put in so much work throughout the entirety of that. 277 done on the Axe. But when the Lance finally showed up, yep, got the job done instantly. And you said it very well at the start. I didn't think we'd see another stock fly the way that we just did. But the fact that Queen Nai got knocked out that early twice?
Yeah.
That's huge.
That's got to feel good for him. I mean, he's been finding, charged SIGs, finding big openings like that to go ahead and take that game pretty handily. And now it's up to game 2, Vim Tranquilo. What's their record again?
5-0 in favor of Fiend. Woo! But Hughes was down 15-1 to Power Rangers, so... And Godly also didn't drop the tournament at all. The end of the year really changes things up, man.
Yeah. Could be something in the air right now, so... You know, the autumn breeze or something. But either way, we got the first game going to Vim. Not looking so great here at the beginning of the second game. He is down in percentage or in damage right now, and is going to lose that stock. Now he's going to be down in stocks right here. Only got Nai in the orange.
This is where things could get really frustrating because of the inability to knock out Queen Nai sometimes. If you're able to play with a lead, you start to get that turtle gameplay coming up. Because Fiend, all he has to do is control center, put out a lot of nairs, and just keep resetting, which is kind of what he's doing right now. And it's going to force Ventaquilo to have to burst in to find an opening, and he's playing around it pretty well.
Yeah, I mean, we pretty much just saw this matchup a second ago within the Astoria, except, Queen Nai's a little slower, so she's not able to, do the whole, like, dancing around you as good as Astoria, but it's still possible.
It's continuing here, too. All right, well.
Okay.
For a second, I actually thought he wasn't going to get knocked out to that for a second.
Yeah, it took a little bit.
The KO power of Ogrim definitely showing its face here, because this is actually a big reason as to why that's continuing to get knockouts. Since the axe has been so on point, I have absolutely no idea how that didn't hit. That animation definitely looked like he was inside of it. I got questions.
Okay, Vim trying to make it back to the stage real quick. I mean, the wall slip was starting to set in, but he does get hit. Trying to make it past. Okay, managed to do such, and wow, okay, managed to fight his way on the back to stage. Took a couple of hits there, but doesn't matter. It is only going to take one recovery to pop him off the top, and now Fiend, sitting with a nice lead yet again, only in the yellow.
Yeah, let's see if, okay, trying to go for a big play right there, trying to double dip, see if he can catch Fiend slip and get another knockout super early, but now you're in that territory of watching out where Fiend, once again, controls center. It happened last time, it's kind of replicating itself again here as he got back to the guitars.
Okay.
Oh, Fiend actually kind of pushing a little bit now, TK. Like before it wasn't needed. Oh, reverse hit of recovery. Oh my God! Ventangelo putting himself in the highlight reel already. You could not have asked for a better offstage play to get yourself back in the game.
That was, okay.
That was nasty.
Yeah,
you don't hear that term come out for me when I see Ogrim on the stream often, but that was disgusting.
I mean, that's the way that you just say, I know exactly what you're going to do. I'm going to send a message real quick. Even if I don't get this W, I'm going to at least let you know it's going to be a competition. So, wow at that. I mean, I got to give it up to Vim one more time, who has actually got himself well back into this game. Actually might be able to take it.
Yeah, he has him in ranges right now. He's been very accurate with the axe so far. Wabatoski's going to send him out, though. Going to be looking for potentially ground pound, and Fiend sees through it. Fiend trying to go back down there, and he missed. Fiend wanted to end it right there. He assumed that he could maybe steal the game away in that position after he whipped for the ground pound. Instead, it goes in favor of Ventangelo, who is currently up 2-0.
That's so crazy, too, because I feel like Fiend was in the position to retouch wall and then just wait for him to poke his head out from under the stage. He pushed him so far into the stage, there was like no other way he's going to be able to touch that wall outside of like the straight line to it. And so Vim, because of Fiend going a little crazy, like right here, look at that. Look how far under the stage he was. It would have been a little hard for him to actually get past him, but no, Fiend wanted to go ahead and finish that thing right there, now, and it did not work out. Sweat beads all the way at the bottom of the stage. Was no way he was coming back. Vim now up 2-0 over Fiend.
I still can't believe how hard of a read that was on that spot dodge.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, don't worry. I got the GCT stick. I got you, bro. Don't worry about this. We're gonna end it right now. And what was a game that seemed like it was going to Fiend? Fiend had the win condition on deck. Controlled center, got damage on, boom. That is now 3 different stocks that we've seen Ventangelo get on really good edge guards to knock out Queen Nai super early.
Yeah, I mean, and that's the thing too, is like, it's not, So the earlier you can knock her out, if you can get edge guards, if you can, put her out by like orange or like not even, like light red, you're efficiently taking some stocks.
Yeah, the normalcy for other matchups. Oh my God!
Bro, okay.
Stop dodging in front of me. That is the 3rd time that he has been hard red on something like that in the set.
It's like that's like the every option, dude. It covers so much. It covers actually pretty far above him too. So it really is just a great sig altogether in this game, and he is using it to his utmost advantage.
I guess the advantage of this tournament right now is actually having a big set loss record against your opponent, because everybody who has all of a sudden make it work. But D-Light into GC D-Light side air, going to send it back off stage, trying to cover him on the early play, getting back on. Not going to happen though. Sideline Nair going for a continuation. Very even game right now.
Yeah, very even game indeed. I mean, is he going to be able to finish his stock off though? Fiend definitely not as hurt as Vim, but Vim has been making some big plays. Big play right there actually from Fiend to go ahead and pick that one up. Takes the W with the neutral sig to go ahead and push him off the top, and not a lot of damage here on to Nai. But I have to say, man, I feel like damage really doesn't matter because Vim has just been an opportunist.
Yeah, and it's in that situation now where like Fiend has to pull out all the stops. He has to pull out the tricks like that right there to get that closeout. But now you have to continue to try and play this passive gameplay, and Ventangelo's actually won each time. Once again, getting another one. Not going to find a knockout. Doesn't matter though. It was with extra steps. Side air finds it as he's potentially about to 3-0 Fiend.
this, I mean, what a way to do it, too. Again, another situation where, like, y'all heard the set count. I mean, it's been well in the Fiend's favor, but them is like, actually, today is the day that I take it, and I'm going to take it in dominating fashion, too. Not even like a Game 5 type, not even Game 4, if he can actually take it right now. He's like, I'm going to just take 3 games from you. I'm going to take the set, and I'm moving forward.
This is the type of stuff we normally see in winners,
Yeah.
where everybody is rebounding after having a break. But now here, it's at the end of the year where everybody's trying to send that last change to the PR to get themselves that much higher up on the rank. And Fiend struggling a little bit. However, he's getting a few hits. He's got a lead, but every time he's had a lead, he hasn't been able to close it out first.
No, he is not, and now he's kind of struggling to get, up to the stage, managed to do such. You see Fiend expecting maybe him to go over. Okay, another down sig. Oh, reach for it all right there.
Fiend going to commit to the guitar, switching over, not going to get hit by the side air, and the recovery is going to take it in. Fiend stops the 3-0, keeps his run alive here, and gets himself to game number 4.
That was actually a gifted game, too. If you look at the end, he gave him the same dodge twice. So, I mean, Fiend messed up the first time, kind of turned around expecting that dodge to go past, and then, yeah, he still got another punish that forced Vim to dodge in again, and then, yeah, he just got blown up the second time. So, you see that, like, yeah, missed that one. Psych, I'm still going to get this time, too. Boom. Finishes that one off. Good stuff to Fiend, keeping himself alive. But Vim, Tranquilo, like, very close to closing this set out.
Yeah, good call, good catch there on the double dodge in. And now Vim Tranquilo is going to be a little bit more pressed at the idea of trying to go for that same play, which means it's going to be easier to get those dodge reads out. And what's going to happen on that? You're going to get caught by one of those D6 from Queen Nai. So you got to be careful when Fiend decides to adjust to that as well.
Okay, hold up. Speaking of adjustments, you see Fiend trying to, watch yourself. Fiend now trying to get back down to the stage. He does manage to do so 3 times in a row with those neutral airs. But Vim, oh wait, did Vim run out of steam?
Maybe it might be in that spot. That was what was it? Was like 5 or 6 straight nairs into one good recovery call. Now Small Brawl Haven, that's gonna get that knockout. Hey, wait a minute! No, wait!
Oh
Yo.
man!
Okay, all right. Now if Fiend has woken back up, and I think you might be right, that gas mileage is coming to a short close at the moment for Vim Tranquilo.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know what. Like, he is definitely hurting right now. Can't find a gas station anywhere around. He's already in the tank is on E, man. He's gonna have to figure something out here. Because this is not what it looked like in these first, honestly, 3 games.
No, I mean, for a second there, it looked like we were going to see a 3-0, especially after the plays we saw off stage from Vim Tranquilo. And now he's got to find his own ways around it. He is waking up a bit. Neutralites can at least send him back off, but the weapon toss won't be enough still to close it out.
Okay, doesn't get the recovery either. Now I think Fiend's doing a better job at least dodging in a good situation, part of the stage to avoid getting hit by those downsigs that he has been kind of destroyed by. And that's going to be enough. He can't actually touch the wall there. And so Vim, oh, man, what happened?
That was actually really good, too. After he went for 2 GCs in a row, it's like, wait a minute. You're getting really aggressive. I could probably get a free ground pound here. And he did. And now he has a huge lead. Like you said, what happened? Fiend is up 3 stocks to 1 currently on Vim Tranquilo after he was getting dominated.
Honestly, all I can say is that he's getting Qatar'd. Like, that's that's really what's happening right now. You know, when the Qatar starts to get in the rhythm, you start getting hit by everything, and all you hear are those chops. Like, yeah, it's an issue right now. Over here to the spear, though, can't take anything away from that. I just think that, for the middle section of this game and what we saw, the Qatars are definitely kind of activated right now. Them looking a little lost. Might be able to just go ahead and finish this thing off with the spear, though. Not enough to take it, surprisingly.
I think that might have been Queen Nai.
Yeah.
That and many others would have been knocked out, and that could have gotten Fiend into territories where Lance could steal the game away. He still has him right now. He's going to get... Ooh, that just like did a little trim on the back of her hair. Just missing out on that recovery.
Definitely trying to point him out right there. When just needed to go a little lower. That's still not going to do enough from across the stage. I think it's because he was under the stage a little bit too. And so, oh man, but that's going to do it. Nice. Let me show you how to launch real quick. Hold this neutral sig, and that is it for that 4th game. Wow. I mean, look, 503 to 406, a whole 100 damage differential. But look at the Qatar damage. That guy was definitely slapping with the Qatars this time around.
Quite literally smacked him so many times to start the round and then kept going after that. And he just made him get comfortable with the idea that he needed to get a jump side air or something. Happens to all Lance players to that position. He covered it. Stage counter pick advantage does favor him at the end, though. If you're a Lance player, this is what you want, this is what you need, and this is what you're hoping for. Game number 5, Demon Island, to see if he can shut down this reverse 3-0.
Yeah, he's definitely going to need some help here because it seems like Fiend is definitely activated, might have figured something out. This is a good start here for Vim, though. He's found quite a bit of neutral lights right there.
apparently just needed to neutral light 3 times in a row, 4 times. All right, yeah, just keep doing that. If it ain't broke, don't fix it is kind of the only option we can give you right now. That is 5 successful hits, and he's about to get the stock.
Okay, back onto the stage, though. And he's still, oh, there it is, from across the stage, too. I mean, it was from the middle, but it was from the left side middle, going to the right, and that means there's just a little extra area for him, but it didn't matter. Strong hits is going to go ahead and take that stock. Hasn't taken too much damage. Hopefully, all he has to do is avoid getting red. And probably just avoid that down light into the neutral sig if he ends up getting red that hard, because that is going to be the biggest punish that she can get as far as trying to take a stock.
Yeah, Ventakilo is just constantly whip punishing right now. Oh my God. He's revealed it to you in previous games. He's willing to go up there and double up on it.
Yeah.
He's going to chase you for it, but he just wasn't ready.
And I mean, why not too? I mean, like the exhaust recovery may not go as high, but it is still just as wide. So, it's just covering all that area, just kind of hovering in that situation. And that worked out for Fiend, but wait a minute.
All right, yeah, that's exactly what you need to get things started. 1, 2, 3 again. Oh, actually, only 2 that time, but he hasn't been hit since.
Yeah, he had the idea too. I think that turnaround was on point. Fim dodged some type of way that was actually kind of put him in that same situation, but I think the hitbox is just a little further behind him. Vim, though, is going to find that downlight recovery. Not enough to take the stock yet, but does at least get him buy some time to get a weapon.
Yeah, good coverage here because he knew that Fiend had to go in the center. Oh, Fiend with a big whip punish. Fiend actually got back into this game. This game started off with 5 neutral lights activating off of that axe. Neutral lights won't be enough. That recovery gets him away from the weapon toss. Is he going to go for the ground pound? No, he just waits for him to use all of his resources, just like the last situation, and he punishes him again there, closes it out.
Yeah, and I was wondering if he was going to go for the side air too, but I mean, that worked out too. He heard that, I mean, you could see, well, you could actually hear the sound of the neutral air starting, and so he kind of just spaced that out and then finishes off with the neutral light and gets a pretty solid lead on this slide. Look how much damage he's already added tonight. She's in the red. He's going to be out of there, though, so still got to watch out. Depending on how Fiend is able to play this last stock momentum-wise, is going to stay on the spear, so he's going to play a little safer than what probably could have happened on the guitar.
Yuka, actually, that was the worst thing you could have had happen. The axe being available, but he weapon tossed it away, so now Lances can come back out. I think the axe has been like the main win condition for Ventakilo because this Lance has been played around pretty solidly. Let's see if he can find a way to shut it down, but Fiend's got to take advantage of this right now.
Okay, wait, Fiend. All right, stuck in the skies, managed. All right, good spacing right there. Oh, don't reach too hard. And he throws another one away, but that means the axe is available now. Manages to avoid that. It's looking a little scary for him. He did not expect for the side stick. He never did it. That was the first time he decided to throw that out. What's good? I'm here. And that is going to be enough to go ahead and take that stock. That game is going to Ventakilo. He gets one on the board.
That was such a good hold off at the end. Like you said, down sigs, neutral sigs galore, never once the side sig, right on the weapon spawn, as he assumed he would try to go for it, or maybe even if he didn't grab it, try to fade in and out to push him away, like that initial bait, like, hey, you think I'm going to grab it?
Yeah.
Well, you don't expect me to actually cover you backdashing.
Oh, not at all. Yeah, I mean, that's how you do it right there, but I mean, it's a nice option to throw out right at the end because it's like, you need that mix-up one time. You know what I mean? Like, you didn't show it too early in the set, so therefore he's like, all right, I got to expect that. You showed it the one time that it mattered, the last stock of the game, the last stock of the Game 5 game, and you took it. So good stuff to Ventakilo, get himself on the board and moving further into this tournament.
And getting his first official bracket win against Fiend.
Yep.
Stopping that. So that is now 2 people so far today who have been able to shut down what has been some pretty large gaps in wins. And that is awesome because that's been a big theme so far, kind of Autumn's, and it's continuing. I don't know if they're going to be able to stop it twice because you got Power Rangers looming around in the elimination side of bracket, of course, so a lot of people are going to be struggling against that. But great job for Ventakilo to guarantee that Fiend gets knocked out at 7th, and he continues his run today.
Yeah, I think that's just the cool thing about, like when people start to get better in general. It's like, you already have your fan favorites of people who are always winning everything, and then you start to kind of see like these new and up-and-comer people like start making better results. They're hitting 13s, they're hitting 9s, they're hitting 7s, and things like that. But this time, it's going to be Vim who's going to be moving a little further on, but we're going to let Remy talk to us about that last match and tell us how that went down. Remy, take it away.
Vem breaking the loss streak against Fiend there with a very convincing showing all around. It did go to Game 5, but earlier on it was looking like something completely different. I'm going to look at these key axe plays and some Lance gameplay here that Vem pulled out to show you how you want to play that weapon in current meta, especially since we've been seeing it disappear a lot from the world's eye view. He's showing you guys how exactly you want to bring it back in. All right, it's going to be some clean stuff coming out from Vem here. And yeah, we got this first clip on the Miami Dome, coming in hot with it. Just his insane openings. I felt like a lot of the openings for this stock felt like this, where it was like, okay, I got 1 hit, I got 2 hits, and then the sidelight nair started coming in. There's 1 sidelight nair, turns it into the down stick, and the sig reads also came out heavy throughout this entire set. So you can see that Fiend Debt finally does come back and clap back there, but then there it is again, that down air. And if it never felt like 1 down air was enough, it felt like a down air into a down stick, a down air into another down air, a down air into a ground pound. A lot of combinations of moves coming out here. Here you can just see a quick little edge guard from Vemtakilo, puts out the down stick to bait Fiend back on stage, and the dare Sair combination comes through, and it's really clean stuff. These were the moments that really played key here. Like I said, the down air usually went into the ground pound on stage and off stage. Putting Fiend in a really pressured spot, goes for the recovery, the down air, and then the down sig comes out at the bottom of the map. He was using his sigs excellent. You even saw it at that last occasion there where he brought out a sig he hadn't used before, and it still worked out pretty well for him. You can see another situation here where he has the lance, switches out for the X, gets the sidelight nair, turns that into an N-sig, and even though they're both fresh here, like I said, it's the openers that we really saw. You can see a fresh stock here for both of them, and watch what happens to Fiend stock by the end of it just off of these interactions. 1 N-light, 2 N-light, Fiend rushing back into the fight, never gets enough of it, 3 N-lights, and now all of a sudden your Queen Eye is playing on this back foot here. Like, how many of those are you going to eat before you realize, all right, maybe I had too many of these, I'm full now. Continuing on that last stock, look at the HP again. Queen Eye starting off fresh on that white. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 hits, and then channeling it into more hits. Same situations as before. Vemtakilo just kind of had that momentum shift on Fiend. Fiend trying to clap back consistently, trying to get that attack in. It just couldn't find a window. Vemtakilo is going to take it if you keep giving him that kind of free reign on the map. I'm going to send it back to the casters for the next game.
All right, guys, we are back. Man, Rimby said he couldn't get enough, bro. He loves neutral air, bro.
So, yo, I'm gonna eat all these. Like, all right, maybe you should not. Like, bro, your teeth are getting knocked out, bro. You gotta stop eating them. You really need to. Yeah. But man, what an incredible performance from Vemtakilo.
Oh, for sure.
Like we said, it's not easy to rebound sometimes when you have somebody who's got a win record on you like that. But eventually, you do find it, and he gets to keep this run going. And up next, TK, we're going to be seeing Lores versus Ray Zyger. Lores obviously was on the brunt of quite the beatdown a little while ago from Kind. It's not really the other way to put it. I was trying to be nicer about it, but that's actually just how it went down.
I mean, what else can you say?
But Ray Zyger performed very well last week in 2s.
Okay.
And I'm curious to see if that transitions over here to this game. Ray Zyger started things off in actually a back-to-back.
Yeah, I mean, but this is a cool thing too. Yeah, we got another 9 here, so see how this one plays out.
That South America plus Spear. And actually, yeah, it's actually not even Spear. The guitars are everywhere.
Yeah, because we saw some Asuri early, I mean, as well, too. I mean, it's just, a lot of guitars, you can definitely see it, like, it's cool to see that way that the meta shifts every, year. Because, like last year, we definitely saw a bunch of Lance. And now here we are seeing a bunch of, Spear and guitar, to be completely honest. But he is having a hard time getting back. Finally managed to do so, but not only after taking, 3 or 4 different pogos. Oh, no, into the darkness. He's out of here, bro. Wow at that.
Guided into the shadows indeed, man. Let me show you the way real quick. So that bodes well for Lores, considering how things were before. I'm curious to see who Lores had to get through in the elimination side. Lores taking out Sack to get here too, so another solid dub right there. And that was 3-0. So Lores felt some type of way after that winner's side match, and that has continued to show here.
All right, I mean, look good. You know what I mean? If you got to get motivated by those losses, you still have another chance to actually make it into this top 4, top 3 area. Honestly, you have a chance to even win the entire tournament. Sometimes you just need, a little bit of a motivator. It's like, oh, I can actually be out of here. Let me play even harder than before. So he's doing that. Ray Zyger actually had a lot going for him right there, but a little bit of an overextension there.
If he got that D-Light read after that, that would look nasty.
Oh, yeah.
It actually would have evened it up off of that too. But Lores trying to catch him once again, going a little bit too high, not going to get it. Reverse the side air, though, is going to put Ray Zyger in a really bad spot. That should be a free side air. He actually doesn't, though, respects his range and just control stage instead.
I genuinely love Hattori's down stick because on Spear, because it's just like when it hits, you're like, man, that guy's a genius. But when it doesn't, it's like, all right, I'm definitely about to eat the hardest punish of all time.
But it looks so cool when you do it. It's like, all right, but can you hate me for it though? Like,
yeah. And so either way, I mean, it doesn't actually take the hardest punch there on the right side when he did do it. It took a nice little ground pound, but does still have the lead. Hasn't taken a crazy amount of damage here onto this stock. It is a Tori, so, you know, defense not as high as normal, but still, you know, it's not a terrible defense either.
I'm actually glad you pointed it out because I was just about to say, like, whereas Queen Nai, you got the defense and the signature kit with the ranges, you're not really going for that with the Tori. You're going mostly for the base speed, so you can just rush people down. With the occasional versions of those. But it's not really on Loris because he didn't need to go for those. It doesn't matter. I'm going to get in on you, and I'm going to constantly close out these stocks much like that with that side air.
Yeah, that was like a tipper too, bro. Like if there was a tipper in this game, that was it. Like I was clean right there to go ahead and finish that. Yeah, that scoop them up.
So cool.
We are out. You go this way. So
that was a 615 to 290 difference as well. I think that speed definitely making a big difference there, and that's also a big reason why I think we're seeing the switch.
I mean, why not? I mean, over here to the Bodvar, you know, again, another tried and true. It's interesting to see people, you know, Bodvar kind of had his time all through last year, and now after the Nerfs and the Hammer, I haven't really seen too much of it. But I feel like every now and then people will pull it out to be like, let me just see.
Yeah,
you know?
I mean, this is one of the OG mains of Ray Zyger, so like they're all kind of having that like love-lost feel. It's like, you know, maybe I need to go back. Maybe I should call her. Like, I don't know. But right now it's kind of happening. And so far the call has not worked out. It's been exactly how you expect. That's gonna be a big whip punish show with the D-Light side here.
I genuinely feel like every Brawlhalla player has at least a level 80 Bodvar. Like,
yeah,
like at least. Like, yeah, no, I have one. So here it is, man. Ray Zyger not doing that well here on the Bodvar just yet, but also not too far behind either. Maybe just needs a weapon here, trying to clean this thing up. Does get the sword, see what he can do with it.
He always have the consistency of the sword. Gets the job done, but he hasn't really. I don't feel like I've seen like a huge moment yet. That just missed and worked out.
That was a huge moment though. Oh man,
like that ground pound. Like it's like, yeah, I intentionally whipped this, to get these neutralites, sure.
Okay. Okay, can't get the down air. He can't really get anything going for him right now. They're taking a bunch of damage. Ray Zyger has to figure this out. He's going to get back to stage at the very least, only by the grace of Laura hitting that to the inside. Does find a neutral light, but our neutral air, but it's still not going to be enough. All right, right?
What? All right, come on.
The Sarah was calling.
That's like training mode reaction time punishes. Well, he still got the knockout afterwards, but Laura's literally just stood on top of the weapon, not moving at all, and just just confused Ray Zyger and got
that was
free D-Light.
paralysis, because he also could have just done a side signal with that you know, big hammer swing. Like, you would have definitely punished that, but nope. Oh, well, you know, you still got the stock eventually, but could have got that a little earlier. Maybe actually try to dig into this lead. It's not looking too great here for Ray right now. Lores is going to make it back to stage with sweat beads and all.
I think Lores is showing exactly the depth of South America right now, because a little while ago, we saw it kind of make Lores look very lost. And right now, we're seeing Lores do exactly that to Ray Zyger. And he did that just before that, too, against Sack with the 3-0. So that goes to say something about how good he's playing. But that being said, Ray Zyger, yeah. Look, you needed to go for a play. I don't know if that was the right time to go for it, but you needed to try and make something happen.
Yeah, I think genuinely I would have been way more comfortable with him going for a drop down recovery instead of the ground pound. So, but yeah, he wanted to push him a little further down, just could not do it. Another swap coming out from Ray Zyger. He's going all over the place, but guess who it is? It is going to be the Asuri. We got more Katars out here for you. I mean, the hammer really didn't do much for him, so understandable. Let's see what he can do with swapping that hammer out for the Katars. If he has that type of gameplay, you know, if he has that play style to be able to punish an air dodge and get a bunch off of it.
All Bodvars apparently becoming Asuris down here in South America. Like we said before, Foda definitely happy in the building. And for good reason, the Katars have just been so good. We've seen everybody hovering on it. It started off with Queen Nai. So going back to this, felt like the sword maybe worked a bit on the Bodvar. So feeling comfortable with that idea. That being said, you got a lot to figure out here because Loris has got you red.
Yeah, I mean, I think just in general, everyone, when the Bodvar comes out, I think everyone is feeling a lot more comfortable than before. And it's just, you know, it almost looks uncomfortable when people are playing Bodvar now. So here we go, though. Loris.
That is now 2 ground pounds that have resulted in him losing a stock. Actually, 3. Excuse me. Game 1 had the same thing.
All facts.
Yeah, so 3 attempts at ground pounds that have resulted in a dare reversal on Loris. At that point, you're almost you can't go for it anymore, which means Lores now has a guaranteed way to recover for free.
Yeah, it's like the stay on the stage angle for sure, or maybe at least not going for the ground pound. Maybe try to go for a wall bounce side air or something instead. But it is the ground pounds are not doing him any justice. Okay, going to dodge straight up this time around. Going to go ahead and get away from what would have been a nice punish. Does find his own punish though. Nice downlight to the recovery. Does have a lot of damage already though.
Well, if you could get a good couple reads going with guitars, you can get back into this. Like, you can play that Nair passive gameplay. Lores is doing it again. He's doing it again. He just stands still, and Ray's like, I don't know what to do about that. Like, I actually have no game plan to you just staying still. That is 2 times now he's won because of that.
Oh, off the top. There it is. Yeah, second time's going to do it. Finding yet another stock off of Ray. This could potentially be his last one in the tournament with the way that Lores is playing. Lores playing with a bunch of fire under him. He was tight. He did not like being down here as loser bracket. He said, I will make you all pay.
Like we said, going down earlier to Asuri, feeling some type of way about that, 3-0ing, and is about to potentially 3-0 here again against Ray Zeiger. Ray Zeiger doing everything he can. This is not unwinnable by any means. He has him still within range. He's trying to find that D-Light recovery, but Lores is playing around that. Gets a dare, and ooh, that... Okay, so not the ground pound, similar idea, but that time it ended up working out with the extra step of the side air.
Yeah, I mean, I think not putting yourself under your opponent was definitely the better choice for sure, and he covered a lot of space, and it kind of forced Lores to kind of recover pretty weird, and he got the stock off of it, so not really that far behind either. Lores, though, man, kind of, don't lose this game because now it's going to look like you have an Asuri problem.
Yeah. You throw this one now, all of a sudden things start shifting away from you because Ray Zeiger starts to wake up. Tries to go for a Nair, follow-up Nair. That is now 4 times. 4 times. Count them. Okay, he got back.
Don't lose the game off this one. Okay, now he's going for a different option. Maybe the down air.
yeah. Dare, that's the play. So Ray Zeiger gets to hold on a little bit longer because he was about to throw another one away in that spot. But Lores is going to get those neutral lights, send it back over. Tries to catch him, does not. But Ray Zeiger actually boxing pretty well with unarmed.
Wait a minute. Can he? Okay, manages to fly away from that. Now this is actually a scary game for both sides of things. Lores probably like one good combination away from actually being put in kill percentage, or if he ends up getting side stick or down stick, well, he threw it away. Never mind. I was gonna say if side stick or down stick near the edge might be able to deal with it as well.
He does sneak his way back under there to get the sword. D-Light side air is not going to be enough, but can he get the jump read? Can he catch him off ledge? He goes for the ground. He goes for the ground pound. He gets back on at least with the Nair.
You're a bold man, okay, for going for another ground pound after everything that's happened to you.
If anything, I appreciate the commitment. Like, get you somebody as committed as Ray Zeiger that sees ground pounds. Did they work every time? No. Did he shoot a shot 3 times in a row and they missed? Yes, but eventually it worked.
Okay, how is Lores going to... Oh, he actually just can't make it back. Lores knew that. Didn't even go out there to edge guard. Good stuff to Lores. Managed to take that game. It was looking a little scary for a second, but no. He was like, I'm going to at least take down one of these Asuris. So 538 to 542. Didn't do as much damage, but only off by a little bit. The damage per engagement actually relatively low this time around, so he probably had to play a slower game altogether, but still got a lot done with that spear. 345 on the spear. I know that feels good for him.
Yeah, definitely feeling much better about that for sure. In the next match we'll be seeing, I'm looking forward to as well. But Ray Zeiger started to wake up a bit at the end. I feel like the biggest thing is that he felt like he was kind of at a loss for words for how to handle the spear. There was obviously the ground pounds that he got reversed on a few times, but he never really answered the super passive gameplay when Lores decided to go passive. And that was just kind of it. Like, he couldn't handle the defense on him. And 3 character swaps in, Asuri finally started to work, but it wasn't enough at the end because of that great reversal once again by Lores.
Yeah, I mean, but that Asuri definitely was kind of like making it happen. So, I mean, Lores definitely have to figure out how to deal with these guitars a little better. I didn't think the guitars was like a super major part of it, but it felt like when they were out, they did, get something accomplished instead of Lores kind of running over him. I mean, outside of the ground pounds being punished, I do think that the guitars are looking pretty well. So.
Yeah.
But not gonna work out this time around, which means we will have West versus Tom Kilo first, but not before this break because we are going to go ahead and take a small one. So, guys, it's been a great time here on the desk. I'm TK Breeze. That's Ajax over here. And, there he is. And we will be right back with some more Brawlhalla action. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
live, in person, for the first time since 2020. Atlanta, Georgia, where players are born and champions are crowned. The community, back together again, live and in person. The Brawlhalla World Championship heads to Cobb Energy, Atlanta, Georgia, November 4 through 6. Players from all around the world will come together, competing for the largest fighting game prize pool in the world. Players from over 15 countries represented. Competitors, talent, crew, and community. It's more than just a tournament.
Boom! Dia. That's how you say good day, I think, in Portuguese. But we are getting into the top 6 of the Autumn Championship for the South American region. And I got to say, predictions are blown for a lot of people.
Yeah, everybody that had a top 3, basically, that predicted anything is now just out of the water, right? Yuzakaina doing so well in this tournament. And now I'm already looking at the matchup that's going to be coming up next, right, with Wes there in the elimination bracket. A little early, right?
Yeah.
So things are looking scary for a lot of people that are confident in their predictions going into this championship.
Yeah, Wes is already down in the elimination side of things. Power Ranger also on the elimination side. So your top 2 seeds are on the elimination side of things. Wes is on deck to go up against Vem Tenkilo, who had an amazing showing against Fiend a little while ago, beating him out 3-2.
Yeah, and as you said, with Wes and Power Ranger both there in that elimination bracket, that means for one of them, the best they can do is 4th, because they will be meeting either before that or at that point in the elimination semifinal. So yeah, really excited to see how this bracket plays out as we are getting into top 6.
Yeah, it's definitely been an interesting showing so far. We still got, yeah, like you said, our top 6 to go, and we're just waiting on them to lock in. Probably some predictions happening in chat right now. I'm very curious what they're going to say, but look at these matches we got. Wes and Vem Tenkilo, Power Ranger and Lores using kind of TBD and TBD.
TBD and TBD does stand for to be decided.
I think TBD is going to win that one.
Yeah, well, it's there's a strong argument for TBD, definitely. Yeah. Just okay, I'm not going to do this bit. Not right
you don't want to run the bit?
I don't want to run. No, I didn't have it in. Okay, we're going to be going into game number 1 of the match on the schedule here, which is Wes versus Vem Tenkilo. It's Orion up against Olgrim. Lots of Lance versus Lance going into this game 1, but that playing field could change as we're going over to Small Demon Island for game number 1.
It's fascinating, Wes being such a Lance head for the South American region. He's so known for his Lance. Only 4 levels up on Vem Tenkilo's Orion. You know, his Orion is 65, Vem Tenkilo is 61 on his Olgrim. So Wes maybe slouching on the playtime.
It's difficult. There's a lot of different Lance legends in the game.
I know. He's spread it out across all of these Lance legends, including the Artemis that we saw earlier today.
That's right. And now going into this game here, Wes fighting against Vem Tenkilo, and that sidelight Nair coming through. Not going to get too much more damage off of that as Wes is putting even more damage through, and that side air lands on the ground. Wes just punishes that as well with the neutral light, and damage has gone back and forth to being basically dead even.
But Vem Tenkilo's on that comfort weapon of the axe, and the ground pound is going to get the first stock, and he'll likely stick with it because the axe is what works so well for him in his matchup against Fiend. But no, he's going to pick up the Lance. Maybe was a little awkward about Wes coming in.
Yeah, when it comes to weapon matchups in Brawlhalla, there's a few matchups that I still stand by having a pretty good time against other weapons, and that's axe versus Lance. I really feel like, oh, well, it's okay. Vem Tenkilo.
Nice.
Side stick comes through. Nice punish from West, but keep in mind that he was ahead of stock while going for that. But yeah, we saw him take that stock off a little bit earlier on. Axe is just so good at being able to stop Lance while it's moving in the air with those attacks, especially the axe neutral light, which we see Vem trying to space with right there. Going back to stage, gets that side air to punish West's side air, and that dash jump there came close to hitting him as well.
Yeah, overall, I think the Axe does pretty well in the Orion matchup. Great against the Lance and pretty decent in the matchup against the Bow right now, though. Wes, he's just more comfortable with that Lance, the downlight, the fake-outs with these ground pounds, too.
Well, he's really trying to get the splash damage from the ground pound to work out there, and Vem's not allowing that to happen. Makes it back and catches the jump just barely with that pickup side air on the Lance. Pummels him out of a gravity cancel side stick, which would have just ended that stock. And Vem goes back to center stage trying to get the stock here. Down air, side stick, spot dodge, but he did it. The spot dodge wasn't well timed, but he was high enough in the air that he didn't fall into the attack. So good job from West there. That could have been really bad.
Yeah, kind of getting lucky with this, avoiding these hits from Vem Tenkilo. Vem Tenkilo definitely just swinging for the fences, and he's going to find a hit with the down air. Needs to beat out the recovery, but he goes too low.
Oh, and he tries to pummel him, and West goes for the side sig, and he just barely hits, but not enough force to take him down. Both players fighting with their lances off stage, and Vem using the exhausted lance recovery into the Sair to make it back. Finally gets that sider to hit, and West goes down after both players were going back and forth until one finally falls. Can West bring it down to a dead even game? But D-Light neutral sig is one way to do it here. Spirit's a little bit harder with, and that side sig, well, I mean, that's a huge risk to take on a fresh stock.
I don't blame him. I mean, yeah, it's a big risk because there's a lot of punish, but since it's an early stock, you're not going to get knocked super far away. You're not, at risk of losing the stock.
Well,
but
you're at risk of taking a ton of
not
at risk of losing a
it's
stock.
It's not because of the side sig. It's not the side sig's fault he lost that stock.
Are you sure, Duke? I don't know.
I don't know. Let's watch this replay. If the side sig's in the final replay, then maybe I'll eat my words.
So good. Covers Demon Island so well on the side there. That side air was after a huge scrap. And then I thought Vem was going to go down instantly, but no, that neutral comes through, and West can't get anything else started. The chainsaw here was so great, and he goes all the way out. He chain dodges twice for that Sair, takes him out the left, and now West is like, all right, let me show you how it's done. Brings out the Macho Man. So that he has Axe and Lance versus Axe and Lance for game number 2.
I mean, he was the herald of the Macho Mans of the Olgrims for the South American region. He was the one who really carried it.
That was awesome.
That was brutal.
That down sig came through. That spiking hitbox is so hard to get. What made that particularly brutal for me is that he did it off of a 4-hit axe string that just led to an instant stock in under 30 seconds. And Wes is just, I mean, if I've ever seen like a revenge knockout after a game lost in a set, this is it. And he's been doing it all on axe as well.
Yeah, Wes looking so good after the swap over to the Ulgrim. And again, we kind of mentioned it at the beginning of this. He's kind of spread out his experience across multiple Lance Legends. No ground pound this time.
He goes to the there's the ground pound. Okay, Vem had to touch stage, even though it was like better for him to go for a D-like ground pound a little bit earlier. He was already in that slide charge down 6. It's 3 stocks to 1.
And he's got so much health to play with here.
You know, we got to see the level differential on these two legends here. Because you were talking about that. You're like, wow, O'Brien only 6 levels up. I wonder what it is here on the Ulgrim, because this is
we might need the assist from production to see that number. But right now, Wes he's just popping off with the axe.
There again, waits for the landing, spot dodges, but he doesn't go for the down air. Oh, he charges the side sig. It just barely doesn't knock out. Can he get the edge guard here? He gets him the down sig. 3 slide charge,
3
down signatures for a 3 stock in game number 2 after dropping game 1. Oh, it's just going to be a highlight reel of him just hitting him with chairs.
434 damage to 158, but they went straight to the map screen. We don't get to see their character legends just yet. Maybe production snuck it out on us, though.
We'll get there. We'll get there. So we're going into game number 3. What the heck is Vemtenkilo going to do? oh, that's what it is. It was the cosmetic. He's now Macho Man versus Macho Man.
The battle of the Macho Man.
Yes, exactly. Because Ulgrim, well, not
I think
quite
there's a YMCA
enough.
song about that.
Yes?
Yeah.
Macho
Man.
No, you got to stop after like 3 seconds, though.
Wait, sorry, what?
You have to stop after 3 seconds.
We don't want to get DMCA'd. Toast was telling me the levels, and I was busy thinking of the song. 83 for Wes. Okay, so.
Well, not level 100, so.
No. Yeah, sleeping.
Ooh, all right, Vem. Now on the Macho Man. So I want to be clear. Yes, he's playing Macho Man, right? Epic crossover for Ulgrim. Nothing has changed.
You don't get your first 30 seconds of stock. That's just what Wes is doing.
I also don't get my first 30 seconds of like exposition on the game, because Wes is just destroying Vemtenkilo in this mirror match, and that's the highlight that I was trying to make. Is that it's still Ulgrim's kit on the field, and it's still looking like it's difficult for Vem to go up against Wes here.
Well, I do want to point out that we did get those character levels, and Wes is basically up 20 levels over Vemtenkilo. That's a lot of experience on that legend, but Vem evens it up with the side sig.
He does, and that's much better than the last game, where he didn't even it up once. The kick coming out from Wes will put Vem to the right side of the stage, and he's looking for an opening there. All right, nice job delaying the side air. Hits Wes at the tip of the lance, but that side air that time doesn't come through. And Wes, what is it about these slide charge down sigs? Vem cannot get away. Nair coming through, doesn't get the pivot, and now Wes goes for the edge guard here. You can't quite do the same down sig here with that weapon, Wes. He's got to go back to the axe if he wants to be able to secure that knockout.
I mean, we did see the chainsaw work out for Vemtenkilo earlier in this set, so definitely not without reason, but Wes has been KOing with the down sig predominantly.
Lance picked up. Let's see what he can do. Recovery would have sniped him. Neutral sig definitely snipes him. Takes him off the right. Vem down to 1 stock here in game number 3.
And he's going to stick with the Lance this time, despite all the work he put out with his axe in the last one. Wants to show off his prowess with the Lance.
Ooh, both players with the Lance on either side. Being like, no, you go first. And then they both just attack at the same time. And Vem getting the upper hand with that recovery. Wes fades back, expecting Vem to let it go earlier, but he doesn't. And some damage goes over to his favor, but he's got to take that stock to bring it back to an even game once again. Can he do it? Sidelight Nair recovery. Oh, Wes gets the turnaround there.
Didn't get much more after that one, though. The chainsaw comes out for Vemtenkilo. There's that Lance down sig, and he's going to decide what weapon he wants. It's going to be the axe.
Okay. Wes waiting for a weapon to come through. Sidelight Nair, dodge all the way to the ground pound so he can get the fast fall Nair afterwards. And axe versus axe here in this final stock scenario. Vem with 2 dares into a neutral light. Dare down sig. Oh, he went for the spike hitbox. It would have been beautiful. He has another chance. He could go for the slide charge, but he goes for the weapon throw instead, and the Lance is picked up. All right, let's see what he can do.
He's getting that damage built up. He dodged through the recovery of Wes and disarms him with the side air. Trying to steal out the weapon. Lance v. Lance.
Jumps. Oh, he avoids the recovery. Vem didn't notice the jump cut. The down tick hits, and that's actually just barely enough knockback for Vem Tequila to take game 3 after getting 3 stocked. Maybe Macho Man is a different character. He's not. But my goodness, something about putting on that cosmetic is really working out well for Vem. There's that chainsaw you were talking about. That's something that we don't see West use at all, that Vem's actually getting knockouts with. And that down tick from center stage.
That is, I mean, both of those down SIGs are kind of the Olgrim iconic signatures. Like, you don't think about too many of the other SIGs the way that you think about those down SIGs.
I always think about Olgrim X side SIG.
Really?
Yep. It's the only one.
That's definitely surprising, and I think you would be the minority in that regard. But Wes gonna again try to continue his 30-second KOs, but Vem Tequila gets past it this time.
Is he gonna be turned around? Oh, he does the side SIG! Vem.
Wait, finish it though. Finish it though.
He dodges. He gets the ground pound. Weapon throw can come through and he hits it. Oh, what? Back and forth and back again, Duke. What the heck was that?
And still under 30 seconds for his stock, this time in favor of Vem Tequila. He wrestled it back in game number 3. And now
gravity cancel side SIG off stage.
Yeah.
And he still made that back. Man, Lance's great recovery tools. Holy cow. All right, West on the back foot after that explosive game 2. Game 3, incredibly close. Now Vem running away with it. These nairs aren't connecting, but that sidelight nair definitely does. And West, jumping out of the way, is trying to take the stock away and bring it to an even game. But, I mean, at this rate, he's already so behind in damage that that's hard to do. Okay, that's Vem's stock is gone, for sure.
Yep, the side air guarantees it. West
respect it, though.
Gets the stock count evened up, but he needs a lot more damage.
Would have loved for that neutral stick to connect. And Vem, what happened where Vem is like, yeah, I'm just going to, like, use all of my jumps, literally be, like, faded away because he has no options left? Gravity cancel side SIG. Whatever. Gravity cancel neutral SIG. Let's just go for it. Down SIG from center. I think that would just barely not knock out. Oh, and Wes keeping it back. Ground pound hits. Is Vem down. Recovery. Another ground pound. Vem did touch. Has to go all the way around. And Wes ready for the end of the X recovery. Gets the Sair. It brings the game right back into his favor after that deficit.
And that was with Lance offstage, a weapon that historically doesn't do that great in the offstage, but he hit 2 ground pounds and a side air to get the stock advantage.
Look, in South America, Lance is the best offstage weapon.
Apparently.
that is how it works. Both players sairing simultaneously. Neither one hitting. Wes off the right side of the stage could get hit by a falling Sair. Oh, not again. Ground pound's coming through. Ooh. And he dodges it. Can Wes make it even? He can't even make it back. Ground pound hits and Vem evens it up. What? Okay, they're keeping it. They're keeping it close. I don't know what's going to happen, Duke. This is like there's no like trail of momentum. It's kind of just explosions everywhere. Somebody forgot to turn gadgets off in this ranked match.
There's just explosions all over the screen, and somebody ends up losing a stock. But right now, the damage is it's pretty much even.
Ooh, double dare comes through. Wes goes in for the side light, burns him on the way through.
Nice.
Nair on the back ends. Can't get that second nair, and Vem's looking for that falling dare, but Wes keeps hitting him out on the down SIG. I mean, we've seen spikes him into the stage against the knockout anyways. Wes, so good with that move. We have seen 4 different ways to knock out with down SIG on Olgrim's X, and that is my favorite one so far.
I thought you only thought about X side SIG.
I thought, yeah, well, it's because it's not a very good move. Okay? Well, you know what's fun about it is when you're like trying to get back to the stage and you're like, my opponent won't get this one, and you gravity cancel side SIG and it looks like you're walking with the axe back to stage. Okay. That's what I think about. That's it's like got 1 case use out of like 999 cases. Anyways, Wes, it was looking really good for him, and then it was looking really bad for him, and then it was looking really good for him again, because that's how this matchup is going, I guess. It's really hard to tell. Like, we're in game 5 of a set where West 3-stocked this guy and then came back and started losing to him. Like, this matchup's insane.
It is insane. In particular, again, the Lance offstage. You looked at the numbers, 400 plus damage put out from Lance, from Wes. On the other side, Vem Tequila leans a little bit more towards the X. Kind of see that difference in their playstyles where Vem was putting out 200 plus on the Axe versus Wes's 400 on the Lance. Okay, and then they do the exact same start.
They did the same thing 3 times. That really hurt my brain. Luckily, they didn't pick up the same weapons. Okay, the down SIG comes through. The neutral SIG gets the spike. Is what's going to get the down SIG? Slider, he dodges through. That was so crazy to go for, and Wes was really hoping to catch him off guard, but Vem somehow ready for what a wild option that was, and now he's trying to turn around. Just kidding. Axe side air comes through.
There's 5 seconds left.
The down air. They got to get that 30-second stock, Duke. There it is. No, Wes is the wrong way to throw the weapon. He didn't down.
He survives the 30-second onslaught.
Oh, but Vem gets hit by the weapon toss and he's gone.
It's just it's a little bit of that South American delay. Instead of a 30-second stock, it's a 40-second stock in favor of Wes.
What a shame. At least it was really fun while it happened there. That weapon throw catching Vem out of all things off guard. Oh! He spot dodged the neutral stick and down air for it. He went for the down stick and he immediately buffered the ground pound, expecting to hit by the weapon throw. Okay, Vem. Well played. I mean, that is something, right? Because he slide charges the down sig with the foresight of knowing that it's going to get hit by that weapon and then buffers the ground pound anyways, gets the hit, gets a knockout. 2-2 now between these two players. And Sidelight pivot dare to interact with the fact that the Sidelight hit him in the wall. Sidelight nair comes through again, double nair, goes to the neutral sig. Oh, he's only got a recovery.
Running out of moves, though, but he gets back up safely. Vem 10 Kilo taking so much damage, or putting so much damage out onto Wes.
Whoa. Nice dodge, kicks him away. Another axe picked up. Wes has a lance primed, but does he want to go to it? I don't know. Vem's been getting the upper hand on the axe. Like you said, it's been the lance for Wes that has been getting the bulk of the damage, despite the down tick being the highlight. Okay, Vem, that was maybe going for like a dash jump, punish, read, whatever the case may be. It doesn't matter because that gravity cancel down tick gets punished, and Wes tried to get the turnaround. If the Sair hits, he gets the chase dodge, he lives. It missed, he goes down. Vem 10 Kilo takes the lead in Game 5.
But Deep Red might not be the worst thing in the world, but Wes has already taken chunks, 2 axe hits and a weapon toss. The nair's not going to do much there.
Ooh, Cider hits. Weapon throw comes forward. Dodges away. Vem trying to get as much extra credit as he can. Avoids one hit. Can he avoid the other? He can't. Nair comes through. Chase dodges all the way, but he stops the recovery, and Wes is now taking a lot of damage on this last stock.
Oh, man, these falling nairs. Recovery's going to whiff. Avoids the nair. Vem 10 Kilo has gotten so much damage out on the West, who finally finishes the stock with the side air.
Ooh,
he's going to go.
It's last stock situation, Duke, game number 5. And we both know either of these players' stocks could fly right now. Wes with the lance is a little bit more advanced to that. If he can get that dodge, he got the dodge. Neutral light goes to the ground pound to the weapon throw up into the pickup nair. Goes for the double nair and he gets side aired. I think he's a recovery and a dodge, and that's it.
Yep. Oh, but the falling nair protects his landing, goes in, gets a down light. Vem still has that damage advantage. A good dodge through, though.
Really crucial dodge. He goes all the way up with those nairs, touches the ground, dash jump side air, takes Vem all the way up to the right, and the dare misses, and the side air connects. Vem 10 Kilo takes out Wes and moves on in the Autumn Championship for South America.
Upset after upset. That's PR number 7 who took out Fiend and has now taken out Wes. He is continuing on in the bracket.
Wow, that's pretty surprising. I really felt like the script was okay. Orion didn't work. Bring out the Macho Man, and then 3-1 him with a series of 3 stocks after that game 2. And that's not what happened. Vem 10 Kilo also brought out the Macho Man, and I guess that's the energy that he needed.
He just needs to see that big old smile from Macho Man, and suddenly he's feeling good. And again, the damage reflected from Vem 10 Kilo's axe, 286 put out on the axe, whereas the West was not able to put out the big numbers on his lance. It was kind of split across both weapons.
Yeah, that last matchup was a bit of a struggle. We still got that really early stock going into that game 5. We have some time. I'd love to be able just to see like the first 40 seconds again, but like in a replay form. But we'll have to look at that another time because we've got more matches coming up.
But before we get into those more matches, we're supposed to buy time for Remy.
Oh yeah, that's right. How's it going, Duke? That was a really fun set.
Toast goes in our ear and says, all right, buy time. And you're like,
you already gave it up, right? It's already known that we're doing that. So what are we supposed... Hey, Remy.
Look what I have to work with. He's not ready yet. He's not ready yet. We're supposed to buy...
Okay. Reset.
Toss. It's not that
Are you okay?
It's not that complicated.
All right. You're the one that's making me overthink these things, okay? You have to take responsibility.
Okay, Remy, please save us.
Wow. Wow. All right. Well, Taza is no Vem 10 Kilo. I would tell you guys that much. Vem 10 Kilo actually can tell what's going on. Vem 10 Kilo some really excellent lance gameplay going on in this entire set, even matching the Macho Man pick from West, who kind of revolutionized and brought that pick into the scene here in South America. But Vemtenkilo just did it better. Even in slight plays like this where you can see the neutral game come out into the end light, forward into the ground pound, and something like that is going to be key throughout this set. It feels like Vemtenkilo and West, I had a lot of clips for them both, but Vemtenkilo ended up taking it over him. Just knew how to push that one neutral advantage into a KO or into more damage. It felt like one hit always became another one, and that's kind of a key thing. We always see the stats for how much damage per interaction, and I felt like Vemtenkilo usually had it pretty high up there in situations like this where you see that one nair, and sure, he gets traded back with it, but then it turns into this, that signature kick coming out, the down sig charge, and then watch the tracking from Vemtenkilo. He sees that the recovery has already started up, it's going to go up, so he lines himself up perfectly, chases him down, goes for that side air, and it's a clean stock pretty early into that game. It did prompt the switch, and that switch ended up not being too much for him to deal with. It did push it to game 5, but he still had key plays like this with the weapon throw. Out of jumps here, you can see the sweat beats come out, forces that last jump upwards, punishes it, and then pushes them off the map. Sure, the ground pound didn't come through, but the signature kit once again, down 6 gonna come out and close that game out. It's stuff like this that kind of makes you understand why this Macho Man pick is so relevant here, why they're both fiending for, why they're both going after it like this, and why my predictions are ruined. Continuing on, though, we do have another situation here where it's kind of like I've been saying, one hit becomes two. You can see them going very far and deep for this KO. Doesn't end up working out, but something you should have taken note of there, West going for that ground pound. The same exact ground pound here, except this time it costs him his stock with the weapon throw to confirm it at the end there. And you can just kind of see how Vemtenkilo plays off that momentum of that first hit, trying to combo it and string it into multiple thereafter. We have another situation here like this where this one actually, I'm pretty sure, is the one that happens off stage. Yep, the first side air and a perfect spot dodge into punish for this down air. West is going to default to the other side just for the safety, just for the assurance, but Vemtenkilo is there. He's still applying that pressure. He's still playing it slow and carefully. The weapon throw is going to try to buy West some space, but that space is immediately reacted out of with the ground pound into the recovery for closure. Vemtenkilo, like I said, likes to play off that pressure very much, so it's kind of been his key thing here, and that pressure is allowing him to make these leads, bring back these games, all sort of situations where it's one hit turning into 3, and the casters are going to show you what's up with the next game.
I so rudely interrupted you.
I don't remember.
It was you were segueing to the next match.
Oh, yeah, the next match. That's right. Power Ranger versus Low-Res. All right, we just had an awesome set between Axe and Lance, between both players representing that. And now we've got a Sword Ditto coming up here, as we got Power Ranger on the Ezio. Really excited to be seeing Ezio played here in the Autumn Championship by a player like Power Ranger, going up against Low-Res on the Hattori. And when it comes to a matchup between these two players, I'm really excited to see how it gets into a situation where most of the time, one player has that advantage on sword over the other, and that will force the other person to try to figure out how they can get that matchup to be balanced for them. I want to see if that's going to be the case here, or if it's really just going to be a complete brawl like we just saw in the set before this.
I mean, it is Brawlhalla, but at the same time, they, of course, all have a secondary weapon, right? Power Ranger could be bringing out that orb, Low-Res could be on the spear. But the thing of note with Power Rangers, like, he's the only Ezio so far who's really stuck with it. We've seen a lot of people switch to the Ezio in competition, but Power Rangers so far, he's like, I want to play Ezio today.
Ooh, yeah, although at this rate, he might switch to it after one game. He's got to stop this the damage coming in from Low-Res' spear, because so far he's gotten 1 hit, 2 now with that side lights. But it's going to take a lot more than that. And now he's starting to stabilize. 2 neutral lights, goes for the neutral signature. But Low-Res avoids that, but the recovery comes through. And now we've got ourselves a much more even game. Orb picked up here for Power Ranger. And that side light sider will put him off stage with the down to come through. Oh, he holds it, but gets pogoed for it.
Yeah, that one's an interesting one. You can hold it and you'll float in the air for a little while, but Low-Res had plenty of time to react, got that turnaround, ultimately leading to a KO. And now Low-Res sticking with the spear. His spear was looking good against Power Ranger's sword and will likely look good again.
Oh, side light comes through. Doesn't go for the downlight afterwards. Tries to get the nair instead, but Power Ranger dodges through. And that pogo really working well from Low-Res. Just getting 1 hit there. Try to go for it again, but Power Ranger dash dances out of the way of it. Gets some good damage through, but still not the stock. Let's see if Low-Res can get any more extra credit. Side light. No, he goes for that nair read again, but that time it leads to a recovery nair, so it works out.
He's getting a lot of damage. Finally, Power Ranger going to get that KO, downlight recovery, and he's going to be sticking with the orb. The sword not looking that great right now.
Yeah, nairs are coming through, and this is what I was talking about a little bit. Although we didn't really get to see it in like a sword versus sword sense, Lorez really has just been all in the spear. This is the first time he's brought the sword, and while Power Ranger's been forced into the orb here, Lorez is still taking the lead. I say that, but 2 nairs into a dare sidelight side air means Power Ranger has Lorez on the back foot there on the right side of the stage until that side air connected.
Yo, but Lorez trying to get in. You saw that dash in, spot dodge, downlight side air, and Lorez keeps that stock lead.
Yeah, really great job with that downlight slider there. I was wondering if he was going to go for recovery or not, but no. True combo at enough damage, takes him off the left. That's small brawl haven for you. And that cider from Power Ranger could mean an early stock for Power Ranger as well. Ground pound comes through. Oh no, is it pogo time? No dodge. Oh, he gets hit by 1, 2. How many more, Duke? Okay.
Does damage. He gets past all of it. Down. Oh! He went for style there. Downlight into a jump turnaround, gravity cancel downlight. He wanted that extra height, but it's going to be the side air to get that stock count even.
To be fair, if he got that, that was curtains for Lorez's stock. And he was like looking at that situation being like, maybe I can catch him sleeping, but Lorez didn't give it to him. Still loses that stock there. Now 1-1. Lorez getting into those exclamation points a lot sooner as he's been going throughout this matchup. Falling dare into another dare. No, weapon throw forward. And Power Ranger leaves himself unarmed. Doesn't matter. Hits him with the neutral light, and the orb picked up. Now Lorez is the one with the edge guard.
Yep. More nairs. Oh, that was a dodge. Lorez gets down thanks to the help of those pogos, and the side sig connects. Almost enough to get a stock. The side air gets it.
Very Fiend-esque, that side air, right? They're seeing them go all the way out there, multiple jumps to the spear, trying to catch them before they can even get close to the stage. Power Ranger on the stats there, but Lorez with that game win as that side air hits him off the left side of the stage. We're looking through these replays. It was just Lorez on the spear the entire game, and Power Ranger not really feeling comfy with that sword to be able to do anything with it. And although the orb hits were coming through, like he would get like 2 or 3 nair hits on the way back down to the stage, it wouldn't lead to orb recoveries to get the stocks.
And yeah, like you were kind of saying at the start of that last one, is Power Ranger just wasn't looking that great, but an interesting swap. I figured he would have stuck with the orb considering that was what looked the best, but you know what? The stats say otherwise. 259 damage put out on the sword, so he's going to get 2 of them with regular sword and great sword.
Something else that I mentioned at the beginning of that matchup where you were saying, like, hey, Power Ranger was one of the few that was sticking with the Ezio. Well, yeah. Now we're over on the J-Unit after that first game, and I'm curious to see how this plays out here. He is sticking with the sword, as you said, but now he has a greater sword, the great sword, with him as well. And he gets that pickup recovery as he's going to try to get these stocks really early on from Lorez. If he's able to get a dodge read, a sidelight, D-light bridge, sidelight finisher can take you out in orange.
Well, he needs to get that one read. Lorez doing a good job trying to stay in the air, avoiding those ground approaches because Greatsword is so good at taking ground space.
I thought that was recovery.
Recovery, yeah.
Oh, he tries to go for the dodge read, but Lorez jumps away. These recoveries from Power Ranger trying to get him off the ground aren't working out in the D-light side air. Disarms Power Ranger, and Lorez goes all the way out with that Sair. Recovery stops Power Ranger, and he went, that was like a 50-50 on whether that spear downlight was going to hit. He went one way, Power Ranger dodged right. But Lorez still in a little bit of an advantage here. Power Ranger looking for that pocket sand attack. Can he get it? Side to come from the ledge. Ooh.
Staying a little bit back. Lorez running out of jumps.
Yeah, those jumps were running out fast.
Saw 2 exclamation points come out, but Lorez still managed to get back down and get that cider. He needs to get this extra credit, though, because Power Ranger can just come in and hit a recovery.
Sidelight, D-light bridge, doesn't go for anything afterwards. Good damage, recovery avoided. Nair knocks him off the top, and it's a dead even game, 2-2. No damage either side. Let's see what Lorez picks up here. It's the spear, and he immediately opens up with a nice sidelight. Power Ranger adapting nicely, though. He's noticed that Lorez favors the jumping nair after a sidelight connects, irregardless of his option select. So he's starting to punish him with some jumping side airs after the move comes out.
Sticking with the regular sword, though. Lorez, again, chasing out there. Gets 1 pogo. Couldn't get another.
We have to distinguish between the swords. It's the regular sword and the great sword here. Oh, look at that neutral light come through. Recovery hits as well. And Lorez gets hit by that side air. Great sword coming out now. Side sig does not connect, but he goes in for the nair, and Lorez stops it with the pogo. Pickup recovery doesn't hit. Tries to go for the dare nair combo. Mistimes it. Mistimes it again with that knockback, which is kind of weird. And now Power Ranger and Lorez are both 1 hit away from going down to 1 stock.
Oh, but Lorez gets a hit. Wasn't the one to lead to the KO, though. That side air was not quite enough. The recovery from Power Ranger is, though.
Yeah, he got deleted by that recovery. Lorez heavily damaged. And now, while 1-0 in the set, is down a stock in the game. And Power Ranger stacking on even more damage. Hits the tail end of the sword recovery, and that one just gets the full blunt of that attack as he is going forward. And Lores, can he get this edge guard?
Oh, the Sair.
That's a really good Sair.
Oh, a good punish from Lores. It's so interesting. Okay, normally with Jae-Yuns, I'm used to seeing them try to do Great Sword early on the stock and then Sword to KO. Power Ranger has very actively been picking the Sword to start off Lores' next stocks.
Yeah. And at this point, he's got Great Sword favored in for finishing off the stock, maybe. Like you said, it's like the opposite playstyle that you're used to seeing. So let's see what happens here. He's really patient with Lores on the wall slip. But he has not been punishing Lores for when he gets into those exclamation points yet. Lores has just been getting back to the stage anyways. And now a lot of damage is coming in for Lores.
Yeah, he's starting to find more connections.
Oh, that's it.
And that's the stock. That's a KO. Lores is up 2-0 over Power Ranger.
Huge. So many times throughout the set so far, Lores has capitalized off of sidelight connecting with a Nair. Power Ranger not ready for the D-Light right afterwards. So even though that is not true, he still connects. And actually, maybe his dodge was gone. So let's check it out here. He's going to have this last stock, sidelight. Oh, it got him on the stuff recovery, too. That was just curtains for that stock. Lores doing so well, and Power Ranger still on the Jae-Yun for game number 3.
Yeah, he's hoping that this is going to work out in his favor. Was doing pretty well in the last one, so it's not overly surprising to see. But again, actively choosing to use the Sword Classic against Lores.
Ooh, and Lores now fighting with his own sword. Both sides of the stage being taken over there. Lores trying to bait some options out of there with those dash jumps. And he does bait them, but he gets hit by them. so it's like not ideal as the recovery comes through, and he still has yet to get anything started. Most likely looking for that spear afterwards because he tossed that sword away pretty quickly. And there it is. Picks up the spear, goes to the downlight, and now he has got his weapon of choice here in this match against Power Ranger.
Yeah, I mean, his spear has just been looking so incredible throughout the entirety of the day. Not even just in this set against Power Ranger. Ouch. But the wake up, not enough. Oh. The Nair will connect, and Power Ranger has a healthy lead.
Yeah, Power Ranger really baiting out the jumps from Lores there. He went high, but he did not raise high with an attack. So he made sure he got the most out of each one of those jumps, and when Lores finally had to come back down to touch the stage, get his resources back, he couldn't make it because Power Ranger was there waiting for the Nair. And now Lores, with that spike, could even things up really quickly. Ground pound could come through. Oh no, Power Ranger does touch, and Lores with an opportunity to bring it back is now taking damage.
Yeah, Power Ranger turns that situation around, switches over to the Great Sword, trying to catch the dodge from Lores, but the recoveries keep the juggle going, and he swaps weapons.
Kicks him off. Can he get this stage? Oh, goes for the haymaker instead. Oh, Lores. He's really been putting himself in risky positions, unarmed there. These recoveries from Power Ranger have just been calling out Lores' positioning in the air as well. And now Power Ranger's almost at a 2-stock lead here. Ooh. Neutral sig off the pivot. Not enough force to get him off the top. But hey, any damage at this point is good damage because one more solid hit like that, and he's got a whole stock lead. Look at that. Recovery off the top of the stage, 3 stocks to 1. Power Ranger down 0-2, but still getting better and better against Lores every single minute he's in this set.
And that Ensig was such a good call-out from Power Ranger, recognizing Lores has been dodging in on his Great Sword, so he goes in, dash forward, turn around Ensig to catch that dodge in. Yeah. And we'll see if Lores keeps that habit going against Power Ranger.
Ooh, unarmed coming in strong here. And a lot of this set has been all Great Sword, as opposed to the previous game where you were talking about how it was interesting with the mix that Power Ranger was choosing with the sword. We have just been seeing total domination with that Great Sword damage. Nair comes through as well. Tries to get for a pickup recovery. Oh, he went for he needs to go for things like that.
For sure. Had to bet on the double, maybe hoping Power Ranger wasn't ready for it, but he dodges out.
Nice recovery. Power Ranger's gotten so many of those. And now the sword's coming through here. And if you can get a neutral signature on the sword, that's going to be a 2-stock. D-Light recovery. Oh, he waits out the ground pound. I thought he was going to punish it. Lores makes it down. Okay, edge guard here could be huge. Down air dodge out of the way, and Lores gets the D-Light side air for the stock. There's a chance, but this is looking very good for Power Ranger still. And he needs this to stay in the set.
Yeah, again, the top seed of the tournament down here in elimination bracket, currently down by 2 on his tournament stock here.
Oh, no.
Oh.
Yeah.
Okay, doesn't get the double.
Goes to the double. There's the rising Dare Nair that Power Ranger was looking for a lot in the previous game. Didn't get it connected. In that game, he does. Love seeing that combo coming out from the Great Sword, and a great way to finish off a stock that's in high damage as Power Ranger keeps himself in the set.
Yeah, that Dare Nair was like one of the early true combos that Great Sword players found out, and it was great for getting KOs.
Yeah, and it's still great there, especially on Brawlhaven. Well played from Power Ranger, and we're going right back. Low-res saying, okay, that matchup was a little, that match was a little rough for me, but I did start on sword, and I couldn't get a hold of my spear until like literally on my last stock. That's how it felt like when watching that matchup there. And if Power Ranger can continue to capitalize on that weakness, I think he can bring this to a Game 5 and possibly win the set. Because I don't think Power Ranger, at least in this matchup against Loris Satori, has any issue playing fully off of his sword or great sword.
Yeah, it definitely feels like Power Ranger has figured out some of the answers to this matchup. He's even playing well around the spear of Lores right now. Keeping this corner going, doesn't want to switch to the great sword.
Ooh, takes the Sair, and then just goes right back and hits Lores again. D-Light Cider from Lores, though, chases him all the way to the stage. Doesn't jump with the Nair, but the down airs and neutral lights are connecting. Nice side air from Power Ranger. Punishes the neutral sig with the recovery, but the first stock still not going over to Lores. Could be close.
Staying high, it's going to be the recovery from Lores to get that stock lead. Lores wants to put this one away before it goes to Game 5.
Yeah, and he definitely needs to. The momentum was going over to Power Ranger, and it could still be there if he gets the stock. Power Ranger weighing out those exclamation points. Lores does make it back, and that's what I was talking about a little bit earlier. The D-Light recovery comes through. Nicely done punishing him that time. But a lot of other times earlier in the set, Lores is being given that room to take his time on the ledge. Power Ranger hasn't really been threatening him too much with any signature attacks. So let's see if that changes here. That D-Light recovery was a good start.
Yeah, Power Ranger has really not been pressuring Lores, especially like when those 2 exclamation points come out.
Yeah.
He's like, just come back on here, we'll play some neutral, and it's kind of worked out for Power Ranger. At least he won the last game.
Right. Side airs, down airs, nair. Oh, and the recovery stuffed by the other recovery. Both players just fighting in this vertical space on Brawlhaven right now. Side air punished by side air from Power Ranger, and the weapon throw stuffs the recovery. Lores now in orange.
Still manages to come back up. Power Ranger again giving that breathing room. Punish. It's going to be the end sig. Not quite enough.
Yeah, nice job with that neutral sig again. That jump from Lores. D-Light recovery. Just barely not enough. One more of those will definitely do it. And the nair off the weapon throw goes for the second nair. Power Ranger still waiting for that landing. Lores fighting back, but that recovery from Greatsword means Power Ranger is 1 stock away from bringing this to Game 5.
Very real possibility. Power Ranger's got plenty of health on this second stock. Lores, there's the weapon spawn. It's going to be the sword.
Nair hits. Nice job with the Starlight D-Light bridge. Let's see if we can get anything else off of that. Oh, he's trying to get these landings from Lores, who's staying right in the sky above him. And Power Ranger's trying to play that anti-air game with the neutral light opener, but he doesn't want to commit too much after that if it doesn't hit. Oh, and that side light opener, try to get the landing. Oh, he's really being careful with this.
Oh, man. Lores is avoiding damage to Dares. Nice recovery. Power Ranger's starting to find more momentum here.
Ooh, D-Light recovery drops. He doesn't get the knockout from that, and that's huge, Power Ranger. If he just gets one more solid string on the Greatsword here, that could almost definitely seal the deal for this game. And look at that, Sidelight finisher in Orange Duke. I said at the beginning of the set, and there it finally is. Power Ranger taking game number 4 with the 200 damage lead. Really, really huge momentum in his favor right now.
That final Greatsword play didn't even feel like your standard like dodge read as much as like he just dashed forward and was like, oh,
yeah, look
at
that. yeah, dashes forward. Kind of like stands there for a second and goes, oh yeah, I can just kill you now. Yeah. And he takes him off the left side of the stage, gets that knockout with the Greatsword, and we're going on to a Game 5.
And now the pressure is definitely on
Look at the damage differential there. The sword is definitely coming into play there. 57 damage from that sword. Whereas Power Ranger's got it evenly split between both weapons.
Yeah. I mean, I'm pretty sure both the Power Rangers' weapons were, like, I think above Lores' spear. Like, Power Rangers was just putting out more damage.
Yeah, that's terrifying.
But Lores stuck on the sword. Very different map here. Those soft platforms could come into play.
Yeah, weapon throw down, gets the bounce, picks it back up. Lores, stuff recovery, and he's got the exclamation points a little early on. Oh, misspaces the neutral light, tried to punish that.
Yeah, those exclamation points will reset if you get hit, so that kind of worked out for Lores. Like, he had 2 exclamation points, and then he got tapped by that down air and was like, oh, I now have all these jumps again.
That was a very close instance. Power Ranger almost going down to spear recovery while ground pounding off the top of the stage, but he makes it back. Neutral light catches him without any jumps. Recovery hits once. Neutral light hits again. These platforms doing well in Lores' favor. Falling Sair dodges through the second one, and Power Ranger doesn't jump into that down light.
Oh, and there's the pockets and the side sig. Connects for Power Ranger, and he's got his pick of weapons. It's going to be the regular sword.
Oh, yeah. Let's see what Lores can do here. I think swords are coming up for him, yeah. So he's got to either fight with this Or that, yep.
Throws it away.
That is the option that I was expecting. Power Ranger denies him, though. Can he get this knockout? He's got to be careful about a reversal. Great Sword's not like Sword D-Light recovery levels of reversal, but you can still do it.
Yeah, I mean, it's got a lot of force behind it, but doesn't have like the travel that Sword recovery or like even like Blaster's recovery does for those reversals.
Power Ranger just covering his head with the nairs. Lores finally picks up the spear, and he puts out the down sig, and a Great Sword ground pound is the punish of choice here for Power Ranger. Dodges all the way to that side sig, and there's that same side light style from Power Ranger with that finisher. It's that side light dash forward wait, then you get the full combo. And Lores goes down. That's 3 stocks to 1. And Power Ranger, yeah, he's down to 2 stocks now, but he is a stock away from reverse 3-0ing Lores and moving on in the elimination bracket.
Swinging on to Lores. Power Ranger knows he has such a huge lead, the full stock advantage. He can kind of just go at it, and as long as he's trading against Lores, it'll work out in his favor.
Nair's coming through. Falls to that side air. That connects. Power Ranger hits the Nair as well. Ooh, all right. He's got to get this damage through. What can Lores do to bring this back here on the spear? It feels like Power Ranger's been putting out so much pressure that Lores can't even land.
Lores really not sure how to respond to this pressure of Power Ranger. Goes in, hits a Nair, but that's it.
Side light. Goes to the gravity cancel down light.
Trying to expect that upward movement from Power Ranger, a jump or a dodge up.
Oh, that's the downlight opener there.
Goes
a little bit too far with that. And the side air hits. Power Ranger low on jumps. Can he even make it back? He can't. Side airs, but that weapon's not going to give you any momentum on that side air. And he goes down. It's now 1 stock to 1. Game match point here. Power Ranger's definitely an advantage. D-Light recovery, I think, will do it. Let's see if Lores has got it. Oh, okay,
drops the recovery.
Side air, neutral light, falling Nair, Sair, Lores getting a ton of damage.
Oh, he drops it!
He dropped D-Light recovery. Let's see if that cost him the game. That would be huge. Power Ranger covering his head with Nairs, and Lores looking for another opening here, just weaving around the sides of Miami Dome. Goes to that recovery, and that recovery won't drop. Power Ranger gets the stock and gets the reverse 3-0 over Lores and moves on in the South America Autumn Championship.
Just had to figure out how to play the Jae-Yun. His Great Sword just started building more and more momentum. 119 damage put out on it. The regular sword also putting out damage 318.
It's okay to say sword.
Yeah, but it's like you got to clarify because it's sword and great sword.
I mean, I suppose. I've never really thought about it as hard as I have during this block with you.
Well, I like to make you think.
I know
I am
that.
quite the conundrum.
Yes. Well, sword and great sword and regular sword. See, it's like there's 3 swords now.
No, why?
Okay, look. He's doing great with the Jae-Yun, and there's a
binary.
possibility that he'll be playing Ezio. Why are you?
Great? Is it great sword? Yes or no? Boolean is that binary is also right? Like
yeah,
like
Boolean would be
like,
yeah. I know what you're saying.
True or false? Either way, he's looking great with the Ezio, looking great with the Jae-Yun. I guess it's dependent on who he's playing against because I am not sure who. It's whoever won the last set.
Oh, are we moving through the elimination bracket? If it's in winner's side, it's kind of versus use.
Right, but that's top side. I'm saying that Power Ranger is going up against Vem10 Kilo in the bottom side.
Yeah, TBD and TBD have now been filled out. That or they got knocked out. Yeah. I don't know. What an upset.
It was brutal. I was really pulling for TBD. Much like people are pulling for both Kaina and Yuz, who are on deck to play. Both making it here. And again, I don't think too many people had both of them in their predictions.
You were saying that a lot of people were pulling for these 2 players, but it's like how many actually had them in their predictions for top 3? Like really, they're just devastating a lot of the viewers' predictions here. While it's very exciting for me to watch, what are you pointing at here?
Look at the graph. look at the vote.
That's not fair.
That's a blue wave.
That's
right
not
there.
fair. Hey, Use is better than 6%. I'm going to put it all in on Use because I think this matchup coming up is going to be very close. And Use is in winners finals for a reason. It's like interesting to see. Okay, there we go. Look at that. Somebody just dropped like 2 million points.
Wait, okay, actual question. Is that based on like the number of people voting or the number of points bet?
I thought it was points, but I don't actually know. Production can answer that in our years later.
Oh, it's points.
It's definitely points. Yeah, so one person heard me complain.
One whale.
Shout outs to whoever that is. I need a Sandwich?
Sandwich tried to whale out for Use, and we'll see if it pays off. But
oh, it's going to pay off.
We got game number 1 in the winners final. Winner of this goes into the grand finals, Use versus Kaina.
Here we go, kind of fighting up against Hughes, and Brawlhaven's been where we've been at in South America for most of this top 6. Hughes now fighting back with the spear, but kind of doing so well in the Asuri today. He's got those guitars, the claws coming through, and he's trying to take Hughes' first stock down as he's got that damage lead. Nice dodge out. Is that the recovery? He dodges it.
Who kind of still manages to get back to the wall safely. The recovery's starting to come out from Hughes, but it's a recovery from Kaina to take the first stock.
Yeah, really well played by Kaina so far. Hughes trying to find his footing with the spear. Axe could be coming out pretty quickly here if he's careful. There it is. Now, if Kaina lets Hughes land, the neutral light could stop Kaina from getting a side light, but okay.
He is getting damage with his guitars.
I may have baited Sandwick. Sandwick, if you hear this. No, wait, it's still a best of 5, Duke. I can't be giving up on Hughes.
It's not over yet.
I can't be giving up on Hughes just yet. There's the neutral light that I was looking for. Weapon throw afterwards. Catches kind of going for recovery pretty early on. Bounces him off the stage with that stare. He's sweating. Pogo hits him off the bottom of the stage, and that's a KO coming out from Hughes as that stock was looking rough until he finally was able to get center stage and use the Axe neutral light. Just like how I talked about how Axe is pretty good against Lance. While I do think guitars just don't really get hard countered by anything, if you are a player that likes to open up your opponents with side light, Axe neutral light's there to stop them in their tracks. But kind of went to the ground against the D-light. That would have been so good.
Hughes trying to turn it around, trying to get some damage built up onto Kaina. Going to pick up the spear. I've seen a lot of people try to use spear against guitars, but it hasn't worked that great so far.
Ooh, dodges in the ground pound. Kind of schmooving with the guitars, dude. I'm like, what the heck? Look at this. Look at the double dare. He's doing these like dash jump pivot nairs, and then he's like sliding off the side of the stage to get the recovery. Look at this. Chain dodges down, tries to get anything else with it, tosses the old guitars in for some new ones, and he's really trying to catch Hughes' landings. Can he get the damage? And D-Light dares the other way. Cider connects, and Hughes puts out that D-Light himself. D-Light's recovery, not enough to take the stock, but it's something.
Over to the Axe. Ensig whiffs and kind of goes in. Optimal for force, but it's not going to be enough to KO. Hughes with the N-Light doesn't even put kind of off screen.
Oh, he's on center stage here. Oh, and kind of, he like slid across the stage after that dash, got into the right position, went, hold on a second, shimmied backwards, and then D-Light recovery. That was how confident he was that Hughes was not going to punish him in that position. We might have time to see that in this replay. I want you guys just to, like you guys as viewers, pay attention to the movement from Kaina's footsies here. Look at this. Look at that. Look at that. He really just slid around waiting for that landing there for that D-Light recovery. Hey, that's harder to hit than it looks, especially in pro play. I should know. I've been trying to play Thatch recently. I haven't hit a single D-Light recovery in my life.
Well, that seems problematic. But not a problem for Kaina, clearly, as he is up 1-0. And he's been getting so much extension off of his guitars compared to what we've seen from like a lot of the guitar players this weekend.
Yeah.
Like he's getting 5, 6, 7 extended hits.
And I'm a little surprised that we're here for game number 2. This is the kind of stage with how Kaina's been moving that I feel like is going to be really advantageous to his guitars. But let's see what Hughes has got to play here, because the platforms do benefit Spear in the sense that they're perfect downlight height. And because they're so far over the side of the stage anyways, you're that much closer to the blast zone if you get caught hanging out on them.
Hughes really picking and choosing how he lands back down onto the stage. Oh, but Kaina getting these hits in. Hughes gets a sidelight, but not much else.
D-Light in air, weapon throw down, picks up the sword. New weapon could be coming in pretty soon for Kaina. Let's see what he goes for. Dash jumps forward, but Hughes just blocks him out with those neutralites. Maybe he could go for a third, but the dash jump stopped by the side air from Kaina. But those neutralites from Hughes are really neutralizing Kaina's approaches.
Yeah, just kind of putting out this poke in front of him. Ouch. Keeping a hitbox there. Kaina not able to finish the stock. Hughes with the haymaker. Recovery doesn't hit.
Yeah, I like the attempt there with the spiking hitbox, but kind of dodges right through it. Let's see what he gets.
Both of them creeping into the red.
Oh, and Kaina still on the sword. Goes up for the recovery. Hughes goes for his own recovery. I haven't seen the... there's a possibility to go for like a dash jump. Nice job with the recovery there from Kaina. But like, if you are dealing with a guitar player with Axe, you can do like dash jump, ground pound to try to read an approach from them, but Hughes hasn't gone for that too much. He's been opting for the recovery, both for edge guards and on stage instead, and now he's trying to get the stock knocked up the left side of the stage here with the spear.
Side air is not enough, but the recovery is.
Nice.
Hughes has his pick of weapons, but likely, oh, okay, he's going to stick with the axe this time.
Well,
I thought he was going to go with the spear.
If he's going up with that matchup against the Katars, I can see why he might want to start with the axe, but let's see how it plays out here. Kaina with the sword, D-Light side air, gets the dare, falls back to the stage, sidelights through, tries to get a jump read with the Sarah, neither of them hit, but he doesn't get punished for it. Finally, Hughes gets a little bit of damage himself, and the game is still pretty close.
Dancing around a little bit, Kaina goes in, still getting these hits on top of Hughes, and Hughes is just struggling to find any sort of response.
Nice side air. Goes in for the recovery, the spiking
Nair.
hitbox of the Nair, and Hughes gets side aired into the stage. Weapon tossed out of his hands, and no chance to make it back as Kaina solidly takes the lead now.
He's just piecing up Hughes at every portion. There's the weapon spot on the left side. Hughes gets past, picks up the spear, and Kaina is just like, all right, let me find a spot to hit you again.
Hughes goes for the D-Light, Kaina ducks underneath him. Ground pound from Hughes hits, and that sider was really well timed, just not spaced well enough to be able to hit Kaina on that edge guard. The neutral light comes through and Kaina jumps way out of the way of that side signature to get some more damage on the Hughes' last stock.
Jumping there, more nairs. Oh, the recovery beats out the ground
He
pound.
went for another. Yo, that was so sick, going for the recovery. No fear on the ground pound. Hits the second recovery and try to continue the combo onto the platform with the dare. Hughes jumps out of the way, but now both players are in orange, but Kaina's up a stock in the gravity cancel pivot. Neutral light into recovery. Double recovery. Kaina just deletes that stock in an instant. And 2 stocks Hughes going into game 2.
He's so good at changing up the pacing against Hughes, right? Like, he goes immediately for the double recovery, and then not even 30 seconds later, he goes for one recovery, waits a little bit, goes for the second recovery. He's keeping Hughes on his toes, never can get a feel for how the rhythm of this fight's going to be.
I love that combo, starting off there with the gravity cancel, pivot, neutral light, and the recovery towards the top of the stage. And we can just see in the graph there with the damage over time that Hughes kept it very close, and then the second that he gave Kaina an inch, the stocks just flew, and that ends up being a 2-stock into a 2-0 lead for Kaina in this winner's final match. And we're going back to Brawlhaven here for game number 3.
That graph was so interesting in that, like, you could see these chunks of time where Kaina is not getting hit. Just these flat lines where Kaina is like, all right, time for me to just hurt you.
Ooh. And while the platforms did give Hughes a little bit more room to play with, I don't really think they changed how Kaina's gameplay played out. In fact, I think it just gave him more cool combos to do with the Katars in general. So let's see how this plays out here. Kaina loves doing those pivot nairs on the Katars. Recovery comes through, chase dodges up, tries to catch him, and Hughes stops with the nair, but Hughes low on jumps. He's got to be careful.
Touched, but it's not enough.
But the force was so much to that ground pound that surprisingly takes Hughes down, and now it's 3 stocks to 2.
Yeah, and Kaina, again, very healthy right now. He's just keeping this pressure on, denying this weapon for as long as he can, but Hughes picks up the axe, but we saw earlier, Hughes just struggled to find any hits with this axe against Kaina.
Ooh, and Hughes falling off to the right side of the stage, trying to get something started with the axe, but Kaina staying so airborne that he can't get it. New recovery comes through, immediately Nair, stops the landing with the weapon throw, picks it right back up, dodges through, down air, neutral light, waits with the Nair, doesn't punish that down air. But the ground pound does get dodged out of the way and kind of continues to tack on more damage. That side air would have been so good for Hughes, and he gets the second one, kind of using the Qatar dare for some momentum. Gravity cancel, neutral light, knowing that kind of was out of jumps, takes him down and gets the KO to even it up 2-2.
Just denying that wall touch, putting out longer active hitbox, and Hughes is able to clean up that stock. But again, he's sticking with this axe against Kaina. It's good in that, like, if you're trading blow for blow, he's getting more damage out, but you got to get the hits on the Kaina.
D-Light side air. Edge guard opportunity. Kaina gets the gravity cancel side lane, the recovery.
Odd
into
option.
The wall.
And it works.
Kaina is so good at a Suri. That was insane.
That wasn't even a Suri specific. That's just
but it was like a sword thing into a Qatar thing, which you can only do on a Suri.
Okay, yeah, there you go. That's
I guess you have to add in a neutral sig or a down sig, but I'm still very impressed by that because that side light worked in a similar fashion that the axe neutral light edgeguard from Hughes did, but it was more of a setup than a finisher, and he was able to get that recovery for the damage and then pick up the guitars to get the knockout as well, and he's continuing to tack on the damage, but he falls on that side sig, and this could be an edgeguard for Hughes. Recovery cuts through whatever Hughes was trying, and that nair and another nair. No, okay, Hughes avoids that, but still more and more damage attacking on Duke. This is looking like it's going to be another 2-stock.
Yeah, Kaina's just looking solid. He's approaching so well against Hughes. Gravity cancel and light. Can't get much, but there's the downlight recovery. Kinda with a clean 3-0 over Use.
All right, I still stand by that the viewer vote at the beginning was a little aggressive.
It was a 3-0, man.
It was a 3-0, yeah. I mean, was it a 94% 3-0? Shout out to Sandwick. Thanks for your points. I actually bet on Kinda. So,
oh, yeah.
There we go.
You're really just fleecing our production staff in the background there.
Kinda really looking like the favorite for this tournament at this point.
Yeah.
That was incredible. And there were so many creative options coming out from both the guitars and the sword. And I'm talking about using the weapons in a way where it wasn't like, okay, here's my sword strings for 80 or 180 damage, and then my guitar finisher, or vice versa. It was cross combos with the weapons, right? Like he would start off with one, use a weapon throw, really put his opponent off guard, and then switch over to the other weapon to finish off the stock. And it was really fun to watch the entire way through.
Well, I'm sure it was very analytical of you to state that, but I'm sure someone could also do some analysis. Let's throw it over to Remy.
Well, today we've got Kinda and Use coming at us with some excellent guitar gameplay. And I do want to take a second here to point out how Kinda is going for these heavy reads here. And it seems like some old school stuff, some back in the day wrenched gameplay, hard commitment stuff. A lot of the punishes are going just to the maximum here. We're seeing multiple hits go really just as far as possible, and I'm going to show you guys this clip here where it's like the very first one already is just getting the most damage possible, right? We see the very quick extra jump up to catch that dodge, get the dare down, and then it's just free reign on him. Gets the extra read, though. That's the thing. As soon as the situation stops, he restarts it. He goes for another read. He goes for the maximum damage he can get again with the downlight into the side air. Also sends him in a good angle to set up the edge guard here for himself. And he doesn't actually complete the edge guard. He does let the opponent get back to stage, but it's all about that damage. Look at the extra credit he earned on that stock there because of that situation. The reads don't just stop there, though. He does use the maps to his advantage as well. As you can see here, the quick little 1-2. And I want to take a second to slow this down for all of your guys' eyes because I saw, but maybe you didn't, that little chase dodge. I mean, that little ledge pivot on the platform there to get that little slide extra dash, and then he jumps up and gets that extra recovery, just making the space and room needed. He's looking like a true North American prodigy there, but he is South American, so we're going to give him the credit where it's due in his own region. Really love the guitars coming out today. They look really clean. It's been a while since we saw some good Asuri gameplay, so all of it is just very much welcome here. Another beautiful read here. This time he goes for the ground pound, doesn't connect, but that's the thing about Kinda as well. He goes for these reads, and it's actually usually pretty safe. It's usually in a position where you're not going to be able to get that quick punish off. Use goes for it, and it actually turns back onto him as he's the one getting punished now. He's the one taking these extra hits, and this time the ground pound does connect on point, and it's not looking too hot here. This was another really clean play I like. The downlights there, pretty common for a sword player, but what's uncommon is that follow-up, that kind of read we saw earlier from our EU games where I mentioned, oh, Godly knows what direction you're going and he's going to follow you off stage. He knows your crossover. This thing, the same thing here with Use. He knows that this left dodge is coming. He reads it, and it's very, very well placed. Goes into that recovery, and, well, Taza was lying to you guys saying this could only be done on Asuri, but, I mean, anyone can sidelight recovery on sword, right? It is the downlight recovery that he was talking about that adds on that extra oomph, that Asuri only special unless you're playing Switchcraft, which you guys should check out more often. That game looks funny. Again, here we have a little bit of interaction with the guitars there. You see the and this is what I'm talking about when I go, the situations kind of end up with a follow-up that's unpunishable, right? You see the end light come through. The down air is there to read the dodge in, but Use isn't in a position to do anything off the whiff. There's no hope for him there. He actually dodges back towards the map, and a downlight recovery is still going to catch him. Excellent play from Kinda, excellent spatial awareness, good knowledge of what his opponent has available to them, and yeah, Casper's going to show you what's up next.
Kinda's looking so incredible today, and I got to eat my words a little bit. I was saying, like, all of the people who were ex-Bodvars were having this, like, character identity crisis, but Kinda looks comfortable. He's sitting pretty in the grand finals now and looks like a true blue Asuri main.
Yeah, and now we're going to our next matchup where the viewer vote is a little more kind. than the last one that we had. Power Ranger going up against Vem10 Kilo, which, while it's still Power Ranger versus Macho Man, it's a different kind of Macho Man, as this Macho Man took down Wes, who I projected to be meeting Power Ranger here in this elimination semifinal. We talked about it, how the best that both of these players could do, one of them was going to have to go out at 4th, but one went down at 5th before then because of Vem's performance. So a 6-4 viewer vote here on the winner as we're going into small Brawlhaven for game number 1. And Vem opening up right away on Macho Man. And Power Ranger not even giving the Ezio a chance.
Nope. Definitely wanted to go straight into the Jae-Yun against Vem10 Kilo. Maybe recognizing Vem10 Kilo has been playing incredibly well today, has already made 2 upsets, beaten out Fiend, beaten out Wes, and now he's here trying to make another one against Power Ranger. And
ooh, the ground pound was like a little early, but definitely was reading a dive kick recovery. And instead, Power Ranger ends up connecting with that attack there. Vem gets the side light, tries to get another gravity cancel side light here on Power Ranger, as the Sares are just catching Power Ranger's landings and dodging in place. Sares Power Ranger once again for the D-Light, and he tries to rise up, and Power Ranger gravity cancel side light, hits it with the Sare, gets the weapon throw, and when Vem barely makes it back, a great sword's there to land on his head and take him off the bottom of the stage for the first stock.
A great turnaround from Power Ranger and recognition that, again, it's a Lance. Lots of aerial movement, so he had to go down there, hit that down air just in case Vem10 Kilo had enough to get back, but can't get back from that one.
Yeah.
Okay. Oh, the homie play. Okay, I think they're just
They
restarting.
might be restarting that one. Yeah.
Wow.
It was pretty early on. But it also was literally dead even stocks, like 2-2, no damage. So if they agree to it, they could do that again too.
I don't know. I just know like you were way past the normal like restart time.
Yeah, but it's just if you mutually agree.
Yeah.
It's like fine.
That's why I'm saying it's super homey because you didn't have to.
Let's find out what happens.
Power Ranger could have taken it.
It's a total restart.
Yeah,
okay, so we just got word. Total restart there from that. And I mean that for some players, they're like, give me that. Like if Sparky was on the desk, he'd be really upset right now. But
Sparky's like, you take the W.
Yeah.
This is elimination bracket. You're like already down here. Take the W.
No, but we're going back into game 1. To be clear, that game number 1 is null and void. Back to Brawlhaven here. And Power Ranger Vem10 Kilo are going to be getting it out 3 stocks versus 3 as we get into the true start of this best of 5.
And this could either be a great decision or a terrible decision for Power Ranger now. Because if Vem10 Kilo somehow gets the first stock off of Power Ranger in an absurd fashion, like suddenly Power Ranger's like maybe regretting his decision.
That's possible. Let's see how this plays out. Or they just end up going stock for stock once again, and it's the exact same situation that we were in before. Side light, double. Double
didn't jump though.
So surprised that it worked that he didn't know how to follow up. That's
like, wait, the second one's not supposed to hit.
Oh, he misses that side light, and Vem starts getting some good damage on the land. Side light doesn't catch the landing, though, as Power Ranger dodges backwards, and some damage goes over onto Vem10 Kilo here. Side air hits Power Ranger in the air, dodges the falling nair, neutral light connects, but the weapon throw goes out of the way, and now it's Great Sword versus Lance.
Likely going to be looking for a bunch of those neutral lights to open up Vem10 Kilo. Has a pretty sizable hitbox, but no. Gets a side light, but not much else.
Recovery hits. Nair hits. He gets into the weapon throw, too. The weapon throw is too close for it to connect, and Power Ranger just batting him away with Great Sword Nairs. Now he's onto the sword. Vem trying to get back to the stage. He dodges right through the neutral light, punches him away. Axe picked up, down, so it could be the option here. Oh, he doesn't. I don't think it would actually knock out yet. So he might want one more neutral light or side light nair before he starts going for that option.
Oh, but the D-Sig from Vem just stacks up against Power Ranger.
He did it
Potential
anyways.
here?
Ooh, he's waiting. Oh, that's the stock. Dips over the ledge with the Sare. Doesn't have that momentum to be able to fade back because he committed to the move. And Power Ranger scoops him up with the D-Light and takes him off the top of the recovery.
Power Ranger now covering the weapon spawn. Was going to go for the denial, but Vem10 Kilo picks up the Lance. Needs to get a little bit more damage before we can think about that KO option. Oh, the side sig is going to connect, and it's going to work out for him.
Okay, and now we're in a similar game state that we were before. Now 2-2. Falls to the Nair. Power Ranger gets to pick up neutral light, and Vem looking for more attacks with the Lance here to connect. Let's see what he can do. Side light punished. Recovery also punished. Vem, nice job with the chase dodge. Gets the side air into Nair. Down air doesn't get the side air, however, and Power Ranger now in an edge guard scenario just waits for Vem to use all those options. Pocket sand dodge. D-Light recovery punishes the side stick, and Power Ranger solidly in the lead as he goes for the dare nair and just barely misses it.
Good avoidance from Power Ranger. Vem10 Kilo stuck on this right side wall, but Power Ranger not going to challenge. Instead, wants the nairs. Ooh, doesn't get the recovery.
Ooh, can he get it? Side light, D-Light goes through. Great sword in his hands. He's just going back and forth, looking for that recovery. Vem barely dodges out of the way. Sidelight opener is not leading to anything, and Vem gets that sidelight nair. Gravity cancel sidelight. Vem's been, I wonder what the follow-up he has in mind is for that, if it's just another nair or not. Because he's gone for that a few times, hasn't gotten punished, but he's not hit it. Oh, that's going to be the stock.
For sure, a classic. Downlight into the recovery. Small Brawl Haven. Easy KO for Power Ranger, and he's going to be sticking with the sword for this one. And Vem comes in. Double recovery, not enough.
He's sweating. Okay, he dodges all the way out of that. Power Ranger went for the early stock read there, that ground pound. Side air weapon throw, no dodge. Vem knows it. Yeah, he gets him with the side air. He's going, you can't dodge away from this. And he knocks him off the right side of the stage and keeps it dead even once again. But so far, these games have been, or these stocks have been Power, well,
three nairs.
Oh,
in this air.
I was going to say it's been all Power Ranger on the sword, but Vem just keeps down airing him.
And they're hitting. Goes for the recovery read. Power Ranger avoids it. The turn around the nair.
I can't believe
not enough. The defense coming out from the Macho Man, keeping him alive. And the ground pound from Vem Tankilo gives him game number 1.
You know, what an appropriate victory emote there at the end, him cackling evilly, because like that was definitely like a game robbery for Vem Tankilo there. Was that nair recovery nair from Power Ranger? We didn't get to see in the replay because we got to see Vem just ground pounding him for that stock, but that came so close. I'm talking like single-digit damage differential from being knocked off the top and winning that game.
Yeah.
Wow.
That was really, really close to being Power Rangers' game. But Vem Tankilo survived, turned it around, and closed it out. And now we're going into game number 2. And Power Rangers got to respect that lance of Vem Tankilo. Those final moments where it's hitting dare after dare after dare was like definitely Vem Tankilo's show.
That was a dare train for sure. D-Light. Power Ranger goes for the double D-Light once again. And when he whiffs that, that's without a dodge for 3 seconds. You're taking a ton of damage. Nair comes through, axe picked up, sidelight Nair. Can he do anything else with this? Downlight doesn't hit, and now Power Ranger dashing forward, dashing back, going in for the recovery. And Vem Tankilo's looking for that. Well, I keep feeling like he's looking for down sig, even though like it's never, you never want to do that unless you get the knockout, right? But something about Macho Man.
Yo, it's just like, you're not Macho Man if you don't at least throw a down sig out every match, right?
Something Power Ranger's doing, okay.
The double, and he gets the recovery.
That's the third time he's gone for it. He's hit 2 of them, and that's the first one that he's gotten the actual knockout with afterwards. But something else that Power Ranger's been doing a lot that I like is that when Vem Tankilo is recovering by falling back to the stage from above, Power Ranger's actually getting really close to Vem's weapon throw, so that he's so close that the weapon throw isn't active, and then he gets the hit anyways. He's been doing this really well throughout the set, even though he's down a game, and Vem Tankilo now is looking for this finisher, and he's struggling to get any hits in.
Yeah, Power Ranger just complete control, has the weapon advantage, and continues to push it, right? Utilizing those weapon tosses to keep that pressure going, but Vem gets past, and will have the lance, but he needs to finish the stock off of Power Ranger.
Great sword picked up. Let's see what he can do. Neutralites,
sig?
Recovery, sidelight, D-light bridge, punished by the Sair, but somehow he's living, and Vem goes all the way out there, and he can't get that unarmed nair. Power Ranger makes it back. Can he get another hit in? If he does, he's doing great. Down air, doesn't get the neutralight bridge afterwards. Sidelight opener into nair. Is this going to be a 2-stock lead for Power Ranger after losing game 1?
He's definitely building quite the lead here in game number 2. Again, covering that corner, but not going off stage against Vem Tankilo.
Yeah, that's
missing the recoveries.
I guess I thought it was a Laura's specific thing, but it's definitely a Power Ranger specific thing. Where it's kind of like, I'm going to stay right outside of the zone that I know that you threaten. And I'm going to wait for that wall slip to start activating, and then we're going to go back to fighting 1v1 center stage. And look at that, D-Light recovery takes him off the top, and this is a much harder comeback to make for Vem Tankilo compared to game 1.
Yeah, this is a significant deficit for Vem Tankilo, but he's back on the lance. We'll see if he can hit those dares, but right now Power Ranger is hitting everything.
Yeah, neutralites, so many, back to back to back. Vem goes in for that down air, Power Ranger recovers high. Vem not putting out a lot of the lance recovery, so he's not catching these jumps from Power Ranger. The neutral sigs aren't coming out from him either, so Power Ranger can just really recover into the sky. Sider comes through. Does he deal? Oh, he gets the tail end of the D-Light, and it ends up dropping in a weird way.
Yeah, kind of bounced him off of the stage, so he didn't bounce
Low on
quite
jumps.
right, and the catch is the down air. Vem running out of movement, can't get back. Power Ranger with a convincing 2-stock game number 2.
If only that was gravity canceled downlight. One of my favorite things about Great Swords Kit is that when you gravity cancel your light attacks, you go straight to the finisher.
Yep.
It's a little weaker, but you still get the force properties of that move. And if you use the downlight, you do this like whirlwind that falls slightly. Which right here, we see the side light. He wanted to get that knockout to the right. No need to go for it, right? But the down light would have definitely hit. It would have been super cool. We're going to game number 3. And Vemtenkilo has completely switched gears over to the Orion.
Yeah, and he's even on the yellow color scheme on the Orion, really leaning into the yellow man bad.
Is that? I was wondering why
he's
it was
like extra yellow.
It was like unusual to my eyes. I was like, this is default Orion, but something's yellow about it. All right, we're going to the Demon Island here, and Vemtenkilo using that yellow palette on Orion, going up against Power Ranger here as the set's even up 1-1.
Definitely was looking to keep that Lance from his last pick, but wants to bring out the Spear this time.
Ooh. Great sword picked up. Sidelight, D-Light, goes to the sidelight opener again. Neutral light opener, dodged out of the way. Recovery's trying to scoop him up. And that sidelight, D-Light Sair will send Power Ranger up, force the dodge. Can he get the edge guard? He loves going for those unarmed Sair edge guards. Down sig, blasting the lasers, goes for the Sair on the jump read, and Power Ranger says, nah, gets the sidelight finisher afterwards. Can he get that knockout? No, weapon didn't spawn in a great place. Goes back for it and goes off the stage for it. Vemtenkilo takes the lead in game 3.
Got his pick of weapons, going to be sticking with the Lance. We'll see what he can do. Can he get the sidelight read that he's been looking for off of the Nair? Power Ranger from below, hitting a lot of Nairs. The recovery, and he's going to even it up immediately.
Yeah, just a Nair and a recovery to take him off the top of the stage. Vemtenkilo down to an even game here as he picks up the Lance, takes some damage for it, though. Power Ranger really great on both Sword and Great Sword on doing Nair recoveries, getting the damage, getting the knockouts, and just tacking on more and more of a lead as these neutralites are catching these landings. And Vem, I want to see that down air train that he got Power Ranger with in game number 1 again. And it looks like he's trying to get it started, but Power Ranger's just taken to the skies, and it's been difficult for them to match it. So I wonder, Duke, if that is the choice behind the Spear here, being like, okay, you're jumping over everything. I want to be able to have these vertical options here with the D-Light, the Nairs, the recoveries. I want to be able to punish you for recovering high.
Yeah, it definitely brings out quite a bit of anti-air toolage. Of course, he's got those down lights, and he's also got that N-Sig. The recovery not going to hit. Down sig, gonna launch, gonna KO. Vemtenkilo utilizing those Orion
signatures. Added a little bit of charge to that one.
Yeah.
Was so confident in that dodge/dash through that he put some extra oomph on it, and he got the knockout, even though he was on the other side of the stage. Takes the lead once again, but he is a Nair away.
Oh, Chase went for another Nair there instead of a recovery. I thought for sure.
He could have been out of jumps. I wasn't really keeping a close track, but that recovery will do it again. And Power Ranger, just like the last stock, evens it up really quickly. But so far, Vemtenkilo has been taking the first stock in every single interaction.
Oh, but the damage is still even. Definitely not in Vemtenkilo's court just yet. And Power Ranger swinging, getting hits. Disarms himself, though, on that weapon toss.
Dodges in place, went for a weapon throw, and Power Ranger pummels him. Goes for that D-Light bridge. Vem tried to follow up with the Nair, and Power Ranger immediately wake up down airs. Lance now picked up, but this has been the weapon that he's been struggling with against Power Ranger.
And the Lance has not been looking as good here on Demon Island against Power Ranger. Power Ranger
was getting a tipper of the side airs, but wow, batted away with that neutral signature. Power Ranger just kept watching those side airs come through again and again, and he had enough. Throws out that first time, I think the first time he's used that signature in the set, and he goes down. We're going to be able to see that recovery, and here's that last moment where Vem is trying to space the Sair, and he spaces it a little too high, and he gets sent flying.
Yeah, great reaction from Power Ranger there. He just kind of stood there and was like, oh, you're right above me? I have a perfect sig for that.
Yeah, no panic jumps to be seen. Goes up 2-1 in the set, and we're going on into game number 4 here, back to Demon Island, as Power Ranger needs one more game to knock Vem out of the Autumn Championship and move on into top 3.
Good spot dodge from Power Ranger, but the wake-ups from Vemtenkilo. Maybe it's all about that Spear Nair game. You just want some big circles put out.
Ooh. Lance opening up so far. Hasn't been getting Power Ranger too easily with these attacks just yet. Nair comes through. Nope, Power Ranger wants nothing to do with it. And Vem's looking for another way in. Down air, lands on the ground, trying to get into a bridge after possibly if it connects. Vem has him in the skies, but Vem's playstyle just does not allude to using Lance recovery as an aggressive tool. And he goes down there to that spiking hitbox, the Greatsword down air.
Yeah, and that's where you see like people talk about how Lance is not that great in the off stages. When you're stuck in that vertical situation, you don't have a lot to challenge above you.
Yeah, and with the fact that every weapon in the game can be thrown, and you have a obvious trajectory of where you're going to go after you chart that lance recovery, let's go, Vem Tequila. Nice job with the great gravity cancel neutral sig. Catches Power Ranger off guard. Still took a bunch of damage for it, but that was huge because Power Ranger was running away with that.
And that's a thing that like just gives life to the Orions out there. Like suddenly they all woke up, even the ones who were asleep in their bed just popped up for a second and was like, all right, I respect it.
Somewhere in some land, a neutral sig has connected and spiked an opponent. Can he do it again? Oh, that was crazy.
I wanted that to hit just for the highlight, just to see what he was going to do with it.
I mean, put out more moves like that. Let's go, Vem. Side stick can come through. Sider catches Power Ranger jumping. Now he's starting to throw in those recoveries to punish Power Ranger for going high. It didn't hit, but that threat is there now. And I'm looking forward to seeing even more of those. Vem lets Power Ranger back to the stage. Sider stuffs the recovery, though, and he goes for low. Power Ranger recovers high.
But Power Ranger is struggling to find a hit, and it's going to be the end sig for Vem Tequila. Suddenly, the opportunity to take this to game number 5 appears.
Yeah, neutral sigs, recoveries, nairs. Vem's starting to punish that air game coming out from Power Ranger, and he's giving him a lot of damage for it.
Ooh, but Power Ranger catches the dodge, goes for the 3-piece to KO, and final stocks here, but this is Vem Tenkilo's tournament stock.
Side light, D-light bridge, throws the weapon forward, has the sword now. Power Ranger's been really consistent with stacking up damage with the sword neutralites against Vem. Down air gets dodged out of the way, but the recovery catches Vem on the tail end of the move. And the Sarah puts him off stage, and Vem can't get a weapon. D-Light recovery catches him off guard, fakes him out with a jump, and then gravity cancels it. Another recovery, weapon throw, picks up the great sword. Oh, Duke, this is looking like it's going to be it for Vem. If he can't find himself a weapon, it's just been all hits and no return.
Man, he is hungry. He is being starved of weapons. Finally picks one up, but is it too late? He's got the lance, Power Ranger. Gonna punish the whip
down
there.
a jump. He's down a jump. Does he make it back? There's no chance Power Ranger goes off stage there. Yeah, he waits for him to land.
And he catches him. Power Ranger takes it 3-1 over Vem Tequila.
Really well played by Power Ranger, and yeah, he's just too consistent with those edge guards. Sure, they may take a little bit longer because of how he chooses to play them, but I absolutely love how well he's being able to execute it there, right? Because the D-Light recovery there takes him off the top for that win, and that was off of catching Vem Tenkilo's landing, and that's a 3-1.
That is a 3-1 in favor of
look
Power
at the
Ranger.
flat line there on Power Ranger at the end. He just literally stopped taking damage for the rest of
His
the
heart
game.
stopped beating too.
I hope not. That's terrifying to
He
think
just went
about.
zombie mode.
He still has to go to the top 3 here. I mean, the matchup that he's got coming up next is against Hughes.
Yeah, and if I'm not mistaken, I think Hughes is the one who knocked Power Ranger down into the elimination side of things. So this is a real opportunity for Hughes to either get that double tap, or Power Ranger can kind of get that upset where he's finally switching it up, right? He was on the Ezio earlier, and then Hughes beat him out, and now he's like, okay, well, I have the J-Yun now. We'll see if that's the thing that works against Bryn.
Yeah, the J-Yun's been great, and he's been leading with it ever since that first game loss earlier on in the elimination bracket. Switched to the J-Yun, hasn't looked back to the Orb, and the Great Sword has been doing more and more in every single game. So we'll have to see how that plays up against Hughes, who was on the Bryn and really just had a really tough time against Kaina. And there's a few different ways that I've seen players deal with having a rough winners finals matchup and going into the elimination final. They'll either stick with what they think that they need to play to beat the player that they just lost to, or they'll bring out another character, try to warm that up against who they're going against, and then hit the rematch. I'm not really sure what Hughes is going to do here. Honestly, I expect him to be on Bryn the entire way through. Power Ranger's the real wild card here. Does he drop a game and go back to Ezio? We're going to find out.
I think at this point, they're all going to be sticking with their picks for the most part. Okay. But like you said, I think Power Ranger has the most potential to make that swap off of the J-Yun. We'll see. It's kind of dependent on how this game 1 goes.
Yeah, here's the final elimination coming through here. Loser of this gets third. Winner of this gets the fight against Kaina. Hughes wanting that rematch, and Power Ranger just wanting to take the entire championship through that elimination bracket. He'd absolutely love to do it, and it would save quite a few people's predictions. Let's be honest, right? Like, yeah. or at least help them a little bit.
Would definitely be nice for a lot of the predictors out there. A lot of people put, I mean, he's the top PR, top seed. Avoids the neutral sig, though.
Ground pound does hit as Power Ranger tries to dash back. He dashes in, fast falls that nair, so he gets the back swing of that attack, but Use dodges right through the sand, turns around, hits it with the neutral light. And if Power Ranger keeps staying airborne, Use is going to catch him with these D-lights, and that's going to be a D-light side air or a D-light recovery. Either one will work, but Power Ranger with the double nair gets the first strike off the top of the stage.
That second one came out quick, caught Use sleeping, and that's a KO in favor of Power Ranger. Needs to get this extra credit, has to avoid a side air.
I swear, it's just one of those things. Cannon has its... Use with
what a
D-light.
response.
Wow, okay, yeah. I was about to say, Cannon's kind of similar with the Nair, where like if you hit one, the second one will just come out faster because you're getting rewarded for that connecting. And Great Sword can catch you off guard just as well. And Power Ranger's been using that to great effect as he's moved on through this championship here. But Use with the gravity cancel down light, even things up pretty quick, but it's still in the back foot in regards to damage.
You see in Power Ranger going for these reads, expecting Use to come in after getting opened up. But now, Use staying below Power Ranger, not letting him get that runway. There's the spot dodge, there's the punish, a 3-piece from Power Ranger. KO opportunity, doesn't go for any sort of GCN light or anything like that.
Ooh, and the D-light recovery. Not enough to take him off just yet, but Use hasn't got anything started on the axe. That D-light recovery will do it, and Power Ranger's one stock away from bringing this to game 2 in his lead. Let's see, weapon throw upwards. Use just punches him in the face, but it's going to take more than that. Like, I don't know, 13 more haymakers? I haven't really tested it in training mode.
It's definitely going to be quite a few haymakers, and he's not even going to be able to do it with a spear in hand. But right now, Power Ranger, he's just adding up that extra credit.
Use is really good at these landing neutral lights. He's jumping around, looks like he's going to do anything else other than get back onto the ground, and then him with the neutral light and the D-light cider afterwards. That entire stock was neutral lights and the weapon throw D-lights there. That was amazing.
It worked so well. Power Ranger kept jumping on reaction and then getting opened up, getting further launched by Use.
Another neutral light comes through, tries to poke up with the spear once again. That's Use's primary game plan at this point. Let's see if Power Ranger can adapt to time. Yeah, he can. Neutral comes through, and we see that recovery towards the end there. A solid 103 damage lead coming out there from Power Ranger. As we're seeing, yep, that double nair right there really started the momentum there for Power Ranger in game 1.
Yeah, Power Ranger was like, I don't have to worry about my defensive options if I'm busy hitting them. And it looks like I am wrong. It's going to be Use making the swap to the extra yellow Orion.
Is that okay? I was making sure that
Dude, it's extra yellow.
We have 2 extra yellow Orions.
No, this is just Use again on it, right? No, you're right.
No, it's extra yellow. Yeah, it's just another extra yellow Orion.
It's just an extra yellow Orion.
Okay, I guess this is, I mean, really leaning into Orion's default color scheme, I guess. That's, all right, here we go. Power Ranger's like, oh, well, when I...
Yes, that's me. I'm casting high.
That's due. Power Ranger already prepared for this situation, right? After just coming out from the last match of being like, ah, yes, the extra yellow Orion counter pick. I've seen this before. So he's ready for whatever this has in store. I'm wondering what Use wants here that's different with the Lance. What we saw happen was pretty rough in the previous setup where he could not hit Power Ranger's aerial game with the Lance. I thought Use was doing a good job being able to punish that with the spear, but I will have to wait and see because Power Ranger so far, unfazed by it, gets that neutral sig and takes him off the top.
Yeah, he is looking so solid right now. And back on the Great Sword, but a nice recovery from Use keeps this one even.
Use is so good at that. He did that in the last game too, where it's kind of like, wow, this is a really great, okay, recovery off the top, and now it's even. But last time when this happened, Power Ranger lost that stock, stabilized, and then never let Use get that comeback again. So let's see if that changes here in game 2.
It was an aerial spot dodge thrown out from Power Ranger, but Use not able to punish it.
Nice recovery off the neutral light. Catches Use going high. That nair from Use will come through, but he doesn't go for a recovery afterwards. Doesn't want to commit to it. And that weapon throw side air. Can he get another side here? Side signature. And he gets it right at the edge of the stage, so he doesn't have to worry about it potentially bouncing off the ground. Gets the full brunt of that knockback, and Use goes down to 1 stock pretty quickly.
Yeah, looking like a repeat of the last one where Power Ranger just stabilizes after losing that first stock. Getting a little close to the edge there for Power Ranger, but still maintaining that damage on Use.
He was jumping around, gets the recovery, doesn't get the recovery, gets Sared instead. And that falling there from Power Ranger puts on even more damage. Using the side light, goes to the D-light, he gravity canceled that one, so Power Ranger could have gone out for more, but instead waits to get that punish on the ground, and look at that. Recovery, Nair, neutral light, Power Ranger so good at these just guarding the edge. No. I can't believe he didn't punish that. That's as much time as you're ever going to get in Brawlhalla. The landing neutral sig. Okay, there. The user's like, hey, punish this.
Get some practice in on these whiffed
Let me show you what the neutral sig looks like when it lands grounded. Spoiler, it's very punishable. It's one of the few things that keeps me from actually molding when I get hit by it. Because it's kind of like, well, if you don't hit it, you're kind of doomed. And we saw at that time, Power Ranger with no hesitation gets the D-Light recovery off the top. And he's just running away with this set. I mean, what is more terrifying of a counter pick than the extra yellow Orion?
It's back to the Bryn.
Back to the Bryn.
He needs the palette cleanser of the extra yellow Orion, but it's back to the Bryn for game number 3, hoping that this is going to be the thing to triage to finally set things right and win. But he has to win the next 3 in a row over Power Ranger.
That he does. And in the game where he just got doubled in damage, that's going to be a tall order, but let's see what he can do here. He's back over to the Bryn for it. The Orion wasn't feeling good, and I like the spear from Hughes on the Bryn. The Axe has been having some trouble with, but let's just see. Power Ranger is looking tough to beat.
Ultralight thrown out from Hughes. Power Ranger getting a couple hits. Okay, nice.
Several Sares. Oh, but he sidelights off the stage, and he gets punished for it. I love that idea with the ground pound. And even have enough delay where it almost works.
He didn't touch!
That was a nice idea there with the neutral signature. If it was Sword, maybe he had a chance. But
maybe he could have floated a little higher.
But no, he was not on the regular Sword. He was on the Great Sword. And now, Power Ranger.
Feeling so great now.
Ooh, well.
Ooh, down like gravity cancel side sig, though.
He might after that one. What? Back swing of the recovery. Ground pound hits anyways. Power Ranger took, what was that, 18 damage? Back to even.
They're so good at, like, the last 2 games, it was Power Ranger getting the first stock, and then Hughes just comes in, gets a quick KO, keeps it even. This time it's Power Ranger who's evening it up, and Hughes is keeping that pressure going.
He hits the turnaround stare. Down air dodge out of the way. Power Ranger doesn't get any more damage for it, and he's starting to get exclamation points. Manages to make it back. 1 sidelight opener, 2 sidelight openers, but he doesn't get the neutral light bridge. And instead throws the sword off the stage, goes back to the sword. I see why you're saying regular sword.
Yeah.
Because sometimes you do just say sword instead of great sword. Wow. Lesson learned, chat. Okay.
Language, it's confusing.
2-2 on the stock count right now. And Hughes gets hit by that neutral light and that down sig. Interesting choice from Power Ranger. Doesn't catch Hughes off guard. Sares him on the way back to the stage anyways. And Hughes gets the side light, gets him out of his recovery as well. So he gets 3 hits on the Axe.
That Sair launches Power Ranger, not quite enough to KO, despite this being Small Brawl Haven. This time, it's the farthest launch possible, but a DC downlight, and Hughes takes the stock. Potential for Hughes to get on the board here.
A Hughes specialty there. That's 2 knockouts from the gravity cancel downlight on Axe, and he got him really far off the left side of stage, where I'm used to that move if it knocks out, knocking out at super deep red from center.
Yeah, and like it's usually a vertical knockout,
not so much for knocking off the side, and that's what happened there, and Hughes being really clever for it. But Power Ranger, just like that, equalizes with even less damage this time.
Yeah, pretty much untouched, and he wants the regular sword for the final stocks here. This is Hughes' tournament stock. If he doesn't get this, he's going home with 3rd place.
Oh, recovery comes through. Nice job from Hughes, snatching the weapon away from Power Ranger. Another weapon spawn coming through, and that's the great sword. Let's see what he can do with it. He's been doing a lot of sidelight openers here, but he goes for that dash jump fastfall recovery. So the recovery starts, but you get the move to happen on the ground. Hughes fights back, however, with a recovery of his own, and that downer back to the stage brings Power Ranger in the orange.
Hughes spaces it out, but he doesn't go in for the punish. Waiting for the opportunity. Power Ranger with a weapon toss opens up Hughes, but doesn't get much after it.
Yeah,
Whiffed end light.
Usually he goes for the neutral lights after those weapon throws, but he wasn't feeling confident in it connecting in the first place. And that side light there. Sair, second time he's hit that 3-piece, and last time he got a down light. But Power Ranger turns it around. Cider, D-Light Cider, the first time he goes off stage for something like that. And the Nair from Hughes stops Power Ranger from getting the finisher. Weapon throw forward. Hughes primes an axe, has the damaged axe in hand, but he
running out of jumps.
Oh, he dodges the down light from Hughes. Oh, that's so. Yeah, I totally Power Ranger was at such a deficit there. That side stick hitting would have won him the game. So the fact that Hughes was able to dodge that was huge. We're going to see that early knockout from Hughes there, right? All those pogos into the downer anyways after the sweat beads came out. Oh, look at this downlight. Yeah, that's left side. The KO proves it.
Yeah,
right?
You can see just from the way that it's turned.
Because it didn't say okay. Like, that's how we know. Miami Dome coming in here as the counter pick after Hughes finally takes a game off of Power Ranger and is on his way to bring it to a game 5.
See if this counter pick works out for Power Ranger. Sticking with the same picks, and Hughes, of course, liking the Bryn right now.
I can tell you right now, kind of likely rooting for Hughes going into this matchup here, because I don't think kind of and Power Ranger have met in this bracket so far. And who's to say how that matchup could turn out if Power Ranger is able to get through Hughes, and Hughes is fighting back real hard and really well after taking that game from Power Ranger in Game 3. Nice job dodging all those side sticks so well.
Okay, gets in with the Nair, still damage advantage to Power Ranger. No Nair this time. Usually, like, when uses that high and that damage, he's going for Nairs and recoveries.
Yeah, well, it's unusual now because we have platforms, and we haven't had these for a while. So I feel like that changes the name of the game a little bit. But never mind. Nairs and recoveries are coming out anyways. Oh! And he catches them. Hughes tried to recover up to the top of the ceiling, and he just couldn't make it far enough. That recovery, I feel like that would have knocked out in yellow. But, hey, the extra oomph is nothing to scoff at, as Hughes gets the spear and continues to take damage from Power Ranger's sword.
Hughes was trying to get far high enough away from that one, and Power Ranger had just enough distance on it to catch with that recovery. Full stock advantage to Power Ranger, and he's starting to add up this damage onto Hughes. The recovery drops, but he's okay with it because he wants a different sword. It's just a different regular sword.
Oh. And don't look at me like that. Okay. Sword thrown forward, picks it up again, and Hughes with the spear falls down that down air. But the neutral light from Power Rangers puts him off the stage, and the neutral sig getting so much distance there.
There's so much height on that.
Yeah, not many signatures in the game can comfortably reach Miami Dome platform heights, but that's one of them, and Power Ranger doing so well with it. Oh, and he waits it out. That's a Power Ranger sideline opener special, right? He just gets that dash forward, waits, sees what he does, gets that recovery, and one more hit from Power Ranger could take a 3-stock-to-1 lead. That was honestly, that felt like that should have hit. Right? He was reading that dash off of the platform with that neutral signature, and Hughes just barely avoided it.
Yeah, he managed to jump over that N-sig and turned around side air, but still, look at the deficit. Uses a stock behind already, and now it's 2 stocks behind Power Ranger, who still could afford to take some damage.
Yeah, Power Ranger hasn't been showing too much offstage craziness, but he could go for it right now. He has the stocks to play with. Hughes ground pounds onto the stage, gives Power Ranger a perfect opportunity to hit a neutral light, and Hughes is really racking his brain for how he's going to be able to take out these next 2 stocks, because that KO goes off the top. He's got to do that 2 more times with only 1 stock to spare.
Well, he's hoping the spear is going to be the thing to work out, but Power Ranger already getting hits, gets 3 on this second stock. Power Ranger, turn around side air.
Ooh, and let's see. Goes in for that great sword down air. Side light, goes for the double side light. Hughes just runs right out of the way there, but that side light neutral light bridge doesn't hit, and the Nair comes through as Hughes is trying to get the recoveries, but Power Ranger weapon throw forward forces Hughes to the other side. The recovery is not going to get Duke. It is Power Ranger takes it over to Hughes 3-1.
3-1 Power Ranger dominating against Hughes, and he is now going into the grand finals to challenge Kaina.
You know, I was thinking about why you saying regular sword has been bothering me so much. All right? And it's because...
I love how much it bothers you. It's so
It's because
funny.
it implies that it's not as great as the great sword, but great sword just implies, like, the size of the sword, not the ability. So, do you get what I'm getting at?
It could be, but it could have been called Big Sword.
Yes, I know.
And then even if it was Big Sword, I would say
wasn't
like
called-
normal size sword or small sword, comparatively. It's all comparative.
Yeah, that's why I actually would be if you said normal sword. Anyways, don't worry about it. Sword is just as good as great sword.
Yeah.
Competitively.
Yeah, I'm not saying. Look, sword is not. You know, it's not about the size of the sword. It's how you use it.
Yes.
Okay,
Duke. That's correct.
Yeah. And he used it to great effect. Not making it the great
Not regular
sword.
effect.
No.
Okay, because
he was putting out like 300 plus damage. With
You know
that.
what?
Like,
Power
pretty great
Ranger,
damage.
he's going to be moving on into that grand final rematch, but we got some stats to talk about.
I hear Toast laughing as he tells us that. And this is going to be our grand finals. There's no shot that they have never fought each other. Someone's lying to me. And their name is Pranav.
No, I don't think it's wrong.
Really?
I mean, that's what production just
PR1 and PR2 have never fought each other in tournament. This is groundbreaking.
You could probably blame West for that, maybe, but I don't know.
Maybe, yeah. He's been like the filter to deny them both from getting to each other.
Yeah, that's possible. Power Ranger with those 3 golds, and guess what? He's never gotten a silver. Every time that he's been in grand finals, he's won. So is Kaina going to get him his first silver medal, or is Power Ranger going to get that 3 to go to a 4? Because that's a pretty convincing statistic, if you ask me. Dude.
You know who else started today without ever getting a silver medal?
Don't remind me. I was able to be so stoic every time Godly was on.
What did I say?
Okay.
You're lying to me. 2 to 4 in favor of who?
It did seem pretty unlikely that PR1 and 2 never fought. That doesn't sound, So, hey, we got it. We got it figured out.
Yo, but look at that. 67% in favor of Kaina, despite the 2 to 4 history, I think, in favor of Power Ranger, and at least the PR in favor of Power Ranger.
Wow. Okay. Well, that's interesting. And that's not for the whole grand finals, right? So Kaina goes down here. We're going to get another viewer vote, which probably would go over more to Power Ranger, but it makes sense to give it in favor of Kaina, because if Kaina goes down, technically, since Kaina's never been in the elimination bracket, we talk about this every time, going to say it again, you get a bracket reset, right? You get 2 sets here by being the winner throughout the entirety of the championship. So Power Ranger's not only got to take this best of 5, but another one right afterwards if he wants to be able to be the autumn champion, and Kaina's in his way. So we're going to be having a Surrey versus Jaehyun here for grand finals.
And we're starting it off with Demon Island. This map is an interesting pick because Kaina's been doing well on it because there's no platforms to get in the way of the guitar strings. But at the same time, like, greatswords and lances tend to excel on Demon Island.
Yeah, that's right. It's kind of the greatsword runway for strings, right? You get one dodge, and then we usually, depending on the greatsword player, see like those like side light, D light, then sidelight opener again, and then whatever the heck you want into sidelight finisher, you get the stock at orange. Power Ranger hasn't really been playing that way. He's opted for a much more aerial-focused greatsword, lots of nairs, lots of recovery finishers, and when he does go for the sidelight reads, it's usually after a dash forward stop, like such.
Yeah. It's been like a reaction more than a read.
Yeah. And let's see whose favor that works into so far, because as we are getting into this game 1, Kaina has been doing the most damage, but Power Ranger could land one side sig. Well, he tried, and get the stock, but no. Kaina gets the first strike. Down sig punishes him for that side signature, and Kaina could run away with this.
The down sig from Kaina, a great punish on the whiff from Power Ranger, and again, covering that weapon, just trying to deny as long as possible.
Oh, goes in for that sidelight opener. Kaina just attacks him back. D-light. Well, he just went for the sidelight, D-light, sidelight there. And Kaina dodges out of the way, catches the landing. He's sweating. He's sweating above the stage for a long duration of time. And Kaina continues to catch these landings with the neutral light.
Oh, Kaina has been avoiding so many hits, but that recovery finally connects, and Power Ranger back to the regular sword against Kaina. Kaina immediately picks up a set of guitars.
I thought if I looked at you hard enough while you were talking, you wouldn't say it.
No shot.
you had no hesitation. Power Ranger gets hit by the neutral light, and the Nair comes through. Neutral light connects, dash forward, dash back, side air hits Power Ranger. It's the backswing of the Nair. Starting to tack on some good damage against Kaina, but the neutral signature after the weapon throw. Kaina's so good at throwing the weapon, picking up a new one, and then immediately turning it into a combo of his own.
But the sweat beats come out. Kaina with the gravity cancel downlight into the recovery.
Twice now that Power Ranger is like, I'm behind. I have to hit a side sig. And Kaina says, you wish. And gets him with the D-light or down sig from behind off the top that time with the recovery as a finisher. And Kaina continues to take the lead here in game 1.
Now Power Ranger needs to find a finisher again. Again, sweat beating over the stage.
Scary. That side air was a really rough angle to be hit by, but Power Ranger makes it back, cuts through with the recovery. One more of those could take Kaina off the top, and he's looking for it.
Trying to find the hit. Doesn't get the dodge read that he wants, doesn't get the recovery.
Dashes forward, or dash jumps forward with the Nair.
Still not enough.
Surprised that wasn't enough. D-light recovery from Sword would definitely do it. And he's putting out his own recoveries there, hoping to catch Kaina dodging through, but Kaina's not letting him have it. And those weapon throws, he's taking it, he's dashing back, and then he's going back into neutral, but Power Ranger gets him with that recovery and brings it 1-1.
And he's going to be sticking with the greatsword for the final stocks here in game number 1. Doesn't get the dodge reads again. He goes for that dash forward, tries to poke with a sidelight, hoping but Kaina's just not falling for it.
Ooh, nice Sair. Pivots in second.
Oh,
Sair
man.
goes for the recovery, catches him on the way through. Power Ranger sweating onto the ground. Neutral light connects, and he makes it back. One down air, two. No, he doesn't fast fall on that one, and kind of makes it back to stage to hit him with another attack as the recovery comes through, and one more of those could take Power Ranger out in game one.
More than anyone Power Ranger has run into so far, Kaina has been going for wake-ups against the Greatsword, and they've been working.
Oh, but
there's
that's
a
the side stick that hits. Oh, what? The ground pound comes through the recovery. Not going to knock him out from beneath the stage. And Power Ranger, exhausted, still hits his own recovery. But the sword goes away. Great sword waiting on the other end. He's never going to be able to pick it up as he's trying to get back to the stage. And
the Nair!
The Nair actually cuts through. And now kind of gets the edge guard at the very end anyways. But that was a clutch recovery from Power Ranger until the very end.
And Kaina gonna take game number one. Again, the Qatar is doing so much work. He still has the sword. Of course, he got that gravity cancel downlight recovery. He's putting out 259 damage with it. But really, the Qatars are the thing that's shining for Kaina.
Yeah, Kaina really trying to flip that PR 2 to a 1. And really trying to get that at least before BCX, right? Because these two players are, in the region, the most evenly matched. But Kaina so far putting on so much of a performance that Power Ranger feels pressured off of the Greatsword and the sword.
Now he's going over to the Tai Lung, the crossover for the Mordex. And I love this color scheme, looking like a cheetah right now, even though it's a snow leopard is like what it's based on.
Usually this is like that cats versus dogs argument, but
it's cats versus cats.
Yeah.
But one's like an alien cat, so definitely looking at the like normal cat.
Is that what it is?
He's on the gross Asuri skin.
So Earth cats versus alien cats.
It's Predator Asuri. It's gross and creepy and makes me uncomfortable.
Wow, really? I think it's pretty cool.
Yeah, but you like that kind of stuff.
Okay, production, get out of here. This is grand finals. All right, game two. We've got Power Ranger on Taila and going for the downlight off the side of the stage. And then, the Nair almost picks it up. We have a really different style of Power Rangers so far that has yet to come online, which is that we are off of those one-hit, two-hit style weapons. Lots of very string-heavy weapons to combat the string-heavy weapons from Kaina on the Qatars, and Kaina is just having a field day, honestly. This is rough.
He's still hitting. He's still hitting. Okay. The side light gets him the weapon pickup over to the gauntlets. Needs to find a recovery.
Nice. Downlight comes through, dodges this side air from Power Ranger, but that's Sair, perfect angle. Oh, he gets the second one, and Power Ranger's out of there. Ooh, we're going to a game three pretty quickly at this rate. Power Rangers yet to show that he can do anything with these two weapons against Kaina. This is rough. Sides picked up. Last time I saw this, Kaina did 50 million damage and then took the stock. Side light goes through, strong hit. Power Ranger tries to go for the edge guard there. And Kaina uses the side stick to get the momentum back to the stage to go for the recovery. Okay, Power Ranger takes the stock. Still looking pretty rough, Duke.
Yeah, this is looking pretty dire for Power as he even makes sure that he doesn't have a weapon spawn going into these final moments. Picks up the scythe, but he hasn't had those big strings that you know he wants.
Nair hits again. Another Nair. Falls down with the down air, and Power Ranger looks behind him with that neutral light. Starts to get these side lights, but he doesn't get it out in time. Kinda hits him with the neutral light, makes it back to stage maybe. Power Ranger, if he gets a good Nair here, it could be huge, but Power Ranger's playing such a ground-heavy scythe. Okay, there's the Nair recovery. Kinda's off the side of the stage. Where's he going?
Bacon, which side misses the dare. And Light doesn't get the recovery, doesn't get a punish on it. Another one into the recovery. Kaina is up 2-0.
So there was some potential there with Power Ranger's Scythe, but the interesting thing was he was trying to play Scythe like Sword. You know how many times he was like at the side of the stage, neutral lighting, and then like, wait, why didn't this catch you? It's not quite as active as the Sword neutral light there, and Kaina took full advantage of that. 200 damage, well, 199 damage.
What? Where? I didn't see that number anywhere.
Oh, well, because never mind. Anyways, he did that. I thought that was the difference. Was it actually 99 damage?
It might have been. I was looking.
It was
there's like 6 different numbers.
It was 514. See there.
Yeah.
See 514 to 315, and I said 200 damage, but it's technically 199.
Okay,
that's what I was getting at.
Yeah.
You made it was not worth.
No, I didn't see 199, so I was like, where?
That is called math.
Okay.
Do me a favor.
15.
Read how much. 15? Okay. Yes, that's how much. He did
That's
less
just the
damage.
number on the
he
screen.
did 50 damage with gauntlets and 43 with unarmed. That's actually worth talking about. What? Default of Suri? Is there like an extra like what color palette would be like the same thing as the extra yellow
The
Orion?
yellow Orion.
What is that for a Suri? Because this is default of Suri going up against Kaina here in Game 3.
This is definitely a desperation pick coming out from Power.
Or
Nice
is
turnaround
it
cider?
the ultimate weapon? Let's find out. Look at that pivot neutral light and a spike neutral signature. You didn't know, Duke, but Power Ranger's actually the best Asuri in South America.
Apparently, looking real good, sticking with the sword. I mean, he has the sword carry over from the Jaeyon, from the
That's what I'm
Ezio as well,
saying.
so there's some reasoning behind this.
I just feel like Power Ranger's strength really is in the neutral light on that weapon. I mean, we just saw it 3 times, almost 4 times. And he was like, he's so neutral light brained on like Brawlhalla in general that he tried doing it with Scythe too, and then it didn't work. And so
the
now
weapon
he's back over
toss?
the sword. Can he make it back? You know what? That was his best chance. But
Yeah.
you don't get the full distance on side stick if you gravity cancel it. He would need to manifest a platform off the side of Demon Island. Guess what, Duke? There's no platforms here. This map is very small. Like,
well, it's wide, but
okay.
there's definitely no platforms. Oh, 2 dares.
Double dare. Picks
Not
up the
done.
guitars and goes straight up to the ground pound. All right, question is, which Asuri dunks the other first? Go. Kaina, Power Ranger.
Well, yeah, we can't pick the same person.
I was going to pick Power Ranger, though. You fell for my trap, Duke. Here we go. Let's see what he can do. Downlight, recovery. That's not
snap.
neutral sig, though, Power Ranger. Well, I guess he's technically hit the sword one, but close game so far. Power Ranger's still holding on that lead. There it is. Guitar's coming
didn't
through.
get dodge.
He tries to side. Okay, what is he? He's going for the D-Light recovery here on the sword, I think.
Or he's just trying to deny weapons because Kaina hadn't had one, but there's the sword pickup, the falling Sare.
An unusual choice from Kaina. Not really a signature-heavy Asuri from what we've been seeing throughout the bracket. Side sig comes through, and it's punished like one of Power Ranger's side sigs on Jaehyun when he was playing the sword. But that recovery will catch Power Ranger, barely living so far.
Though. There's the Sare, and it's going to be final stocks here. Is Kaina going to be crowned the champion, or is Power Ranger going to take this to game number 4?
Oh, we're about to find out. Power Ranger with the Asuri. The Asuri Ditto going up against Kaina here. And doing the best on it so far. Kaina now trying to get through with those guitars, but the sword's coming through. Power Ranger looking for those neutral lights, and Kaina not letting him land. Sidelight Nair. Is that going to be it, Duke? Sare hits Power Ranger. Low on jumps.
The edge guard keeping it going. Power Ranger gets past, though. Lots of damage was put out from Kaina. The Power Ranger survives.
Boy, can Power Ranger do it? There's the recovery. Oh, side air hits. Oh, this is huge. Downlight.
Oh, so
Neutral
the end
sig.
sig.
Okay, he doesn't hit, but he still gets the Sare afterwards, so it's like the same.
Delayed Sare. Oh, Kaina sticking with him. Caught the dodge down. That's the recovery. Kaina takes it 3-0, and he's going to be the Autumn champion for South America.
Amazing performance coming out from Kaima here in South America, taking it 3-0, just uncontested by everybody that he faced throughout the entire tournament. And as you said, he is the South American Autumn champion. Look at that sider coming through there for that spike. And even though Power Ranger had a really strong start with the Asuri here in the mirror matchup, kind of stabilized, and this guitar string was just phenomenal. Gets the recovery after neutral light and celebrates that emote at the very end. Giving a little bit of an applause for himself because, man, what a huge win. A win that he definitely needed. I don't know for sure how close like the PR race is between Power Ranger and Kaina, but getting a win over Power Ranger in grand finals is certainly going to help Kaina get over the edge.
I mean, it is, again, the final opportunity for players to get PR before the World Championship. So there's a real possibility that Kaina is now PR #1 and has potential to go to the World Championship because he could get his tickets at bcx.live like you can if you go to bcx.live.
That's right. That's coming up soon. Wow, what an amazing tournament, dude.
It was fun. It was great. I love watching South America, and we're technically not done because there's still more Autumn Championship tomorrow with North America. Today, we have crowned 2 new 1v1 champions. Acno winning it out in Europe for Autumn Champion, and then, of course, Kaina here in the South American region.
Yeah, I still have to, think about you saying new. But it is new for this year that Acno won a one tournament. Wow, what a way to shake up the scene before BCX.
Right before BCX.
And we're going to have to see how that plays out tomorrow in North America, Duke. I can't wait for it.
Well, thank you all for watching. We're going to let y'all go. Have a wonderful rest of your night, and we'll catch y'all tomorrow with the North American portion of the Autumn Championship singles. See y'all tomorrow.